Hello and welcome to the glorious Motorland Aragon in Alcaniz, Spain for round 4 of season 7 of the Platinum Endurance Championship. With 2 rounds to go in the championship, Old Firm Racing are really starting to pull ahead in GTP, whereas both of those GT3 class leaders still have that competition hot on their heels. Vital points are on offer for the likes of Valkyrie X-Type and Orca Performance that are looking to cement their lead, but with weather threatening, that could make it difficult. My name is Taylor Mills, alongside me, Olivia Hayward, and we will be live from Lights to Flag here on ABN. The penultimate round of the 7th season of competition brings us to Motorland Aragon, a circuit that's most known for motorbike racing. But today, we send 33 sports cars around the Grand Prix loop for 10 hours of tight racing action. 18 corners provide ample opportunity for side-by-side racing and some thrilling traffic management, with that long back straight into that hairpin providing a unique challenge, as all cars are going to have to try and thread their way through a very one-line corner. But alongside me for the start of today's broadcast, as always, is my long-suffering co-commentator, Olivia Hayward. Liv, before racing comes qualifying, which some say doesn't really matter in an endurance, but this track is notoriously difficult to get a lap in on with such regimented track limits. So it's a question of what is it going to take to get a lap in here?
It's going to take some patience. It's going to take some calculated risk, I think, is going to be the key thing. Qualifying doesn't matter in an endurance race until it does. And we have seen on the practice start already that being ahead of the chaos on the opening laps could be very critical indeed. The opening couple sectors may be the most iconic part of the racetrack, snaking down the hill next to that beautiful dry stone wall that gives this track the character, but that tricky infield third sector is going to be notoriously difficult in qualifying, as well as that hairpin into that fast split chicane that should be sort of one of those almost flat corners on the final turn that you can very easily overextend and ruin in your lap at the very last moment.
Yeah, it's a very overcast day here at the virtual Motorland Aragon. We have already had a little bit of rain dropped on the surface in practice, but as you can see, there's not really much or any spray coming off the back of those cars right now. A small chance of rain towards the end of this one could mean we've got some decisions to make in the latter phase of the race that always shakes things up. Think back to the last time out at Le Mans, where we had that wet to dry to wet to dry to dry. Well, so many changes of those weather conditions, and it was so much fun to watch all of those transitions from wet to dry. And hopefully we get a little bit of that here again today, because that really separates the meat and potatoes of these drivers. And again, that's what makes it such a team event, is you, as a driver, you've still got to mostly make all the calls, especially when it comes to tires, but you've got a whole team behind you that can give you information on what the weather's doing, where it's coming from. And that's the sort of thing that we really saw a lot of people struggling with in the Platinum Pilot Series earlier this week. You were there, Liv, where the rain started to really climb and fall and change in all sorts of ways over the course of the race that made it really difficult to manage without anyone else in your ear.
Yeah, it was. That was a sort of situation where the track almost fell away from the wet tire window and towards what people would call red flag conditions, even though, you know, some drivers are very much capable of rising to the top in those tricky spots. I think for this, drivers are going to be incentivized to stay on the dry tires. I'm not expecting the rain to be particularly heavy if it does come later in the day, but we also weren't expecting rain to be falling in practice either, so we could be proven wrong. But if drivers are to choose to stay on the slicks, that is going to make those damper sections of the track extremely difficult and really challenge the limits of what they're able to do. But let's not forget that the dry tires are so much faster in a straight line, and you have a very long backstretch. So that crossover is going to be delayed by the characteristics of what you want to get out of the racetrack and of your race car.
Yeah, and that's where the decision really needs to get made, because think how twisty that first sector is as well. But then you do have that massive long straight where you need the lack of drag from those slick tires. But we are 30 seconds away from the split open qualifying session that we've seen in every race so far this season. That format not changing. GT3s get to go out there first. and set their laps together, and then the GTPs will follow in the final 20 minutes of the session. Keep your eyes on Fast Repair Motorsport and that Mustang, who've been quick all season long for GT3 Pro. In GTP, it's really been anyone's game in terms of getting those pole positions, and it's a case of who gets that lap in at exactly the right time. GT3M, you are looking at Orca Performance to try and get another pole position. Their pace all season long has been so strong, but as much as they are leading the championship, it's only by a couple of points, and that isn't really where their pace shows that they would have been. But the checkered flag flies on the practice session. Everyone disappears from the circuit, and we move into the penultimate qualifying session of Season 7 of the Platinum Endurance Championship. So the GT3s will be the first to take to the track. Keep your eyes on the end of pit lane. First car rolling, and first car looking to get out on track is Abel Salon for Fast Repair Motorsport in that Ford Mustang GT3, who again, they have been quick all season long. We saw them have a really strong run at Le Mans last time out, but couldn't really convert their strong qualifying performance.
Yeah, and that is the truth of the matter, in that you want to get through those initial chaotic moments, but once you're there, you've still got to run the rest of the race and convert and hold on to the position, and that's easier said than done. The track, according to iRacing, has officially been declared fully dry. You're still seeing a little bit of spray kick up there, so expecting some heavy track evolution in this session, but we're not looking at a proper wet to dry session, and so these band collapses are still going to be vitally important to give you the confidence to push a bit more onto those track limits as we get further into the running. Those track limits very harsh here, defined as half of the car being outside the track, and in these situations, those red and yellow stripe curbs considered within play. But if half the car's over on the green, then you are considered out, and so you really don't want to keep your inside tires over those white lines to keep the center above the red and yellow.
Yeah, it's really difficult to manage when you've got track limits that are based on the center line of the car, because it's just, I feel like it's so much more difficult to feel where the middle of the car is, especially when in all these GT3 and GTP machines, you are sat on, hang on, I want to check this one in my head. I think all of them are left-hand drive. We're not getting any of this weird funky out of R18 stuff where we've got cars or drivers even sat on the right. But all left-hand drive cars, so you're all sat on the left-hand side of the car, which means it makes it that little bit more difficult to feel where the middle of the car is. Of course, when you're dealing with just the tires in terms of track limits, you can feel where your outside tires are, you can feel where your inside tires are, because you will get that vibration through the steering wheel, through your little simmering steering wheel, to tell you exactly where your tires are being placed. Abel Salon meeting one of those big curbs on the inside of turn 3. A couple of those in the final sector as well, and I made a prediction before this race that I think we're going to see a couple of cars launch off those curbs today.
It's certainly possible if you catch them wrong. I think in terms of the track limit restrictions, it's also fair to note that normally the rule would be 2 tires staying within the track here, because that's what people would typically have. It's a very popular motorbike venue for the likes of MotoGP, that iconic downhill corner at turn 11, I believe, named after legendary Marc Marquez. So those characteristics always make it a little bit more difficult to get around drivers, and especially for multi-class, that is going to be a big challenge indeed, and drivers could get shuffled out onto those trickier sections of the racetrack, onto the curbs, try and get moves done around a couple of spots that have additional scrutiny according to race control. Any of the high-speed corners like turns 3, 10 and 18. The final corner, that Marc Marquez downhill left, and just that first infield section, and then coming onto the backstretch in turns 14 and 15. It's very difficult to make moves, and the stewards will be very cognizant of if anyone goes for a silly move and causes an incident.
First lap time starting to pour their way in then. As it stands, it is Fast Repair Motorsport on that provisional pole position in GT3 Pro, but more of them coming in by a second as we're looking at Valkyrie X-Type Green, a good first lap for Roman UTL. About 0.8 a second off the pace so far, but really for those guys, it's been their race pace that they've really shone through. That consistency has been, well, almost unmatched by anyone else so far this season, and they could just get in, turn the laps, keep their noses clean, and stay out of trouble, which is exactly why they're leading the championship. A couple of seconds then covering the field as it stands. You got IS Corsa Red currently on that provisional pole in GT. No, that's a lie, isn't it? Am I lying? I'm telling lies. It's Local Performance Blue, as you predict, on that provisional pole position. I don't understand why that is shown as such a funky order. Thank you, ATVO. We'd love to see that. But it's looking a lot closer already in GT3M in terms of that qualifying pace, Liv.
It sure is, and that is crucial. We were talking about how close it is before the broadcast. GTP, top 2 teams separated by 15 points. GT3 Pro, they're separated by 6 points. But in GT3 AM, the top 5 teams are all within 4 points of each other with just 2 rounds to go. So it is all to play for in the AM Championship. A far cry from what we've seen in previous seasons where there's been one truly dominant team. The spoils have been shared between a number of teams, and it leaves the door wide open for if any teams make a mistake, they'll be knocked out of attention, and consistency in these final 2 rounds will be absolutely pivotal. That has continued to come in. Charlie Nilsson for RPM Racing goes second in the Pro standings. Always a strong team, but championship leaders Valkyrie X-Type Green right behind with Roman UTL. They're looking to continue their push towards the championship.
Only 0.4 of a second separating Abel Salan and Charlie Lund Nilsson. That Corvette putting in a decent qualifying performance so far, but that McLaren team in P3 really want to try and find some more pace out of that car on an outlap at the moment. Fresh set of those slick tires, again, track is dry. And that's where there's a little bit of strategy that does come into qualifying. Got to get out there whilst the track is hot, well, as hot as it can be, as hot as is reasonable. Get those tires up to temperature and make sure you can get those laps in. GT3 is not in the same sort of state of tire warm-up as the prototypes are. So you can play games with that tire strategy just a little bit, as we see a lot of cars reset to pit lane and go into a fresh set of tires. It's an improvement for Eagle Speed Academy, who moved their way up the timing sheets in GT3M, but we're following Rubens Behrens, who's just set a lap time good enough for 10th in GT3 Pro. So with 7 minutes, well, nearly 8 minutes gone by, we are slowly making our way towards the end of the session. About 12 minutes or so left for the GT3s to get their laps in. And it's your only BMW in the GT3 field, currently lumbering down in 11th place. And I'm trying to spot it, Liv. I'm not sure we've had many drivers actually invalidating their laps so far. Actually saying that, I'm seeing MRRS Amethyst invalidating their previous lap, as Abel Salan improves to a 1 minute. Where is it? It's gone. It's disappeared on me. 1 minute 57.434. Yeah, that's a very strong lap time. So from 0.4 clear at the top of the timing sheets to 0.6 of a second. That is one heck of a lap.
Yeah, and I think what we're seeing is drivers getting confident with the bank laps they've put down. And now they're starting to push. Of course, that does mean they're deliberately extending a little bit more, but it also means that for Fast Pair, they found another 0.4 off what was already the provisional pole position lap. And the question becomes, what do other teams have in response? Net Delta by Simgear shaves off a couple of tenths to close back in to within half a second. RPM Racing is trying to find a response, and Go Esports, in fact, jump with their first valid lap into second place with the 157.7. So putting all their cards on the table. that is going to be a very interesting one. One thing I did want to mention that I've just noticed in terms of the weather forecast, track may be dry, but it is not friendly conditions here. Wind speeds of close to 40 kilometers an hour blowing in from the southeast currently, and with some of this track up on top of a hill, very exposed, that is going to leave the drivers getting absolutely battered around by those wind conditions, and that's going to be very tricky to keep the stability in the car, not just here, but once we get into race conditions as well. So that's another thing to watch out for these drivers.
As I furiously Google on Google Maps to find out exactly what direction Motorland Aragon points in.
You can zoom in on the radar and it shows you.
Oh yeah, it does that actually, doesn't it? But that back straight points from roughly west-northwest to, I'm trying to get it right in my head, east-southeast. So that should give you a relatively decent idea as to exactly where that wind is coming from. Just looking down the standings a little bit again now, it seems like Orca Performance Racing Blue carrying through that qualifying performance from the entire season so far. 0.3 of a second clear of DDK Racing. Gilles Philippart's currently on board that car. And 2 GT3 Pro cars between the two of them. They'll start only I'm trying to figure that out exactly. They'll start only a row separated as Aaron Vegwe improves his lap time to get that Eagle Speed Academy car up into 9th. But they'll only be separated by the 1 row. So DDK Racing will have a chance to try and threaten off the start, but again, you're going to want to be a lot closer to the lead class driver. As here is Vergwe for Eagle Speed Academy in 9th in class after that improvement, still pushing on and actually finding a personal best in the first sector. Still got a couple more to go before that lap time is absolutely locked in, but we are seeing some improvements in the closing stages of the GT3's qualifying session.
And crucially for the AM category, you mentioned 5 different cars within 4 points at the top. Auto Performance currently holds championship lead from Eagle Speed G by 2 points. They're down in 5th place, and they are going to be starting a good 4 or 5 rows back from Auto Performance. So we have AM cars in close proximity to the 264, but they're not the AM cars that they're particularly worried about. They obviously want to keep those spots to gain the additional points, but a lot of the championship contenders, Eagle Speed G, IS Corsa, DLR Green, and Locals Autosport, all yet to find strong qualifying laps here today. So maybe a slightly less familiar track. I'm sure a lot of drivers' first times here at Motorland Aragon. Potentially a chance for Auto Performance to try and put some daylight between them and the rest of the field.
That's where it gets really tricky, because as we touched on as qualifying started, Orca Performance haven't really been able to get the results out of their really strong qualifying performances, which I think is why the rest of the GT3 AM field is so close. We know Eagle Speed Academy Esports G are good enough to just hit those laps, get that consistency in, and just tick them all off as the race goes on, which puts them as close to Orca Performance as they can. But there's just a couple of things that this McLaren team don't do in terms of race execution that I think really holds back the ultimate potential of their results. I think there's 2 or 3 races this season that they quote-unquote should have won, but a little bit of poor luck, a little bit of poor driving really put them, I wouldn't say on the back foot, they're still leading the championship, but it's making the job for a very, very quick race team a lot more difficult.
Yeah, and of course, it's not the 2021 Belgian Grand Prix we won the races because there's that variability, and even a very team can run into trouble over the course of 8, 10 or 12 hours. And especially at a track like this where we're expecting some chance, some unfamiliarity, and I'm going to say potentially some incident point trouble for some of these teams, it is going to be absolutely vital to keep your head, to focus as much as you can on keeping your nose clean. They do have the benefit of that buffer to the teams close to them. Now, IS Corsa Red, the closest championship contender, they'll still be starting 3 rows back. a good opportunity for Max Fischer and the Auto Performance team to focus forward early, but it's a long way to go to convert that result to try and take what would be the first repeat win on the season for GT3 AM, and only the second podium for the Auto Performance crew.
Yeah, currently Max Fischer only coming under pressure from Carbono Esports as Killian Claes does improve his lap time and slots in third place in GT3M. Not enough to really start to threaten the likes of Gonzalez and Fischer, and he's going to find himself a couple of rows down on his GT3M competition. And again, that's where it makes it really, really tough, because you see the people you're chasing down in the championship only a couple of positions ahead, but with the amount of GT3 Pro cars they're going to have in front of them, it's just going to make that job so tough. But it's another improvement from Max Fischer to put himself 8th in GT3 overall and maintain that pole position in GT3 AM. It's currently Kevin Chartier between him and Oscar Gonzalez. So like you said, Liv, putting a bit of daylight between them and the competition is certainly what that team are doing right now.
Yeah, and I will say we spent a lot of time, I feel like, talking about that AM battle, and the truth is, Fast Repair just seemed to have absolute control of this track in qualifying for the pro field. Of course, you're thinking maybe something of a home track for some of these drivers. I'm not entirely sure who is Spanish and who's Portuguese in the Iberian
Let's not risk that. Let's not mix that up.
Get into that. What I will say is that Abel Slan certainly seems to feel at home with how fast he is around this racetrack. Hasn't come under any threat from the rest of the pro field right now, with only Joe Marti able to stick close, and everyone except for them and their Delta more than half a second back, which is a huge margin in a pro qualifying session.
Currently good enough for 7th. No, where are they? Sorry, I'm lying. Currently good enough for 11th in the pro standings for Fast Repair Motorsport in that Ford Mustang. Funnily enough, though, no pole positions, not taking one last time out in Le Mans, but certainly getting that lead early on. So looking for that debut pole position in Platinum competition, and it's looking relatively safe for now, as they are just over 0.2 of a second clear of Go Esports, and Marty just not really able to get the pace out of that Acura NSX GT3. They do find themselves down pit lane, so consider them out of the fight for pole position. But there's an improvement for IS Corsa Red yet again. Eduardo Fava up in P2 in GT3, and now still a 10.5 off the back of Maximilian Fischer. And it's another increase in position for All Performance Racing Black as well, as they move up to 9th in GT3 Pro, which actually puts them the row behind IS Corsa Red. That's the interesting thing about Platinum competition, is the GT3s don't get separated in their qualifying. They all grid up together, but are of course scored differently. As the GT3 pit exit is closed, no more GT3 cars can make their way out onto the circuit. So we are coming up to the final laps of the session for this class of car. We are following Oscar Gonzalez, who's currently 3rd place in GT3 AM, not currently finding any improvement out there on track, so likely won't be able to threaten Eduardo Fava for 2nd or Maximilian Fischer for 1st place in class. Just having to flick through the rest of the class as well to see any improvements out of anyone. Jean Philippot is actually building up for a fast lap, but he's going to be a little bit tight in terms of actually getting around to get that lap in. We are looking for the call for the checkered flag on GT3 qualifying, as it's going to come very, very soon.
And I just want to mention, IS Corsa Red have not qualified above 8th in the AM class all season so far. They've had what's felt like quite a middling performance until sort of the mid-race section of Le Mans, where they really turned up the weight, came from 8th on the grid in that race to win and propel themselves into the championship fight. And it looks like they may have been given them some newfound confidence, as they found a really strong qualifying lap here we're following currently with DDK Racing Team S as they look to continue their form up in the pro class. Vladislav Shopov found some time, but only might get within 1/10 of that lap from Fast Repair Motorsport. And we're seeing if Kevin Chartier in the Valkyrie, that green car, can find anything. As you know, they're going to pull down into pit lane. And that might be everything that we expect for improvements in the GT3 qualifying.
Yeah, the checker flag waved on the GT3 qualifying session about 47 seconds ago or so. So these really are the final laps being squeezed in by the GT3 class cars. Trying to find the cars in the field, see if we are seeing any improvement. As actually Alex Massa, Max Devils Esports gets a lap in, but it's only good enough for 21st overall in GT3. So he's going to be starting well down the order, actually deep within the GT3 AM cars. As the virtual driver's BMW comes across the line but doesn't find any improvement. Here's Charlie Lynn Nilsson for RPM Racing with that switch to the Corvette for the season. Is he going to find any sort of positional improvement? Well, he's green in the middle sector. Across the line he comes. And it's good enough for third. Charlie Lynn Nilsson then in the dying lap of the session gets that Corvette third on the grid, as now we are just waiting for the green flag in GTP qualifying. I feel like this is the qualifying session, Liv, but obviously I'm a little bit biased.
Yeah, I think you're a little bit, you know. We know that there's been dispatch for GT3 cars on the racetrack, so let's not bring it into the booth as well.
Jan Kerbs then for Writer Engineering Esports will be the first to make his way out onto the circuit. Interestingly, I don't mean to dob him in too much. Discord likes to grass on you when you're listening to music, if you've got your Spotify link to it. And I did catch Jan listening to a bit of One Direction to hype himself up coming into this race. So he's certainly hoping that boost from the boys from Britain can give him a bit of a push to get some sort of qualifying lap out of this car. A lot of respect for his music choice there, because I can't lie. One Direction, kind of a bob.
I mean, at this point, I think I know a lot about your music taste, but I didn't know that was involved in it. It's normally the quite strange dichotomy of Taylor Swift and Muse.
Yeah. No, I can't disagree with that one. It is a bit here and there, isn't it? I mean, music tastes have become a bit more varied in the last 5 years. Can't think of any particular reason as to why. But Kerbs in that Writer Engineering Acura will be the first to cross that start-finish line to get a lap in. He's followed very closely by Randy Martin and Mateos in another one of those Acuras out there on the field. But I think interestingly, as we do focus on your championship leader, we expected a big drop of pace from the Acuras coming into Le Mans, and I don't know whether it was the weather kind of throwing a spanner in the works there, but it just never really happened.
Yeah, again, it's one of the interesting things about endurance championships that they very often will span across multiple iRacing seasons, and those big updates can change the dynamics of the running very heavily. In this case, some big changes to the pecking order in performance, and a lot of drivers opting to not go with the Acura in official competition. But of course, the drivers and teams locked in from the start of the season here, and there are a lot of Acura teams in the field that are just having to make work what they have, and ultimately for the championship fight, a lot of the top teams are in those cars, so it's going to be an equal playing field for them, with some other teams further back maybe, because DLR SimLab spreading their chips across every possible option they could. They'll try and make a late charge, but they've got a lot of ground to make up, about 40 points back from the championship lead right now. So we'll see what the Acuras can do, and of course whether some of those Ferraris and Cadillacs, and maybe the BMW of Unlucky Luke Racing, whether they can deny some points from those Acuras at the top of the table, or whether they're there because ultimately drivers like Jan Kurbs and Randy Martin y Mateos are just that good.
Yeah, these teams with a lot of experience in iRacing, setting up these cars. Of course, we had that tire change to these cars coming into Le Mans that made them a heck of a lot slower. So with the tire warm-up they're having to do as well, don't expect the fastest lap times in these first couple of laps. They're barely even bankers because they are just trying to get those tires up to temperature. It's lap 3, lap 4 when we're really going to start to see those fires come in. As it stands, you've seen those lap times just start to completely tumble in. XPD Racing currently fastest in the field with a 49.675. Here is Neil DeBacker on board that Taylor Mills Racing Ferrari. No bias towards them, of course, but that gorgeous blue absolutely standing out through the fog, looking to get his first lap time in as he comes through turn 18 across the start-finish line. I'm not actually seeing... No, never mind. I lied. It's good enough for P6. As always, the standings taking just a second to update, but XPD Racing on those cold tires drawing first blood in the fight for pole position in GTP, as we are already 5.5 minutes into this qualifying session and we still haven't actually had any competitive lap times set yet.
Yeah, we're still 1 second off what the fastest times were in practice for most of the field. That's close to 2 or 3. Jan Kurbs we specifically saw weaving on the start-finish straight to start that first lap, so very much not concerned about maximizing pace there. And I'm excited to see what strategy their teams go with and whether we see maybe a 2-run plan or potentially 3 tire stints in this session, because they've got enough tires. They want to have 2 flying laps per stint. They'd have time for a 3rd, and there's going to be some variance and finally some interesting strategy that isn't just set a fast lap and reset for the GTP qualifying. We'll see what Jan Kurbs is able to find, and of course Randy Mateos further behind, and the lap times are starting to come in. Jan Kurbs with a 48.3, that's the fastest time we've seen all day, and so immediately onto the pace. Martin Mateos not getting a valid lap in that time, so has to now respond to what the 76 has put down. XPD Racing also didn't find an improvement there, and so it really is Writer Engineering showing their supremacy in the early running of this one, with Neil DeBacker in the Ferrari, the only driver within a second currently.
Yeah, still those tires though coming up to temperature, maybe a few tenths or so off their absolute ultimate pace, but we have got our eyes tuned onto these 3rd flying laps. David van der Vacker, I think, only on his 2nd flying lap so far in this session with a 1 minute 5th. Where is it? He's moved up the standings a little bit now, hasn't he? Just trying to find him in the list because I had him, and then I completely lost him. Where's that one car? Yeah, currently good enough for 6th position. There you go. ACVO can sometimes be a little bit confusing to read, but one of those things. But yeah, Van der Vacker hasn't really been one of the best qualifiers in the field so far this season. I think we still all remember that qualifying session in Spa where your reigning champions really hit by that champion's curse.
Yeah, and it is worth noting, DLR Orange are in the Ferrari. I'm not sure that they started the season there because they have had their points wiped to 0, and I'm pretty sure we have seen some finishes from them before. So maybe choosing to, or have we not? Have they DNF'd every race so far this season? Oh my goodness, they have. So I'm not sure if they've switched car, but they've not had any points to give up in that situation. So that champion's curse really played a factor, though. Of course, have to acknowledge the fact that DLR have at this point 3 different GTP entries, and they spread their drivers across them, and 2 of those still mathematically in the championship fight. Although, gotta say, Old Firm and Wright are currently looking like the 2 strongest contenders for that title in season 7. Is it season 7?
Yeah. It's season 7, and it's certainly looking strong for Ryder at the moment, who are up there in second place, reset to the pits to get a fresh set of tires, whereas All Firm Racing only find themselves down in 4th place. Alberto Garcia Blasco, though, currently your provisional pole sitter in GTP with a 1 minute 46.883. No one else in the field good enough to get within a 10th of a second of him as it stands, but with one more run to go in this session, it could still be all to play for. But again, it's going to be really difficult as that track temperature is slowly starting to creep up. 11:59 in sim. We are approaching noon, and we've still got another couple of hours of warming up at the track to go as Davy van der Vacker very wide through turn 10. That lap is going to be well invalidated, and he's going to have to try and get another one in before the death of this session. Continuing this lap, though, trying to gather a little bit more data before resetting to the pits and taking a fresh set of tires, but only down in 6th place at the moment. Van der Vacker and DLR SimLab, orange, still have some work to do.
Yeah, and again, we talk about the track temp starting to climb, but with the track finally properly drying out, we're 2 seconds up on where we were in practice for these top GTPs. The drivers maybe don't have as much experience getting this much pace out of the racetrack today, and I'd say only 3 cars have a comfortable banker lap. DLR SimLab Red throwing themselves into that mix with Matthias Whiten going 4th fastest, but there's a lot of teams that haven't really gotten a good flying lap out of the racetrack yet, and with everyone sort of seemingly resetting for their 2nd run in qualifying, you need to have that confidence to be able to push to the very edge of the track limits. As you see, Jan Koopsuga hairpin, that's such a tricky turning circle for these GTP cars, and you see using the entire width of the track just to get the car rotated, and that really pinches you narrow for the entry of turn 17. Of course, still cold tires. You see Curbs warming them once again, found a 47.0 at the end of that first run, but needs to find another couple of tenths to overhaul Alberto Garcia Blasco and defend from Lucas Sturtzen behind, try and reclaim that pole position.
So as it stands in GTP, as we do get set up for those 2nd and final runs in qualifying, you have Alberto Garcia Blasco for XPD Racing on that provisional pole position. Ryder Engineering only good enough for 2nd so far, with Unlucky Luke Racing actually really close to your 2nd place car, and maybe an improvement could shuffle around those positions. DLR SimLab Red, Matthias Whiten up there in 4th, with Old Firm Racing, your championship contender leaders, I might add, down in 5th place. Neil de Backer with TMR up in 6th as it stands, and then you've got 2 DLR cars. White leads orange for 7th and 8th. It's an improvement, though, for Fury Simsport. Max Delaney a little bit out of sync with the rest of the field, who improves up to 4th position just as I was about to read out where he was. But that is a great lap for the driver of the number 31 that is on a 5th lap in his stint in this qualifying session. He won't have time to reset, so he won't get the same 2-run shot at this as everyone else unless he resets now and gets on that fresh set of tires. Just to finish off the read-through, Connection Loss Racing down in 10th as it stands, with Vulcan Motorsport Orange, Go Esports, and NGC by Rebus Gas yet to set a good fast lap.
It seems like, to answer the question that we had coming into this qualifying session, I think the Activists are doing pretty well. I don't think there's much for them to worry about, at least in qualifying pace. I know there is a concern for the Activists about tire life, and that was potentially going to be an issue, especially with the tire limits that are available. But I believe there may be some adjustment made to that before we got into the session. So yeah, even a single stint is going to be tricky for those Activists, it seems like, but I'm not sure they'll have to worry too much about going much further than that, and they'll have a little bit of respite, especially as we get into the night here, which is going to be very exciting to watch indeed. Of course, just past noon local time, so we're expecting the race to head down towards 11 p.m. Track time, and sunset probably hitting closer to sort of 8 or 9 in this part of Spain right now, I'd say.
that we are deep into the final runs for GTP. Just trying to have a flick through the field and see if anyone is improving. Well, it's Matthias Whiten who's going to be the first to make an improvement. He's actually pushed on in his stint as well. 6 laps deep on this set of tires, and it's good enough for a 46.862. Currently only 200ths of a second faster than Alberto Garcia Blasco, who's weaving down that back straight to try and generate some tire temperature before his final couple of push laps of the session. Here's Lucas Dirksen for Unlucky Luke Racing coming across the start-finish line, doing the same to try and get any sort of temperature in those Michelins as he moves onto a push lap, but that's going to be an off-track down at turn 1. This lap will not count, and Lucas Dirksen will have one less opportunity to improve his lap time.
Yeah, no, of course, at this point, you can back off. You can try and keep the tires in a window if you feel like you have much temperature. It looks like Dirksen will be pushing a bit, thinking there was maybe a bit of an understeer from the tires still being a bit cool going into that lap. But the question now becomes how much fuel you have in the car. I think we saw, or I heard in sprint qualifying in Miami for F1 just yesterday, some drivers getting caught out by just not having the fuel to stay out on track and not having the time to go in for a fresh set of tires and a refill. So I think the question for some of these teams like Unlucky Luke is how many laps they decide to put on their qualifying set and how many more opportunities that'll give them, because they cannot afford a trip back to pit lane here.
So just, well, we're about to tick past 4 minutes left in the session, so these really are the final few laps of these cars, and it's all going to depend on timing as the track temperature ticks up yet again. It was 26, we're now at 27, and especially in qualifying, when you are on the absolute edge of grip, is when you're going to be feeling those differences in track temperature. Jan Kurbs, no improvement in the first 2 sectors of this track as he threads his way through that very big bus stop like chicane, sacrificing the entry or exit even of turn 14 to catapult himself onto that run down the back straight through 15. It's going to be this next lap or the one after it that will be the deciding factor as to where these cars are going to line up. And once again, Jan Kurbs may be the first driver to get onto that final big push lap.
I mean, it's less of a bus stop and more of a depot. It's a big sequence. You've got to sort of take each corner in turn. Maybe only the final 2 that are really one sequence, but they're so crucial for getting your run onto that backstretch. Jan Kurbs did not find an improvement there. Still looking for a little bit of higher temperature. Was half a second down from what his best lap was last time, but faster than the second flying lap last time in Jan Kurbs' stint. So potential for some big improvements if he thinks that he's got the temperatures right a little bit sooner. It currently is Acura 1, 2, 3 of Lucky Luke Racing and Nicholas Dirksen getting into 4th, and SBD Racing back to the top of the board. Alberto Garcia Blasco finding a 146.7 in the final minutes of qualifying, and doesn't seem to be done. There's still some push coming from that green machine to try and extend the gap and defend from the trio of cars that are all balanced in the 147 flat range and can very easily sneak into the 46s and put the pressure on.
Yeah, a couple of split strategies as well as the likes of DLR, well, actually it's 2 of the DLR SimLab cars, orange and red, that are on that big long run through qualifying strategy, but XPD Racing, Writer Engineering, and the rest of them seems to have taken notes from what the other cars have been doing and are on slightly longer runs at the end of this qualifying session. Blasco doesn't find an improvement in the first couple of sectors across the line. He comes, shouldn't find an improvement on this lap. It's not, it's 0.2 of a second slower, and he's looking to do it all on this final lap. Matthias Whiten starting to run out of tires. It's a personal best in sector 1, but will not be good enough in the second sector. Jan Kurbs comes across the start-finish line. No personal best on that lap. 47.1 is his time, but it's going to be now that those lap times are going to start to come in as we come into the final minute of this qualifying session. And again, we always say it's all still to play for. Neil Tabaka improves to P6 yet again in that Ferrari 499P, currently the best position Ferrari, and has given up on his session, and that will be his final starting place. But championship leader Randy Martin and Mateus jumps the TMR number 41 car into 6th. And again, though, I don't think it's going to be quite good enough for the start of this race. We know their race pace is good, but you do not want to be starting down in 6th place.
You don't, but there's still maybe one more opportunity for them. Just 30 seconds left on the clock. DLR SimLab Red will cross the line, and they'll have time for one more lap if they've got the fuel left to make that happen. Do they have enough tire life left? They do find another fast lap, but it's not quite enough, and that will be the end of their session. For everyone behind, it could be a race to the line to try and get the laps in. Stetson, I don't think Commentator, so everyone's on their final flying lap, and a lot of drivers already in pit lane with their session drawn to a close. Does the 96 have a response to try and jump up the order? And further behind, Fury Simsport and Old Firm Racing, the only other cars at the front of the line. DLR SimLab White, in fact, jumps up massively. Emre Kamaldar up to 6th place in that Cadillac, and Dave van der Vacker pops ahead and steals that spot by about half a tenth. So some improvements coming from the tail end of our order here. Collection Lost Racing also finding a lap at the death, but not much in the way of change at the very top. It seemed that everyone really had found their ultimate lap times in those top 3 or 4 spots in those first runs and couldn't find much more to respond with. So it will be XBD Racing on pole position. Let's talk about the fact, though, that the top 10 in qualifying separated by just 700ths of a second. Fantastic parity in this field. And although it is actually a 1-2-3, there's plenty of competition behind. You've got to say, the BOP looking very, very balanced right now.
Well, I certainly wish it was 700ths of a second, but unfortunately it is about 7/10 of a second. So that is still going to be within margin of different drivers finding pace at different phases of the race. But there was an improvement for Randy Martin and Mateus on that final lap in the session, but fortunately for him, it wasn't good enough for an improvement. So then, with qualifying over, let's take a look at how the grid will line up for 10 hours of racing here at Motorland Aragon. So on your pole position in GTP, we'll get that pop up in just a second for you. It is Alberto Garcia Blasco for XBD Racing, followed very closely by DLR by SimLab Red. Writer Engineering only good enough for 3rd place as it stands, with Unlucky Luke Racing up there in 4th on the back of the 2nd row of the grid. Max Laden with an early improvement in that session to solidify P5 will line up alongside Connection Loss Racing's Jaroslav Roth. It's an all DLR SimLab row 4 as Orange and White line up alongside each other in 7th and 8th. Championship leader Old Firm Racing, that number 97 car, will line up in 9th alongside TMR's Neil Tabaka in that Ferrari 499P. The start of row 6 goes to Vulcan Motorsports Orange, and they will line up next to Go Esports, who couldn't set a valid lap in that session. One more team that also didn't get a fast lap in is NGC by Rubis Gas, who will be the last GTP finisher of the field. I think, Liv, when we do the GT3 rundown, you should have that information pop up on screen for you.
Sure, think we will. And for our pole position, because it's been about 20 minutes since these drivers were on the racetrack, so maybe a little bit on ice and a little bit struggling for getting back up to pace. But it is Abel Talan who set that pole position lap in the Fast Pair Motorsports Ford Mustang, and front engine looking pretty competitive here, because Vladislav Shopov in the Narrative Delta Mercedes lines up alongside in 2nd place. Charlie Nilsson in the RPM Racing Cadillac will line up 3rd, and the Go Esports Acura in 4th place. The highest McLaren in GT3 AM lines up 5th with Top Tier Motorsport and Vulcan Motorsports Gold lined up side by side in those cars. And the BMW of Virtual Drives by Thrustmaster, Patrick Malacca, putting that in 7th spot ahead of Roman UTL. Kevin Chartier qualified that car for Valkyrie Type Green. It's like Roman UTL may start that one for the field. Behind them in AM, we're starting to get behind Pro, we're getting the AM cars start to pepper in, but the order for the rest of the Pro field will be Auto Performance Racing Black in 9th, with Eagle Speed Academy S in P10 alongside them. DDK Racing Team G in 11th, with the Notice Esports cars of Sim Ultimate and Emix in 12th and 13th. And then finally, Mass Devils Esports round out the GT3 Pro field. And then, Taylor, do you want to take us back through the 10 GT3 AM cars for competition today?
So starting on your GT3 AM pole position is your GT3 AM championship leader, Orca Performance Racing Blue, a team that have struggled to get decent... No, that's a lie. They're leading the championship, but they've really not maximized on how many points they could have had so far this season. Ice Corsa Red, after a fantastic performance at Le Mans, up there in 2nd place in GT3 AM, with Carbono Esports Oscar Gonzalez in 3rd place in class. Eagle Speed Academy Esports G's Killian Clace, good enough for 4th in class, and are your current 2nd place in the championship, with DDK Racing S down in 5th. Stefan Anjema was good enough for 6th for MRRS Racing Amethyst, and Squadron Veloce Alpha by Eagle RS find themselves quite a way down the order in 7th place, with Local Autosports, TLR Simlab Green, and Smurf Racing Team lining up 8th, 9th, and 10th in class, respectively. So we are going to see something a little bit interesting out here on track today, Liv. This circuit has very low fuel consumption, which makes it a little bit interesting in terms of race strategy. As so often is the case with PEC, there was a little bit of drama last night as they would, at the last minute, deciding on a change in the tire limits.
Yeah, of course, new for this season, and very much still working out the exact details behind that, especially when there is a threat of rain on the horizon, which we do have here. We've had a little bit in practice, and there's potential for it later on, but also low wear means low fuel consumption means that you're running much longer on the stints, and this is quite an abrasive track even in cold temperatures, and so tire wear going to be quite a big factor. I believe the GTP teams, if we stay dry, will not be forced to double stint here, and
one set. They'll double stint one set.
Okay, so that'll probably be for Splash and Dash at the end, I would guess.
Yeah,
you don't want to run 2 full stints on a tire if you can at all avoid it.
That's pretty much the argument that was made. It would certainly have spiced up the strategy a little bit if we'd maintained that slightly lower tire limit, because we would have had to see the teams run slightly shorter stints at some stage in the race just to make sure they still had tire left to actually get any pace out of it. I think drivers were worried that they were getting as low as Matthias Whiten, so hopefully we'll see some side-by-side Matthias Whiten, so hopefully we'll see some side-by-side scrapping for position between both of them into turn 1. So we certainly want to see some interesting racing out there on the circuit. We will not, well, we've got to try and bring you a feed of the start of this race if we can. Liv, I don't know if you can throw yours up. There it is.
Yeah.
So we will have an angle for you as our main production feed has just had a bit of an oopsie doopsie. We've got a little bit of time before the GTPs do make their way into the starting zone, as they're currently between turns 17 and 18. We hope to bring you the start of that as soon as possible. But Alberto Garcia Blasco does make his way into the formation zone. The cars start to pack up. Barney waves that green flag, and we are away for 10 hours of racing. It's a great start from Blasco, who leads the field very comfortably into turn 1, but makes a mistake at the apex, struggling with those cold tires as Jan curves around in the background as well. 2 cars finding trouble into the first corner as Blasco falls down the order, curbs, falls to the tail end of the field, and just like that, lived the GT3 to green 2.
Yeah, and it is going to be able to land in that Ford Mustang, taking the racing line for turn number 1. We're going to be stacked up a little bit side by side further back, but it looks like everyone going to get through in mostly one piece in the GT3 field as we head into the rest of this opening set. You see the elevation change that these drivers have to deal with. Some quite heavy action behind as the AM and Pro machines get interlocked with each other. But great running for these GT3s to keep everything in one piece. We're going to look back at our field at the front of Pro, and it looks like we've had a little bit more in the way of chaos up there. And SPD Racing from pole position down to 6th place already, right to engineering at the very tail end of the pack in 11th. And Unlucky Loot Racing, in fact, already down on pit lane. I'll see if we can pull up exactly what has happened to them on the opening lap of competition. Let's have a look at the incident. This is a replay here for Unlucky Luke. Started in the 4th position. You see this spin coming through, I think, turn 10, and completely rips the front end off that car. The rest of the field gets around, but down on pit lane as we cut back to live pictures. And that's a spin behind. That's connection lost. Getting caught up with XPD Racing, it looks like. Already just 1 lap into running here, and this track proving to bite very hard indeed.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get
10 cars left in that lead group, and one more look at that incident as we come through that final chicane. Still struggling for cold tires, of course, and that's not actually helped by XPD. That's independently ahead of them, and our Bertrand Blast did a fantastic job to check up just enough to slot around. Big drama in the GTP field right now, and it continues with Dave Van der Vacker up 4 spots on the initial start and looking to make it 5 around Mats de Leyden for 2nd place.
I think maybe a little bit of contact between Alberto Blasco and the connection loss racing Cadillac in that final corner. Of course, no space for the XPD Racing driver to check up for that incident, as the CLR car basically just stopped accelerating about a quarter of a car length off his nose. He's currently, though, putting on the pressure of Neil de Backer for 5th place, but we are fully locked in on that battle for 3rd place between Davy Van der Vacker and, in fact, no, 2nd place and Max de Leyden. So Van der Vacker and DLR SimLab Orange currently running as strong as they have all season so far, as it's Ferrari versus Acura down into the hairpin, a big amount of slipstream. V6 versus V6. Van der Vacker pulls to the inside, stands on the brakes, gets pinched to that apex, and there's nothing de Leyden can do on the outside of the corner as Davy Van der Vacker up to P2 on lap 2 as he sets off after Matthias Whiten.
Yeah, some great running there. We'll look back at our battles in the GT3 field, and everyone, by comparison, still keep it clean. Still in one tray. We had an incident for Didier Reuters in the DLR SimLab green entry. Let's have a look at what's happened to that Ford Mustang. And there was that contact behind, or was this just a cold tire moment? A little bit overextended, glides to a halt, but ultimately, if that's the biggest concern that the GT3 field have had so far, then they are doing remarkably well, all things considered. Going on to lap number 3 for your GT3 race leaders. The AM situation a little bit further back. Auto Performance lead by 3 spots on the racetrack. A couple cars between them and IS Corsa Red, with Carbono Esports GT3 AM in 3rd place. They're a little bit, I feel like maybe holding up the virtual drivers and Auto Performance black cars here. A couple seconds separated from the pro cars ahead, and so could be a bit of pressure put on them from the pro machines that could set them back towards IS Corsa in the 269 Lotus Autosport a little bit further back, also having a bit of an incident, I imagine. Again, much of a simple single car spin. Here it is for the 222, that Mercedes AMG in turn number 1. And yes, a little bit deep, and you see the rear tyres struggling for traction in the GT3 class as well. Let's have a look back at our GTP machines as Pedro Piquet is going to push forward and try and gather up third place from Max de Leyden, who has already been swallowed up by David van der Wacker, who's maybe struggling for race pace now that the tyres are starting to get up to temperature.
Some credit got to be given to Pedro Piquet, who has made up 8 positions off the start of this race. Van der Wacker finding himself up 5 as well, and one of the fastest drivers out there on track. Was purple in the first sector before that was stolen away from him. A personal best in sector 2. Another personal best in the first sector just now, actually, but purple in that final sector on the previous lap as well. Finds himself within 0.8 of a second of Matthias Whiten for the lead of this race. Bit of a question mark over this one, though. We could be seeing a difference in strategy between these two cars. Are we seeing the DLR SimLab Orange team start to push on, or is Matthias Whiten doing a little bit of fuel saving to try and extend this first stint? We don't really know how the race pace is going to balance out between the cars, between the Acuras, between the Ferraris, the Cadillacs. And we're just going to have to wait and see how that unfolds over the course of the race. Actually, another car in the background there, you can see de Backer up 5 spots as well, as he's starting to make his way towards the rear of Pedro Piquet. But Max de Leyden just struggling for a little bit of pace, coming under pressure from the NGC by Rubus gas driver, and of course losing that second place that he did previously hold on to.
It'll be very exciting to see. We've already had massive movement through the GT3, also GTP field. You've got NGCI Rubus Gas up 8 spots, DLR Orange up 5, you've got SBD down 5, Writer Engineering down 6, Connection Lost down 5, and of course Unlucky Luke down on pit lane. By contrast, the highest gain for any team in the GT3 class is 2, and it's Smurf Racing Team who started at the back of the field, picking up the spots from the 2 AM cars that we saw have spins in the early running. So very much more of a patient and shall I say a bit cleaner of a start for the GT3 cars, setting up for that long game. We mentioned how long the stints were in GTP, and you can only imagine what that means for the GT3 drivers, these having to settle in for the long haul in the opening run of this race. There is pressure. Top Tier Motorsports looking to regain a spot from Vulcan Gold they lost in the initial few laps, but pressure from Roman UTL in the Valkyrie Exec Green McLaren just a little bit behind.
Just having a look on board with Davy van der Wacker at the moment to try and suss out what sort of strategy these teams are on. He's getting a lot of curb usage through turn 14. Very confident on that big sausage curb on the inside of the corner, but he's about a second off the back of Matthias Whiten still as it stands, and that's well within the slipstream range in these GTP cars. So that might be giving him a chance to do some lift and coast. He comes down to the braking zone. What am I hearing? It doesn't really sound like he's lifting and coasting too much, if at all. Maybe just extending that braking zone instead, as Old Firm Racing actually make up a position on DLR by SimLab White. Those two absolutely going at it, but Max de Leyden losing quite a few positions as they come through the hairpin. I think just, oh, let's have a look. There's actually contact at the apex between Pedro Piquet and Max de Leyden, as de Leyden and de Backer find themselves down pit lane very early on. Here comes the replay for you. Max de Leyden at the front of the picture, and Piquet just behind him for NGC by Rubus Gas. Just breaks a little bit earlier than Piquet, but Piquet makes a very late move for the inside. I think a difference in line there, and you can see de Backer getting caught up in that one too, with front end damage that finds him down pit pit lane. So not a great start to this race for either of those two cars. And quite a clumsy incident, you might say, for the NGC by Rubis gas car.
Yeah, I mean, TMR car has just not had any luck here this season. A very likely contact gives
competition, never mind just this season.
Gives them wheel damage. It seems that you see dives in. I mean, tries to sort of tuck in and take that sort of alternate line, but there's just no room to really poke a nose into that hairpin without having your entire sort of side pod available for defense, and sort of just turns the car around. This is the onboard from the number 41, just about maybe 8/10 back on entry, and there's just so little time to react here. A big check is it's contact, in fact, with the NGC car that ends up causing that trouble. They managed to stay out on the racetrack, but I'd imagine have a decent bit of damage to the rear as well. So they might be feeling that out, or they may have gotten potentially very lucky, but I'll see that the steward's probably expecting to also take action on that one, and there's a lot of front end damage on the 42. That is for sure, as SPD Racing tries to take advantage. This is now a pack 8 seconds detached from your race leading duo in the DLR cars, so it's given them the opportunity, and that's how important qualifying can be, and how costly that mistake on the start from Blasco was. It put them into that whirlpool, and Matthias White, who started alongside, has been able to just run away with a teammate who's done a great job working through the field in the opening laps. Maybe finally some good fortune for the number 1 crew to dispel just a tiny bit of that champion's curse.
Well, let's not jump on that one too early. We haven't even reached the traffic yet. Live 12 minutes gone in this race, and it's DLR and DLR currently leading the way. David van der Backer closed up to within a few tenths of a second as it stands, which is the closest he's been all race long, but with a bit of clumsy driving from the drivers at the front of the field between Alberto Garcia Blasco and your 2 race leaders. It has given the XPD Racing team a chance to move closer back up into those podium positions and hopefully hold on for that championship fight. Old Firm Racing currently down in 4th place, and the one thing I wanted to say about them is they found themselves in quite a tricky spot at the start of this race and could have had that threat of losing good points to Reiter Engineering in this race. That threat was starting to loom, but with that mistake from Curbs off the start, it has shuffled them down to 7th place and 3 spots behind Old Firm Racing, as that is actually a pit stop for NGC by Rubis Gas, finally calling it a day to get that damage repaired, as actually David van der Backer closed to within a 10th of a second of the lead of this race.
Yeah, and we had a couple of those GT3s that have made early mistakes getting past here. I say by the end of this lap, our race leaders are going to be on the tail end of that massive train of cars. It looks like there's a bit of a breakaway from the top 7 GT3 Pro cars, but the entire rest of the field making up about 16 or so GT3s are going to be in the way of our DLR duo very shortly indeed. And of course, the following lap, the rest of our field, who have had all sorts of trouble already, that trailer pack for GTP actually down to 6 at this point, with the rest of the cars having to make an early trip down pit lane for repairs of some kind. So a lot of action about to spring in, as our DLR duo here very much on the GT3s into the hairpin and having to snake through to start off the action. And oh my goodness, that is tricky for the Pro and the AM cars. So the battle for 2nd place in GT3 Pro, Lund Nilsson trying to hunt down Narrative Delta by Sim Gear. But Van der Wacker looking to put the pressure on Matthias Weitgen, because we know sister cars at the front of GTP, but not necessarily acting all that friendly, and with cars getting caught up through traffic, we're gonna see if a move can be made. This has let Alberto Garcia Blasco and Randy Martin Mateos close in slightly through the first pocket, but they are going to very quickly be on the scene as well. And we always say the first run through traffic, one of the most difficult parts of the race. You're not really settled into your position until you've cleared that in one piece. And I think it's going to be a big challenge here with how tight the GT3 field is in our running order.
Yeah, Mateus Weitgen taking
slow
great
GT3. It may be serving a slowdown. They're going to be very tricky to get around for our GTP leaders now.
Yeah, Matthias Weitgen taking great care to thread his way through the GT3s, very much one at a time, and showing extra caution where he needs to. It's one of those things that we've seen from this change of the tire model in GTP, is it means you can't send it down the inside of the slower class cars as hard as you used to be able to. So all those moves have to be a little bit cooler, calmer, more collected and calculated as they make their way down towards the hairpin. David Van der Wacker finding himself on the inside of the DDK Racing Mustang GT3, and Matthias Weitgen just slotting in behind Eduardo Fava and Thornton Seifert just in front of him. And again, it has given Van der Wacker the chance to get right up under his rear wing. Weitgen having to lift out of the throttle on the way through turn 18. Van der Wacker lifts early on entry though and stays behind, as we've got a battle for position happening just behind this lead scrap. The DDK Racing Mustang just getting in the way of Oscar Gonzalez, having a battle with Killian, no, not Killian Clay's position. Where are you on me list?
I'm in Pajari. That was a big move into the hairpin from Carbono, trying to follow that lane opened up by the GTPs, but Eagle Speed not having it, and then to continue that fight, moves over to the outside, which I'm sure will frustrate Alberto Garcia Blasco in the XBD car, who's trying to close in to your race leaders. We'll get to the inside here now and tuck around, but this is where endurance racing becomes so interesting. You've got two different fights happening at the same time, and neither class has any incentive to make it easy for the other. They're focused on what they're doing at the front of the field, and as the GTPs continue to snake through this fight for, you know, the fringe spots in the top 10 in AM, and in fact Carbono in front of an AM car who are just trying to get through the field towards IS Corsa, tipping over each other, as well as those GTPs who are very much in the thick of this fight now. A cluster starting with DLR SimLab White, about to come through with Jan Curbs on a recovery drive. No patience, I think, going to be shown from any of these GTPs, and this could become very tricky indeed as we get towards the braking zone for the hairpin. Big move late on the brakes for Carbono. And oh my goodness, that is messy. You see wide from DLR SimLab White, that'll be 3 wide through the hairpin. And this is just a little bit silly from everyone involved, I think. We'll maybe have to have another look at that one, but driver's still trying to get it shuffled out, and there's no reason to get pieces of damage this early in the race, and we're still looking 2-3 wide into turn number 1. Just, I think driver's getting a little bit touchy after so much fighting through the opening stint. The moment you get into that traffic, things can really come to a head, and it seems like they have.
Yeah, it just looks like Veragüe not willing to give any space after being not only shuffled out wide by the big dive from Carbono Esports, but it was that contact with the GTP of DLR SimLab White. We'll see a replay of it here, and you'll be able to watch it unfold. I think it was Oscar Gonzalez for Carbono makes a big move to the inside very late. The DLR SimLab Cadillac not expecting that one at all, but he does manage to get it stopped. But that Cadillac door rubbing with that Acura that is pushed off the circuit, and the Eagle Speed Academy car just choosing not to give up on that one and scraps back for that position, which I don't like the move from the Cadillac, but I also don't like the retaliation from the Acura GT3 there. I just think it's a little bit silly, especially only less than 20 minutes into an endurance race. But that did let the Reiter engineering car of Jan Kurbs slot his way through on the exit of 17. I'm trying to see if he picked up any damage from that, because I don't think he expected to be 3 wide with a Cadillac and an Acura GT3. He just door the side of the number 2 Cadillac as he got shuffled out wide, making that position off the track. And yeah, I think you're right about the steward's going to want to have a look at that one, because that was just silly driving from 2 of the drivers there. Back at the front of the field in GTP, then Matthias Whiten still leads Davy van der Wacker by only 1/10 of a second. Of course, both of these cars running for DLR SimLab, and so I'm not expecting them to go scrapping with each other anytime soon, but through that traffic, it has let the gap to Alberto Garcia Blasco close to within 6 seconds. He finds himself about 4/10 behind the stricken number 41 Ferrari 499P at the moment, recovering from that earlier incident, which Garcia Blasco managed to squeeze his way through. Using a lot more curb through turn 9 is Blasco, to be fair, but I think there's some strategy games being played by the leaders of this race so far, as Whiten likely saving fuel, Van der Wacker also saving fuel behind his teammate. But you would expect that Ferrari to be in a spot to save at least a lap over the car in front of him.
Yeah, it's always helpful being in that slipstream. It just lets you lift a little bit earlier into the corners, sort of roll in on the brakes, and if you are a little bit detached on the way out of the corner, you'll just get pulled back along on the straights to pull you back in and give you that next opportunity to lift and coast. For Matthias Whiten, he kind of might have to be pushing at close to 100% just to keep that gap steady to the cars behind, because it's not just his race that relies on it, but also the race of the orange car behind. They're gonna obviously be fighting for that spot as we get later in the competition, but for now, even if they weren't teammates, if you've got a 2-car breakaway at the front of the field, you're very well advised to just call a bit of a truce for the time being, to focus on pulling away and making it that sort of 2-car fight, at least in the opening portion of the race. And it seems like Van der Wacker not looking to make a move here, get side by side with Whiten and slow them both down, which is very much the sensible call that, gotta say, a lot of the GTP cars have been struggling so far with in this one.
Oh, insulting all of them, are you there, Liv?
I mean, that's been a little bit silly. I mean, some of the GT3s have let their head go a little bit in that traffic as well, but we only have 8 cars within sort of 40 seconds of your race leader after 23 minutes of action. That is not typical field spread for a field as skilled as this one.
Yeah, it's the nature of Aragon, though. We talked about how difficult it's going to be to get through traffic here. Those moves have to be decisive, but I think we've seen a little bit too much decisiveness from a lot of drivers in this field so far. Cold tires, of course, biting the very abrasive track surface, not helping in that one as well. But we are just keeping an eye on a fight for P5 in GT3 Pro between your championship leaders, Valkyrie, Excite, Green, Roman, UTL, currently on board that car, as he's chasing down Vulcan Motorsport Gold's Vinciszewski's for that 5th spot. And it's that patience that Valkyrie Excite have been showing all season long that's really put them in that spot at the front of the GT3 Pro Championship. Their race pace has been absolutely fantastic all season long. And again, they've just been up there race after race after race. And I really don't think they're trying to rush this move to get 5th. I think with having that slipstream, not only from the car in front, but being pushed along by Michael Brown for Top Tier Motorsport behind, it's given them a chance to save probably a little bit more fuel than they otherwise would be able to. And that might play into their strategy towards the end of this race.
Yeah, of course. GT3s typically sat at that sort of 1 hour mark, roughly, for stint length. That would make it a 9-stop here. But with how low consumption this is, you can expect them to maybe extend it a little bit further, as here we have another instant for NGC where we was gas. They got that damage repaired on the front end, but into this hairpin, just a little bit too deep. Gets it actually stopped and not too much trouble. But is there going to be contact with this GT3 out the final corner? No, getting away with that one. So, yeah, not quite sure what got pinged there for NGC, because they were quite slow through that hairpin section. But
it looks to me just getting a little bit wrong down into the hairpin and breaking a little bit late, which is always difficult to do. But they have got the fastest lap of the session as it stands, 1 minute 47.9, which is about 0.2 of a second faster than your race leader. But not only that, the gap to Alberto Garcia Blasco has extended to about 6 or 7 seconds. It was Whiten and Van der Vacker making great progress at the front of the field to just try and slowly walk it away from that number 33 Acura behind. You can still see them absolutely nose to tail for what has been 25 minutes so far.
Moment in GT3, Eagle Speed getting the move done there with a car going wide. That was a Gnosis emit. It's actually not a move for class position with the Gnosis being in the pro class, but opportunistic there to put a car between themselves and MRRS Amethyst, who are like contenders for class. And this track just seems so tricky, and again, gotta imagine those instant points racking up early for these drivers. I want to mention SBD's staying close to DLR, but they've managed to pull away massively from Old Firm, who they were in a bit of a two-car tango with as we got into that traffic. Just very efficient management from them to pull a 5-second gap, and now on a bit of an island where they can focus completely forwards on that DLR duo.
Yeah, and that's certainly going to give Blasco a little bit of comfort, as at this point he could just very much focus on his race, on hitting his marks, getting that car turned through the corners, ticking those laps off. Of course, this track is very tricky to get set up for. With that long run down the straight between turns 15 and 16, you've got to peel quite a bit of downforce off the rear end of these cars, and it just makes those tricky, not quite straight braking zones through 4 into 5 all that more trickier, because you're shifting all the way onto the front of the car, letting the nose of the car pitch in, which is going to take the weight off those rear tires, decrease the grip across that rear axle, and you start to feed the steering lock in a little bit more to actually get it turned into the corner, and you'll find that there's just no support from those rear tires, as they just don't have the same weight on them as they had before. And especially with that lack of aero, you don't get the support from the aero grip either, and it just makes those braking zones even trickier.
But I'll say a Blasco fastest lap the past 2 laps in a row, in fact, running about half a second a lap faster than DLR right now. So they are looking to catch up. There's definitely no fuel save going on board the number 33 right now, looking to try and close in and then maybe worry about the fuel number later, which is always one way of running things. But the DLR duo working together, no threat of a move so far, despite running within maybe 4/10 the whole way here. Very much playing it as a slow game. It's been working well for them so far to keep the rest of the field at bay. Old Firm 10 seconds back. Reiter, who of course started on that second row of the grid, 18 seconds off your race leaders currently. But XBD looking on that recovery drive after a turn 1 mistake and closing in very, very quickly indeed.
Yeah, I think the interesting question is going to be where the strategy starts to fall into place, but NGC by Rubis Gas have actually been handed a penalty, so I think the stewards finding them at fault in that incident with, oh goodness, who was it at this point? I can't even remember, it was so many laps ago.
It was Fury Simsport, I believe. And of course, the TMR car, who now finds themselves 4 laps down, but back out on the racetrack. NGC, I think, likely to go close to a lap down between that damage repair and that penalty to be served. So a big blow to their race early on, and it's not the way that you want to run things if you are looking to recover a season and take advantage of what was quite a fortunate run through the field at the start of the race with incidents ahead of them. It's just kind of all dropping smoke as quickly as it appeared, really.
Yeah, I think we're just seeing a bit of a scrap on track between Vladislav Shopov and Charlie Nilsson, sending one up the inside of the hairpin. Of course, the GT3s with much better low-speed rotation than the prototypes out there, so able to take that tighter line into turn 16 and fight for that position. But Lund Nielsen finding himself now in second place, 7.5 seconds off the back of Abel Salan, and still trying to close in on your overall race, sorry, not overall, your GT3 race lead. Still under that pressure, though, from Vladislav Shopov through the first sector as he stays within 0.4 of a second or so of that Corvette. But yeah, very strong move from Charlie Nilsson to get that spot into the hairpin.
Yeah, and I think maybe he was done with saving a lap to potentially extend to a certain number, and now looking to try and lead this pack maybe back towards Abel Salan, who has pulled nearly 8 seconds and has been seemingly untouchable, not just in this race, but as we saw in qualifying as well. So it's a big ask for the RPM Racing team, but if there's one driver who we know is capable of making those big charges through the field, it is Charlie Lund Nielsen. Has so much success in the Platinum Endurance Championship so far, and looking to maybe work back towards the race lead in this one as well. Such strong field in the front of our pro class. Just as an idea, Lund Nielsen and Shopov both 7.7k on the sports car license, which doesn't tell you everything, but it does tell you a lot.
Shopov playing with track limits up at turn 10, going very wide and very easily picking up an off track on the exit of that corner. 55 incident points to play with here at Aragon, and then a penalty every 10 points afterwards with an incident limit at 85. So with 10 hours on the clock, I feel like that's going to be a limit that's very easy to hit. We talked about how strict the track limits can be on corner exit, especially through that middle sector of the track, particularly up at turn 7. I might add, drift wide there, you're going to very easily pick up an incident point. Same with the exit of turn 3, which is where we're seeing this fight thread its way through. And you'll see a lot of drivers try to stay as far away from the backside of that exit curb as possible, because that's where the incident point is. As we mentioned, middle of the car is where those track limits are measured from over the exit curbs. And again, it's going to be something that the drivers are dealing with all race long. And Aragon, as Shopov, definitely picking up another incident point there, is one that you really need to practice for, not just to find pace, but to find the specifics of the track limits.
Yeah, and of course, if you end up behind the 8 ball on the track limits early, if you end up sort of, say, at 10 by the end of this opening stint, you have to change how you drive completely to manage that limit and to make sure that you not only avoid trips down pit lane, but you end up being able to take the checkered flag at the end of the 10 hours. And dialing back that aggression of those racing lines can not only cost you a lot of pace, but it can end up forcing mistakes out of you as well. And that's going to be very tricky, so you want to try and be on top of that from the very start of the race. But a little bit of traffic for our GTP race leaders, that DLR duo. And now Alberto Garcia Blasco close to within 4 seconds of the race lead. Again, a tricky recovery drive for them. Van der Vacker, meanwhile, right on the gearbox of Brighton, but has yet to even threaten a move. They're working together, and they kind of have to be with the charge that Blasco's putting on, even with those 2 cars running in one line.
I do love the facts that we keep going to get excited about how close the fight for the lead is, and as we start to put the enthusiasm into it, suddenly remember that they're both DLR cars.
Yeah. They will scrap it. I'd say when we get towards the end of this stint, there's going to be a little bit of of scrapping a little bit of gamesmanship, maybe to see who will come out of that first pit stop as the lead car. But for the time being, especially when you're working through traffic as they were in that situation, you bunch up, but you're not going to send it sort of 3 wide around GT3 with a teammate. You're just looking to manage that situation as efficiently as possible as a group. And that includes GT3 as well, quite frankly. A lot of multi-class racing is working out how to minimize time loss in a tricky spot like that. And it's not the time to be making those aggressive moves unless you absolutely feel like you have to for a position. And with 2 cars being teammates and trying to fend off a charge from behind, now just isn't the time. Discretion, very much the better part of Valor. Mark that one off your bingo cards. And yeah, very sensible from the DLR cars currently in this one.
Yeah, I'll give you another one to tick off your bingo cards. Rule 1 of racing, don't hit your teammate, and both of these guys doing a fantastic job of it so far. But there's always a question when we have teams with multiple cars on track. What are the rules of engagement? I think for now, we're seeing DLR's rules of engagement play out in front of us very clearly, as I think, just quickly looking down the order, they're the only team in GTP that have multiple cars entered. I believe the 77 Writer Engineering car not present on track today. They were, of course, your second place finishers in Nürburgring in those wet conditions to bring home that Writer 1-2. DLR looking to imitate that one here at Aragon. But yeah, rules of engagement for DLR, you can imagine quite similar to the ones we have at TMR, though.
Yeah, which it's very much rule 1, as you said. You sort of go for the move if it's wide open in a situation like this, because at that point you are minimizing time loss for the pair by not sitting in behind them. But otherwise, in the early running, there's just nothing to be gained from not cooperating. And especially the interesting here being that the cars have different characteristics and are in slightly different spots in a potential championship fight. Matthias Whiteton, very much an outsider in the fight with 2 rounds to go, but possible for them to close in a good chunk if something happens to Old Firm Racing here.
Yeah, they need that.
But of course, DLR Orange currently on, I think, -2 with no points picked up for race results, and a couple of penalties as most teams have had throughout the season.
Well,
I'm a little bit surprised, honestly, that they wouldn't try and put Van de Vacker ahead to try maybe go full push and to give Whiteton some fuel save. So maybe this is as much pace as good, and maybe going full push in this opening stint. It comes. This is also red G3, and flying through is Old Firm Racing, who have actually lost a chunk of time through the last lap and have fallen to 14 seconds off your race leaders and nearly 10 behind XBD at this point. So being left behind, it very much seems like a 3-car fight for the race lead. Garcia Blasco just with that lap 1 error on the opening corner that has forced them into a charge down, but they're making very good progress on that so far in this opening stint, and we are maybe about 15 minutes away from the opening pit stops in this action.
Yeah, we're certainly getting close to it, but I will say this, though, just looking at the standings, there aren't many teams that have 0 penalty points applied to them. One of the teams that does have 0 penalty points applied to them is the Old Firm Racing squad, who have 0 and 96 points, so adding 42 to their tally last time out after taking that win at Le Mans. But it just goes to show, keep your name out the stewards' mouths and you are going to have a pretty strong championship. Just seeing those race leaders get nose to tail on slightly different lines through 8 and 9, forced onto it due to traffic. When Matthias Whiteton just open it at that corner where he can to give himself a much better run through the apex of 9. But a GT3 traffic to deal with into that bus depot. They're going to have to check up behind the 188 of Joan Marty and look for a way through a little bit later on. You can squeeze it down the inside of 13 even, 14, sorry. And that is the option that Whiteton's going to take, but Van de Vacker forced onto a slightly alternate line, and there is contact at the apex of 15 between Whiten and Marty. David van der Vacker is going to get alongside his teammate, but you can see him lift out of that one very, very quickly and slot back in behind Matthias Whiten. Van der Vacker then, and DLR Simlab Orange very happy to just stay behind in that Ferrari 499P for now and save fuel, despite the fact the opportunity to take the lead of the race was handed to them on a dinner plate.
Yeah, honestly, I'm a little bit surprised that Whiten wasn't willing Van der Vacker by there. We know that the Ferrari is going to have the better top-end speeds down into the hairpin, so if there was any desire to have the one car play sort of slipstream for Whiten, that was the chance, but it seems like maybe going to be sitting in that rear gunner spot. They lost a fair chunk of time through that exchange. A 2.5 seconds gained last lap by Blasco, now well within that 4-second window. Although I think a little bit of traffic there through the opening sector, maybe stalling that charge for a moment. But if that wasn't the clear sign of what the game plan is for XBD, that is, they're clear as day. No matter what the situation is, they are trusting Matthias Whiten with that race lead, and it's up to him to try and fend off the approach from Blasco, and Van der Vacker just there to maybe play a bit of defense as and when that number 33 gets there.
Yeah, it's a great call from DLR Simlab so far, just to keep these cars absolutely nose to tail, because we've said it before, we'll say it again. If you are fighting for the lead of the race, you do want it preferably to be with one of your teammates for a couple of reasons. One, it's a lot more fun because you know how far you can push each other and still keep it clean. And B, I'd much rather be racing a known quantity than someone that I'm not quite sure about in terms of how they're going to race me. And for that is the number 33 car of Alberto Garcia Blasco. These two teams have been racing with each other for years, but we might see a change of position here as Whiten got very checked up behind your GT3 Pro Race leader, Abel Salan. David van der Vacker with the run through turn 18, takes the inside line into one and will lead this race. So we've seen a change of position at the front of the field for the first time since lap 1. David van der Vacker for DLR Simlab in that Ferrari 499P leads the race after 42 minutes. Here comes the replay, Liv.
Yeah, you just see very awkward through turn 18, and they're side by side, of course. The Ferrari has the better drag, but I think there was a lift from Whiten there to slot back in, realizing that it's a very awkward spot and that Van der Vacker might, at this phase of the stint, especially with what we expect to be slightly friendlier tyre wear on the Ferrari, might just have that little bit more pace and could be the car to pull them away from Alberto Blasco. But within 2 seconds now is the XBD car from Matthias Whiten, and so the battle very much on as we get into the closing stages of this opening GTP stint. Our pole sitter looking to recover this race as the car that started down in P7 currently sits atop the timing tower.
Yeah, you can already see that there's a bit of abandonment going on there as Van der Vacker already pulled a 1.5 seconds on Matthias Whiten. So Van der Vacker doing a fantastic job so far in this race and taking a commanding lead that was handed over by his teammate. But what that's done is that's left Whiten out to dry a little bit on the straights as he's starting to come under a little bit of pressure from Alberto Garcia Blasco. The gap between those two at about 2 seconds. But Whiten just looking like he doesn't quite have the pace compared to the XBD driver. And I'm sure that one's going to close up relatively soon. Still keeping an eye on this fight for P2 in GT3 AM at the front of that class. Maximilian Fischer ran way away up the road, about 10 seconds in front of this fight. And if Eduardo Fava and Oscar Gonzalez keep scrapping, it's going to make that lead increase a little bit more. Fava holding a slightly defensive position to the middle of the circuit, but Gonzalez looks for a move, but decides against it. But it's an early break-in for Eduardo Fava. Gonzalez almost clatters into the back of him, goes deep into the hairpin. Fava cuts back and is able to retake the position on the exit of the corner. Flash of the headlights from Oscar Gonzalez, who is not happy with the game that was played with him there into turn 16.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very aggressive move from Gonzalez. We've seen a lot of late moves into the hairpin from the 232 in this race so far. That one not quite paying off for him as Fava gets back through. But you've got to say it's a tricky spot to get a move done. You kind of have to catch the other car off guard because so much of the track gets used up just getting the car turned around the corner that if you put a defensive tip at the inside, you can probably cover off quite a lot of attempts at an overtake. So he's sitting very patient, going for a late lunge, but just slightly outbraking himself and ending up giving the spot right back. And all that's done is slow them both down a bit and let Max Fischer pull away by a fair bit of time. That was actually, it's a quick lap last time to be fair, but you think it probably could have been even quicker if they hadn't have had those moments with each other.
Well, speaking of quick laps, David van der Wacker sets his personal best of the race with 47.403. 0.6 of a second faster than Matthias Whiten back there in second place, but only 0.3 of a second faster than Alberto Garcia Blasco. So as it stands, Van der Wacker looking like he's got the pace on the rest of the field right now, as that battle for P2 looks like it might spring to life in the next couple of laps or so, as Whiten just struggling for a bit of pace towards the latter stages of this stint. And Liv, it might be that extra bit of tyre wear the Acuras have, that you were talking about earlier. There's contacts down at the hairpin between Carbono Esports and IS Corsa Red. Just a bit of a concertina effect between Eduardo Fava and Oscar Gonzalez down at that apex. And again, it's the nature of a corner that slow that you find cars pretty much on top of each other just because of the speeds they're carrying through there.
Yeah, it's just the nature of speed being distance over time. If you are, say, 0.2 of a second apart on the straight, you might have a couple of car lengths between the two of you. But when you get down to such a slow speed as you have in that hairpin, suddenly it can be half a car length. And the problem with that is that a car is usually about 1 car length long. So it can very easily end up sort of knocking the rear bumper of the car ahead if you try and hold that gap through a much slower section of racetrack. And there, I think, again, these two just a lot of aggression coming through. I mean, Gonzalez being pressured by the Analyst Esports Simultimate Pro car behind. So I'm sure that's given the hurry and giving some incentive for Gonzalez to try and force this move through. But got to be patient. There's still more than 9 hours left in the running here, and things have already been quite sketchy for some of these GT3 machines down in that hairpin so far today.
But Liv, have you considered the 4th dimension?
Time, we were talking about that one. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, okay,
or do you mean going above the other car? Because that's quite a brave move.
Well, we've all seen a Tesseract, and there is a way that it goes inside itself in the 4th dimension, but we've seen how these cars can go inside each other, and the only explanation for that is some sort of overlapping in the 4th dimension, right? It can't be put down to anything else at all, surely.
No. What's netcode? Never heard of her.
What's netcode? Yeah, never heard of her. Is she cute? I hope so. Closest battle on track at the moment is Quentin Verdonk for Falcon Motorsports Orange. Only 0.2 of a second off the back of Kamalda for DLR Simlab White. I believe that Cadillac carrying a little bit of damage from earlier on in this race. That front right corner just looking bent in a little bit and not able to hold the same pace that they were earlier on. 7 seconds off the back of connection loss racing, and maybe a little bit of fuel saving going on for the Cadillac, a car that does struggle with getting the same fuel mileage as the likes of the BMW, Cadillac, and Ferrari, the only other cars in this race. There's no Porsche 963 representation, which I'm sure you'll be quite happy about, Liv. But Quentin Verdonk with the exit from turn 15, stuck in that slipstream of the Cadillac in front. Gamalda's taking another defensive line into the onto the middle of the circuit. Verdonk going to look for a move down the inside of turn 16. It's going to be a very difficult one to do, and someone is going to get shuffled out to the outside of the circuit. Side by side, down towards the apex. Verdonk commands the apex, and Gamalda has to yield. And just like that, from P8 to P7, Falcon Motorsports Orange find themselves up a spot.
And find themselves up 4 from where they started on the back row of the GTP field. So good progress from them in the opening stint of the race. They've got 7 seconds now up the road to Jaroslav Roth, as the field quite spread out in GTP. Even that battle for the lead has very much diffused itself, with, of course, Van der Vaart pulling away on those slightly friendlier tyres in the 449P, but Alberto Blasco also not quite managing to close in those final couple of seconds just yet. And it might be as we get into the pit cycle where we'll see if Blasco can get onto the tail end of Matthias Weiten and start fighting for that second position.
Well, these prototypes will be starting to run out of fuel stint length somewhere between 50 and 55 minutes. There may be the option to extend that one to an hour if you've done enough fuel saving, and a couple of cars that may have done that are the 2 DLR SimLab cars at the front of the field. It looks like Garcia Blasco happy to switch on to a bit of a fuel saving strategy in the late phases of the race, doing a lot of full push in the early phases to recover those positions that he lost off the start. Saw a big oversteer moment for Quentin Verdonk coming through turn 5 on this lap, which of course is strange for the Ferrari 499P, considering it is all-wheel drive all the time. Of course, that is something that is going to be hopefully addressed in the next season patch, which is only 5 weeks or so away, well, 6 weeks or so away. And I'm certainly looking forward to it, because we're going to have representative prototypes, Liv.
And for anyone playing PC Bingo, that I believe is line. I'm very excited for it, though. I am excited for that to come through. And of course, you've got to wonder if that implementation gets lined up. Maybe I'd love to see if we could get some additional cars come through, including maybe a new entry that doesn't use that hybrid, and I mean would be completely left out in the dust in the current implementation, but with that balance applied would be quite a fantastic and quite a loud entry into the prototype field on iRacing. I would certainly love for that to happen.
Is this a wish, or do you know something, Liv?
It's absolutely a wish. As we look at the battle in second place, actually is starting to close in. Matthias Weiten getting a little bit unfortunate through that third sector with some GT3s, and Alberto Blasco now just about 1 second off the tail end. And this could be battle stations before we pull into pit lane to finish out this stint. No driver has made that turn for anything other than incidents as we start lap number 30 of the race for our GTP cars. How much longer do we think they can go before they're going to have to make that first pit stop?
Rhetorical question, or one that wants an answer?
I mean, if you have an answer, I'd love to hear it.
I'd give it 2 more laps. Lap 32, probably 33 at most, is when we're going to see cars come down pit lane. If they go much further than that, we're looking at hour-long stints. It's not a short lap here at Aragon. Minute 47, of course, being the fastest we've seen so far, which is... God, I'm trying to think what sort of track that's comparable to. It's comparable to F1 cars around Spa, and that's one of the longer lap times on the calendar. I'm just trying to tick through sports car tracks in my head to actually figure out what that's similar to, and honestly, I'm drawing a bit of a blank right now. Similar's fast. That's like 1 minute 30, isn't it? Spa's 2 minutes.
Yeah.
I guess it's really comparable to Spa again in sports cars in that respect. Being quite a a long, slow lap time, and each lap you go longer is nearly an extra 2 minutes of race time.
Yeah.
It's what makes it so imperative to save fuel as much as you can, because if you're going one lap longer, you are cutting an extra nearly 2 minutes off the end of your final stint. And then if you keep that one lap extra going, you're cutting that time off again and again and again and again and again and again. And that's how we end up with such short stints at the end of these races, because there is a lot of fuel save going on, as we're going to tick past the 55 minutes gone mark in the middle of the next lap. So any car that hasn't been doing any fuel saving in this first stint, which they should have been, by the way, because that actually helps save your tires, I expect to make that hard left turn down pit lane very, very soon. David van der Vacker is going to continue on. Matthias Whiten and Alberto Garcia Blasco, both drivers going to continue on. So they're going to be stopping very close to that 60-minute mark. And we are just waiting as the rest of the field slowly makes its way onto the start-finish straight, as Randy Martin and Matthias is actually going to be the first driver to make that left turn down pit lane and enters the pit lane at almost exactly 55 minutes gone. So running a lot shorter, well, not a lot, running shorter on the stint than what looks like the rest of the GTP field are. So we'll see how this one works out for them.
Yeah, we have DLR and SPD continuing for lap 31. You saw right behind them, in fact, into turn number 1, Oscar Gonzalez pulling what seemingly becoming a trademark move today of continuing in a gap that a GTP opens up to get around Eduardo Fava and finally get that move done. I'm sure we'll see some response from the 269 towards the end of this one. I noticed Sim Ultimate did get past the both of them and it is starting to pull away just a little bit. That battle is still on a knife edge, but further ahead as the cars continue to deal with traffic. Matthias Weitz and Alberto Garcia Blasco in very tricky spots, being forced into those aggressive moves into what would be turn 11, 14? I believe.
The 11 is pretty much a straight line, though.
It must be turn 12 then. Counting is difficult.
It is, especially at Aragon. I'm looking at the track map now and it's like, what? It's another one of those.
It's that ebb and flow that's not quite letting Blasco get close, but is putting that pressure on. As what have you seen?
Both DLR cars come down pit lane. Alberto Garcia Blasco stays out. So that is a really good work on the fuel save from Alberto Blasco, who we thought was pushing so hard in the early stages of this stint, but has actually managed to go a lap longer than both the DLR SimLab cars that I will remind you were nose to tail for at least 70% of the last stint. So they were just, you know, getting that extra speed, that straight line speed boost from each other, getting to lift and coast into the corners relatively early compared to the rest of the field, and still managed to go a lap longer. But another car that's gone a lap longer than everyone else as well is the Writer Engineering car of Jan Kurbs. So both of those teams targeting some very long stints here.
Yeah, on to lap number 32 for our race leaders, and I dare say, and this is potentially going to be an important factor, if we can get one more lap out of these tanks for any of these drivers, that'll bring them into pit lane right around that 1 hour mark. By the time service is done, they'll be well past that 1 hour mark. And that could potentially shave an entire pit stop compared to especially cars like the Old Firm Racing entry that pit at the end of lap 30, and maybe also against those DLR cars that made that stop on lap 31. So we'll see what they're able to do. Fury Simsport had to stop, of course, to fix some damage. I'm sure they will have topped off there, and that'll help them as Alberto Garcia Blasco does pull down pit lane. Quite an aggressive entry for the 33. And the question now becomes, did that overcut work? You got to remember, cold tyres will be on the DLR cars here. Blasco could come out ahead of Matthias Weidden from this one without too much trouble.
Well, here's the interesting thing: if these cars can get to the hour mark by the time they come out of pit lane, because the stint time ends as soon as you cross the pit lane exit, if they can make it to the hour mark, which is going to be mighty close for Jan Curbs and Reiter Engineering to do, you don't just cut out an entire stop. You actually make one less tire change than the tire limit actually allows. So Garcia Blasco will stay on board the XPD racing car. Jan Curbs, as we fully expect, will stay on board for Reiter Engineering. So it's just a question of where is the 1 and the 2. Van der Backer currently coming through the hairpin with Matthias Whiten right on his tail. Both of these cars on their outlap from the pit stop. So those tires are still going to be absolutely stone cold. Max de Leyden obviously staying out a little bit longer than them. 59 minutes 24 seconds on the clock when Garcia Blasco crossed that pit exit line, and he finds himself 2.2 seconds clear of Davy van der Vacker. Of course, that gap won't stay where it is because he's still going to get those tires up to temperature. Davy van der Vacker having a lot more temperature in those tires. Jan Curbs exits pit lane, 59 minutes and 44 seconds on the clock there. Mighty close to that hour, but not close enough, as we have Scrap for the lead, getting closer and closer. Alberto Garcia Blasco in that net lead, half a second off the nose of Davy van der Vacker and Matthias Whiten. Both of those cars on the second lap of their stint with a lot more temperature in those Michelins than the car that currently finds itself in the net lead. It's going to be a really difficult task for Blasco to get that car through turn 10 anywhere near flat out, since Van der Vacker and Whiten will also be nowhere near that. Blasco takes a defensive line through 11, holds it to the inside, coming into 12, and it's just a case of Van der Vacker setting up for the exit as Blasco goes deep through 12 and just hands the place over to Davy van der Vacker. He did his best to try and hang on to that position, but just asked way too much of tires that were way too cold as Matthias Whiten piles into turn 14 and almost runs over the XPD Racing Acura.
And it's now the second time that on cold tires we've seen a mistake like that from Blasco. This one, of course, less cost is not falling into a massive amount of traffic, and to be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if, and I think maybe a little bit of a lift there on entry from Blasco is going to let Matthias Whiten get that move done. There's not really much to be done on the outside line, but if he was able to go 32 laps with a pace lap and with having to push through in clean air for a lot of the run, is it possible that he can get 33 with some slipstream from the DLR cars and manage to continue on for that 9 stop and save the stop ahead of the cars around? That would be one hell of a job for XPD if they can pull that off. And with that car now unfortunately falling behind both the DLR cars, with that warm-up phase still ongoing, it might be the best strategy that the 33 has to continue their run through the field.
You know what, Liv? I've been doing this whole sports car sim racing thing for a very long time, and the one thing that I always forget about is how difficult it actually is to get the full fuel stint out of the car in that first stint because of the pace lap, especially at a track like Road America, Road Atlanta here at Aragon, where you do a full pace lap before you get to the green. It just makes that job even more difficult, and that fuel number to hit is usually a good couple of tenths of a liter of fuel lower than your normal fuel number. And again, there's lots of places where you can lift and coast here, but it means you have to really extend those lifts and coast into the corners, and you really have to change up that driving style as well, because with how much you have to lift off and let the car roll into the corners, it moves that braking zone a lot deeper into the entry of the corner.
It sure does, and again, we talk about how that can help save tires for XPD in the Acura. That's going to be pretty crucial if they can hold that off. I will say, while we've been looking at this battle and the pit cycle in GTP, we've had a little bit of drama at the front of the GT3 field. First of all, Fast Pair Motorsport having to slam on the brakes to come to a stop to avoid a spinning GT3 ahead that they were coming up to lap. And then, unfortunately, we have a negative delta by Simde, who started second in GT3 Pro, down in pit lane after contact with a spinning GTP. That would be Bart Mattia, who just got into the number 44 connection lost car. So super fortunate for Native Delta, who were really so promising in the early running, but now have an extended stop down pit lane, early and unscheduled, that's dropped them right to the tail end of the field.
Oh, Eduardo Fava gets the back end of his McLaren 720S well around through 14, and then can't hang on to it through 15 as well. Those rear tires getting flash heated as he lost the rear end through the previous corner and just couldn't hang on to it on that turn onto the straight. Has to recover through the gravel. Will drag that all onto the racing surface at a part of the track that's already really tricky to get the power down, but now it's going to be even more difficult. He was within 4 seconds or so of your GT3 AM class leader, but now drops back to 10 seconds outside that window. But we have a fight on track that is resuming after the pit stop cycle. Camelda up in 8th in front of the Vulcan Motorsports orange car. It's Ferrari versus Cadillac. Yet again, the same order where we saw an overtake for the Vulcan Motorsports car. Only a few laps to go. They're going to pick up an off track on the outside of turn 10. They're looking for a move down the inside of 12. Can't quite get there. It's a good line through that corner for the DLR SimLab white car. Just about manages to hold off that Ferrari for now, but we are coming to a straight where the Ferraris are expected to have a bit of an advantage.
We are, and I will mention the GT3 pit cycle underway. They're not going as much further than I expected to be able to from the GTPs, so we'll see what the track ends up looking like. You see the defense there from DLR SimLab getting to that inside line to get around some of these GT3s that I think have just come out of the pit lane. Maybe a little bit of contact, but definitely very sketchy through that hairpin, and now not able to carry the right momentum through 17 and 18, has to sort of back up the entry to filter back out. But the DLR SimLab white car does a great job of getting through and fending off the challenge, as now the GT3 is going to be fighting for position here as they snake through turn number 1, and there's contact. And that's a pro versus am situation once again. That's DDKG into the barrier and with a fair amount of damage to the left front of that car. Hopefully just bodywork. I'll have another look at this, and Carbono just seemed to be the center of everything that's happening in this race right now.
The thing is, I can't really tell you that Carbono Esports did much wrong there. The DDK Mustang just drifting a touch wide, well, not even drifting a touch wide of the exit, just not really operating within the space that they were given. The McLaren giving them plenty of room on the inside of the circuit, but that Mustang just wanting a little bit more space than was on offer. Of course, having to take a slightly tighter line through turn 2 does make it a lot more difficult. You see that McLaren starting to track out nice and early in the corner, and then the Mustang GT3 just moves into the side of it. It's great car control by the Carbono Esports driver, but a dodgy bit of contact for the Mustang spins it into that inside barrier. Hopefully it will be all, what's the word? Cosmetic for them? Yeah, superficial damage that won't affect them too much, but that is a rough mistake for Ruben Behrings there.
Sure is, and one thing I will say, even if the stewards do not deem Carbono at fault for that one, there's gonna be some incident points picked up from this and from the opening hour of the race that could put them in a difficult spot as we get further along. IS Corsa Red down in pit lane. Of course, they had that big spin coming out of turn 15. That means that Carbono will clear them without too much trouble at all. Here's the battle for 7th place in GTP, still under Fury Simsport, who were forced into that early stop, coming out just ahead of these drivers, but still getting the tyres up to temperature. But DLR White and Vulcan Motorsports Orange are not giving any quarter to each other right now, and it's going to suddenly become a 3-car fight, and Fury Simsport have one hell of a job to do to fend off both of these cars, who are not going to leave anything on the table.
Yeah, Vulcan Motorsports, of course, that HWT entry renamed at the previous race. Alex Pilbeam still on board that Ferrari 499P, and they're the team that took that step up from the GT3 AM victory last season all the way up into the big boys and girls class. But these two cars now closing right up to the rear end of Max Aladen, who's got a little bit of traffic to deal with on the way into turn 12. The Donk has to be very aggressive to make sure that they clear that M4 GT3 into this giant bus stop chicane section, but Emery Kamaldazai is going to be well up the road on the rear end of Max Delayden's Acura ARX 06, setting up wonderfully through turn 15. Wiggled on power, struggling to get that power down in that Cadillac. It's a car that we know struggles with a little bit of oversteer, and it's given Quentin Verdonk all of the impetus they need to try and set up a move down into the hairpin. Yet again, where have we seen this one before? A bit of overlap into the corner gives him a bit of a squeeze on entry. The Cadillac has to take that wider line, but the 499P very slow in the middle of the corner. Here comes the lap down 499P looking to get involved as well. But Quentin Verdonk, a very decisive move, gets himself up into P8 and is now staring down the barrel of 7th place.
I mean, I'm not sure Neil wanted to get involved in that fight. Just a massive checkup for him to go side by side through that hairpin, one of the trickiest corners on the track, even single file. You saw how the 41 backed out of that one to not end up causing an incident from 3 laps down, and will continue on in the slipstream of this, really just hoping for attrition at the front of the field from here on out. But I don't think Emre Kamal's going to give up on this fight just yet. He's going to try and set up a response on Quentin Verdonk. And it does look like Max Delayden has managed to weather that storm on cold tyres. Of course, has a little bit heavier of a fuel load right now, with being off cycle from that incident on lap number 5 or so, but has managed to recover up into P6, and you know, it was sort of a 40-second time loss down pit lane as a bunch of cars run wide there. Was there a gravel put down potentially on the entry? Because that is strange to see from 3 cars all at the same time. But no harm, no foul, except for that 1X that's gonna maybe be a regret a little later on.
So here's Ignas Vincenzevski's down into the hairpin behind Joan Marti for P4 in GT3 Pro. McLaren versus Acura, it's mid-engine versus mid-engine. And Marti gets checked up big time through the hairpin as Vincenzevski's has absolutely nowhere to go and touches the rear bumper of that Acura NSX GT3. Gets all sorts of out of shape on the exit of that corner, and that opportunity to attack suddenly disappears. I'm not seeing any particular reason for the Go Esports entry to have a moment in the middle of turn 16 there, but Vincenzevski's just couldn't really avoid that one at all. That was really strange.
Yeah, and here you see right behind them now is this fight for P7 in class. You've got a teammate car behind, but I mean, there's just nothing that GT3 can do to try and not hold up Quentin Verdonk there. In the end, gonna end up being stuck 1 GT3 behind Max Delayden, but he can't get that move done into turn number 9, and now Verdonk should be able to set up on the exit and start to move forward and maybe put that challenge on Delayden, whose tyres, you say, are now fully up to temperature, but there's still a lot of pace in that Vulcan Motorsports car, and great work from them stepping up into the GTPs this season and looking to try and move up another spot. Started in P11, now on the heels of P6. But as we look at this, there's also a little bit of a threat.
Ooh.
Oh my goodness, still fights going on a little bit further back. That's DLR Simlab White and Connection Lost Racing fighting for P8, but battles up and down the GTP field right now. But I can see a Blaster starting to threaten once again within a second of Matthias White, and I think shortly we could be seeing a little bit of action there.
That's
into the hairpin side by side. I don't know if it's just a mistake, I think, from DLR White. It opens up the door, and Nexus kind of has to go for it, if not get checked up, and they're gonna end up completing the move through 17 and 18, side by side, room given in a section that is very difficult to do so. And ultimately, Emre Kamaldar being forced to give up P8 there after a mistake on the brakes into turn 16.
Yeah, interesting to see Kamaldar weaving in frustration on the start-finish straight there. Mostly because I don't really think Bart Mattia did anything particularly wrong in that fight. I think Camalda just breaks deep into the hairpin. Mattia got the run through the corner that actually carried the speed. And then both of them left each other room. I don't think there was anything overly aggressive from either of those two Cadillac V Series Rs. So I think a bit of frustration just leaking through for Camalda there, who just doesn't seem to have their hands on top of this car in this second stint. Of course, struggling with a bit of damage in the first stint of this race, but the pace just hasn't really been there since that pit stop 8 laps or so ago. A little bit further up the field, we are still tracking that battle between Quentin Verdonk and Max de Leyden that has started to close up a little bit. There is some chopping and changing happening, or at least threatening to happen in the GTP class. As you mentioned, Liv, that fight for P2 in GTP has opened itself up a touch, but it's not looking like Alberto Blasco going for any sort of move yet. But Quentin Verdonk definitely wanting to make his way up the GTP order against Max de Leyden, who maybe not so fast as they've got into race trim, breaking a little bit deep into the hairpin, but squarely focused on this fight for P2 in class. Both of these prototypes separated by 2 different white, green, and black GT3s. So we always say there's an issue in prototypes where they all get painted. Oh yeah, true. No, but they're not the only white, green, and black cars out there in the field. There is a surprising amount of white, green, and black cars in this field, and it's usually black, white, and red.
Yeah, but the DK cars, they can get away with it. They've got that sort of team mentality as, oh my goodness, we've had an incident that has caught up DLR SimLab White, who's down on pit lane, and it's the first instance of those sausage curbs really starting to bite some cars. We'll see the replay. No, this is the overtake
from a few laps ago.
Yeah, but the instant in the hairpin, we'll see it a little bit later, but yeah, just deep on the brakes there for
honestly, it's a great move. Like, I don't know where the frustration came from there.
Yeah, and this is Smurf Racing Team in the 291. We're coming through the final couple of corners, and just a bunny hop that sends the car around into DLR White. They pull down pit lane immediately, get some damage fixed up. Smurf Racing Team is absolutely destroyed. You see them trying to get the car rolling once again, but the wheels in completely the wrong alignment. DLR SimLab White already back out on the racetrack. Fortunately, only a 20-second repair for them, but it has unfortunately put them 1 lap down as they get weaved past by your race leader and, in fact, their teammate in the orange entry.
It's so difficult to not laugh when you see a car just go completely nose up on a racetrack, because I feel like we haven't seen anything like that since the late 90s. Go on, what have you remembered?
We've seen some instances on that with sausage curbs.
True.
For example,
Formula cars.
In W Series or something.
Yeah, because Abby Eaton broke back at Kota.
Quite a serious injury from that sort of thing. I'm not quite sure why we have curves like that on racetracks. It's fortunate that we don't have to deal with those consequences in iRacing, but of course still quite a big shot for DLR White and Smurf Racing Team, especially still getting that damage repaired.
Well, thinking about those curbs as well, Liv, this is the track that what's his face? The Austrian prince man, Ferdinand Habsburg. This is the track he broke his back at, that left him out of a couple of races in the middle of the WEC season last year. And Jules Gounon had to step in for him as a replacement. Of course, Gounon finding himself in a race seat for 2025. Congratulations to him, doing an absolutely fantastic job behind the wheel of that Alpine A424. Tick that one off. Mentioned real life race cars. But this track and the curbs that are at this track, I'm going to go as far to say as it's a little bit dangerous, because these race cars are so stiffly sprung, because they have to be, to lean the tires into the racing surface, to provide a stable aero platform to go as fast as possible. And when you have curbs like that on a racetrack, the car can't do anything but get lifted off the racing surface. And then it just slams itself back down, and there's absolutely no damping for that effect because the dampers and the suspension are all set up to handle pitch and roll motions of the car and vibrations coming through the tires as they move up and down over curbs. They cannot handle the sort of forces that go through the suspension when a car slams back down on its front axle after being lifted off the ground. So you find all of those vertical forces go straight into the back of the driver in the car and end up breaking their back. Abby Eaton, 30 Habsburg. There was Peroni in F3 a few years ago, and the scary thing about that one is we'd already had a really scary crash in the previous... In fact, no, goodness me, was that the weekend after... I think that was the weekend after Hubert, you know?
I think it was, yeah.
God. It's like, that's the thing. What is the point in sausage curbs? Don't forget about the Aston Martin GT3 that rolled over at Monza a few years ago after hitting a sausage curb. Like, I'm all for drivers being punished for making mistakes as Vinches FCs goes for a big move down the inside of turn 5 on Joe Marti, who has no real space to fight back. Might look for it into turn 7. We'll take a quick look, see how this one develops. No, the Acura thinking better of it. But when you've got all of these racing orgs focusing so much on safety, it's almost ironic that they continue to put sausage curbs in, because I agree with the driver being punished for making a mistake, you know, a little bit of gravel, some AstroTurf, so that at the very least lose time on a slippery surface. But the last thing we need are cars flipping over and drivers breaking their back because they ran a little bit too wide through a corner.
Yeah, it's one of these things where I genuinely think at that stage that the suggestion that it is sillier. Well, they should just put walls there. I think that'd be safer than sending cars airborne, because there'd be at least the knowledge of where, and drivers would, you know, for example, in a situation where you've got cars going side by side through a sequence, both cars have to leave room because they know that if they squeeze a car into the wall is going to send them back into them. Equal opposite reaction, whereas in a situation where you can push driver off into what might be quite a dangerous off-track surface, there's not quite the same level of deterrent for the car that's going to remain on the racing surface.
I mean, this opens up a whole new can of worms. You've certainly brought us onto a conversation here, Liv, because what you said about cars bouncing off the walls makes me think that's why we shouldn't have walls.
Oh no, I agree. I agree.
Even more dangerous situations, because it's not gonna. If a car gets pushed into a wall, it's not going to affect the car that they were pushed into the wall by. It's going to affect everyone else coming back through. I'm trying to think what the next thing you said was after the walls thing, because that was another point that I thought of. It was right there. It's on the tip of my tongue. Did you say anything after the walls? Oh, well, penalty. Yeah. Penalty. Yeah, this is why pushing another driver off the track should be a straight drive-through. Like 5 and 10 second time penalties are soft. They are so soft. Drive-through penalty, baseline penalty for any sort of sporting infraction, and that's. I won't hear any arguments on it. I mean, I will if you've got something to say.
I think getting into a conversation about what it seems like the conversation is heading towards F1 stewarding, and I think that way lies madness. Everywhere. So, I mean, that's fair. That's fair, but recently, yes, there was that conversation sprung up again. So that's why I thought you were mentioning that.
Yeah, that's fair.
I think we should maybe keep ourselves away from that controversy and look at what is actually a couple of really intense battles in the GT3 AM category. You've got the battle for both 4th and 6th, a couple seconds apart from each other. After that first pit cycle, we have a few drivers actually fresh into the car. You got Frank and Robin as a new driver, and putting some pressure on Eduardo Fava, who of course had that spin that's knocked him down from what was about second place, and now just trying to hang on to this. So this is going to be an interesting development as we get through the running with an hour and 23 minutes gone from 10 hours in the 10 hours of Aragon.
Yeah, it's certainly been high drama so far in this race. I think the only other thing I'm going to say about stewarding is to congratulate you on another well-stewarded race for a cause 24, because that minimum penalty of a drive-through certainly made us keep our nose out of trouble during the 24 hours
it
of
saved
that race. So well
a lot
done
of
on
work was the main thing. That was the reason we implemented it. I'm glad that it had that side effect.
It certainly did.
And it's the same thing here in PC. They don't have sort of a penalty box and time penalties. If you've made a mistake, and then we saw from NGC Rubis Gas in the opening stint, it's either a drive. It can be a warning, of course, if it's sort of not severe enough for a direct punishment, but if it's more than that, it will be at least a drive-through. And at this track, that is about a 25-second time loss, I'd say. So a strong deterrent to making silly moves, and they are now just trying to fight back. Currently, 1 minute and 15 off your race lead, but in 9th place, still actually up 3 spots from where they started the back of the field.
Championship implications in GTP as Jan Kurbs, writer engineering, is slowly making his way up to the rear end of the Old Firm Racing Acura, currently within 0.8 of a second, and will get a healthy dose of slipstream all the way down the straight between turns 15 and 16. Of course, Mateos getting a bit of slipstream help from one of the laps down Ferraris in front of him will be able to stave off Kurbs for just a moment, but we'll keep an eye on how this battle develops. We are an hour and 25 minutes gone in the 10 hours of Aragon. You are watching ABN's coverage of the PEC 10 hours of Aragon, and we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with you very shortly to bring you the rest of the racing action here from the virtual Spain. Well, speaking of championship implications, you'd rejoin ABN's coverage of the PEC 10 Hours of Aragon in a championship implications sort of position. Ignace Vinchezevskis has finally got his way past Roman, sorry, it's the other way around, isn't it? Roman Utiel making his way up the field, trying to get himself onto that podium from a little bit down the order. Valkyrie X-Type Green already up 5 spots from the start of this race, and of course your championship leader really wanting to score as many points as possible, and this is certainly going to help assist in that one, Liv.
It sure is. The fight still very close between the two of them, but of course gap in the standings, well, the gap in standings between X-Type and Delta, 6 points coming into today, and Delta unfortunately currently being last in GT3 Pro, following an incident with a spin in GTP near the end of the first stint. So really, the 181 crew is the best trend of everyone in class not named Roman UTL right now, and that one position loss is going to help mitigate the damage just a little bit, although
oh, that's
not going to help because Vulcan Motorsport immediately gives it back up with a spin. Did a great job catching it and not causing a big incident. But sure enough, Roman UTL back up into 3rd place, and now Vulcan Motorsport's on some absolutely roasted tyres. Has to defend from Joe Marti and Michael Brown for 4th place. So out of the frying pan and into the fire for the 132. How are they going to get those tyres back into a window without losing more spots?
Yeah, I was just looking back at that incident, and it is another this is Motorland Aragon moment where it's not a straight braking zone. You're asking a little bit too much of the rear tyres as you are trying to get that car slowed down for the corner, and the rear axle couldn't give any support to what Vinchezevskis was asking of it and just rotated around, and there was nothing it could do about it. Gearbox and engine in the rear of that car, mostly in the middle, keeps it relatively balanced, but you get that pendulum effect. As soon as the back end steps out, it's really difficult to get any control of, and now the 188 really starting to apply the pressure to Ignace Vinchezevskis.
Yeah, and again, the way that the tire model works, once you get that surface temperature spike, there's a good lap or two where it's just out of control, and then unfortunately the temperature just a lot goes into the carcass of the tire, and for the rest of the stint you're then struggling. We have a fastest lap in GTP, Pedro Paquette in the NGC car on a recovery drive, a 146.8, which is about what we saw for pole position. So I think the track actually getting a little bit faster as it rubbers in potentially, despite the increased track temperature. And so we could see these drivers pushing a little bit more in the GT3 class as there actually goes Pedro Paquette cutting through the traffic. But with that can come mistakes, it can come additional load on the tyres, and I wonder if that is what's caught out Ignace Vinchezevskis in that initial phase of this second stint. Actually about halfway through the second stint for all these drivers. And yeah, we're not privy to the number of instant points that these drivers have, but got to imagine it's been pretty scary for some of these teams already.
Yeah, it's got to be. The incident limit is, I'd say it's quite generous in general, but especially with how easy it is to pick up incident points here at Aragon, it does make that limit feel a little bit tighter. But Vinchezevski's just struggling a little bit over the last lap or so. But fortunately for him, Marty is starting to come under some pressure from Michael Brown for Top Tier Motorsport, which I want to say is a brand new entry for today's race. And they're already making a pretty decent name for themselves up in 6th place at challenging teams and drivers that have been in this championship at least all season long. So Marty really having to think about the McLaren 720S behind him rather than the one in front, because Vinchezevski is just building that pace back up again, starting to run away. Half a second is the gap between Marty and the cars in front and behind. So really, you gotta keep an eye on that mirror and try and pick out your braking points, turning points through another car in front.
top tier has been around this season, but the fact that the name doesn't ring a bell maybe says how much trouble they've had so far this season, not really having a strong showing so far. So this really coming out party for them, as it looks like there was a moment. In fact, SBD Racing had gotten past DLR Cinlab Red for second place, coming through the second sector with some GT3 traffic being used as a pit.
Damage.
But then Mercia Blasco way too deep into the hairpin, ends up clattering into, we'll see the replay here. So this is after the move got done. Is it into the hairpin? This is the Auto Performance Racing blue GT3 AM leader.
Oh no!
Big massive lunge from Blasco. Realizes too late.
Blasco, buddy.
Fisher takes the widest possible line to try and avoid an incident, and even so, there's just nothing to be done. Blasco on a collision course, and I do worry that that might be another recovery drive required for XBD, not just because they've got some damage to the right front bodywork on that car, but also I'm not sure the steward will take too kindly to a move as forceful as that one, even if, as it seems, it may not have been all that intentional.
No, certainly not. But I think, again, that's another one of the really fun elements of multi-class racing, is the fact that Blasco's gone and made that move on Matthias Whiten, and it's so difficult to hang on to it, having Whiten right on his rear tail, that he goes, oh, goodness me, there's a GT3 in front of me coming into this hairpin. I've got to make a decision here. If I'm too soft, Whiten is going to come back at me, but if I go too hard, it could all go wrong. He chose to go hard, and it did all go wrong for him, clattering over the curb on the inside of the corner and almost slamming into the side of that McLaren. It was enough to give the Acura some damage that it has now got to carry through the next 10 laps or so, but we do have a battle that is absolutely blowing up on track between IS Corsa Red and Killian Claes for Eagle Speed Academy, squeezing each other all the way through turn 11 on the brakes for turn 12. It is a gain of position, I believe, for Killian Claes, and that one has been going on for quite a few corners, though. I think she's muted, chat.
It's been going on for a few laps, ultimately, with these drivers. With the just that pack in GT3 AM, you've got Auto Performance and Carbono, who sort of pulled that breakaway. Unfortunately, that is now turning into a fight with that damage to Mats Fischer. Carbono about a second behind, just with one car in the way, but this battle for third has been intense the whole way. A late lunge. You've got to say Eagle Speed maybe forced to take evasive action on that one. Will not be happy about that. Will maybe be asking the steward's room exactly what they think of that one. But I mean, it's such a tight fight between these drivers. DDK did manage to pull away, but MRRS, IS Corsa and Eagle Speed Academy all just on top of each other and almost tripping each other over, which is letting those cars in the front completely leave them in the distance.
I don't really know what to make of that one. It's certainly an interesting call, because Eduardo Fava didn't only get that car stopped, but he kept it well to the inside of the circuit and left plenty of room on the outside for Killian Claes to, try and keep that car around the outside of his McLaren. But the Acura took some very heavy evasive action from the IS Corsa Red car. So I don't know. I've never been in a steward's room, Liv. You have on at least a couple of occasions. So I'll pass this off to you for that call.
So the truth of the matter is, and stewards will never want to admit this, especially not when they're on the job, but it's a convenient lie that decisions are made based on the action and not the outcome. It's, as much as we want it to be true, there's those biases that are going to come in, and also if there's contact made, there's more likely to be reported, which means it's more likely to be decided on. But in that situation, I'd say if contact was drawn, it would potentially be a drive-through penalty. I'm not sure, though, if when that report comes through, it's going to be the confidence to hand that down. It might end up being down as a warning, which wouldn't necessarily be unfair, but at the same time, if you are Edel Speed, you've got to be feeling like you don't want to be in the spot where you don't try and make the decision between standing your ground and making sure the other car gets punished fairly for what's happened and for keeping the car in one piece. But here we move on to the battle for the AM race lead.
Yeah.
The ultimate car cleared ahead. That is for 8th place in GT3 Pro. They're not in this fight anymore. Instead, Auto Performance Blue, with that damage picked up down at the hairpin, being hounded by Carbono, who we've seen have been ruthless with their overtaking moves. Again, I don't think I've really seen them make a move that has been over the line, but they've been very swift and decisive with the dives they've been making. I'm not sure if they're going to quite have the run here into the final corner to have that confidence to go to the inside, but this is one of their happy hunting grounds. They're going to peak, they're going to make the car ahead think about it at least. And I think if there wasn't slipstream from Miguel Gallardo in front, that would have been a very different story indeed. So for Max Fischer, the current goal is to just try and hang on to the slipstream of the car ahead for as long as possible. They might not be a fight for position, they might not be in your championship battle, but right now they are crucial to you holding on to the lead of this race.
Yeah, they certainly have the pace to do it. Fischer and Gallardo have been pretty matchy on lap times in the last few. Certainly helped by the fact that the driver of the Enosis car has been behind the Orca Performance Blue machine for all of that time. Gonzalez, though, catching a bit of a curve on the inside of turn 3 there, and the car almost got out from under him. But yeah, certainly down at the hairpin, been a happy hunting ground for Gonzalez so far in this race. Could be another chance for him to make that move work as Delayden is going to insert himself in this fight for the GT3 AM lead. He should be well clear of Fischer by the time they get down to turn 8, but being very cautious about not going into the back of Miguel Gallardo into 9 has meant he's just held Max Fischer up on corner entry to that little switchback section. Enough that he's starting to fall off the back of Gallardo, and if he can't stay there through 12 through 15, it is going to give that slipstream effect a little bit smaller of a pull on the run down towards turn 16. Gonzalez closing within 0.3 of a second on Fischer for the GT3 AM lead. Much better through turn 13, holding that inside line a lot stronger. Fischer a wider entry through 14, but it did cost him as he couldn't quite keep the car under control. This is where Gonzalez's car has been quite hesitant off turn 15, but deep within that slipstream now. It's a good exit this time by Fischer, only a few car lengths in front of him. This could be the time that Gonzalez and Carbano go for that move to take the GT3 AM lead. We've seen them be aggressive. This could be the chance yet again, but no, they do choose to lift out and wait another lap. But look how much they close up under braking. They have got a driver who is very confident on how that McLaren GT3 gets stopped, and they're just waiting for a chance to use that confidence.
Yeah, they weren't quite close enough there, but they're now really hanging on. They're starting to put that pressure on. You're seeing Gonzalez hanging sort of a car width to the inside, not really thinking about going for the move, just making sure to fill the mirrors of Max Fischer, knows that they're under pressure. I'm sure the teammate, the spotter for Gonzalez, letting them know that there's damage to that car ahead, and there's a chance for them to try and capitalize. And Gonzalez just handing on his alternate lines, putting that pressure on, trying to will the 264 into a mistake that they are going to then try and capitalize on very quickly and take that race lead. We've got 10 laps for them to survive until we get to the pit stop cycle. At that point, it'll be determined how severe the damage is and whether they're going to lose some time fixing it that would likely give the lead to Carbono if they choose to take it at that moment. They could delay it and take it slowly over the next couple of stops, but that will just leave them in a pain spot the whole way. You see Carbono trying to use that car as a pit, but Orca has the inside line. It doesn't matter. Gonzalez is to clear through turn 13. Great opportunistic move. We know that that is how Gonzalez has been getting it done. But a little bit of a whittle off the corner And now Max Fisher has all the slipstream in the world. And there is no more traffic to be used here. This is where it's going to get interested. And is Fisher going to go for a move? No, he's going to
backs out.
Settle into what I suspect is going to be a little bit of a fuel save decision now. You end up in a spot where your back's against the wall if you're on performance. You qualified on pole. You've been running pretty well this whole race, but then a mistake from another car, as it goes in racing sometimes, and suddenly you've got to bounce back. You've got to re-strategize. You've got to recover. And I think the way for Auto Performance to do that might be to try and get this one done on strategy, but move Oscar Gonzalez, Carbono Esports, with a great move in turn 13 up to your GT3 AM race lead as we just come towards the end of hour 2 here at Aragon.
Yeah, that's one of the best moves I've seen all race long. Certainly to use the GTP traffic as a pick through that bus depot section. Apparently that one's caught on. Well done, Liv. Through that bus depot section, Gonzalez just getting his car alongside the Orca Performance one through turns 12 and 13, takes it around the outside of turn 13 using all the track that he needs to, and very comfortably making that move work. I'm interested that Fisher didn't really do much to try and fight that one back, even though knowing he had the damage, track position might have been preferable for him in this particular occasion, but choosing to stay behind, sit in the slipstream, maybe save a little bit more fuel might be the play that Orca Performance are going for. They've lost the lead of this race, but I'll tell you now, they definitely want that one back.
They sure do. They're keeping on the tail end, and I think the tricky spot if you're Austin Gonzalez, you don't know exactly what the plan is from Max Fisher, whether they're going to sit behind and use some fuel save, or whether they're just waiting for you to lower your guard and then suddenly launch back into a move for the race lead. And if you're Fisher, you really want to try and keep your cards as close to your chest as possible here. We saw how aggressive Fisher was being in the mirrors. I almost wouldn't, Gonzalez being in the mirrors. I almost wonder if Fisher wants to play the opposite game, run very predictably and almost try and let the car ahead fall asleep a little bit, and then suddenly spring the move on if they want to try and get around. It's just want to try and keep the car ahead of you guessing is the main thing, and that's how the 264 can get this spot back. But got plenty of time left. They might leave it down to strategy because they should be pretty confident about the pace that they have in this one.
Well, speaking of strategy, a potential strategy call in GTP where I think Curb's making the choice to stick behind Randy Mateos, the 97, of course, leading the GTP championship overall. And Jan Curbs for Writer Engineering and Friends, their closest competition. Curbs has been right under the rear wing of Mateos since we took our break 20 or so minutes ago. And realistically, you think with that, he'd have a chance to get by, but he might have the chance now as Mateos gets checked up through turn 18 by some GT3 traffic, moves to defend the inside very aggressively, and Mateos will hold the inside through turn 1. Curbs around the outside, gets it done, and takes P4, I almost said the lead of the race, and takes P4. That is a very important, very decisive move in this championship fight, as Jan Curbs, clear of Randy Martin and Mateos, now gets to set up 17 seconds up the road to try and close in on XPD Racing. Here's the replay for you, Liv.
Yeah, and you just see it's that final sequence. You cannot go full throttle in a GTP if you've got traffic ahead. Curbs able to back it up, has been sat behind Mateos for a while, and I think, like we said, was able to then spring the move on now that assumedly has hit the fuel number that he was looking for. We're very late in the stint. You know how many laps you have left regardless of fuel save now, and does a great job to just get that move done around the outside late on the brakes. Here's an instant down into the hairpin. That is connection lost, it seems like, as it looks like not too much trouble for them. And we are back to live pictures now with Jan Curbs cutting through this little infield section. Old Firm trying to put the pressure on because there's nowhere for Curbs to go, but there's nowhere for Randy Martin Mateos to go either, and they are gonna slot back through. And Morris Amethyst finally gets dispatched by the group of them.
That's a short spin.
Neil DeBacker's just got the best seat in the house for this, it feels like, right now, and isn't looking to put too much pressure on. But down on pit lane is Albert Preem in the DLR SimLab orange car. Matthias Whiten stays out for the remainder of this lap. But that moves Blasco back up into second place for the time being. I'm not sure quite how long that one will last, with that incident at the hairpin still pending for the number 33 crew.
So Old Firm come down pit lane, DLR SimLab also down pit lane from the lead of this race. Field's very early, but explains why they've done such a good job to extend their lead at the front of the field. Of course, that car still in net first position, but this is the stage of the race where I'd really expect these cars to start going deeper into their stint, especially as the track conditions rise, cornering speeds become a good chunk slower. Gives you a chance to do some more lift and coast on corner entry and still maintain your braking spots, turning spots. It gives you a chance to look after the tires a little bit more, and of course could be a good call on strategy. It's another Ferrari down pit lane. It looks like the Vulcan Motorsports team. But I feel like DLR SimLab Red and XPD currently in the best spots in the field. Reiter in a decent spot as well, 18 seconds, of course, off that lead pair as it stands. But I'm looking to see if XPD and Reiter can do that 33 lap stint that they were teasing earlier on in this race. Of course, that previous stint cut a little bit short due to the full pace lap that all these drivers had to endure. So keep an eye on that strategy-wise. XPD Reiter going to be the two interesting ones in this, as DLR SimLab Red do tick off another lap and move on to the 32nd lap of their stint. So they're going one lap longer after that full pace lap earlier on in this race. So perhaps a lot of the same. But Liv, honestly, you're usually good with strategy stuff like this. I don't quite understand why DLR SimLab have gone one lap shorter in the second.
I mean, it could be. So this is for the number 1 car. It could just be a difference in terms of where they're at with their fuel situation. Of course, they spent a lot of that opening stint sat behind Matthias Whiten. So it could be as they'll lock up massively into the hairpin and run deep, struggling on those cold tyres in the Ferrari 499MP. I just don't know if their fuel economy is quite good enough to run those stints consistently. They had to sit behind White and get it done for most of that first stint, and I think running in clean air, maybe a 30 lap stint is just what that Ferrari is most comfortable doing. And if you have 3 cars, you may as well put them all on different strategies to give you additional options. So I imagine White will pit this time by and run that slightly longer stint instead. XPD, of course, are going to try and go to the end of lap 65 if they can, because that would be a 33 lap stint, as would be for Jan Curbs. And one team who had some really bad fortune early on, but might be able to parlay it into something quite special. Fury Simsport and Max Delayden can force down pit lane for that early quick stop to repair some damage. It's put them off cycle from the rest of the field. They topped off when they did that. And as DLR SimLab Red dives into pit lane, XPD Racing inherits the lead, and Fury Simsport are going to be able to extend at least 3 laps longer than Jan Curbs now be able to tie Blasco if they can run the same fuel number. And that could be enough to guarantee that they can make it on, well, what is going to be a 10 stop for them, but what is 9 scheduled stops ultimately, when a lot of other teams are already hard committed to a 10 scheduled stop strategy.
Yeah, I'm just looking at Curbs now, and you can see how little he's pushing through the first few corners on the track. 2 things there, it's saving tires and also saving fuel, because he's not putting his right foot down perhaps as hard as he could. And it was a spin for Yaroslav Roth into turn 6 from what I could see there. The Connection Loss Racing Cadillac sideways across the circuit and on his outlap as well. So cold tires recovering from that one. And now let's the Vulcan Motorsport Ferrari come through. Here's the replay for you. We've seen how deadly these cold tires can be, and it's literally just through this kink. That rear axle just completely lets go. Looking like, Roth just not making any adjustments on the ARBs perhaps to make that car more stable, and it is a mistake that's going to cost him a good chunk of time.
It is, and I'm very fortunate for Curbs and the other cars behind that they only got a 1x out of that in avoidance rather than picking up some heavy damage. We're starting to see some penalties come through, and notice Esports Sim Ultimate in the 174 GT3 gonna be forced to shut down pit lane. But the Blasco dives in after 32 laps, is not gonna be able to extend that one additional time, so they might not be able to make that 9-stop work. What's Jan Curbs' response here in the number 76? Will he stay to the right-hand side out of the final corner? No, he's going to pit as well. So I think even on a flying stint, 32 might just be your limit in this one. And so Max de Leyden is going to be in a very interesting spot. And at this point, if you're that team, do you have much to lose by trying to make that fuel strategy work? You've been put into a corner already, so why not, you know?
I think it depends how much past that hour mark they go, because we know it's a real struggle to actually get these cars to the hour mark. In the first stint, falling about 20 seconds short, they're going to fall another 20 seconds shorter here, and so you're just constantly losing time on that. But if you can get, God, I want to say a minute and, we put a number on it, a minute and 42 minutes ahead of the, or 2 minutes over the minute, it's going to be difficult to do because they've got to go another 3 laps or so, maybe even 4. Oh, that might actually do it though, and if you keep hitting that 32 laps, you're going to keep losing those 20 seconds relative to the race time, but I think it might actually be doable. I think I just saw Curbs go back up on the jacks there. I did, so that might be a rare operational error from Racer Engineering there. You see Curbs.
That's a long stop.
Yeah, it's a really long stop. I think that's going to be a tyre error then from the 76 crew, having to change back onto a different set of tyres, maybe accidentally changing onto the wets and having to change back to the dries. That stop does continue. I don't see a black flag of any form. I'm trying to look on the entries list as well, but my standing's covering it. I can't quite interpret it. Liv, are we clear on that?
There's not a black flag for Jan Curbs by the look of things.
Wow. There's
definitely a black flag now been applied to XBD Racing, as they have had that penalty for the incident down at the hairpin. And actually, it looks like too. I mean, there's been spins all over the place. I was going to say we had a spin for DLR Cinema Red as well. We had a spin for XBD Racing. We had a spin for Jan Curbs, who, let's mention, if he had to take a double tyre change, how does that affect the strategy for the rest of the race?
It's one of the GT3s this time.
But they might be down a set for the rest of this one as well. And when teams were really not wanting to double stint tyres, especially in the Adula, Reiter might be forced into that. So this is spin number 17 of the last 5 minutes. This DLR Cinema Green. And just a little bit too hot through that corner. Hot down. Jan Curbs with a little bit of a scare. But yeah, I mean, a lot of the top contenders in GTP struggling on these outlaps, and
Curbs has just gone straight on. Curbs has just gone completely straight on. Down at turn 12, has to take I don't even know what sort of lane that is. That's not the long lap penalty in MotoGP, is it?
No, that's the recovery lane.
Yeah, so recovery lane then for Jan Curbs, who will take a significant slowdown for that, but it all seems to be falling apart for Reiter Engineering very early on in the third stint of this race. 2 hours gone, and it looks like it's the witching hour here at Aragon, and the sun hasn't even gone down yet.
Yeah, it's mistakes left, right, and center. I was going to blame some teams potentially putting new drivers in after that opening double stint, but Jan Curbs not in that spot right now. So not really much excuse for them. Pablo Alvarez does come down pit lane to serve that drive-through penalty. They're now down in 5th place, although we still have NGC with a stop pending. And they're in a similar spot actually to Fury Simsport, who have just come down pit lane a couple of minutes past the 2 hour mark. So I'm not sure if they're going to be able to quite make that strategy call work. But it looks like XBD in a net P4 right now after charging to the front of the field, and it's currently Albert Preem after mistakes from everyone behind, who is looking at a 16-second lead of the race once Pedro Piquet takes a turn down towards pit lane. being said, they might be able to cut the stop out.
Olivia, remember what we were looking at but just before this cycle of pit stops was the 97, your championship leader, falling behind their main championship contender. I'm trying to not say championship so often, but here we are. With Curbs making those two mistakes, one with the tires and then one with the half spin on pit exit. It puts him all the way down in 7th place compared to Julien Harmon's P4 and about 34 seconds off Old Firm Racing. So not only have they got time to make up, they've got a strategy blunder to recover from and so much work to do for the 97 crew. And also they're being hounded by Neil DeBacker of TMR, who looks like he wants to get by and take some track position, and that's just going to slow them down even more. Lots of history between these two in iRacing officials, and that history looks set to continue as it's a door check from Neil DeBacker and contact in the right rear corner from Jan Curbs, sending the Ferrari 499P into a half spin off the circuit. And oh goodness me, Liv, what do you make of that one? I'm going to stay out of it.
I think that's probably advisable from the one Taylor Hills of Taylor's Racing. What I will say initially, of course, Neil DeBacker 3 laps down, but much lower on fuel, has of course tyres up to temperature, whereas Jan Curbs was still fighting for getting temperature into those Michelins and had been making a lot of mistakes on them. So you can understand why Neil would want to go for that move and get a foot forward. A big move on the brakes, a very late braking for Jan Curbs to try and hand around the outside. Neil DeBacker, you've got to say, with that narrow entry, doesn't really leave as much room as Curbs would have been hoping for on the edge of the hairpin. But then it's a little bit clumsy from the both of them. I think DeBacker's expecting Curbs to back out. Curbs expecting DeBacker to leave more room. And
that's a reasonable call, yeah.
I just don't think it was necessary from either of them to have it come to blows there at turn 17. The dive into the hairpin's fair enough. The slight little bit of a side-by-side contact in the hairpin is fair enough. But again, that's such a high-speed section. It's a section where drivers know it's going to be tricky. They were told that by the stewards before the race started. And yeah, I just don't think it was very sensible from either of those drivers there.
It's one of those where it makes you think, would life not have been a heck of a lot easier if we just ran the bus depot section with the MotoGP final corner? Probably, but it's a decision that was made, and it's a decision that everyone out there on track is having to deal with. I mean, that's just the thing about Aragon. It's got so many different layouts because it's quite a modular racetrack, and I can't lie, I have a bit of a preference for that long left-hander.
But to be fair though, this is the layout that's intended for cars for endurance racing. That sweeper is the motorcycle layout, which is not, I believe, run by any. No, actually, it's been run by Formula 4, and it was run by a Ginetta in 2016. Looking at the Wikipedia article, but
wait, which sort of Ginetta? Like Ginetta Juniors?
A G57. In a little local sort of sports car championship, but for all major series, when ELMS has come here and when the winter series has come here, they use this layout. So I'd say the drivers have to work out. I know that these are not necessarily a class of machine that is normally here, but we race these cars at Long Beach. They should be able to work it out.
So a fight has resumed out there on track. That mistake for Jaroslav Roth leading him back into the clutches of the DLR by SimLab Cadillac. So we do have a bit of that Cadillac civil war going on as Kamala and Roth both still on board that car going for that triple stint, which is good to see. But the rear end of that DLR SimLab Caddy just getting a little bit out there between turns 13 and 14, struggling to get that power down, and it's going to mean it's going to be a case of struggling to get the power down again out of 15 with Roth deep in the slipstream of that V Series R in front. We are going to see that American Civil War kick off yet again. Is Roth going to go for a move down the inside? The slipstream advantage does start to build. And it's Camalda that's deeper on the brakes into the hairpin. Can they get it stopped? Yes, they can, with Roth looking for the slightly wider line to try and set up the exit through 17 and 18. Camalda's car just getting a touch loose yet again, but managing to pull a nice comfy gap of a couple of car lengths down into turn 1. So this battle will take a slight pause through that first sector. There's some traffic to deal with as they come up behind Andrew Fairley on board, I want to say the DDK Mustang GT3. We'll see by the time they get there. Slightly wider entry for Camalda through turn 3, but does end up off the road on the exit of that corner, picking up a 1X. But carrying that speed might have been worth it just to protect himself from Yaroslav Roth behind. Both cars will try to make it around the outside of the GT3 that's just in front of him. Fairley will give them both the room, maintains almost a little bit of overlap on corner entry. So Roth has to leave the space. That gap opening up to half a second and extending yet again. Roth just leaving a bit of time on the table, not taking as wide an entry through turn 8 and turn 9 as Camalda is, as this battle does look set to take a little bit of a pause for now.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to be patient with a move to not prevent, and we've had seen so many instances for two of these drivers that aren't really bored and whether it maybe does whether it's hard from the simulator, it'll count all day, and we're at the point where we are going to have to worry about those incident points. But it's a bad exit out of turn 15 from Emre Camalda. This could open up the opportunity for Yaroslav. I don't think he can be patient this time. He's going to pull to the inside. He's going to try and get that move done on the brakes. Ooh. Hopefully we won't see a repeat of what we saw a few laps ago. Roth goes very deep. I mean, Emre goes deep as well, but then can't get the car turned back in effectively because Roth is just there sort of blocking the corner. And that is move done. It's forceful, but moving that corner is very rarely not, you've got to say. And that battle, it looks like, may simmer down now as Yaroslav Roth looks to run ahead. We look out to the three-way battle for 7th place in GT3 Pro, with Vulcan Motorsports Gold trying to streak away from Mass Devils. Alex Mass fending off Miguel Gallardo in the Enosis Sim Ultimate GT3 that's on a recovery drive now after a penalty in the last round of stewarding decisions. Speaking of stewarding, I will say that incident between the 41 and sectors where he thought maybe both drivers being a little bit silly. There are 2 lines on the spreadsheet regarding that incident.
I'll take it, they both reported each other then.
They have both reported each other. Oh my goodness, on the way to pit lane.
That is a moment on pit entry. Miguel Gallardo outbrakes Alex Mass on the way down pit lane and makes up a spot in the process. That is Sebastian Vettel-esque if I ever did see it, Liv.
I was going to say, he went to the Sebastian Vettel school of overtaking.
I beat you to
Just
it.
making sure that going to that side of the white line is legal. I think it should be. Kept 2 tires within it as well. I don't have much problem with that as a spectator, but there you see just the lunge.
That's beautiful.
I think I was backed out of it when, oh, I don't want to be a part of this actually, and made sure to get back single file before the entry line. But we'll see what happens. There is actually damage to Enosis from a previous incident, so it's possible that they're going to end up losing that spot once they're on exit anyway. But we'll see if they end up taking that. And no, in fact, they're going to be nose tail off the line. Enosis choosing to leave most of its fixed, but they choose to leave a little bit more of it on the way out of pit lane. And what a move that was. You always love to see those pit lane overtakes, especially when they don't end in disaster. Great, brave move from Miguel Gallardo as his last act in that car for the time being hands it off to Ivan Eduardo with a free position for the road.
It's almost like he'd set his mind on, yeah, I'm going to get this car in front of the one in front of me, and that's going to be my job done in this stint. Very much ran out of time to get that done, but saw an opportunity to force the issue into pit lane, got the position, and was like, right, my job's done. Here you go, Eduardo. It is your turn. Back out on circuit, though, you are watching the virtual drivers by Thrustmaster BMW in a bit of a track, a bit of a scrap even, for track position with Eduardo Fava. 7/10 of a second. He's going to separate both of those guys on the road as Fava just trying to get back in front of the 113. The virtual drivers team wants to sort of struggle for pace a little bit relative to the top of the GT3 AM drivers. That's Jan Kurbs threading his way through this one. So let's see what Eduardo Fava can do. Again, it's not a battle for actual position. It is a battle for track position. GT3 Pro, GT3 AM both scored completely separately in the standings. You can see that definition not only by their positions on the road, but their car numbers. The 100s and the 200s in two separate classes, just to make it easier to distinguish them. Liv, you're trying to send something. It hasn't fully loaded, but I think you've seen something.
It's an update on the spreadsheet, and it turns out that I am a well-trained steward, because the crew over at PC coming to much the same conclusion. The rows have been resolved with a warning for the 76 and a warning for the 41, respectively.
Yeah,
there you tell both drivers, hey, knock it off. We don't care what encounters you may have had in the past. Just don't do that here. It's not worth it.
I love the use of the word encounters to describe what's happened in the past between those two, because it's not even as deep as that. Just a good little bit of scrapping during the European Sprint Series days, and goodness me, wasn't that a time. One of your closest battles for actual position on track. Tim DeHunt for Eagle Speed Academy Esports S against Raul Monraba. Saw that McLaren, the 161, come off pit lane a few laps ago after getting overtaken by the Inosis Esports car on pit entry, but now coming under quite a bit of pressure from the Acura NSX GT3, who is in fact coming under some pressure from your overall race leader, who slots his way between this fight. Might get in the way of the McLaren in front, cause them to check up a little bit. It looks like he does, as DeHunt just closing that gap by a car length or so on corner entry. Turn 9, a corner where you can gain a lot of speed in, well, at that apex. Cut that as much as you can to try and open up the exit. 0.6 of a second is the gap that's going to be sat there between these two, as DeHunt looking for a way to gain some time through 12 through 15.
And it's worth mentioning on pit earlier, and so is going to have a slightly lower fuel. It's going to have those tires up to temperature, and is not going to want to be sat behind the 161 for too much longer, because in this situation, if you're pitting earlier in the cycle, you've got to try and gain that time back somewhere, and this is the time to do it. So the 186 looking to get that move done, but of course, fresh driver in the car might still be getting a feel for the conditions. Maybe is more of a fuel save maestro. They both dove incredibly deep into the hairpin, just missing the mark a little bit. And I think once you get two tires into those marbles on the outside, all four are going to follow. They get it gathered back up. No change for position, because neither of them can capitalize on the mistake from the other. And we stay nose to tail here in the battle for 10th place, as the pit stop cycle continues, and I think finally rounds out with IS Corsa pulling down pit lane from 3rd place in GT3 AM to finish off the pit stops for the GT3s. And by my calculation, this could be an 8-stop race for some of these teams that have gone long.
Well, it certainly sounds like it. That's going to be a good chunk of time saved by those GT3 teams that are going a little bit longer. But after the pit stop cycle, you are watching Justin Eloff just in front of Miguel Toledo. 0.4 of a second is that gap. Eloff just off pit lane on slightly cold tires, slightly heavier fuel, being chased down by an Acura NSX GT3 that is looking spooky fast right now. Top tier motorsport, we've seen some fantastic pace of so far in this race, and that very much looks set to continue though, because Eloff with those tires a little bit more up to temperature just started to eke that gap out a little bit. Toledo not having much of an answer in at least the high-speed stuff through here. It's going to get a little bit tighter and twistier, and maybe that's where Toledo in that Acura GT3 is going to find a touch more speed. Down into turn 7 they go, hard on the brakes, try and get that car rotated. A lot of work to do, especially on cars that have fuel tanks as big as 110 litres, Liv.
That is, what, about 80 kilos of additional ballast being carried at the start of a stint. Racing fuel, of course, a little bit lighter than water, but still a close conversion between litres and kilograms, which is always fun when you're driving one of the few cars on the service that does run using fuel weight like the modern F1 cars. and the wonderful GTP from yesteryear, the Nissan ZXT. Always a blast to drive. For our modern GTP machines, fuel tanks closer to that 90-litre sort of 70-kilo additional weight range, but they've got the weight from the hybrid system as well that's going to bog them down slightly. So these power systems definitely giving some additional heft to these cars, and the difference between a heavy car and a full car is pretty significant. But with how the tyre wear is in the races today, you got to think that late stint running is likely to be a little bit slower just for the sake of that, at least in the GTP machines. Maybe the GT3s can get some pace out of the late stint running instead.
Well, you did have a chance. You did have a chance to have a go in some of that old GTP machinery. Only, was it last weekend for the Run America 500?
It was.
I'm trying to remember how that went for you, and whether that's something I should open up to. Do you want to talk about that?
I may have put it in the wall.
I do remember that screenshot. I remember being at Alton Towers at the time and just popping in to check how you guys are doing, just looking at the little thumbnails that pop up on the Discord stream.
It was as
and I remember just opening it up, and all I could see from Liv's little thumbnail on the, where you press the watch stream button, was the onboard from the driver's seat of a GTP heading straight towards a barrier. I think it was on the outside of turn 8.
No, it's the final corner.
How was it? How on earth did you end up out there?
I just caught the exit rond on the outside of the final corner when it spun. It's actually remarkably easy to do, especially in that car. And fatigue after sort of 2-3 hours sets in a car like that. And it's going to set in for some drivers here as well. Jan Curbs, Mats de Leyden, and Pedro Piquet, as well as actually Emre Kamaldar. Looks like the 4 drivers in this field who have decided to carry on from the very start of the race to this point. And I mean, we did see some mistakes from Jan Curbs to open up this third stint of competition. So there's definitely a limit to how far you can push these things, even if you're a driver as confident in yourself as Jan is. So I'm sure they'll be all looking at a driver swap next stint by. But for the GT3 winners, it looks like everyone has made that call at the end of the second stint. Of course, slightly longer stints for them. But that's definitely the time, if they haven't already ended the first stint, to put a new driver in. So some brand new battles in the GT3 class. Had only the 246 and the 178 and the 234 by my count. Keeping a driver in the last stops because they swapped at the end of the first stint instead. For everyone else, they're still finding their footing out there. Just a couple laps in for some drivers, and some mistakes are coming through from the 161. Raul Manraba from Mass Devils with a slide through turn 13, I think it was, just getting up to temperature in the McLaren 720S.
Very poorly timed yawn from me there. Sorry, Liv. But yeah, lots of things about endurance racing really starting to rear their heads. You talk about the fatigue and you talk about the driver swaps as well. At the end of the day, it is very much a team sport out there on circuit. And a lot of these drivers, especially the ones just getting in, won't have been in the car for a good couple of hours by this point. And these track conditions are so vastly different to the ones that we've seen just in practice and even in qualifying. I'm sure a lot of the qualifying drivers did start, but track conditions very different now than they were 2.5 hours ago. We are, it's over nearly 10 degrees Celsius hotter out there on track, on a track surface that is very much rubbered in by this stage in the day. And contrary to real life, that's when a track surface in iRacing starts to lose a little bit of its grip. If you want to go and set blisteringly fast lap times, the time that you're going to want to do it is on an absolutely green track as early in the day as you can, with all the cloud cover possible, none of the humidity, and as cold a day as you can make it. Because at least my theory is, when the track starts to get rubbered in, no matter what the temperature sort of does, that rubbered in surface feels like it's likely to quote unquote melt. And that's when the track surface starts to, I think, get a little bit slippier. And it's the only thing really off the top of my head that would explain why the track surface loses grip as it gets more rubbered in.
I think there's a certain extent to that. I don't think that a very green track is the best for every car. I think maybe for some cars potentially, but I think it's that sort of middle phase. And I think the thing is that just 3 hours into an endurance race after qualify, where we laid a bunch of rubber down, that starts to be the point where not only does that rubber in surface start to get a little bit tricky to deal with, but those marble builds up on the outside of the corners are incredibly tricky. So even if the racing line is in perfect condition, one mistake on one lap can then put you in sort of a spin cycle for the next few minutes. You try and get those tires clean again, but of course every time you're into a braking zone you have reduced performance. You'd end up missing your mark, running wide out into more marbles, and it just ends up perpetuating itself until you are just completely flustered in that race car. And if you're fresh in and you can't find that rhythm, it can be so difficult later in the stint to then settle back into it. So a crucial phase of the race for all of these GT3 drivers, and definitely some handling it better than others right now.
You're saying that, Liv. We've got quite a varied audience that like to watch these races, so would you like to explain what marbles are and what they do?
Yeah, so marbles are...
not little glass balls, right?
No, they're little rubber balls. Essentially, a racing tyre starts with a certain depth of tread, and much like a road tyre, over time, as the car moves around and you know, it uses the grip for traction, for turning, for braking, for accelerating, the tyre tread at the very surface starts to come away from the carcass and end up on the racetrack. And sometimes it will stick to the racing line and rubber in that surface, and sometimes it will bead off into little chunks that will get sort of propelled to the outside of the corners and off the racing line, and just end up as a little bit of debris, not unlike what you see when a car drags some gravel back onto the racetrack from an off-track excursion. So on those alternate lines, especially in the runoff areas, you end up with a massive build-up in a race of this length of essentially discarded chunks of tyre that just automatically will form from laps and laps, thousands of laps of running from the field as a whole. And once you get into them, that acts as a barrier between your fresh, sort of hot rubber on the tyre and the racing surface you want to find grip on it. It removes that contact patch that you need for optimal performance, and you have to wait for either one of those chunks to fly back off the tyre and get dislodged, or to bed itself in and start to come back up to temperature with the rest of the compound. So it's a very tricky thing. You often see, and this is quite a fun thing, at the end of a race, in real life, teams will go out and search in those sort of banks of marbles to collect as much onto the tyres as possible, because it just gives them a little bit more margin to pass the weight checks at the end of the race to get through scrutineering. But for the entire rest of the running, you want to keep your tyres as clean as possible, which means no running onto the gravel, no running onto the grass, and very much not picking up old tyre from similar competitors.
Beautifully explained. Thank you very much, Olivia. Back out on track, though, we do have a bit of a battle for position that's been raging for the last few minutes or so. Miguel Toledo trying to hold off Afonso Souto for 5th place in GT3 Pro, that Go Esports Acura, only 0.4 of a second ahead of the Vulcan Motorsports Gold McLaren. It's a bit of a V6 versus V8 battle, Britain versus Japan, as they make their way down the hill into turn 8 and turn 9. But Toledo doing everything that he needs right now to hold Souto off behind, making sure to focus up on those exits as Jean-Paul Seaman for DLR Simlab Red slots himself in the middle of this fight. Suto looking for a slightly shorter line through 11 to make his way up to turn 12. We are just at the moment though watching the negative delta by Simgear car start to pull away from even the DLR by Simlab. Mustang just behind, not for track position. Of course, those two are separated by class, but the track position, of course, going to be helpful for that Mercedes AMG GT3. I'm just trying to find it down the list, down in 14, so I can see exactly what it's got going on. Wow, it is behind quite a few of those GT3 AM cars. In front of it is the, I want to say the Orca Performance black car, as here is a fight for position though. It's 11th in class in GT3 Pro, Raul Monraba. And where is he? There he is. Yeah, Tim DeHunt just in front. So Tim DeHunt has actually got past the Mass Devils Esports McLaren, and Monraba just sort of trying to hold on for now.
Yeah, hold on, and also, again, running longer in the stints in the 161, so it is in a good spot to do some fuel saving here. Raul was one of the drivers that was struggling early in the stint, so it can sometimes help if you're in that spot and you want to get into that rhythm, you end up sitting in the wheel tracks of someone else, just try and follow their lines and use them as a bit of a reference point, and also just not push quite so hard to give that fuel saver and take the pressure off yourself, knowing that the lap time is not the only factor in your race. But I've got to say, I was still struggling to hook the car up through that section. A little bit uncertain, I'd say, and Tim DeHunt is absolutely going to pull away here and start to work forwards into the rest of the top 10. DDK is the next car up, Andrew Fairley, 7 seconds up the road from the 186, and that is going to be their next target in their, sure, they're hoping a few laps time, but it was actually a mistake from Tim DeHunt that put him back here on the previous lap, and so it was more of a defensive move from Raul. I'm trying to see exactly where that came in. It's a spin actually out of turn 15, so a recovery drive, and I think to reclaim that position from DDK that they had a few laps ago, but ultimately not too much harm done in that fight, and they can continue on into this next one, although getting shoved a little bit wide as Albert Preem, your race leader, comes through into turn number 4, maybe? And yeah, just a little bit awkward, and Tim DeHunt decides to bail out of that one and take the 1X. Unfortunately, there's some marbles onto the tyres.
As everything comes a little bit full circle, as so often is the case. We are 2.5 hours gone in this race. DLR Simlab Orange lead the way. Albert Preem currently on board for them with their sister Acura only, well, say only 12 or so seconds off the lead of that race. Old Firm Racing find themselves up in 3rd place now after I think a penalty for XVD Racing shuffled Pablo Alvarez down into 4th. Max DeLayden, Fury Simsport find themselves up in 5th place, and Jan Curbs for Writer Engineering recovering up to 6th as it stands. Pedro Paquette currently there in 7th as well, which is a good bit of a recovery for him so far. Alex Pilbeam for Vulcan Motorsports Orange up in 8th. Connection Lost Racing, Jaroslav Sof, Roth Ethan finding himself a little bit down the order after a spin in 9th. And Emery Camalda for the 3rd DLR by Simlab car, rounding out your top 10 in GTP as it stands. Fast Repair Motorsport having a good race so far today, with Joan Rodriguez currently holding on in the lead of that class. RPM Racing down in P2, as that is a fight for track position going on between Carbonaro Esports and Gnosis Esports Simulator. Of course, not for actual points, but certainly a bit of racing to keep your eye on as we go through a little bit of a standings rundown for the moment. But Yeshel Yunus holding on to P2 in GT3 Pro for RPM Racing. Valkyrie Excite Green, your championship leaders, who started a little bit down the order in GT3 Pro today, currently up 6 spots on that final step of the podium, only 16 seconds off the next car and 24 seconds off the overall GT3 lead. Keep an eye on that one, they might start to make their way forward. Top 10 Motorsport, Justin Eloff up in 4th place, and Alfonso Suto for Vulcan Motorsport rounding out the top 5 in GT3 Pro. Org Performance Racing Blue still find themselves in the lead of GT3 AM, with Carbono Esports challenging for about 8 seconds or so back. And then past quite a number of GT3 Pro cars, you find the DDK Racing Team S car with Brex Bearings currently on board in 3rd place in class, with Mauro Dragoni for Ice Corsa Red down in 4th. Alex Baines for Eagle Speed Academy G rounds out your top 5 in GT3 AM. And in terms of this race, there is definitely some strategy intrigue to come and some battling still to be had, as this one between Enosis and Carbono looks set to continue. It's an aggressive pinch from Carbono into the hairpin. It's going to be door-to-door, side-by-side through turn 16. That 2nd place GT3 AM car of Sergio Exposito just choosing not to give up that track position at all as he makes his way down pit lane, I think, to serve a penalty, Liv.
Yeah, so a little bit of a... I mean, obviously, I guess the situation is the GT3 not really expecting a move to come in there so late, and yeah, and defending that, make sure they're clear, and then pulling down to serve a penalty. A couple of incidents seems like with the 246 Squadron Veloce Alpha car that's ended up with both of them picking up penalties for various actions over the past few laps. Other penalties that have been applied, there was one for the TMR number 41 car, because right after they picked up that warning from race control for the mutual incident with the 76, they went for another big dive on a laps up GTP into the hairpin and kind of missed the corner, and the stewards thinking that the warning maybe was not heeded, and so they will have another trip down pit lane to serve that will drop them from 11th place to 11th place.
Well, the attitude that we had in Race for a Cause clearly not carrying its way over into PEC. Those two clearly just... I sound like I'm about to insult them, but all cards off the table, trying to recover positions as quickly as possible. It's the only way that I can see anything like that happen, considering how sensible the both of them normally are. But of course, a difficult day at the office for the 41 crew, who are recovering after dropping back behind the entire GT3 field after getting involved in an incident at the start of this race that wasn't even remotely their fault. Still keeping an eye on Carbono Esports GT3, who are coming under a little bit of pressure after their drive-through from the DDK Racing Mustang of Andrew Fairling. This one, again, not for actual points position, but for track position. That is a very big American V8 muscle car that has a poncy little British GT3 sat in front of it that certainly wants it out of the way so they can get clear track ahead. Exposito choosing to open up 17 a little bit more, which compromised his run through the apex of turn 16 and allowed Andrew Fairley to close up just a little bit more. Might create an opportunity down into turn 1. Keep an eye on how this one develops as that V8 Mustang roars its way down the start-finish straight, but the 232 will hang on to that track position for now.
Again, this is crucial because that car taking the trip down pit lane didn't believe they have the pace to try and get back towards auto performance. They are not going to want to give anything, but that's a little bit of contact, it seems like. Not intentional, you've got to say, from Fairley, just trying to maximize the corner as much as possible and maybe just outbrake themselves a little bit. In the end, it's going to straighten out the Carbono car, and they're going to slot back through. And I'm sure not particularly thrilled about that one, because I feel like that may have also... No, that was already pre-existing damage on the left rear corner, but adding a little bit of insult to injury there, maybe for Carbono, as they now have that car ahead of them, who they're not really particularly thrilled with, I'd say.
No, certainly not, but I'm really hoping that there isn't any sort of retaliation there. I think Andrew Fairley getting far enough away as early on as possible that he's not going to generate an opportunity for Exposito to maybe try something. We saw how aggressive Exposito's defense was into the hairpin in the last couple of laps when they did come down pit lane to serve that penalty. But another battle that we are watching just on your screens right now is another one for track position and not actually a battle for points. as the DDK Racing Ferrari looking to make its way past the Enosis Pro car. So this is Catching Pro trying to get in front and try and get some clear track in front of them. They've got Max Delaney for Fury Sim Sport behind them on track. He's going to try and find his way through in the next couple of corners, but British Ferrari versus Italian McLaren down into the hairpin. It looks like the McLaren's going to have the advantage. Which McLaren? The one in front. It's 16 they go. Constantina effect coming into, effects yet again. But the Enosis McLaren just going a bit deep into that hairpin. Almost created an opportunity for the Ferrari to slide on by. They'll stay line astern through turns 17 and 18 as Max Delayden makes his way past this fight. And the battle for track position will continue for yet another lap.
Haley, we've had words about this. Not every mid-engine GT3 is the same.
We haven't had words about this.
We have not had words about this at all. We've got an interesting fight kicking off for fourth place in GT3 as well. Vulcan Motorsports Gold closing in on top tier Motorsport for what is a great battle between those cars, having strong runs at the front of the field. I also want to mention there's not a battle currently. The DLR cars are closing back in towards each other as Albert Preem seemingly struggling for pace a little bit, maybe getting held up by some pockets of traffic. And Jan Paul is just 5 seconds behind now in the ARX 06. And of course is planning to go at least 2 laps longer on fuel in the stint as well. So I'd say although Albert Preem currently holds the race lead in the Ferrari orange entry, I'd say that the DLR Simrad red car might be the one in the best spot right now.
Well, let's see what happens. It's a new personal best even for DLR Simlab Red as Jean-Paul Seaman really extracting some pace out of the car, but I can hear him doing lift and coast down into turn 1. The gap between those two sits at around 5.5 seconds or so for now, but as you said, Liv, just looking at over the past 3 laps or so, average pace has really been in Jean-Paul Seaman's favor. 47.7 compared to 49.3 for Albert Preem. So that gap coming down by, God, 1.5 seconds per lap over the last 3. That's pretty damning for your overall race leader right now.
Yeah, and the last lap was good. It was a 41.8, but even so, Jean-Paul finding some incredible pace out this racetrack. So I think a combination of traffic just not working in Preem's favor recently, but also I just think that Jan Paul is the more confident and the fastest driver at this current point in time, and is looking to try and close in, if not on the racetrack, if on strategy, as they, of course, are potentially more focused on holding Julian Harmon and Pablo Alvarez as far away as possible. Currently a gap of 30 seconds off your race lead, and it's not really closed in that much over the past couple of laps, it seems.
No, it does seem like a little bit of patience being shown by Julian Harmon right now. He's a driver that is very hot and cold when it comes to racetracks that I've noticed. There are days when he's easily the fastest driver in Old Firm racing, but then there are tracks that he goes to where he just doesn't seem to have the pace as everyone else around him, and honestly it could be quite jarring to see that out there on track. Like I remember racing him during a 6-hour race at the Nürburgring because he just had a bit of a moment coming over touching one of the curbs in the final sector. But I remember coming against him in a race at the Nürburgring, and I'm not going to sit here and pretend I'm the fastest driver in the world because I'm nowhere near that, which is why I was quite surprised when he was just seemingly lacking pace even against the likes of me. And he has those moments here in the pack as well, where there are days when he's fast, days when he's not. And it just seems right now either he's on that fuel save strategy or he's just having one of those days where he's not. And I guess that's one of the interesting human parts of endurance racing.
I'll say Julian Harmon is actually setting faster laps than Randy Martin Mateos was for Old Firm racing.
I guess in the context of everyone else, yeah.
It's just that DLR are on an absolute tear at the front of the field, with Jan Paul being one of the fastest drivers on the entire racetrack right now. And so, despite having sort of decent pace and managing the gap well, it's just not possible to close it in as efficiently as maybe they'd hope. and it's maybe more focus of trying to fend off Pablo Alvarez right now, who it seems like is actually matched quite well with the number 97.
Yeah, creeping his way towards the back of that Acura, really threatening to have a go at that podium. But when is XPD Racing not? Again, it's the likes of Old Firm, Fury Simsport, DLR SimLab, Writer Engineering that are always on the podium or on the fringes of it. Those are really your top 5 cars. Sorry, yeah, they're your top 5 teams currently sat inside the top 6. I don't think that's an unfair thing to say, because we're always talking about how they're doing really well, strategy, how they're doing really well in fights. They're always the most exciting teams to watch out there on track in GTP, and they're doing that again for us today with a bit of varying strategy to keep an eye on as the race continues. But this is actually a bit of a move for position, one that's been set up for quite a while for track position even. That's Relmon Raba on the inside of this fight. Brecht bearings around the outside of turn 13, makes that one stick, retakes the racing line for 14 and stays ahead through 15. A very solid move for the driver of the 226 Ferrari.
I will say, I'm sure there's been some calls in the commentary booth for running that alternate final corner. I'm sure there's also some drivers who would have been liking to see the full outer layout used that completely skips that infield section as well.
It's so much fun.
It has been fantastic for producing some great moves, especially in the GT3 class so far in this race. Seeing the sort of side-by-side battles and drivers managing to hand outside moves through those two right-handers has been really impressive to watch. So a great little bit of track design and maybe an underrated sequence of corners here at Motorland Aragon.
Oh, goodness me. I think I've just seen Jan Curbs run into the back of, I want to say, Thomas van der Bosch into turn 7. I'll wind that back and try and get a better angle of it. It was, in fact, Thomas van den Bosch for Quattroveloce Alpha by Eagle RS. Curbs forced to the outside on entry to turn 7 by Andrew Fairley in the Mustang on his inside. Just misjudges the McLaren's braking point in front and ends up running into the back of him, sending him into a spin to the inside of the corner, and might now be carrying a little bit of damage because Pedro Paquette was all over the back of him coming through turns 8 and 9 and actually managed to get the position, but Curbs managing to fight that one back on the inside of turn 9. Paquette going out wide, running into those marbles is what's let him hang on to that for now, but gap between them 0.8 of a second, and I think we're going to see a report being sent to the steward for that one.
Yeah, and this is the thing, racing drivers obviously very fast on the racetrack, but it's also remarkable how quick they often are about getting that doodle form filled in. They want the stewards to know immediately what's going on. I mean, it helps to get that sort of handled so that you can try and focus back in on your race as much as possible, but you also end up looking at the sheet with your eyes peeled if you are the driver outside the car, waiting to see what the stewards have to say about it and whether you need to hop in to have some words, because as you all know, nothing a driver loves more than reporting an incident than arguing with a steward about the decision they've made.
Don't know what you're talking about. Absolutely no idea what you're talking about. That is a blatant attack on me as a person, Olivia.
I didn't mention you.
I'm not gonna have that. Yeah, you did. It was a direct attack.
Yeah. I think you reported yourself on that one. Anyway, we have had a move for that 4th position in GT3 Pro. Manifested through traffic around the connection lost GTP. So move Afonso Souto up into 4th place and trying to pull away, but not quite having the margin that he would have wanted. That's also, as we are watching this battle for 6th place continue, Pedro Paquette closed right in with that moment from Jan Curbs. The gap at the front of the field is now just 3 seconds between the two DLR cars. Last time we were keeping an eye on that, it was closer to 6. So good progress being made by Jan Paul on that one. And just as to round out that point, about 90 seconds ago, that report did indeed come through. So marked that, about 2 minutes, maybe 1 lap to get that form filled in and sent off to the stewards. It's It's not the fastest I've seen, but it is good performance from the 246 crew.
I will say, it still makes me giggle every time I see a report come through on that spreadsheet. And the reason for the report just says punting. Because the only thing that comes to my head when I hear the word punting is, you know, the boats in Venice? With the little sticks that they push against the...
Yeah, no, I know the boats. I know the boats in Cambridge that they do that with.
Oh, you went to Cambridge? No way. You never talk about it. You got a degree in everything, have you?
Yeah, just about.
But no, yeah, it makes me giggle because it's such a silly word.
Not avoidable contact, not causing a collision, punting.
Like literally, causing a collision is right there as like some proper official sounding wording, and they go for punting. It's like there are some times where it's like they take themselves so seriously, and then don't take themselves seriously enough, and it's like, gang, punting, come on.
Not to mention dive bomb. Could be dangerous driving, could be, you know, any number of things. It just
could also be
causing
a collision.
I mean, that is true. One can very easily turn into the other.
True. Ask me how I know.
Oh, I'm sure you know.
DLS Lab Orange then committing to that 30-lap stint at full push. Hasn't really been working for them in the last stint, as Albert Preem dropping time to his own teammate. They do abandon that stint about on time, come down pit lane, change the tyres, get some fuel on board, and get back out there on circuit. Currently been stopped for about 60 seconds. It will be a normal minute and 5 seconds or so down pit lane, but that is the start of your pit stop cycle. There's still a few laps to go for DLS Lab Red before they think about coming down pit lane. Same story for Old Firm Racing, as they are looking like they should come down pit lane this time by, but I certainly think it's an interesting decision from the Orange crew to be at least one lap shorter than everyone else in the field right now.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's a thing where they've calculated it to the end and have decided that the fuel save will actually save them a pit stop. And obviously it'll save you time in that final stop, but if they are confident they can gain that time back by pushing that little bit harder, you don't need to find that much pace ultimately to capitalize on that. And so I don't necessarily think it's a bad call for where they are in the race, as long as they have worked it out. The one thing I would say is that it's very difficult to make those assumptions, because we do have peeking onto the radar within the next 2 or 3 hours. We're expecting another band of rain, and I don't know. I'll admit I was not expecting rain to be particularly present here, but the forecast very confident that we're going to have quite a shower lasting a good couple hours as the track heads into the evening time. And so that is going to be another challenge for these drivers, and to be fair, might be actually an opportunity for Reiter to make up a stint, because you often want to run tyres a bit longer on the wet weather compounds than you would on the dries. That being said, if they time it wrong...
Oh yeah, that time gain as well is going to be lovely, isn't it?
If they time that wrong and they end up using a couple extra sets than what they'd like, they might...
Yeah.
I mean, there's a possibility they don't make it to the end if they don't have any sets of tyres left. So we'll see how they manage that, and whether they are down a set from the rest of the teams with that pit stop at the end of the previous stint. I'm sure they're hoping when Jan Kurbs pulls in next time, and we would assume hands the car over to Jonas Weber, that they are going to have a much smoother operation down in the garage of the number 76.
It's funny you should mention handing the car over to Jonas Weber, because I was actually going to bring up a point about exactly that. The one thing that I find really fun about sim racing is you can always tell, or no, not always. There are times when you can tell exactly who's going to get in the car next, because you'll find VR users. I don't know if Jonas Weber is a VR user, but VR users and drivers that want to clear the cache on their sim before they get in the car, shortly before the end of the current driver's final stint, will disconnect from iRacing, close the program, and then rejoin the race. Obviously, in VR, you might have to do that, because I'm sure people don't want to spend 10 hours looking at this race through a VR headset. So they'll put it on their monitor when they're not in the car, put it back on their headset when they are in the car. But to do that, they do have to leave the session, which means you get a nice handy, for example here, Jonas Weber, client is manually disconnected, Jonas Weber connected. So I think we can pretty safely assume that Weber is getting on board that Reiter Engineering Acura in the next 5 laps or so.
And I'd say just come at a good time to, again, we've seen some, I'd say uncharacteristic errors from Jan Kurbs over this third stint of action. This track just seems to be a little bit more draining than most here. This is the battle for some track position here. This is the third place IS Corsa car for GT3 AM.
It's not contact. Wow.
Yeah, a slide from, that was Mass Devils, I think, waved.
It was, yeah.
Past the top timbers of Justin Elof, who was a lap ahead of both of these drivers, so looking to pull away. Mauro Dragoni looking to clear some traffic that maybe is still feeling a little bit flat-footed out on the racetrack. And I think everyone pretty happy to run in order here, except for the fact that there's an Acura ARX 06 that runs 10 seconds a lap faster, now going to work its way through in this section and forces Raul into a bit of an abandonment of that corner with maybe braking a little bit too late in turn 14.
More
but the pit cycle well and truly underway. Race leader Jean Paul into pit lane, and that I believe is only a 31 lap stint this time, so not able to pull off the 32 lap fuel save that Matthias Whiten was on. Maybe getting intel from the other side, which I don't even think that the additional laps are going to help all that much. But SPD race pulls into the pit lane, Fury will inherit race lead once again. They had that additional stop early, they've made it back up. They are not quite exactly where they want to be, but they're going to come out in a pretty good spot with the gap they have. Jan Kurbs also continues on for another lap, as will NGC, who have, I'd say, about 5 laps left in their tank, so they are probably the strongest contender to save that additional schedule stop at the end, and actually comes out the pit lane just ahead of your former race leader in the number 18, who now has the unenviable task of getting those tyres up to temperature without a massive mistake. What I will say is that Albert Preem has fallen a good few seconds back after what I would guess were some mistakes on the outlap for the number 1 car.
Well, you do lose a lot of time on tyre warm-up here at Aragon. Think how many corners pretty consecutively back-to-back, especially in that first sector, but Seaman getting a bit of oversteer on the exit of turn 9. He's going to have to take it very carefully through that very long left-hander down at turn 10, but Preem's starting to close his way back in on Seaman, who again having to get through that tyre warm-up phase of those Michelin slick tyres. It is a struggle, but with that extra lap already on the tyres for the number 1 car, this could be a chance for them to cycle back through, if not to the lead, but gain back some of that time loss that they had. The battle on track though for what is currently P2 starting to reignite yet again. We saw Paquette get down the inside of Jan Kurbs after that contact with the Eagle Speed McLaren, but Kurbs able to fight it back at the apex of turn 9, finds himself in front of the NGC by Rubis gas car, but coming under pressure yet again. In the background though, Emre Cabalda has just made their way past Jean-Paul Seaman as Albert Preem 0.5 of a second back on your net race lead. So the race lead has changed hands again as Jan Kurbs comes down pit lane after a 31 lap stint. And Preem might have a chance to go through, and yes he does. Seaman going very deep down at turn 1, hands the lead over to Albert Preem, who is now almost 2 seconds ahead, clearing a slowdown, still with some tyre warm-up to do. That could be not decisive in the lead fight of this race, but certainly going to make things a bit more difficult for the Red Crew.
It sure is, and again, it's crucial that they don't lose too much time in continuing those fights, because they've got other cars to focus on. NGC could be in an awkward spot here. They might be able to pull a fuel save on the other cars We've got Old Firm and XBD, who actually just had a great fight into the hairpin and a swap of position as Alvarez worked on warming up those tyres 3 wide with a GT3 onto the brakes. And Julian Harmon taking advantage of those 1-lap warmer Michelin tyres to get clear and into what is going to be net P3, it seems. So XBD's recovering a little bit, and I think closer to Old Firm than they were prior to the cycle, but again, there's still a little bit more work for Alvarez to do to get those tyres up to temperature, and so it might end up settling back into a fairly similar spot to where they were when this previous stint ended.
Yeah, of course, suffering from a couple of penalties did Pablo Alvarez and crew, so on a bit of a recovery drive from that one. Of course, your pole sitters have done a great job to get back up to where they are, but seriously need to focus on keeping their nose clean, because penalties are absolutely killer during an endurance race. Like, yeah, you've got time to gain all that time back, but it's not always necessarily the easiest to do so. As teams cycle through their drivers, you might end up pairing one of your slower drivers against the team's faster driver, and then you're making up absolutely no time at all. Throw in with that the fact that you've got slower GT3 traffic lapping as well. You're not going to be getting the optimum pace out of your car all the time, and traffic can be a deciding factor from driver to driver, because there's going to be different mindsets across each driver in the team. Some of them might be a bit more cautious, some of them might be a bit more aggressive. Somewhere down the middle is probably the best place to be, but you can lose time in not going for moves that you should. You can lose time in going for moves that you shouldn't, making contact with other cars, getting penalties, picking up damage. There's so many ways to lose time in an endurance race, so many ways to gain time in an endurance race, but you have to fight so hard to get back every single second you lost. It requires you to be absolutely perfect in your execution for the rest of the race. Alvarez going a bit deep into turn 5, almost proving my point, losing tenths of a second to Julian Harmon in front, a driver that we know can be very solid, faster of the 2 drivers in the Old Firm Racing crew so far. And again, doing all he needs to hang on to that third place spot for now. If he starts scrapping with Pablo Alvarez, both of those guys are going to lose time to the lead DLR by SimLab cars, but Harmon, a driver that probably can hold on, but Alvarez is going to want one of those top 3 positions back as soon as possible. Two hours and 59 seconds gone in this race, then we are approaching the top of, or the end of the 3rd hour of this race. We are going to step away for a slightly longer break this time. I'm going to have a little bit of a late lunch and do a bit of commentator swap out. Olivia will be stepping away for a few hours, but hopefully she'll be back with us for the end of this one. When we return, Carmen and Sienna will be alongside me in the booth, and we will continue our coverage of the Platinum Endurance Championships 10 Hours of Aragon. to ABN's coverage of the Platinum Endurance Championship 10 Hours of Aragon. Whilst we were away, there were a little bit of implications in terms of who's going to come out on top and win this race. The number one DLR by SimLab Orange Ferrari managed to pick themselves up a drive-through penalty, which is why you find them 24 seconds off your overall race lead. So that leaves Jean-Paul Seaman for the other DLR by SimLab car comfortably out in the lead. There is still 6.5 hours to go in this 10-hour race, so there's still time for Albert Priem and company to get that time back, but as that gap slowly starts to increase, it makes their job more and more difficult. We're also currently tracking the fight for P3 in class between Pablo Alvarez and Julien Harmond. That one, of course, carrying championship implications, as Julien Harmond and the Old Firm Racing looking to extend their gap over Reiter Engineering in the championship, who currently find themselves down in PA, having recently had to come down pit lane. Now then, joining me in the commentary booth for this next little stint is our producer extraordinaire, ABN's own Carmen Sienna, who, well, Carmen, you've been following this race the entire way. You've been sat alongside us on production, but now you're going to be pushing buttons and talking about the race cars with me. What observations have you got from this one so far?
Aside from this opening stint making me very hungry and also having to balance breakfast into this, I am surprised by how much drivers have been caught out by this racetrack. It's not easy by any chance. We did this racetrack once before, actually twice before. We did it for both Champ Car and for our ABN International Endurance Championship. Very fun racetrack, but it seems like this race started out super dusty, super green. I believe that was mentioned earlier in the show, just how dusty this track started out before the event. And it hasn't made anyone really happy. It's been an issue spot under braking for the GTPs, under acceleration for the GT3s. It seems everyone's upset with traction control today, and it's not going to be made any better if the forecast we're seeing currently holds true. It's one of those races where we're kind of, might be a blessing in disguise that we didn't have the 52 car field that we are expecting for Daytona at the end of the month, because maybe a lot of headaches for the race steward team, more than we've already had from just the overall clumsiness we've seen from all three classes so far today. Just very interesting seeing this track catch everyone so off guard, because this is one of the more staple and more recent sports car racing tracks. It's raced in ELMS. Obviously, it's been a part of the Motorcycle Grand Prix calendar for basically its entire existence. It's been used by just about everything in Europe, so it's just very interesting how little people have really acclimatized to this racetrack, even 3.5 hours in. Just like that, see right there, Pablo Alvarez catch himself out right there. This is his home track too, and it's still catching him out wide.
Yeah, so I'm having a look at that, not incident to say the least myself, but it looks like just coming down the hill at the rear end of Alvarez's car just got away from him a little bit, and that's all the impetus that Julien Harmond needed to squeeze his way through. He makes up another spot in this race, and Old Firm Racing find their way back into the top 3 of this race. Still dropping back though as it stands from the rear of Albert Priem, 9.6 seconds off the back of the number 1 car, a gap that was previously about 7.5. So the DLR SimLab Ferrari still finding some pace in that car right now, enough to stay ahead of Julien Harmond and build that gap on him and Pablo Alvarez. Of course, not so much championship implications between those two, but again, for Harmond and for Old Firm Racing, they are getting themselves another spot over the recovering Reiter Engineering crew, who have come across to the stewards and had to take a drive-through, as well as having to, well, take some repairs as well. We've seen that in this race for them, and that pit stop blunder earlier on as well, which certainly hasn't helped them considering how far up the field they were earlier on.
Yeah, there's a huge cascading effect of that bad pit stop. Basically a double pit stop is what ended up taking place there for the Reiter Engineering team, now being piloted by Jonas Weber. It's not going to make things easy, but it's definitely overcomable. Look at Albert Bream, he had sort of a drive-through penalty, which I think is probably for that one car, probably a blessing in the curse. Those two DLR Simlab cars, the red and the orange car, the 18 and the 1, they had been nose to tail the entire first 3 hours of this race. Now Albert Bream gets to do something he's not really done for a little bit, and that's stretch the legs out a little bit and try to close up a gap that he's really not had to worry too much about. It's largely been about controlling the pace, working with the teammate, helping each other save fuel. That sort of out to the wayside a little bit, close up the gap a little bit, try to close back on the 18. Now that you are on a separate conversation, and Albert Bream I think is going to enjoy this next stint quite a bit as that challenge proposes itself. 26 seconds is the difference between teammates on the top of the board.
Yeah, he's certainly got some work to do, and again, those 26 seconds are, as you say, overcomable, but it's a very long way to go over the course of 6.5 hours. But looking a bit further down the order, it looks like we finally have a fight for position going on. In GT3 Pro, you've got Andrew Fairley for DDK Racing Team G, and the Orca Performance Racing car piloted by Thorsten Seifert, who did actually get a penalty earlier on in this race, and they find their way a little bit further down the order. Funnily enough, they're about this fight is about 7 seconds removed from Maximilian Fischer, still on board that Orca Performance Racing blue car at the lead of the GT3 AM field. So pretty easy to see which out of the Orca Performance cars is having the better race so far, but that is a big twitch mid-corner from Andrew Fairley that just shuffles him wide on the exit of turn 10 on the way through 11. But him and Seifert currently bottled up a little bit behind, give me a second, Jaslovicius, because that's a Lithuanian name. I know how to pronounce this. 0.1 seconds is the gap as Fairley closes up through 14 on the brakes. It's all about setting up for 15. Seifert left himself a much tighter run through turn 15 and still managed to get a pretty good exit off that corner. Of course, that engine being in the rear of that car really helping him out to get that power down. The exact opposite for Fairley, who struggles for traction just a little bit as the 222 gets out of the way. Fairley has a peek to the inside, doesn't go for it on this occasion, but takes advantage of that front engine Mustang to really stand on that brake pedal into the hairpin and is now tucked right under the rear wing of Thorsten Seifert.
What it lacks in that low speed, get out of the corner pace, it really makes up with that ability to send it on the brakes. You're going to see that here in turn 1, maybe. This is a car that's already been around once, and there you go. Job done. Andrew Fairley, the Englishman, up to 8th place in GT3 Pro. Just like that, getting around one of the proliferating McLaren Zurus. Over a dozen in the GT3 field, most of them in Pro alone.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the top 14 as it stands, and there's a pair of non-McLarens at the front of that field. Sorry, a pair of non-McLarens, but then there's a pair of McLarens, pair of non-McLarens, pair of McLarens, Ford, pair of McLarens, pair of Acuras, and another McLaren. In fact, if I cycle it down to P14 overall in GT3, I bet you I'll find... I was right, yeah, it's another pair of McLarens separated by a Porsche, then another McLaren. Oh, yeah, love that. Thank goodness for the GT3s that they did sort of change in the most update. That'll come soon enough, but it's like the McLaren. The dominant now, despite the fact it's very much fast repair motorsport and evil show. Very well timed on that camera work, Carmen. These guys doing a fantastic job so far in this race. Been threatening good performances all season long, and after that devastating crash at Le Mans last time out, after they were showing some fantastic pace, it's so nice that they've been able to pick themselves up 4 weeks later, rejoin the circus, take that pole position again, and are now 17 seconds clear of their closest competition.
Just once again, the RPM Racing Corvette. This Corvette has always been in this conversation. It's been in the race-winning kind of conversation with Trello and Nilsson and RPM Racing. It is funny with all the McLarens in the field. It is American Power 1 and 2 with Ford and Chevrolet at the front of the field. And once again, there's just no. This is a track that, despite Sector 1 being so technical, it requires so much high speed in the final half of the lap. Really, the opening of Sector 1, it requires so much top end speed. And that's just something the Corvette just does not have. It doesn't have the get up and go. It doesn't have that drive or that torque to really just pull like the Mustang can when it gets to the full speed point, or the McLaren when it gets out the corners. It really just has that nimbleness to really just kind of capitalize in the middle of the lap in that Section 2 section, that picturesque area that we're about to come upon here following with Abel Salon. And that's got to be frustrating for Carlo Nilsson. So once again, 4 weeks later, after a heartbreak at Le Mans, to be in the exact same spot again. And obviously, consistency helps you win championships. If you take 5 seconds and you have someone that gets like 1 or 2 wins and it finishes 8, you're going to stay for all those seconds. But it's got to be demoralizing. And just sitting as a driver knowing, like, okay, I'm just perennially second best. Doesn't matter what track it is, we're second best somebody right now. And it doesn't bode well for Daytona, does it?
Well, I don't know. That's the weird thing, because RPM Racing have been there or thereabouts all season long, and certainly have been one of the more consistent finishers. And it's almost been a rotating, what's the word I'm looking for? Big spinny door. What's it called? There's a name for it. Big spinny glass door. You know the ones you push on?
Yeah.
What are they called?
I mean, we just call them rotating doors, but I know
I'm sure there's a better word for it. I'm stuck on it. Hang on. Whatever. Big rotating doors of race winners at the top of GT3 Pro. Just taking a second to look back over who's finished where over the last 3 races. Fury Simsport winning in Spa, Valkyrie Excite Green winning in Nürburgring, and then backing that one up with another win in Sega de Spa-Francorchamps. So 2 different race winners, fair enough, not as rotating a door as I thought it would be. But RPM Racing have just sort of been there or thereabouts. And going all the way back to Spa, they finished 4th there, then 5th at the Nürburgring, and then 3rd at Le Mans. So, sorry, they moved up to 3rd after Le Mans. That's me reading things a little bit wrong. It always opens on the standings and not the results. So I might actually be lying about Valkyrie Excite Green. And if I go back and check, negative delta by SimGear 1 in Le Mans, Valkyrie Excite Green 1 in Nürburgring, and GC by Rubis Gas 1 in Spa. So there you go, I was wrong. It has been a rotating door of race winners. And RPM Racing have just kind of found themselves relatively up there, 4th, 7th, and 3rd last time out. So they're not having an awful season, but just because of where everyone in front of them has been finishing in front of them, it's making it a little bit difficult for them to actually close in on those top few positions. And they find themselves in 3rd, yes, but I'm doing the maths on that, 23 points off the lead. They're doing fine though, like they're doing fine. I think for them, the important bit is that Valkyrie Excite Green aren't winning this race and also find themselves actually all the way down in 14th in class. So I think a bit of an incident for them after spending 5 minutes down pit lane that we've missed at some point. So there's more championship implications for you, because negative delta by SimGear down in 13th in GT3 Pro. I guess he finds himself 2nd. It's Charlie Nilsson and crew, Carmen. So they're actually having the best race out of the top 3 right now, and this could be a pretty significant swing in the championship points.
Yeah, this is the upside down race, as I mentioned earlier, where everyone's had troubles to some degree, some obviously more than others. And you look at Valkyrie XP Green, who's had this is the most recent stint in pit lane, has not been the first time they've had issues here in Aragon. As we started off the broadcast, they didn't qualify super well, and early troubles put them behind the 8 ball, and obviously nearing, getting through the 1/3 mark, they had more trouble there. Native delta by SimGear carried a lot by that win at Le Mans, because it is weighted based off of event length. So they scored more points for that win than the likes of Valkyrie won in their race. They're not having the strongest showing at all either. In fact, native delta by SimGear, also 13th in class. So yeah,
exactly. It's a great day. It's a great day for RPM Racing. A fantastic day for RPM Racing, and despite the fact that they are second right now, I don't think they're going to be complaining about that at all. I think they're going to be relatively happy about what's happening out there on track right now.
Number 1, DLR Simlab Orange Card down in 7th place, battling here and losing that fight with Jonas Weber. The Red Engineering driver, Weber gets ahead in that Acura, gets ahead of the number 1, and once again a drop of positions there. Vandervacker just dropping positions now. Obviously had that drive-through penalty earlier, and the Dutchman struggling mightily.
Yeah, Albert Preem picking up that drive-through penalty, serving that one as well. But pit stop cycle just kicking off in GTP. So David Van der Vacker getting on board that DLR SimLab Ferrari. And I'm just realizing, considering all three of them run different cars, it's probably better to call them by their car than their color, because
the DLR SimLab
you know what?
Ferrari,
Yeah, Taylor Mills has.
Yeah, you would imagine. You would imagine that it would be maybe a little bit more straightforward.
I'm gonna have a look at the weather to see how it's
It
looking.
looked nasty earlier. I mean, you can see off in the distance that
We don't know anything yet. That's the problem.
Like, you can see off in the distance, it just seems like it's starting to get a little bit more cloudy off in the distance. It's been hazy all day. It's like that's not really a good. It's not a good measurement to kind of base it off of. But it seems like the cloud cover is beginning to roll in just a little bit more from the southern part of the racetrack here.
Well, it's been nice of it to lift for a while. It's always wonderful to be able to see these cars in full color without the fog and haze getting in the way. That, by the way, is DLR SimLab red car looking to put their teammate a lap down. Of course, that penalty putting them well out of cycle from each other. And I don't know how hard Davy Van der Vacker is going to fight this one. We've seen these two working together so well all race so far. So we take a pause, we see what's going on, and Van der Vacker does pull to the inside of the circuit and lets Jean-Paul Seaman through. Could be a chance to get in that slipstream and start to get dragged along a little bit as the Vulcan Motorsports Ferrari comes down pit lane. 146.9 for the DLR SimLab Acura last lap by, so still some pace to come from Jean-Paul Seaman, and track temperatures are starting to drop as well, which could be indicative of that cloud cover starting to roll its way in, but it shouldn't be affecting the track surface yet. But certainly that 1609 in sim is certainly what's affecting it.
Quentin Verdonk back in the 32. Moving over from Alex Kilby as they sit in pit lane, now going a lap down in this pit cycle that's beginning for GTP. Meanwhile, Jean-Paul Seaman, DLR SimLab, the Acura car, for 18. Fastest lap of the race, 146.66.
Wow.
So he is on a mission right now, getting around one of those McLarens. The person he's getting around right now, Alfonso Sutsu. Welcome Motorsports by SimLab Gold Machine. In P3, leading McLaren in the field, but 18 seconds away from the Corvette of RPM Racing, and 40 seconds shy of the fast repair Ford Mustang.
More pit stops kicking off, by the way. XPD Racing making their way down pit lane after what looks like a 30-lap stint again for them. It does seem like a lot of cars are starting to abandon that slightly longer drive on the fuel. I think it's because they see this rain coming and they're not too worried about actually staying on fuel target, because they're just losing time and losing pace to everyone else around them. And as that rain does start to look more and more solid, again, it is going to affect the decisions that are made at this point in the race. Alberto Blasco, the fastest driver in that car, back on board it. He was the driver that put that car on pole position for this race. He will come out 0.5 of a second clear of Davy Van der Vacker. However, of course, Van der Vacker has much warmer tires, and it's going to be relatively easy to do is he's going to put his car around the outside of turn 4, a dangerous spot to put it, and just very gently outbrake the XPD racing driver and then run off into the distance. Watch how that gap extends over the next lap or so as we see a driver change for the DLR SimLab Acura as well. Matthias Whiten getting back on board that car, so expecting that one to start going pretty damn fast, as well as championship leader Julian Homon also makes his way down pit lane for Old Firm Racing. Could see a driver change here as well, as it seems to be the pit stop cycle of the driver changes.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting to the 4-hour mark in this race. One of these drivers have been in since qualifying. So yeah, it's about time to hand off the car to at some point get a recharge here. Still going strong is this battle in GT3. Andrew Fairley taking on Maximilian Fischer. This is an inter-class battle. This is Pro versus AM. Fairley in the Pro class, Fischer in the AM class. He's leading McLaren there in GT3 AM.
Yeah, he's not going to fight that out.
Telegraphing this one. Fischer's not going to fight him on it.
Yeah, we already saw Andrew Fairley pass the other Octopus. What are they called again? Orca performance. Getting my octopuses and orcas mixed up. That's it's a good job I'm not a marine biologist. I'm glad I only sell van parts. Half a second now is the gap already between those two parts, as your GT3 AM leader just settling for 9th place in GT3 overall, and very happy to sit behind a hard charging Andrew Fairley on board that Ford Mustang GT3. I might add, his pace has been absolutely electric in the last few, or at least the last 24 laps or so he's been on board that car, doing absolute bits for DDK Racing, pushing that car up into 8th, 21.3 seconds adrift of P7. Very long way to go though, so if they can continue at that sort of pace, there could be another free position there for him.
Yeah, right now Andrew Fairley's trying to will this DDK Racing Mustang into this battle, but it's kind of ebbing and flowing for 6th. You've got Nicholas Vincent, or Vikent for virtual drivers by Thrustmaster in that BMW, the 113, and Ivan Aguado for Enosis Esports Sim Ultimate. They're separated by about 1.2 seconds just up the road. The 20 seconds up the road for Fairley at the moment. But he's got the pace to try to close in on them here if things can go his way. Again, very hard to gain time when you're in GT3 and all the cars are so close in performance. But that's I think the goal right now is to try to put this team in a position to, one, battle for 6th, and if something happens to one of the top 5, as it typically happens late in these races, potentially try to score top 5.
Just a side note, I've consulted Google Translate on the pronunciation of the driver of the 113's name. I would have thought it would be something like Vicente, or someone who has done French in the class, but apparently it is as simple as Vicente. So Nicolas Vicente. There you go, nice and easy. I think that's how other commentators that I work with do that as well. Stick it into Google Translate in the language of the country where the driver's from. Let it read it out, and then there you go, there's your pronunciation guide.
I'm afraid if I put up one more thing, my broadcast center is going to explode.
I was going to say the sim's already crashed once today. Let's not push it. I'll admit my CPU is fluttering at the moment as well, and I'm not even doing anything.
Yeah, my computer. So we've had an iRacing crash. We had that crash at the start of the race. We had a freeze once just a few minutes ago. We had a brief freeze as I was trying to register everything, like encoder stuff that I haven't quite tinkered with. Computer upgrades are difficult, everybody. It's kind of letting everyone know that one.
I'm so excited for mine. I've got so much planned. It's, well, I say so much. The next upgrade is a current gen CPU, new motherboard, and DDR5 RAM, and I'm very excited.
Yeah, I just upgraded my CPU. It's very needed, and it's been very helpful because I can see all of the marbles, all of the sand that everyone's brought onto the racetrack
so nice.
In full living color here in Aragon.
No fancy grass though, Carmen. Where's the fancy grass?
I believe it's turned off the replay mode. I have it on the actual graphic, but I believe it's set up separately for replay.
As someone who runs triple monitors at 1440p, it must be nice. Honestly, I'm pushing that thing on triples. It's so difficult to get the performance I want out of it.
I'm so glad I don't run triples.
I love doing it. It's great. It feels wonderful, very immersive, and the vision is fantastic. But I can't do VR. Too much effort. It's like the triple monitors is a little bit more expensive, but I have much more of a preference for 3 big old monitors. I love my rig. It's really cool. I'm glad I built it. I just need like a few more things for it now. I think the next upgrade for that is Moser stuff and a very nice fancy wheel rim that is accurate to the cars that I drive. I'm very excited for that. And that means I'll be able to mount all the monitors closer.
Yeah, I got the Moser R9 and I got the open wheel rim because obviously I race Champ. That's kind of my only thing.
You do?
So.
You're allowed to say IndyCar, Carmen. They're not going to bite your head off anymore. You drive Indy cars.
I'm promoting my series. Thank you.
You drive Indy cars in Champ Car. There you go. It's okay. It's a good car. I'm so glad I got into that so much last season. It was very nice. This battle on track though does continue. David Van der Vacker finding a way to squeeze past Nicola Vicente and Ivan Aguado. Indeed it is, but finding a way to squeeze past Nicola Vicente and even Aguado into 12 and 13. We've seen opportunities opened up for the car behind in situations like this, but Aguado just not finding it on the way through the bus depot. Vicente taking quite a defensive posture on the run down into turn 16, hanging about half a car width off that curb on the right hand side of the circuit just to try and discourage Aguado to go in for it, but Aguado not discouraged by the positioning of that BMW. Both cars practically coming to a stop in that hairpin, but Ivan Aguado just takes the move down into the hairpin, stops on the apex and makes it stick. P6 for an OCC spot.
I kind of figure I think you need to make a brave move there, try to get around Vicente. Not again, that hairpin is such a tricky corner to get taken care of because it's downhill too, and I think people kind of overestimate how much elevation change plays a factor into the braking. It's just downhill enough that gravity does have a factor in that, so very easy to overshoot it, as we've seen so many times in this race already. But now Aguado in 6th place, going to try to waltz away from the BMW. The BMW, I think.
The only BMW.
It's the lone BMW still racing because Unlucky Luke Racing is out.
Well out. Yeah. It was very wide for Aguado.
Extremely well out for this race here. So only one BMW, and that is for the virtual Thrustmaster machine. But,
yeah, that's another team that have been around for absolute decades. It's maybe not literally decades, but it's another team that's been around for a very long time as well. I do remember I once managed to poach a driver from them, which was far from intentional, but it did happen. He's now found himself at, oh God, where is he nowadays? He used to build sets from SS before they shut down, and they were, the name of that team slips my mind, but who are they? Carmen, I'm drawing a blank.
I know nothing about Aiden.
No, that's true. I'm sure I can find it. I'll check Instagram. I know that the TMR Instagram account follows them.
If they never appear in AVN, I have no idea who they are. It's just sort of how it is.
I can find them. Doing a little bit of research now into where my ex-drivers have gone. That could be a bit on a TV show. I don't know what sort of TV show it would be, but it's not stalking if it's literally just finding the team. The thing is, I could just message him and say, remind me what team you drive for now, and he would just reply to me. Like, despite the fact he left the team on bad terms, my fault, not his. We do get on quite well, and it's at a point where I could just be like, hey Loic, what's the crack? He'd be like, oh, not much. I actually invited him to join back with the team when the IndyCar championship that we raced in and pulled him into the team with floated the idea of coming back. I was like, come do the road rounds or come do a part-time season. It could be fun. He was like, with TMR, he's like, you know what, that actually sounds like a really good idea. But Loic Marchand, if you're out there, if you're watching this, hello friend, I hope you're doing okay. And I forgot what team you drive for.
sim lab, Cadillac now possesses the fastest lap of the race, one-upping sister car by 1/100th. So, and asking you shall receive, it's using slipstream from the number 1 who gets out of the way. I don't think voluntarily, I think that's just a lot of lockup there for that Ferrari. Cadillac says thank you very much.
It's Movano, by the way. I found him. It's Movano.
Still don't know what that team is. Congratulations.
I think they make some money from it. I think they're paid to do it. Movano, I remember them being a relatively big company in Italy, or a company in Italy. So we're doing some research on the fly here. They have their own website and everything.
I mean, so
I don't think too bad
does
for these
ABN,
mods.
let's be honest, not that hard.
You made the website. It's a WordPress website. Yeah, they race in SEO. They're a fast team. They do IVRA every season and whatever. That's the sort of caliber of team we're talking about. And it's kind of it's almost cool when people use TMR as a bit of a stepping stone for that, because it means. I mean, I didn't help develop it as a driver. It was already really good, but just moved on to better things. I'm liking this waltz down memory lane. It's quite nice. Remembering back to 2022 when I ended up losing half my team because bad management. There's no one to blame for that one.
Every time I walk into the broadcast booth as an actual company, anytime my microphone comes on, it instantly becomes podcast hour. It's just how it is. It's how it is.
We're in that phase of the race, Carmen. It's
really
exactly
are.
how it happened.
We're just talking about stuff that is fake. We're looping back to the race occasionally here when we see battles that are going on. Like right now, this battle for third in GT3 AM between Eagle Speed Academy G, IS Corsa Red. Not a whole lot really to kind of discuss other than this right now. Like,
and you see Bobby Wiscasser come down pit lane after serving their penalty from earlier on for an actual pit stop. So they're finding themselves shuffled back down to P10. No risk of them falling to P11 though, because the car behind them is 2 laps down on them.
That's pretty much how it is. This battle for third is kind of hit GT3 AM right now. Everyone's separated by a little bit of spacing. Right now it is the Acura being a little bit quicker than that of the McLaren.
I will say this for all of you weather enjoyers, the chance of rain is starting to drop ever so slowly. We saw something like a 36% chance at 5:30. We are at 4:24 p.m. In sim, by the way. So we saw a 36% chance in an hour or so. That's dropped to a 15% chance of rain. And there was a 100% chance straight after it that has now dropped to 95. So it's giving Race for a Cause 24 vibes, where we saw a 100% chance of rain 4 hours out, and it just ended up not coming. So of course I'll keep you updated on that one as it develops, but right now the chances of rain is dropping.
If I get Steiner math by the one thing I was super excited to see here at Aragon today, I'm going to be very upset.
66 2/3%. 20th anniversary of that in the last few days, by the way.
I know. Also,
it is
to kind of
the
know
best bit to
how well the stewards have it right now, they're watching the F1 sprint.
Are you hovering over the stewards booth?
Well, the race control, the description of the race control channel that they're all in is F1 watch along.
Oh my goodness. Now,
so
okay,
they have it pretty well right now.
I will admit, I do have the sprint on very small on my second monitor. Yeah, it's red flag at the moment. It doesn't matter because of the rain in Florida. I've never seen it rain in Florida like this before. I know obviously that's something that happens, but at this time of year in Miami, that seems. It
happens a lot. It rains. It rains.
How have we never had a wet race in Miami then? God, it really is podcast hour, isn't it?
I mean, it really is, but like it rains like 4 times a week in Miami, in South Florida. It rains 4 times a week. It is.
Is it hot rain or is it cold rain?
It normally around this time, so they don't ever have cold rain. That just doesn't happen.
No, I couldn't. That's horrible.
I mean,
Imagine being
it's
humid and it raining.
It's the Everglades. It's gonna be hot.
It's not the Everglades everywhere in Florida, though.
I mean, Miami is hotter than the Everglades.
Okay, fine.
So yes, it's miserable all the time. Like Texas, it's hot, but it's not muggy hot. It's just very dry heat hot. Like wow.
Yeah, that's
I feel
also
like
horrible.
I feel like I'm in an air fryer. When you're in Florida, when you're in South Florida, like
Good comparison.
When you're in South Florida, you genuinely feel like the air is just like vegetable oil, and you're just frying. It's horrible.
To come back to the race for just a second, virtual drivers by Thrustmaster and DDK Racing both find their way down pit lane on cycle. I might add 30 laps for the GT3s as well. I try to find the DDK team also on a 30-lap stint. Andrew Fairley looking like he's going to stay on board that car. But Patrick Malavka finds his way back on board the only BMW left in the field and the only BMW GT3 to be entered. He'll come out just behind the fight for P3 in GTP as Randy Martin and Mateos and Alberto Garcia Blasco fly their way through that first sector, practically nose to tail. The gap between those two at about 0.2 of a second. Only a lap of tire age difference between these two. We know Blasco has pretty much had the pace on Randy Martin and Mateos all day long. So we'll see how this battle develops over the next couple of laps.
Pit stop separated by only a lap, so they're on the same pit strategy thereabouts. Mateos has the one-lap overcut on Blasco. Blasco's not had an easy way of going with it either. The SPD Racing GTP has had a couple of excursions that have seen it either sideways or in the sand. So it's not been a fun time for Spaniard at quintessentially his home race. First time since ABN's been broadcasting, though he's been in Spain for PEC.
Sounded like you had more to say there, Carmen.
I did. I was trying to process it. I was trying to keep it from going down the podcast route again, but we're on it, so here we go.
It's just, I'm sorry, but the way you said that sentence reminded me of that scene in Hot Fuzz where Jim Broadbent's character is like, oh, this guy has been caught cutting down a hedge that doesn't belong to him. Yes, sir. That's it. Yes, sir. That's some side-by-side racing for position, actually. Not for position, but certainly for track position, as Brecht Behrings finds his way squeezing by Raul Monraba into turn one there. Again, not for actual position, but that is a GT3 AM car finally getting by the GT3 Pro car that they've been trying to make their way past for the next 10 laps or so. So great job from him to finally get that move done, as that Ferrari 296 GT3 finally finds itself in clean air. Finally. Finally.
So the question I was going to have, so obviously we're in Spain for the first time here at Motorland Aragon. There are 4 tracks in the iRacing service that are in Spain.
Where's this going?
I don't know if you've driven all of them or not. I'm assuming you've driven at least 3 of them.
Catalonia, Aragon, Navarra. What's the 4th one?
Jerez.
Oh yeah, no, I've driven all 4 of them.
Okay, so cool.
I've raced all 4 of them.
I would hope so, because Navarra's free.
Yeah, exactly. I raced it in the Gen 3 Supercars when they came out, Strolled at an event, and it was an absolute blast.
Obviously, we're racing here in Aragon. We had, I believe, if I do the math, I mean look at the timing screen, we had 36 starters.
Yes.
Is Aragon the best place in Spain for a sports car race? Or would something like Jerez be more applicable?
No, not Jerez. That's a one-line circuit. Tried Jerez once. Didn't really like it that much. Wouldn't recommend going there for a championship. Catalonia always works quite well in slightly slower sports cars. I think it races better in sports cars than it does single-seaters, as is proven the case every single year in F1. But Blasco going for a look down the inside actually gets a little bit of overlap, forcing Randy Martin and Mateos to give him some room on the inside of the circuit, puts him just a little bit offline for turn 2, but both drivers return into the racing line for 3. Mateus with a better run through that corner, extends the gap just a little bit as they re-concertina up through 4 and 5. Afonso Souto finds himself in the way of this fight. Mateus will squeeze to the inside of turn 7, and Blasco going to try and find a way through as well. Souto turned in, but found an Acura on his front and rear corner there, and had to leave room for both the red and the green car that were trying to make their way through in turn 7. That little moment is going to separate Mateus from Blasco just for a second, but Cypher in the number 164 is going to find his way in the way of this fight as well.
This is a very interesting way, because this is the part of the racetrack that is super tight to try to navigate here.
Blasco's got to do it. He's got to go. He decides against it. I think he sees that Mateus is going to get checked up behind that Porsche in front. Both drivers doing the very smart thing, backing off turn 15 to get the best exit possible. But I think for Mateus, he's judged that one a little bit better as another Orca Performance car. Oh, he's going to get passed by Mateus, but I think Blasco's going to have to settle in behind this one. Might be worth just a little bit of lift and coast and wait to go a little bit later. These cars still really close up on the GT3s,
he's still faster.
on throttle and on the brakes,
So
definitely.
So yeah, he's not going to be in panic mode yet. It's not like he's trying to regain a position that he just recently lost. He knows he's faster. Lost about a second there, which is very, very reasonable. Yeah,
It's nothing to worry about even. Not with 5 hours and 50 minutes to go in an endurance race. Because wow, we're almost halfway there. It's amazing what 2 hours less in a race does for actually blasting through it.
And then we'll go to Daytona in 4 weeks, and we'll be like, wow, it's only 12 hours? What the hell? I'm kidding.
12-hour race to run out the season as well.
I can do another 24. I can't.
You know, I love a 24-hour. You know what? That is the one thing I can say that I haven't properly done a broadcast for, is a 24-hour race with like commentator stints and whatever. Never done that. 12 hours is the longest broadcast I've done. No, do you not remember? The internet went out.
Oh, that's right. You tried to.
That was the day the internet went out.
That's right.
Yeah. I was fuming about that on multiple levels. It just broke.
And it came out. It came back right after.
Yeah, after the race had finished, it came back, and I was absolutely fuming.
I remember that now.
It was the most annoying thing in the world. I was really looking forward to it. It's going to be fun. But the closest I've got to that is doing that 2-hour stint during the race for a cause from 8 o'clock to 10 o'clock in the morning. That was a lot of fun. I really, really enjoyed that one because I got to shout about some race cars, talk about the team, talk about the charity, and just have fun on a Race Spot TV broadcast, which was pretty cool, to say the least.
Immediately, Blasco back right within half a second of Mateus, like nothing had happened the lap before. He has got so much pace, but it's Acura versus Acura in this fight for third place in GTP. That makes it just a little bit more difficult. We've talked about that and how difficult it is battling the same car. Because if everyone's at the same, relatively, obviously setup changes are going to vary, but relatively the same sort of strengths and weaknesses in these cars when you're dealing with another Acura compared to the V8 of a Cadillac, or, you know, the Ferrari that has the
four-wheel
different
drive
hybrid system. Yeah.
To be fair, it's actually quite interesting you've brought up setup here, because this is another one of those tracks that we haven't yet been to in the officials. So the setup shops haven't brought anything out for Aragon. So yeah, again, you're working with different setups that you've already got to try and find out what works the best. I think TMR were working with a Fuji setup for this one. I don't know if they made much or any changes for it. But hilariously, that's also the same setup that our Race for a Cause Le Mans 24 setup was built off. That was a really fun couple of days of testing. I was looking at ride heights, Carmen. I found porpoising in the setup. It was hilarious.
I don't doubt it.
But yeah, it's literally a case of you don't have setups. You've got to adapt something for it. So it'll be one of them where these two cars are probably making their lap time in ever so slightly different ways, whether that's on braking, on throttle, on the straights, as Mateos goes very deep into turn 16, still manages to take the advantageous line through 17 and 18, and there's no way through for Garcia Blasco. But after gaining a second on the previous lap, he is well in the window to try and launch some sort of move on Randy Mateos. The opportunity looks like it's going to be there in the next couple of laps or so. He just needs to try and force that error, as once again he's gained 3/10 on the Old Firm racing car, and we are seeing a little bit of championship implications come into play again, as if Mateos drops behind Blasco, that's points that Reiter are kind of gaining on Old Firm.
Yeah, Reiter need to gain all the points they can right now on the 97 crew as things sit. So right now, 76 are rooting for the 33 in this fight, and it is going to be a very protracted fight as everyone tries to figure this out. And that's sort of, I think, that's sort of why I'm kind of excited for the rain here going into this, because you set your car up a certain way.
Rain chance to have dropped again, by the way, Carmen.
Stop breaking my heart.
I'm sorry, it's not my fault. I don't control the weather yet.
Yeah.
I'm working on it, okay?
I only do on Wednesdays. No, so, but that's I think something that is really exciting. Either exciting or absolutely disastrous. Is the rain coming, because these cars are set up a very particular way right now, and obviously everyone struggled in the drive. We had a lot of off tracks, we had a lot of people spinning, a lot of half slides, a lot of fender benders and everything like that. The rain would add a wrinkle of, oh no, I don't know what we're doing here. Obviously these drivers can absolutely drive the wheels off anything you put them in. That's why they're here. But just the volatility this track provides, whether it's sunshine or rain in the sky, just absolutely wonderful. Again, it's about third. It's separated just a little bit by lap traffic there. The GT3 is making no way around. And there's,
well, I mean, that was the interesting bit in that, Carmen. The GT3s almost inserting themselves in that fight, as Alex Baines just, or Mara Dragini even, wasn't prepared for a GTP, having to check up for another GTP in front of him that was checking up for a GT3, so almost ended up in the back of Alberto Garcia Blasco, and that would have ended this fight very quickly. But actually still in this fight, as we see CLR having a peek down the inside of Vulcan Motorsport, doesn't make that move stick. The battle for third is going to get stuck behind your GT3 Pro race leader. Both cars having to back out of that one. Blasco choosing to back out of it as well, even though it might have produced an opportunity for him to slot by into turn 12. Thinks better of it, stays line astern yet again, but Blasco is threatening, and it's getting to the point for me where I'm questioning if Blasco is just sat there saving fuel, or he just can't find a way by yet.
It has to be a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. I think he's at a point now where he's not going to try to throw things out the window to make this pass. But he would love to, if an opportunity presented itself, he would love to get away. Actually, look at it here. Peeks to the inside. Can't late brake longer than the 97. And so he'll sit. It's smart driving from Blasco. He's pressuring the 97 of Randy Mateos to see if there's a mistake that can pop out of the 97, out of the Old Firm racing car, because Mateos is the weaker driver in that car. We know very well and truly that Julian Harmon is the ace in the hole for the 97. So
it can be, depending on the track, yeah.
More often than not this season, it's been Harmon.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas Blasco is the ace in the hole for the 33. So this is the cycle that they're hoping that they can kind of pressure a mistake out of Mateos. Mateos is aware of that, though. These two have raced against each other a lot over the last 2 years. So they're not unfamiliar with each other under any circumstances here. Blasco's just racing a smart race at the moment. He's not making risky moves. He's not making dive bomb attempts there into the hairpin. He's just hoping something happens that throws the 97 offline just a little bit. And opens
it was almost that GT3.
Could have been.
But Ivan Ubera just getting away with that one a little bit scot-free, as both cars slot their way past relatively uneventfully, but now it's a question of can Blasco get that run out of turn 15 that he needs?
Yeah, he needs to back it up.
Patience through 14.
He's got way too good of a run through turn 15. At 16, he loses a little bit. He's
The run down to 10-16 then. Mateos is defending, actually. He's pulling to the inside on the run down towards 16, knowing that Blasco is pulled to the inside, looking for a move. As he does so yet again, he's going to get nowhere near being there. But it's filling that red car's mirror with green, letting him know that he's there. As it's the battle for Christmas out here, as it's red versus green, getting checked behind Andrew Fairley, which is where we've seen moves made all race long so far. Mateos has to check up a little bit, but I don't think it's going to be enough for Blasco to get any sort of run into turn 1. He's going to have a peak again. It's a spot where he's got alongside already once in this prolonged battle that we've seen, but doesn't make it this time by. But what that's done is compromise his run through turn 1 and compromise his run through turn 2, and he finds himself now 4/10 off the back of Randy Mateos. And all the while this is happening, it's just letting Davy van der Vacker start to walk off into the distance a little bit. Mateos doesn't go for the move on the Eagle Speed McLaren just in front of them that found itself sideways at turn 7. Only 15 or so laps to go after a bit of contact with the 76. No, we're talking a stint ago at this point. But Blasco does get right under that rear wing of Mateos yet again. Jestuilovicius is just in front of these two as well, and will get in the way through that little bus depot section that we've seen so many times. It's a dive. It's a dive for Harmond, who sends it down the inside of the Mercedes. Blasco forced to back out of that one. If he can get in front of Stefan Henriquez on board that Vulcan McLaren up here, that could, sorry, it's not the Vulcan McLaren. And he can't get it done and has to check up, and now he has to back up 15 to make sure he gets the run down towards 16. But Blasco is there. 0.2 of a second is the gap. Concertina effect is going to spread these two out yet again. But is Blasco going to go for it this time by?
Really good question. I have a feeling that this is the big difference in the setup is the amount of drive out of the corners. And this is kind of where I show my ignorance here. I don't know what kind of gearbox settings you can change in these GTPs. I know that there's some.
Short or tall, that's it. It's just short or tall. Or to put it more simply,
it's like the GP3s then, where you've got like a couple of presets. That's it.
Yeah, Le Mans or Daytona, and not Le Mans or Daytona. So here they'd be running not Le Mans or Daytona.
They're running the exact same.
Yeah, 100%.
Okay. So it's just a matter of when the power is being put down and how much hybrid you're using at this point.
Not particularly. A lot of that could come from setup. If you're running a bit more rear downforce than the car in front, you're going to have more of the rear axle that you can rely on the exit of the corner. Think about cambers as well. If you're running a slightly flatter camber on corner exit, you might be able to get the power down a little bit earlier. But I think the big one is how much your car squats on the rear axle when you do get the power down. That's where you're going to want to play with the heave spring just a little bit, but there's a balance to be found with it, because you can soften up the heave spring so that the car sits on that rear axle every time you pick up the throttle. But you'll find yourself having the same issues we had when we were doing on the Mans setup, where at the top end of the straight, you just find the car is porpoising, and it's not a little bit, it's often about 9 millimeters from minimum to, sorry, not from minimum to maximum, from neutral to max, and then another 9 millimeters from neutral to minimum. So you've got 18 millimeters of variance there, and not only is that really uncomfortable, it's going to make the car really inconsistent in high-speed corners, really inconsistent on the way into corners, and it's going to add so much drag that you're just going to have absolutely no top-end speed. Then there comes the question of what can you do with the dampers and try and not resist that squat so much. That's, you're looking at your low speed compression on the rear and sort of taking all the damping out of that, and then putting all of the rebound damping as Mateos almost hits the rear end of the McLaren through the final corner. Blasco, I think, does make contact with the rear end of Mateos, and yeah, just like that, Alberto Garcia Blasco finds himself carrying damage on the front right corner of that car. That is going to affect the pace of that Acura GTP, and Mateos looks to have gotten away with that.
Still a tight fight here, and there's something I'm noticing here, and I don't, just kind of picking up on this battle here between Mateos and Alberto Garcia Blasco. It seems like Alberto Garcia Blasco obviously not liking the dirty air because he struggles a lot in the combos from up here to the turns 12 through 15. That seems to be the only big struggle point for Blasco at the moment. That's where he loses all his time because he's missing out on that braking zone into turn 16. And it's not by a little, it's by a lot. He's just not there. He's closing everywhere else on the racetrack. He's good in Sector 1, he's good in Sector 2, so that probably means he's got a lot more, you would assume he has a lot more downforce. But how is it he's losing so much in this part of the racetrack, and obviously traffic's not going to help this time? I'm very curious as to why that particular corner is having issue. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh, he's gone.
Yeah, Randy Mateos has phased out of existence. Latency. Oh no.
We've seen it so many times for Randy Mateos. Yeah, that's the significant thing here. If he doesn't pop back into existence anytime soon, the countdown timer very much ticking for Old Firm Racing and Randy Martin and Mateos.
Now, if they can get everyone back in place, then he can get it back in and not lose a full lap to Mateus Whiten. But there goes the third place battle right there. That was.
And not just that, it's significant points loss in the championship. It's going to take a while to get that car towed back to the pit lane, and they're gonna. In fact, no, they're already behind the Writer Engineering Esports car, so that car needs to. That connection needs to sever as soon as possible for Old Firm Racing so that they can get the car back onto pit lane, get Julien Harmon back on board that car and get it back out on track as soon as possible. But there he goes, upload packet loss, and a battle that was promising so much. One team that is going to be celebrating is the one on your screen right now, just trying to squeeze their way past one of the lap down GTPs. It is in fact the number 2 of Wesley Boca for DLR, the DLR Cadillac there. But all I can think about right now is how that is just pure heartbreak for Old Firm Racing, who had such a comfortable lead at the top of the standings, but this could absolutely wipe that out.
Yeah, that is devastating. It's not completely game over yet. Obviously, the objective is now Julien Harmon takes over that car once they get it back to pit lane. That is, we'll talk about a gut punch. It's not getting a lot worse than that. It really doesn't.
So as the championship takes a turn, we are going to step away for just a moment to take a short break before we bring you the last 5.5 hours of the Platinum Endurance Championship, 10 hours of Aragon. I hope you enjoyed the racing so far, but there is still plenty left to come. Welcome back to ABN's coverage of the Platinum Endurance Championship 10 Hours of Aragon. You are currently eyeing up your closest fight anywhere on track between Jaroslav Roth of Connection Lost Racing and Quentin Verdonk for Vulcan Motorsports Orange. These two have been practically nose to tail for the last couple of laps. Roth within 0.8 of a second or so of that Ferrari 499P just in front. The Caddy and the Ferrari comparable top end speeds, so there should be at least a bit of a battle looking to present itself here, unless Roth clambers over those curbs on the inside of the hairpin, gets a bad run out of 16 and drops to just outside a second.
Yeah, right now the highest of 2 Cadillacs in the field. The other one being the number 2 dealer 7-lap Cadillac in 10th off the lead lap by a fair margin. So Roth trying to use that massive V8 engine to try to crawl forward in this fight. Also Travis going to try to help out here as well in sector 2. Center first to the racetrack.
Both of them are going to fall foul of it in exactly the same way, because Verdonk is going to have to be on a compromise line behind that McLaren. He's going to get a good run on the exit of the corner, but Roth actually manages a pretty decent run as well, as Verdonk now has to deal with the Carbono Esports GT3 through 8 and 9. Actually, just the low-speed performance of that GTP, not quite where it needs to be to get on the back of that McLaren. Try and find a way to squeeze down the inside of 10. Has to check up a little bit, and that's given Jaroslav Roth even. I keep saying Sloth because of the way his first name ends. Goodness me. Jaroslav Roth making a little bit of progress up to the back of that car. Gets it a touch wrong through turn 12. Can't carry the speed that he needs to. Dropping back to half a second, and that gap going to open up by a couple of car lengths as they make their way out of turn 15 and start that run down to the hairpin yet again.
Long run down turn 16. That's where the Ferrari really pulls on the Cadillac down that straightaway. Using that four-wheel drive, hybrid power to get a really good run out of 15.
You sound saltier about the Ferrari's hybrid than I do.
I am very salty, yes. Could have had the Alpine. Could have had it. Also could have had a Lambo, so we could have another broken car.
That car's just bad.
Hey, yeah, I know. So is the BMW.
No, the BMW is fine. The BMW is a very good race car. Don't forget, WRT are actually making it work in the World Endurance Championship. It's just a case of RLL don't know what they're doing with it.
Ray Hall and Lanigan not knowing what they're doing? So
I know.
Where have I
Yeah,
heard
especially as
that
an
before?
IndyCar fan, right?
Yeah, I've never heard that in my life.
How are they looking in initial practice for Indy?
I don't want to look because one of my friends works for that team.
Oh. Maybe your friend is the reason they're bad.
Well, he works on the... He was on the 45. He was on Luke.
Uh-oh. Carmen,
But,
I'm going to send you a screenshot that I think you're going to want to look at.
okay. We're going to see...
The usual place. Oh, can I actually have the screenshot, please, Windows? Thank you. This is race critical. Why isn't it sending? I'm telling you, this is transphobia. I can't believe that it's not working. There's rain on the radar.
Yeah!
There's actual rain on the radar, and it isn't light. It isn't light. There is a spot of red making its way directly towards the circuit. I'll have more of a judgment on it as it gets closer, but that initial percentage chance has dropped down to 5% at 5:30. But do you remember I was saying how the next step had taken a drop down to 96%?
Uh-huh.
It's gone back up to 99.
Yes!
It is going to be an absolute deluge, Carmen, because it's red.
I can't wait.
The track is going to get very wet very, very quickly, and I'm sure anyone who has spots to recover is looking at that and absolutely praying for it.
Yeah.
As I think a mistake for Davy van der Vacker has allowed Quentin Verdonk and Jaroslav Roth.
No, it's a pit stop.
Oh yeah, it is pit stop cycle. I'm stupid. Yeah, pit stop cycle for.
I
meant to mention it earlier.
I was like, oh, pit stop. There you go.
Yeah, the DLR Simlab Ferrari has made its pit stop and cycles to just in front of Quentin Verdonk and Jaroslav Roth in their fight for P5. That Cadillac threatening down into turn 12. Verdonk leaves a little bit of room down at the apex just in case. Better to be safe than sorry. And it's going to be a question of will Roth even get an opportunity into 16? I don't think so. Because Verdonk has been so good out of turn 15 all day long. Pair that with slipstream from a friendly Ferrari in front, and it's just not going to be enough for Roth to catch up. That Cadillac's good on the brakes, but I don't think it's good enough. Into turn 16, they file yet again. Verdonk clear by a whole second after the exit of that corner, and Roth just has to sit back for now.
Yeah, with the way the Ferrari is set up with that all-wheel drive hybrid, you need traffic on the exit of 15 for that Cadillac to genuinely have a chance. And it's not just the Cadillac, the Acura's the same boat. That Ferrari just has so much exit on the corner, and it doesn't have a lot of high speed. Like, it loses the top end pretty quick.
Mm-hmm.
And the Cadillac just doesn't have, when you can't get to the braking zone quick enough, it's not going to have a whole lot of help. You need a little bit of traffic to make all that happen. And right now, they don't have a lot of it. Not a lot of traffic in this part of the racetrack for this group battling for practically fifth.
No, that's the thing. It's very spread out on circuit right now.
A lot of downforce on it too. It pulls right into the Ferrari in this section of the racetrack. Just pulls right up to it.
Yeah, the Ferrari itself very much.
Which, if that Ferrari has as much downforce as I think it does, pull up in that part of the racetrack, it should do just fine in the rain. Fortunately, it's the Ferrari, because the Ferrari's got the all-wheel drive and it's just going to be fine, just point and shoot. But handling-wise, that Cadillac's going to be a lot happier.
I have been able to send you that photo, by the way. So you should be able to see the radar if you load up
the channel that I can't actually see all the time.
You have a mobile phone.
I have a mobile phone, but like it doesn't want to load. Like it does not want to load anything at all. Oh my God.
Sorry, I just reacted to something that happened in the F1 sprint to completely derail the entire broadcast.
Yeah.
Antonelli just ran over Max Verstappen's front wing whilst they were changing tyres on the pit lane. Quentin Verdonk comes down pit lane to make their next pit stop of the cycle. Only a 30-lap stint that time for Vulcan Motorsport, so a little bit shorter than any they've ran so far this race. So Jaroslav Roth is going to have a free track in front of him to try and run away a little bit. He's got David van der Vacker 2 seconds up the road, so that might be some slipstream that he can use to try and give himself some free race time in terms of the cars around him. And certainly with this overcut, it's going to be very advantageous of him to be out there on those much hotter Michelin tires and a much lighter car. So we'll see how that develops over the next couple of laps. Understeers a good chunk through turn 9, ends up in the marbles on the outside of the circuit, still manages to get the exit that he needs, but he's going to have a bit of GT3 traffic to deal with.
Works out for number 44 for Nick Lost Racing. Going to commit to it a little bit here. The Speed Academy clearance not going to help him out here. This is what he hoped they would have had a lap before. Not the case. And that's not far away for 44 or the 76. 76 coming in a lap later. Notably, both Jonas Faber and Julian Harmon back-to-back positions right now, 6 and 7 in GTP. That is a 2-point swing. As wow, Roth decides to stay out another
48
lap here.
seconds. Yeah, 48 seconds separated, by the way.
Yeah.
But yeah, Roth staying out that extra lap has saved enough fuel to make that extra lap. This is a team that have been on 31, 32 lap stints so far, so we're already a couple of laps at least offset from the Vulcan Motorsport Ferrari that they were trying to hunt down. So this is just kind of what they need: the clean air, bit of slipstream, the hot tires. There will be a stage when Vulcans start to close in a little bit again as their tires do come up to temperature. So it might be a case that we see that car come down pit lane next time by, but certainly not this lap.
Ooh, not so good there out of turn 10. Yaroslav Roth. That time by. A little bit here. He needs to really be on it.
Fury Simsport making their way down pit lane from third place in this race. Very much on strategy for those guys. I'm thinking Delayden back on board.
Yep.
Yeah.
Back in.
Delayden, a driver who's had some pretty good pace so far this race, looking to try and take advantage of that yet again in the next couple of stints. This team opting to, are they opting for doubles or triples? I can't quite tell. Getting on board lap 96 for William Foyle. Getting off board lap 55. Yep, that sounds like doubles to me. 2 30-lap stints, then getting back off board. So double stints for these two. So it will be a couple hours in the car for Max Delayden before he hands it back off to his teammate. But deep within the pit stop circle now for GTPs, and big push is needed from Max Delayden to try and recover some of that time as your race leader finds his way down pit lane.
Very slow pit lane here in Aragon. Garcia Blasco, the XP Racing 33. Expected down pit lane momentarily as well. And there you go. Block work.
Yeah, pretty much exactly what we expected as well. But another team we do expect down pit lane would be the number 44 Connection Lost Racing Cadillac. Due in this time by, I think, if they've gone that full push stint yet again, as Andrew Fairley in the background actually finds his way off the road. I'm trying to figure out if there was actually any contact between him and Roth. Maybe a little bit. Oh, it's very close. Certainly not in the middle of the corner, but maybe on exit as the Cadillac checked up being on that less than ideal line. I think there is contact there, but I think that's all on Fairley for driving into the back of the car in front of him.
On board with Fairley. I don't know if there's contact, or I don't know if there's contact or if he locked it up and spun it trying to avoid contact, but either way, not great.
Jonas Faber making his way down pit lane, trying to figure out Yaroslav Roth is going to do the same. Well, we're not going to know for a moment.
Yeah,
no, looking at it, he hasn't come down
now.
pit lane. It's a 32-lap stint. Yeah, no, it's a 32-lap stint. So he is going to stay out another lap, go for those 32 laps, having that fuel save on board as some very, very spotty weather is making its way towards the circuit, Carmen. And it's all red. It's all spots of red rain. So it's going to dump it on the circuit, stop, and then dump it on the circuit again. I've never seen rain like this before. This is great.
I can't freaking wait.
You love the rain, don't you?
I rain rain racing is always fun. It always is.
This is true.
Like,
Yeah, this is why the F1 Sprint's interesting. It's because there's rain.
it's also kind of because Fernando Alonso did that.
he did find his way into the wall, which is very hilarious considering I know someone who is a staunch Fernando Alonso fan. She has a very problematic taste in F1 men because she also likes Max Verstappen. So I'm having a lot of, yeah, I'm having a lot of fun winding her up about it, despite the fact she's not going to see it until she wakes up. But yeah, it's funny. I can't wait for that to be what she wakes up to.
Great. Love that. And here comes Roth down pit lane.
As expected.
Finally. As one battle slowly comes to a close, one battle opens. Battle for fourth in AMP between Mers, Racing Amethyst, and DDK Racing Teammates. Angela and Breck Bearing behind the wheel of these cars at the moment. We have rain coming here in about the next hour and a half, if not sooner. I can't see the radar, kind of just guesstimating there.
Well, that's why I'm here. Half an hour. 30 minutes.
Better.
Which is good, means it's going to come mid-stint, which is the best part.
Absolutely fantastic. It's been raining in, so Avian Studios is located in Ohio, here in the U.S., and it's been raining all day. Everyone gets to feel it out. It will, so it's been raining, so it was raining at 4 a.m. It will continue to rain. Second.
I'm giving you a second.
It'll continue to rain all the way until 1 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Now you see, we had a storm yesterday, but that's about it. It was nice. There was thunder and lightning and everything, and it was quite refreshing. I do like a bit of rain.
I'm hearing. Have I ever heard the rain? Have I ever seen the rain? I have seen the rain right now, and I will see nothing but rain all the way until I think Monday.
Oh, I'm sorry. Have you at least had nice weather that's led into it?
No.
Oh.
No, it rained yesterday. It rained through.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We started the broadcast with a tornado watch, so we're off to a.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Start.
It's mostly because I have a really terrible memory, but yeah, I did forget about that.
Hunkering down doing a broadcast, and just every tornado just blows on by.
I was gonna say, hoping you don't have to go into the basement and leave it on
leave it on standby
best
mode.
action only.
Look at
Yeah.
this. Oh, really close fight here between the Porsche and the Ferrari. It's so weird talking about a non-McLaren battle. Beautiful. So beautiful. Unfortunate that the top three are all McLarens. Wow, look at this amazing non-McLaren battle. They're already all ahead. Crap.
Hey, now listen, we celebrate all forms of battles here on ABN. I'm scared for that weather, Carmen, because it looks so spotty.
Wait.
It's like, no, honestly, I can't put into words how weird it is. Have you seen the radar yet? I need to send that updated.
I did see when you finally posted a broadcast. I finally loaded up to like 5 light years.
Oh my god, I'm having the same issue where it just won't paste over to. Hang on, let me do the sensible thing and actually send it you in our DMs, because
that
it might actually load faster.
Or you can just stream your.
Okay.
You can just stream your.
No, this is easier. It's done now. There you go. You can have a look at the rain for the next hour or so.
That is mint. Absolutely.
It's
mint.
weird, isn't it? Because I'm just seeing a gap open at the back of that second little band of rain. There is another gap in it, so it is just going to chuck it down on the circuit. Stop chucking it down for 10 minutes and then chuck it down again.
I can't.
That is like a proper term, by the way. Chuck it down. For those who follow the class system, it will be class 1, 2, 3. I want to call it class 4 rain. It's there's 6. I'd say there's 6 classes of rain in iRacing, and this is class 4. It's pretty bad. It's actually, for those of you who partook in, it would be the 1 p.m. GMT slot for the 24 Hours of Daytona this year. the heaviness of the rain is going to be the same as what we experienced there, and that was horrible. I learned a lot about driving in the rain that day, and I learned that I pushed way too hard in it, and since then I've actually been all right in wet weather driving.
The only thing that I would love more than rain racing is having Lotus 79 on rain tires. And just dancing that car around sideways.
By the way, just whilst the sprint comes to an end, Verstappen up in 4th, 10-second time penalty. He's going to be last.
You guys are finishing under yellow.
Norris and Piastri are going to pull 8 and 7 points on them respectively, and I'm so here for that. I'm really happy about that.
I mean, Verstappen was already not leading, so it's like, okay, whatever.
Yeah, but
I didn't want to see
my goat is leaving him behind. My goat is leaving him behind. It's great.
Are you a Norris fan?
No, Piastri. Oh, actually, speaking of racing, the DDK Racing Ferraris managed to get a run on Bearings, just making that pick. Bearings making his way up into 15th place. Stefan Ejima falling down to 16th. And there was just absolutely nothing the Porsche could do about that. That was a great bit of driving from both of them there to keep it clean.
Try to really get that spot back. And unfortunately, I don't think that's going to happen. But all the lunges we've seen that have been successful have been the GP3 lunges, so maybe.
So then that Ferrari making its way comfortably up into P4 in class. It was a great move for position, and it was nice to see the GT3s being able to use the GTPs as a pick in that instance, because it's so rare that we see anything like that. And just a really good bit of heads-up driving from Brex Bearings, especially when we always find we're complimenting the GTPs on their traffic management. You always forget there's another side to it as well, and we've got to give some credit to Bearings there, who did an excellent job to find the gap in the GTP traffic, to slot through and make his way up into what is P4 in class, and find himself 44 seconds off the next car in terms of position, but it's still looking like a very strong result for that outfit. The 5th position has actually just made its way through this little bit of traffic, because Wesley Boca is about 0.4 of a second off the back of Marcos de Silva. We'll go for Marcos de Silva on that one. So the DLR Simlab white Cadillac tucked up under the rear wing of that NGC by Rubus Gas Acura that once again has really struggled to keep itself out of trouble. Didn't have a great race last time out at Le Mans. Had an even worse race last time out at Nürburgring. I remember that car being without a rear wing on the exit of turn 4, because they just couldn't seem to hold that thing together for more than a stint.
So the Ericsson almost, the near flip from Marcus Ericsson was in practice. It was not qualified.
Oh, that's good. Although I was expecting you to comment on the 42's look in the last couple of races there. I was a bit blindsided by the IndyCar, real-life IndyCar information.
You know, as much as we have a lot of cars that are orange, black, and white, at least in the colors that I'm one matches the ABS brand guidelines. So
oh, here we go. Here we go. It's welcome to another episode of Carmen complains about being colorblind yet again.
I don't get to complain a lot on the BEC broadcast because I've only commented on 2 this season.
So when it comes to looking at the graph for the rain, you see class 1, class grey, and class 3 rain.
Wait, what was that?
Class 1, class grey, and class 3 rain.
Oh, well,
because it goes to both of them are actually coming down pit lane. That's actually an early stop for the Cadillac and a very on strategy stop for the Acura. So I think the number 2 is going to get a slightly shorter stop than the car it came down pit lane behind. So keep an eye on this. See how this one shakes out. It is a driver change for NGC by Rubus Gas. as it looks like Boca is going to stay on board that Cadillac, but Pedro Paquette will jump on board that Acura. Tire change for both cars, and
I'll be
they're going to be halfway through a stint when that rain hits.
I do not like Paquette being in that car.
In what way?
He had a really rough first stint.
This is true.
Race, and we have rain coming up in the next half hour. I don't like Paquette being in that car. If he's not ready for because he had a really bad time opening the race in that car at the dry conditions. Unless he's just an absolute maestro, and I haven't seen that from him yet this season. Unless he's an absolute rain maestro, I don't see the next hour being nice to that car.
Well, you say that, but he looks relatively strong at Road Atlanta in PPS until he made the mistake that he did. So as long as he learned from that, I think he's going to be a bit of a weapon in the best possible way when that rain does come, because he seemed to be so good in those tricky track conditions. Because if you remember, he qualified pretty far down the order and his teammate put it on pole, and he was able to drive all the way through the field, all the way up to his teammate, pass him with no issues, and then sort of run off into the distance a little bit before we had that really heavy rain shower come down that made the track completely saturated with water. And again, because PPS is much less of a team event than the PEC, he didn't know that was coming and ended up running through some standing water and going straight on at turn 1. But as I was trying to give him some credit, he has in fact gone for a spin down at turn 9. It's the curse of the commentator. It happens all the time. I'm so sorry, Pedro. I've absolutely sent you into oblivion there, mate.
Meanwhile, longer pit stop for the number 2. 1 minute 35 stop for
very slow.
Dealer Sim Lab Cadillac. So not a great time. So that will put a kibosh on that fight for a little bit. At least until the rain hits, and then who knows?
It's really going to be anyone's game.
What I would love to have happen, I know that I'm glad they don't listen to me and hopefully don't watch the broadcast. What I would love is that throw a caution, like throw a safety car right before the rain and go green in the rain. Just full on.
But why would that happen, Carmen? We've never had a safety car.
How many body pieces can go flying at the same time before my computer dies?
But you can do a stress test in any other way than that. I don't want to see everyone crash like they did on the practice start in slightly damp conditions. That's not fun to commentate on.
I don't know if you're in the mood for a spot start a couple seasons ago.
But I saw it.
I saw it. You saw where like the entire GTP field died.
Yeah.
I need one of those.
It was wonderful chaos.
I need one of those.
I mean, it'd certainly give you an answer as to exactly how much your CPU can handle.
If my computer beats odds, then I know that it's done.
Exactly. We are seeing Pedro Paquette go side by side with a car a lap or so up, a couple of laps even up on him. It's the Volker Motorsport Ferrari of Quentin Verdonk, currently on board. That, I will say, absolutely stunning livery that is translated fantastically onto their McLaren as well.
Yeah.
Bravo, folks. You've painted the car very prettily. Not sure how good that English is, but it's not matter.
I mean, if it works in Britain, it works in America. I'll let it go.
What, the English language?
Whatever that was, yeah.
Prettily. They've painted it very prettily.
I don't believe that's a word.
Yeah, it is. Oh, like, it doesn't matter if it's made up. All words are made up.
Some words are more made up than others.
There's no such thing as more made up than something else. Every word had to be invented at some point. Oh, goodness me. Verdonk's carrying a little bit too much speed through the middle of the corner there. Not expecting the Zandvoort to shack up as much as he did. But yeah, that Mustang getting very much in the way there, Carmen.
Yeah, that was a reminder of, hey, the brake pedal is on the left.
Well, there's not a clutch pedal in these cars. It's on the back of the wheel.
Correct.
Just like on my nice
Imagine having both hybrid technology and a clutch in these cars. That would be... my head would fry.
I mean, what do you mean? Why? Why would it?
Well, because okay, so one, microstroke makes the left side of my body not fun. So having to like have it a balance, like thinking about the hybrid and thinking about like also like doing like the whole clutch to shift thing, that would be miserable for me.
Oh, well, I mean, the good news is in these cars, you don't actually have to manage the hybrid at all. You just stick it in balanced and go.
I hear that a lot, but then I hear everyone else that wins races all the time say that yes, you do have to actually manage the hybrid.
I mean, there's ways you can play with it, but it's not actually going to make that much of a difference. It's just going to help you set up for overtakes every now and again. Like if you get deep enough within the slipstream, you can put it into build because it's still going to give you some push down the straight, but then you can let the slipstream take over a little bit. But that's only really at tracks where you can get up to a really high top end speed where the slipstream actually does something. Otherwise, it's best to leave it in balance unless you're at Moss Spot and you get traffic through sector 1 and sector 2, and you come down, and then you kind of want all the battery you can coming onto the back straight. So what you could do is you could put it into build when you're coming through turn 1, because there isn't enough of a straight between 1 and 2 and 2 and 3 for anyone to actually overtake you, because you're pretty much just wasting hybrid if you're deploying it there. So then you just put it up into balance once you've been in build for that first sector, and you just boom, down the straight. Learned that one the hard way.
I'm going to pretend I heard any part of that and hope that by the time the car gets the hybrid in iRacing, that I will have retired.
Well, I mean, the hybrid in the IndyCar is just going to be a push to pass thing. You're not going to have to do changing modes, and it's pretty much just going to be a recharge the battery, then dump it all on the longest straight on the circuit, because there isn't really any nuance to how the IndyCar hybrid system works. Because
it makes the racing worse. It's what it's done.
I don't think it makes it worse, but it doesn't really do much. It's not as powerful as it was in the LMP1s when we had those on iRacing, because you had a 500 horsepower button at the tip of your finger.
Well, yeah, like the IndyCar hybrid, like literally every driver said it doesn't do anything for the racing. It's 50 horsepower for 3 seconds.
Yeah, it's literally nothing. That doesn't.
It's literally just there. It's there to take a checkbox for Honda before they leave.
Yeah. At least F1's KERS back in the day was a good 60 horsepower for up to...
A little bit. Yeah, you can...
It was 15 seconds a lap, I think, at the end of the day.
Yeah, it was like 15 or 20, yeah. And it was every lap.
Yeah, obviously it was a lot longer in LMP1 because you had an energy limit per lap instead of a deployment limit. Well, no, there was still a deployment limit, but quite difficult to hit that unless you're at a very short, very high downforce circuit.
Lagos.
Does that count as short and high downforce?
I think they really been to that point. I know it's Lagos is short.
Silver's, no, you don't hit the deployment limit. Silver thinks it's long.
Yeah, that's actually one of the longer racetracks in the calendar, yeah.
It is, yeah. Like, you'd be surprised how little.
It might be 3.3.
5 or so kilometers, I think, off the top of my head. It's. Oh, that's a spin for the Eagle Speed Academy Acura there. Who's driving that? It's Lawrence de Villager going for a bit of a half spin through turn 4. I think just getting it all out of shape on the brakes behind, I think that was Darius Rakauskas. Actually hits the... Is it, does he hit the rear end of it, or does he just about avoid hitting it?
I think he avoids hitting
quite
anything.
Hell. It's certainly very close.
We
if
do
he
have an issue a little bit further down the order here, and this is not going to be fun for Andrew Fairley. He's had issues earlier, and yeah.
Oh wow, that's a new one. I don't think I've seen Mustang do that before.
I've not either. That's normally a mid-engine or rear-engine thing that does it. That Mustang obviously not either of those things.
I can see why it might have done it in the Mustang. There's not a lot of weight over that rear axle at all. Comes down pit lane. I think some damage to repair on that GT3, and they're choosing to come down and fix it now. I'm trying to see him on my list. Is it going to be a little bit down the order? I can imagine. We're on pit lane for 1 minute and 45 seconds, 1 minute and 21 in the box. They're taking some damage. Yeah. taking some damage. The front end on that thing now. All square again. It's a Mustang that looks like it's been fully repaired. Ruben Bearing's back out there on track. I assume with his brother just behind him for position. See, the last time we assumed people weren't brothers, they were actually twins. So I'm not making that mistake again. I'm going to go for brothers straight out the box this time. And commit to it. Yeah, probably. That seems to be how it works. Hey, Carmen, I heard you like rain.
I really do. I cannot wait for the rain.
It's probably 5 minutes out. At least the first bit of the rain.
Have you ever seen the rain?
I'm going to send you a cheeky updated screenshot of the radar because, yeah, I think you're really going to enjoy it.
Let me tell you, for everyone watching, I am so excited.
I mean, I can tell you now that this is going to be a very interesting deluge, to say the least. It is extraordinarily spotty. We are going to have like a big downpour that is going to linger for a good few minutes, but then we're going to have some time where that sort of backs off, and then the rain is going to come back again. Like, there are gaps in the weather where it's going to completely stop raining, and they're big ones as well, and I think that's the most exciting part. And I'm sure all the teams and all the strategists within the teams are going to be absolutely terrified of that, because I feel like we are going to get extraordinarily close to changing back onto the dries, because it all depends on how heavy the rain ends up coming down in this first little, I want to call it a band, but it's not really a band. It's like I describe it as a dog. Looking at the shape of it, it's that first little dog of rain. Do you see it? Do you see what I mean when I call it a dog of rain? You see his little front paws. He's got his little ears and his little face and body. It just doesn't have any real legs.
It looks like something from like a Vader ship. Who doesn't remember the cartoon?
Yeah. I'm trying to ignore the shapes. Sorry, the red in it as a shape. It's more about the general shape of the blob. There's a little frog face that's popped up below it as well that I can see. They call this pareidolia, don't they?
A lot of red though. I am so happy.
It is. Red, of course, being it's the light red, so it's like the third heaviest class of rain you can get on iRacing, which means it is gonna absolutely chuck you down. It's gonna ramp up relatively slowly. We'll get that blue band hit the circuit first in the next 5-10 minutes or so. No, it's actually gonna land in the next couple of minutes, because that blue band. Yeah, no, it is suddenly dark because the clouds are here. We are actually approaching the part of the circuit with the cars that we were just following where the rain is going to hit first. So, for the fans of the weather, keep your eyes peeled. We have got rain hitting the circuit now.
Hedging my bets.
Class 1.
Keep an eye on.
Yep, Class 1 rain, low-level rain, has hit the circuit down at turns 10 and 11. A circuit that is a corner that is already very difficult to go anywhere near flat through, and it's about to get one heck of a lot harder.
All right, Pedro, do your thing. One of the leading GP3 Pro Mustang of Juan Rodriguez, who comes down pit lane immediately. Smart move.
Don't blame him. Rain, I see it. I see rain. I see rain. I'm following my own car and I saw rain. It's wet. It's officially wet. The track hasn't been declared wet yet, but it is wet out there on circuit.
It's going to be a little bit for the track is considered wet. It's going to take about 5 minutes for that. But I'm running over.
Like I said, it's going to ramp up very quickly. Yeah, stay with it because we are getting to that section of the circuit that is wet.
Yep, there we go. The windshield automatically deploys for us.
Spray? Oh my goodness, it is coming down. We got spray already. That's the green level rain that's hit the circuit.
This reminds me of the older Hockenheim races, where like you get to the stadium and it's dry, but like you go through the forest and it's just pouring.
I'm seeing cars down pit lane already. Abel Salon
and they already
has come down the pit lane. Has he actually put the wets on?
Wets for both Salon in the Passion Fair Motorsport Mustang and Ivan Ubera for the Boca Motorsport car on wets. They just did,
early,
and they came in for wets, and I believe it.
It's definitely early. I think another couple of laps before we're actually in territory for wet weather, but I like the call of getting on it early because of how aggressive the rain is going to be. The green stuff has already hit the circuit. The yellow stuff is not far behind. And after about 5 minutes maybe in the yellow, it's red. It's going to be a complete torrential downpour. Ladies and gentlemen, and those who know better, the face of this race is about to completely change. And be ready for it.
Whiten comes
because
in.
we're getting standing water, baby. We're gonna get standing water. I love wet weather racing. This is about to be
this is
an
the best kind of wet
insane
weather
couple of
racing.
hours.
Spontaneous, unpredicted. This was 14% chance of rain going into the day. And we had rain in practice from the start. And everyone's like, okay, well, the rain's gone now. And then it's back. Look at that spray.
Carmen's loving this. Just so you know, folks, Carmen is absolutely loving this.
This is better than cocaine. Woke me straight up. Oh my goodness.
Be on a broadcast where drugs are mentioned. Tick. Yep, that one's on my bucket list. That's ticked. AVN has now had its own heroin moment. We've peaked. We've peaked. This is it. It's all downhill from here.
This is the best. Oh no.
You can see them struggling for grip out there already. That was not a very fast time night for Pedro Paquette. TLR Similar Bread already on the wet weather tires. Yeah, you can see it. Thank goodness they changed the branding on the side of those tires, because you can very clearly see that Matthias Whiten is down pit lane on wet weather tires, and there's a spin.
Yep, there you go.
A spinner just in front of Pedro Paquette as we make our way into turn 12. It's the number 161. I think it was.
That is not Show Pop. That's the 181. That's Dave. No, come on. He's also went off track.
Well, no, it's the 161 of Alex Mass.
Yeah, Alex Mass. Yeah.
For the Mass Devils esports team, going deep into turn 12, finding a wet patch, I think, on the curb on the outside of the circuit, and then just spinning in front of one of the Porsches and Pedro Paquette, who we were following with. Caught that one live. Yellow rain's here. Red rain is about to hit.
Ruben Behring is in pit lane now. The Ford for DDK Racing G is in pit lane. I'm assuming that Brex is not going to be far behind his brother there. DDK Racing Team S is out still. Whoa! That Ferrari's looking pretty brave.
I don't think this is the call for them. I think they've left it way too late. Look how much speed they're already losing through turn 1.
Turn 1.
Yeah. I know that I can see the rain that's about to hit at turns 8, 9, and 10. And stay on board with that DDK Ferrari and get on board with it as well. Let's have some onboard cameras. Yeah. Because this is going to be absolute hell for that car. You can already see how slow they're going, and worse rain is about to hit the circuit. Just watch how slowly those revs are climbing on that dash. Watch how little steering input he's putting in. He's already gone straight on down at turn 7. There is zero grip out there on the racetrack at this part of the racetrack, and he's about to go downhill. That's the scary part.
A lot of things about to go downhill for this one. Yeah, he can't even turn. He literally cannot even turn down here. This is where the rain started. This is where it all started.
Yeah, the slick's just having absolutely no purchase on the track surface there. Pedro Paquette has come down pit lane, by the way.
At all.
He's come out on wet weather tires, but Brex Behring's out there on the dries still, going 1 or 2 laps longer
there are 2
than
cars
he
on
needed
dry
to.
tires at the moment, and that's Jorge Carrera and for the Gnosis Esports McLaren. And the car we're on board with right now. Also, your boy Yan Corbs, also still on the racetrack on dry tires at the moment too.
Trying to fact check that one. He's about to drive past me, and yeah, that might be dry tires, you know. I'm not actually sure. I can't tell properly.
I can look.
Oh, yeah, that's dries. Yeah, 100%. You can see that bright yellow stripe on that. On those Michelin dries.
Yep.
It's a question. I don't know if he's going to pit for wets or not, because the rain stops in about 3 minutes.
Enosis
but
has gone in and have gone
super heavy right now.
Change too. So Miguel Santos in the Enosis Esport E-Mix.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Oh, okay. It might be pit stop time, mate. I know the rain's about to stop, but the track is more than wet enough as the DDK Ferrari has found itself on the grass between the 2 bits of track on either side of the hairpin. But curbs, I fully expect it's good. Yan, buddy. Mate, this is not. I don't know if this is the call, friend. He's got 1 minute and 16 seconds to the lead right now, and I'm just about to sit and watch that extend because it's still raining down at turn 1. The heaviest part of the rain has only just hit that part of the circuit, and he really needed to be making him and the team needed to be making smart decisions for the championship here and jumping on the same tire strategy as the likes of Julien Harmond, who is 8.5 seconds back at the moment and gaining quickly. As it stands at this moment, Riser Engineering are gaining points on Old Firm Racing, but because they haven't pit for wet weather tires and we are on a track that is declared moderately wet, Harmond on wet tires is going to close that gap down and flip that points gain completely on its head.
Yeah, I don't agree with the whole staying out an extra lap when you know that it's bucketing, but I'm also paid to be up here with and not in the car, so you know. Oh, that was a car that stopped, and that was Miguel Santos. Oh no, and there's Young Corpse.
He's going very slow, but yeah, Harmond drove around him like he was stood absolutely still. So that's cost Reiter a lot of time. He's got Ruben Behrens just behind him, flashing the headlights at that Acura because it is so slow compared to anything else on the racing circuit. We're looking at speed differentials that you usually see between GTPs and GT3s be completely reversed as well.
It looks like he's got a flat tire. He's searching back to pit lane. It looks that slow. Yeah.
I just got a message from Liv, by the way. I think she's watching the broadcast. Hi, Liv. Oh my God, this is crazy, she says. So, co-commentator Olivia Hayward, absolutely loving this before she does jump back in the booth to join us for the last stint of this when we do get there. But this is peak championship implications. Not great decision making from Reiter here. I don't know if they are going to commit to it at this point, but at the moment they are losing 18 seconds per lap compared to everyone else on the wet weather tire.
Yeah, you have to come in. You have to come in here. You have nothing right now. You are running basically 2-minute laps here. You gotta come.
Well, don't forget, this is the team that accidentally changed tires twice in one pit stop. So, are they in a position where they're forced to save a set of tires? He is going to turn down pit lane this time.
Got to.
But I think the damage is already done unless they're setting up for some sort of strategy play for the end of the race.
Yeah, it's something that you kind of have to just slow that down and make it up some other way. You just don't have a chance.
Down pit lane, Reiter come then trying to do something funky on the tire strategy to try and get themselves back into a better position, but all that's done is cost them a lap and cost them time to their championship rival, Old Firm Racing, who have that 15-point lead in the championship. But with the points scored today by them and less points being scored by Reiter Engineering, it's going to be a bit of a swing in favor of the current championship leaders. Young Curbs down off the jacks, having put on a set of those Michelin wet weather tires, and Reiter as a team are going to be absolutely kicking themselves that they didn't pit for wet tires sooner.
Yes, White is away by 21.5 seconds. A lot of new drivers in the cars now. Tom Cetto behind the wheel of the RPM Racing Corvette, still in second. Top three separated by 30 seconds each. 30-second gap between first and second, 30-second gap between second and third. Battle for the fourth spot, though, between Lewis Kenyon from Top Tier Motorsport and Juan Martí for Go Esports. This is McLaren versus Acura for fourth place.
I mean, technically we're in Europe. Would it be Honda? Oh, it is a wiggle for Kenyon on the exit of turn 9, though, and it's going to give Martí a run on the way into 10. The advantageous inside line coming into play here, but a very wet track surface down there means there is a lot of grip on the outside of the track. Martí going to get a great run around the outside of 10 into turn 11, and that's going to pretty much show everyone on track where the grip is in most of the spots on the circuit, because it is a very saturated racetrack right now. Abel Salan going around the outside of Martí through turn 13 and looking to set up Kenyon as soon as possible. They've got the TMR Ferrari for company as it makes its way out of turn 15. That four-wheel drive really coming in handy in these wet weather conditions. You can see all the spray being thrown up by the cars in front of Marty as he practically disappears into the spray. Car that he was fighting with for position, though, about to get overtaken by the GT3 Pro Race leader. How aggressive does Abel choose to be in these conditions? He's going to get alongside nice and easy, and Kenyon isn't going to fight that one too much. Gets checked up mid-corner and on exit. It lets Marty close in just a little bit, but not enough for Marty to have a go. We're over halfway there, by the way. Don't. You'll get copyright struck. Struck. This is true. Right, I hope you enjoyed that first deluge of rain, because another one is about to hit the circuit from exactly the same spot. It's about to get heavy out here.
Second deluge is hit the circuit.
No, Carmen, no, you can't. You can't. Even I resisted doing that on a broadcast. What is wrong with you?
I'm from the country that it happened in.
Okay, fair. Marty making that move, well, trying to make that move stick down into turn 5. Just can't quite get past Lewis Kenyon again yet, but it's purple on purple action here as they both make their way towards the section of the track that is about to get rained on. In fact, I think by the time they get down there will be rain already falling yet again. Keep your eye out for it as they come through turn 9 and into turn 10. Remember how much grip there is on the outside of 10. Both of these cars should look out there to try and find the traction. And that they do. Marty's still choosing, though, a slightly more inside line, so perhaps not taking the... Well, it's not taking the notes on what the car in front of him did on the previous lap. Of course, visibility is important, but when you can see the brake lights of the car in front, shouldn't be too much of an issue. The Acura closing way up to the rear end of the McLaren into turn 12. Can't make the move stick there either.
That's contact.
It's a little tap. There is a little tap to the rear of the GT3. He's fighting for position, looking to set him up on exit.
I tell you what, I think Juan Martí,
but that was dangerous.
I think Juan Martí is a lot more comfortable in the rain right now than Lewis Kenyon. I would hazard to guess he feels a lot more comfortable right now, especially under braking. Keep an eye on him to try to pull up to the left. Here he goes. Yeah, he's going to late brake this one, I think. Yep.
There's no way to do it. Slots it up the inside. Barges Kenyon out of the way a little bit. There is some door banging, but these are sports cars, Carmen. They have doors. You better be using them in your fights. Marty up to 4th.
He did push Kenyon off track, which is important. They both were on the racing surface still, so that I think is fair play.
Well, let's see what happens next time they come through turns 8 and 9, because the rain's back. It's already falling here at turn 1. And Carmen, look at your DMs again. I've just sent you. Yeah, that's what's about to hit the circuit at 8 and 9. We are literally about to see it. Keep your eyes peeled. We're going to get standing water, folks. It's going to pool down at the bottom of turn 9 and 10. You can already see how much it's affecting the spray, but...
Turns 9 and 10 are about to be undrivable.
And that's certainly going to make it interesting. As here they come towards that section of racetrack. How much confidence does Marty have? I'm sure right now all of the drivers out on circuit have their team in their ear telling them what's happening with the rain. Rule of thumb in wet weather driving, one voice only, especially when the rain really starts to come down. I don't want to hear anything other than how is the rain changing. Everyone else needs to shut the heck up and let the one person whose voice is talking actually speak. Alex Mass off the road in turn 10, just finding a wet patch and understeering onto a much wetter section of the track. Marty passes him, not for position, but it's another car that isn't in front of him on track, so he can see what's going on.
It's an obfuscate that plays out in every team chat ever when the rain hits, where everyone's losing their mind, saying something different, and when you finally do get a chance to say something as a driver, you're just like, okay, what's going on? It's bleeping wet. Thanks. Appreciate the words of wisdom. Leave me alone. Let me just drive this car at this point. I wish I tell you what, I'm glad there's a... Let me live vicariously through you, RPM, please. A Corvette in the rain. just magnificent. I know
How
that
good is
we're
it
in
meant
second
to be?
place, but
Are you adopting Tom Chateau and RPM Racing as your team and driver?
it's a Kentucky-made car. I am Kentucky-born. Yes, I am living vicariously through RPM.
Look at the spray that's already being chucked up.
It's
That
so
rain is here, and it's not really, well, I'll say it's not really going anywhere. It's about to disappear in another 10 minutes or so because there's a gap in this horse of rain that's hit the circuit. That's right. We are looking for animals in the rain yet again, and this time it is a headless horse. We've gone through the dog. It's time for the headless horse.
Goodness gracious, look at this battle for 10th place right now. Miguel Santos and Ruben Bearings battling out, trying to get into the top 10. Ford versus
Look at the standing
McLaren.
water.
Yeah, the standing
It's
water there
there.
had it turned 10. Yeah.
I didn't think it would pull that quickly, but here we are. I'm just wondering when we're going to get back to dries because this weather looks like it's going to stick around for at least the next 2 hours. That is a car off.
That is Booker.
In the background.
That is Wesley
It
Booker.
is two. Yeah, it's the DLR Sim Live Cadillac that just spun around on the entry to turn 12 there, not finding any grip in the braking zone, finds himself backwards off the racing surface, having to recover, makes his way back on track, but down in P10 still. That Cadillac just not having the time of its life right now at all.
You have two different cosplay options: ocean liner or merry-go-round. Oh,
Which one do you choose?
braking. Oh no, Neil, back on track, buddy. That was the 41. Everyone's struggling right now.
I'm surprised he got anywhere near those curbs, to be honest, because they are going to be like ice underfoot. But
Ruben Bearings is attacking the curbs on exit like no other. He is braver than me. Good.
yeah, I was going to say this fight looked like it's really interesting because Santos is just being hounded by the Mustang behind him. Of course, Ruben Bearings' visibility isn't going to be as good as the McLaren in front of him, so the aggression levels might have to be turned down just a little bit as that Mustang just made its way towards the outside of the circuit. Headlight flashed on the McLaren in front of him. Might have to try and force his way through for what will be 10th place in class. And you can see that standing water on the outside of the circuit. If someone touches that, they're going to have an absolute nightmare. But we've already seen how it's formed down on the inside of turn 10. And we're going to get there with these two cars relatively soon. But this little band of heavy rain is actually about to stop a big slide from Bearings through turn 8. He just about gets it gathered up. But Santos hunting for grip on the outside of the circuit, hunting for grip off the circuit. But through turn 10 they come, a corner that has now become very, very difficult in these conditions. The McLaren looking much stronger in the high speed, but that Mustang surely has the edge in the slow speed corners.
Imagine if we had not taken this part of the racetrack and it was just flat out all the way to the hairpin.
See, there's more treachery when we do it this way, so I take this. Easy. We love the bus depot.
I mean, we take this because, yeah, there's more chances for stuff to happen, but, like, going into the hairpin, it'd be impossible.
Just, no, never mind. Curse of the commentator struck before I could even open my mouth. Just keep an eye on that lead fight. Albert Preem has actually just gone for a spin on the run into turn 4, but he has been gaining hand over fist on his teammate Matthias Whiten, who lost 9 seconds to him on the previous lap. I don't think there's any damage on. There is actually some damage on that lead race car. Front left corner has taken a knock, but of course in these wet weather conditions that isn't going to matter as much because it's more about driver confidence. But Preem was within 5 seconds or so, but lost a really big chunk of time with that half spin through 3 and 4. So Matthias Whiten's lead is relatively safe for now, but in these conditions with the DLR Simlab Ferrari's 4-wheel drive system, they are really going to have the advantage. It isn't 9 seconds a lap, but it is a solid enough pace advantage that I fully expect we're going to see a battle for the lead between these two in, well, within the length of this stint.
I love this so much. I've made it clear across the last few years, I'm not a huge fan of actual sports car racing. this is one of the things that I tune in no matter what. Like, you can tell me, oh, it's mid-Ohio. Okay, yeah, whatever. It's bucketing. Screw it.
But sports car racing is good without the rain, Carmen. It's the thing about watching all of this unfold in sim racing is I don't get that same fear that I do in real life, where I genuinely fear for the safety of the drivers, because racing in the wet is one of the most insane, stupidest things that any human being could do ever, because the grip levels are so inconsistent in cars that are already very, very fast. And it's so easy for a car to find itself off the road in wet conditions and buried in a barrier at speeds it shouldn't really be able to hit in conditions like this. Like, I won't lie, terrified of watching race cars in the wet, because I'm scared of it, completely scared of it.
I love it. It's a great neutralizer. You got to be an actual driver to do it. I love it.
But it's that whole risk thing again, isn't it? That was always a factor in the middle period of Formula One, where when does it get too dangerous? And it's the same sort of question now, because the speeds those cars are doing in the wet is absolutely monstrous compared to what they've done in the past. And even though safety has improved in the last 10 years or so, there's still nothing I fear more than watching a Formula One car go around a racetrack at racing speed in completely torrential conditions. I know a lot of people, this is a big snap of oversteer for the DDK Racing Mustang there. I know a lot of people are like, let them race, but also no, because I don't particularly want to watch another race car driver lose his life in the rain. It's kind of something I'm not okay with anymore. Santos has a peak down into turn 1, and Behrens has to give him the room at the apex, but fortunately for him, he has the advantageous inside line through turn 2. That's Wesley Boker getting involved in this scrap, forcing the McLaren onto what should technically be a slightly more advantageous line around the outside of 3. Behrens sticking religiously to that racing line through 4 and 5. Gets it all pulled up on the brakes into 5. It's a good exit, bit of a wiggle though. Might check him up a touch and let Santos just close that gap in a little bit. That McLaren looking much better balanced in these conditions anywhere but on the brakes. I don't really know which car I prefer to be in right now, because that McLaren is going to rotate very well, but that Mustang is going to be understeering in a good way in these conditions.
Oh. I love the weather prediction going into this event. Although weather might get updated this week, track is in Spain, so you may see little to no chance of rain. Yeah, about that.
I mean, it's also April. Wait, it's May. It is May. Yeah, it's May. This is still not summer yet. Expect weather like this, because this is just how it falls at this time of year. There was a time where, when I was back in school, that we had snow in April. So rain in May, yeah, that's fine.
Now, if only we can keep it here and not in Indianapolis in 3 weeks.
Oh yeah, no, I hope that doesn't happen too.
Yeah, I do. I hope I don't. I'm tired of. I like Britain not having 2 years in a row to me.
Oh yeah, because you're going again.
Yes, I got my tickets on the 1st.
Nice.
I would show replays. Oh!
There it is. That is the over rotation for the McLaren down at turn 16.
That was help. That was being driven into by I think the 76. I
didn't quite catch that one. Hopefully we're going to replay and here it comes. Let's have a Pookie then. Santos pulling back over to the racing line. Oh yeah, here's the onboard. That's the angle that we need. Staying away from those puddles that have already formed on the outside of the circuit. Oh, that McLaren just appears out of the spray. Curbs is completely unsighted in that one. I think the only thing is that suspension damage as well?
Oh, 100%. He's in pit lane. Yeah, that is
bad tends to worse to Ricer Engineering then, who were trying to recover time, recover positions on the car that you just saw go past them. So they've lost a lap.
I don't think Jan had a chance of making the break at that point.
No, neither. Did he touch the rain on the way into the corner?
That's what I'm looking to see.
Or the puddle, even.
Because he brakes really late. Now he's far away from the puddle.
Not that one, though.
Well, yeah, but he had already missed the braking zone at that point. Like, you need to be braking a lot earlier, because the 97 almost did the exact same thing. They both just missed the braking point.
I think that's because the braking point has changed between this lap and the next.
Well,
This lap and the previous one even.
Yeah, like it's going to. Like, just how everything's developing, it's going to get worse.
Yeah. So as I was saying, championship implications there as Curbs finds his way down pit lane for what's going to be extensive repairs. Their championship rival now have a lap on them all the way up in P5. So however this race ends at this point, it's going to be a good gain of points for Old Firm Racing on Writer Engineering. And that might actually turn the third place car of Fury Simsport into the next championship contender on Old Firm, as they find themselves up in fourth place. It's not going to be as big a point swing again. It's the same position that Writer were in when they were ahead of the 97 crew, but it's certainly going to be something unless Old Firm can close in what is a 17.3 second gap. Honestly, that sounds doable. We could see some pretty big gains in this championship from Julien Harmond, Randy Martin and Mateos, and Old Firm Racing here today.
We are in the eye of the storm right now, so we've gone before the storm.
Now the rain's back. It's heavy and it's back. Red is encircling the circuit yet again, and that is some very heavy rain. Now I've been visited by fellow fans. Okay. This is the beauty of sim racing commentary, is that if I was actually out at a racetrack, as much as I'd be there at the racetrack, I wouldn't often get visited by my cat, if at all. It's always a nice little refresher.
I had curly fries from Arby's delivered to me.
Ooh.
So, yes, fantastic. Arby's.
Hang on, is that all you had?
Yeah.
You just had curly fries?
I'm having them right now, yeah.
Did someone bring them to you, or did you pay for delivery on just curly fries from Arby's?
They're brought to me.
Someone brought them to you. Okay, that's good. That's good. That's fine. That's acceptable. That's reasonable. I was going to say, if you paid for delivery for food from Arby's for just curly fries, that would be a pretty significant question mark. That would be a waste of money.
It would be top 20 on the most questionable decisions I've ever made in my life.
Yeah. Because the delivery would cost more than the fries, surely.
Yes. Double.
Unbelievable. Writer Engineering still find their way, well, still stay down pit lane, of course, picking up that meatball flag, meaning those repairs are going to be at a minimum 6.5 minutes. That's certainly the sort of crash that we did see. But for all you Taylor Mills Racing fans out there, of which there is one, and it's me, it does mean that Neil DeBacker and Alex Gerber will gain exactly one position out of this and find themselves solidly inside the top 10 after their 6.5 minutes of repairs earlier on in this race.
That Neil doesn't win it after you say that.
See, I'm watching him now, and I'm willing him to keep it on track.
Neil,
I'm sending my energy.
Thing on the planet.
Neil, for the love of all that is holy, please don't crash my car. Do not crash my car again. I've seen it happen way too many times in so many different series at this point.
If I ever fielded a car in this series, if I ever fielded an Arrowhead Racing in this series, I'd be jinxing them every race. On purpose.
Intentionally?
On purpose.
Why? You don't want your team to do well?
I am here. I am an agent of chaos. No.
I mean, me too, but I kind of want the team that I paid the entry fee for to actually have a good time.
That's why you get drivers that also are into the meme. But also, the entry level for this is so high that you kind of have to take it serious.
Yeah, exactly. How many top-class sports car iRacing drivers are actually in this championship? It is a who's who of names.
I can find 3.
Wow.
In the EC community Discord, for those that are not in it already, there's 1,900 people in here. I can find 3.
That seems reductive.
I mean, yeah, it kind of is.
That's really mean.
Can
some
be,
very
yeah.
high rating sports car drivers in this series.
There's a lot.
It's kind of terrifying. Red weather still over the circuit, by the way. Doesn't feel like it's
It really
coming down
doesn't.
as hard as it was earlier, as it is going to take a little bit of a pause in the next couple of minutes. This is your weather report, by the way, officially.
So I was going to bring this up initially, and then I got sidetracked by the whole memery of having an Arrowhead Racing team in a series that it doesn't belong in. Albert Preem has reeled in Matthias
Yeah, I
White
told you, didn't I?
by a mile a lap.
Yeah.
Closed in 4 seconds a lap.
It's a Ferrari. What do you expect? It's so stable in these conditions. You put your foot down, and the front axle pulls itself out of the corner.
There's a saying that came from the late, great Nicky Lauda that I wish I could say right now, but I can't.
To be fair, I don't know if there's any written record that he actually said that.
I don't care.
That was in a film.
The Hollywoodized version of him did, and that's what matters.
You can't say that. It's a Ferrari.
And I don't have,
But I'm
I don't have a
Ferrari.
sensor built into my soundboard, so I can't do that.
That is extremely unfortunate.
It's unfortunate.
As you were saying,
It's unfortunate It's unfortunate for me. I don't, because I can't do all the stuff I want to do.
as you were saying though, Carmen, Albert Preem taking advantage of that Ferrari's broken four-wheel drive hybrid system to close all the way onto the back of Matthias Whiten in a car that really seems like it's struggling in these wet weather conditions. The gap is absolutely nothing between these two right now. Preem is going to have a look to the inside of turn 7, and it is going to be a question of, do team orders take over? You are looking at a slightly damaged Matthias Whiten defending to the inside of turn 8. You can see that front left corner bumped ever so slightly in, but surely it is just a waiting game for the DLR SimLab Ferrari, as they are well within 0.2 of a second of your overall race leader, their teammate. You can hear how much both of them are lifting off through turn 10, but look at the launch off the corner for Albert Preem. He's going to get alongside for 11, stands on the brake pedal, and is clear well before they had to actually get it pulled up for turn 12. Gets a little bit checked up by one of the Orca Performance McLarens, but that is the move for the lead of the race after finding themselves up there earlier on, but coming into trouble in the middle phase of this race. DLR Ferrari are back in the lead. This is such a great turnaround for them as well, as they've been struggling all season long so far, and not to try and put a curse on them as we approach 4 hours to go in this race. This really has been the sort of race that we've needed to see from them all the race long. They've already pulled nearly 2 seconds on Matthias Whiten, both cars going a little bit deep into the hairpin, but this is a really great result so far for Albert Preem and co.
I will say I'm surprised by how much curvy they're using in turn 1. They're using a lot of curvy in turn 1, which surprises me, because there's so much water there.
Flat, but it's a flat curb, so you're kind of fine.
Yeah, it's a flat curve, but there's so much standing water on that curve, and that's what I'm just like.
That's true.
And I just noticed it because we were watching Pedro Paquette as he took it. I was like, wow, that's a lot of standing water. He just like skimmed over it. Like, that was wild. Because I know in my experience, obviously not with GTPs because I would ride these things, but like in GT3 and in Super Lights, you even glance at a curve funny and you're spinning, or you're going straight off.
No, I can imagine.
And they just ran right through all of it. And I was like, I didn't know you could do that.
Michelin wet weather tires are really good. What can I say?
We're not sponsored by Michelin. Michelin, if you'd like to sponsor us, we're open. Same with Arby's.
I mean, it's what the branding says on the side of the tire. So Michelin wet weather tires, and I'm sure Michelin gave them some sort of data for them. Coincidentally, my car's on Michelin's. It's purely a coincidence.
Mine's on Firestones. I wonder why.
Wait, did you actually get Firestones? Because
100%.
Mine just came with Michelin, so I replaced the fronts with Michelins when they needed doing.
No, I replaced it. So when I bought my Buick, I have a Buick for those that are wondering.
Oh God, you have a Buick?
Yeah, I do.
How big is it? Is it huge?
It's not the Enclave. It's the Encore GX. So it's like it's an SUV, but it's not like the super large.
Oh.
It's a little, so there's the Encore and then there's the Encore GX. The Encore is a crossover. The Encore GX is like, it's on the same platform as like the Chevy Equinox. So that's sort of where I'm at. I'm in that mid-range SUV. But it makes about 40 miles to the gallon. So, you know, I'll take it. But no, so I bought a Buick because my Chevy Cruze transmission died. Chevy Cruze having mechanical issues, caused me shock. But, so I bought a Buick, and it had Cooper tires on it. And I was like, okay, yeah, sure, whatever, it's fine. And then I was like, the more issues I had with those Cooper tires, was like, no, I'm not sticking with these tires for their full warranty. So first opportunity I got, I moved on to Firestones. And been so much happier ever since. But yes, I 100%, a lot of my consumer choices are based off of the series I want. Yes.
Understandable. I found myself in a Fiat 500 last weekend. It was a rental. I wasn't driving. And the strangest thing, it's something I've never felt in any car that I've driven before. The person that was driving it with some gusto, you know? This little Fiat 500 hybrid thing. We went round a roundabout, and I felt the tires flexing underneath the car, and it was the strangest thing I've ever felt in my entire life, because I've never driven a car fast enough to actually feel the tire fall over onto its shoulder. It's one of the weirdest feelings in the world. You sound like you can't relate.
I'm eating. I'm trying to scarf down curly fries as you're talking.
I mean, okay, fair enough. Take every opportunity you can, right?
Like, I have not slept well. It has been raining. It has been storming. I have a migraine. I need medication. I am all over the place. I am a mess today.
Go take some drugs. Aspirin or something. I don't know what you call it in America. Not aspirin. It's the other one, isn't it?
Ibuprofen. But no, this one's a acetaminophen.
To be fair, aspirin would probably work.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's blood thinning medication.
Yeah.
The thing is that I was already on blood thinners forever because of the embolism they found on my shoulder, like in February.
Course.
So, like, that made the migraine medication really hard to find.
Jesus, Carmen, at this point, what's right with you?
I am a fan of IndyCar. That's about it.
Yeah, I think that just about covers all that's right with Carmen.
Oh, goodness gracious.
There is a battle on track, by the way. Alex
Pilbeam. It's
Pilbeam.
more of a survival fight here.
Yeah, well, the Ferrari is really starting to have a turn of pace in this race. All the fastest cars on track right now are the Ferraris. Alex Pilbeam, of course, your GT3 AM champion from last season for Vulcan Motorsport. A name change that isn't quite reflected in SDK just yet, being very brave to take all of the water on the inside of turn 10, but he's 0.3 of a second behind the Acura of Julien Harmand. If this rain continues, it's going to be a great day for the Ferraris, who are just going to gain hand over fist on everyone else in the field, which almost makes me wonder how come that didn't happen at the Nürburgring, because the Acuras were so strong on that particular day. And
everyone had more data.
I'm just watching night and day right now.
Everyone had more data for the Nürburgring. No one had data for Aragon. No one had data for Aragon in the dry, let alone in the rain.
Oh, right, because Nürburgring was pre-patch, wasn't it?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I forgot about that. That'll be why. Yeah, okay. This explains why the Ferrari has taken such a step forward in the wet weather. Oh, he is going to have a go down the inside.
That was really rough.
Oh, Harmand actually went wide at the apex of 16, and Pilbeam almost had a chance to put one up the inside. Chose against
that was
it,
the call and response.
but still, yeah, sticks within a couple of tenths of a second of your overall championship leader and keeps that pressure on. This is something that before the wet weather, I don't think we ever would have seen, because Alex Pilbeam has been fast all season long, but has been nowhere near the level of the likes of Julien Harmand and Old Firm Racing. But I absolutely love this, and I love the fact that he's finding himself in a car that's faster and is so willing to get stuck in. That's what I love about this Vulcan Motorsport team. It's the fact that they won the GT3 AM Championship and went, you know what, we're not going to take a step up into Pro and challenge ourselves there. We're just going to go straight to GTP. And they have really, really got stuck in. Their consistency all season long has been absolutely immense. And now they're getting the chance to show off by battling the likes of your GTP championship leader.
They are very impressive right now. And as much as I don't like the Ferrari for obvious reasons, it's always cool seeing stuff like this, where like drivers that have worked so hard to get to this point. Obviously, coming from GT3 AM, just climbing from the ladder, picking their chances, having a chance to be comfortable and battle for a top 5 here. We're battling against 8 drivers, but it's Julian Harmon. With Max Delayden, another Acura, just up the road. This is a chance for the leapfrog to try to get closer. Top 3 is kind of hard to do because they're a minute up the road, but not impossible.
It's only a minute. It's only a minute up the road, and I do actually think it's possible with the 10 seconds that Albert Primus has already pulled on his teammate Matthias Whiten. I don't think it's outside the realm of possibility for this Ferrari to find itself on the podium before the rain is completely cleared up. This team has really strong pace right now, and genuinely, with the speed that they're carrying, they were 4 seconds a lap faster last time by than XPD Racing and Fury Simsport. There might be the run that they need. Julian Harmond on the right-hand side, left-hand side of your picture. Alex Pilbeam on the right. Pilbeam down the inside of turn 1. They're going to be side by side through 1, but the grip on the outside just keeps Julian Harmond in that fight. Pilbeam tries to cut back to the inside, but no gap is made for him. He'll have to slot back in for now and wait for another chance to get by, but Julian Harmond is driving brilliantly right now. Car off on the side of the road. So that's another one off down at turn 10 as Pilbeam has actually gone for the move down into turn 7, taking advantage of the Ferrari's superior grip in these conditions, just getting it stopped on the brakes. A fantastic move. Here comes the replay for you of that entire fight. Pilbeam again on the right hand side of your picture, trying to get it done down the inside of turn 1. That puddle getting him all checked up on the much grippier line right on the outside of that corner, giving Julian Harmond the run that he needed to stay in front, but he wouldn't be able to hold on forever. They continue line astern through turns 3, 4 and 5, but it's up at turn 7 that he really made the move stick. Harmond, you'll see in just a moment, choosing to stick to that racing line, but Pilbeam choosing the much grippier inside line to find all the traction he needed, pulls out late, gets it stopped on the brakes alongside before they even think about turning in for the corner. And just like that, Alex Pilbeam, Vulcan Motorsports find themselves up in P5, 12 seconds off the back of Fury Simsport.
Yeah, now Pilbeam's run away and try to catch up to Delayden in 4th and then try to get towards the podium places here. It'll be great to see how this all plays out here. How much more rain are we expecting here from this heavy band?
Is that a rhetorical question or an actual question?
Actual question, I have no idea.
We've still got a lot of rain making its way towards the circuit. This band is pretty much over. It's developed well, no, there's a rain system that's developed itself just north of the circuit, but it's not actually going to hit us. But in about 10-15 minutes or so, we are going to see another blob hit the circuit, where the rain's going to take a pause again, then hit us again, then take another pause, then hit us again. Can't quite see after that though, but the conditions are treacherous out there.
I am loving life so much.
You really love these conditions, don't you? Alex Pilbeam cutting his way through the traffic still. That Ferrari doing absolute bits in these conditions, and it's so good to see. Again, watching a driver that's taken that step up just absolutely kill it out there is so much fun.
Right on board for a lap with the good old Ferrari.
Are you just riding on board with it, or are you going to tell us about it as well, Carmen?
I've never driven this. I don't even have this car. I'm just admiring Pilbeam just driving with confidence. Like, this is the confident I've seen him drive in GT all season, so.
Well, to be fair, we haven't really had oh goodness me. Oh, almost getting on the inside of your
really
face there.
mad with Philbeam for a second.
Uh-huh. But we are on board with Alex Pilbeam. We're making our way through the final corner here at Aragon. We might as well stay on board for a lap, Carmen, because we haven't had a track guide of Aragon yet.
Yeah.
But Pilbeam will make his way past Tom Tichetto down into turn 1 on a slightly compromised line, flicks that car down into second, uses all the curb on the inside of the track where he can, feeds the car through turn 2. No grip down there at the moment, especially with the amount of water on the track surface. Wiggles the car through 3, careful to avoid that curve on the outside of the circuit before feeding it over to the right to go through the slightly twisty braking zone of turn 5 through turn 4. Pick up the power yet again. Hold that slightly tighter line if you can to try and get past the GT3 that's in front of you. Plenty of grip down at this part of the circuit where there is no rubber, so finding as much traction as possible. It's where he made the move on Julian Harmon, who's 3.5 seconds in his rearview mirror right now. Another tricky section coming up. You got to touch that curb on the inside and be careful not to hit the sausage. You can cut that curb completely down here because there are barely any track limits to actually violate through turn 9. Has to lift off through turn 10. The grip just isn't there in the same way that it was in the dry. Touches that curb on the outside of the circuit before feeding it back over to left, braking at that 150 meter board, slowly feeding the car down towards the apex of turn 12, getting it fed back in for 13. Another bit of GT traffic is going to get in the way of him here, but 14 and 15 is a compromised sector anyway. Watch as he tucks the car all the way over to the right hand side of the circuit to set up for the exit of 15. Uses all the curb where he can, hitting that big nub on the inside of the circuit before getting back on the power for the longest straight on the track, all the way downhill, all the way on the left hand side of the track. And then you'll see as the track falls back up the hill as he makes his way towards the braking zone for turn 16. Brake on the left-ish side of the track, feed your way back over towards the racing line, hit that apex on the inside, use the curb where you can, pick up the throttle, trust it's going to stick, trust the traction control, trust the four-wheel drive, and feed it through 17 for that short flick through 18. A bit of a wiggle at the apex there on a wet curb and across the line for a relatively quick lap here at Aragon.
I was just saying, I could do a track guide if I was like riding a World Corvette, but that's the car I've driven out here. A little bit off on that.
7.6 seconds is the gap between Alex Pilbeam and Max Deladen. These are the sorts of the conditions the Acuras absolutely hate. Albert Preem, 18 seconds clear of his teammate at the front of the field, and just none of those Acuras able to get into the 2-minute 2-second window at the moment, except for NGC by Rubis Gas, who are really showing a good turn of pace at this stage of the race. But again, it's still not enough to match the Ferraris that are way down in the low 2-minute and 2. So it's just constant gains for Preem, constant gains for Pilbeam, and constant gains for Finio the backer as well, but it doesn't really mean much when he's a lap down on the next car, you know?
Battle going on right now. And it's just right here in this group. Same with GTP Alex Pilbeam. Here is the battle between Miguel Gallardo and Lewis Kenyon.
Yeah, Kenyon, a driver that's just sort of been falling back in these conditions as well. Got into a bit of a scrap with Marty, managed to get by and then run off into the distance by about 30 seconds or so. That top tier motorsport driver just needs to find a little bit more in these conditions where he can, because he's coming under all sorts of pressure from Miguel Gallardo, who's tucked in right up in his rear wing. Never mind, that pressure is gone. Gallardo finding a bit of wet patch that wasn't going to support the power he wanted from that rear axle. Car goes into a spin and he has to rejoin the circuit and does so, I think, in front of his teammate.
Yep.
No, they're just two very similar looking cars, not teammates.
I think we are, so this is the Gnosis car we're following along with here.
Well, 291 is the Smurf Racing Team car of Stefan Enriquez.
They look so similar because we're used to Smurf Racing Team having a lot more vibrant racing.
Yeah, they look so similar. What are we doing? Why do we have cars that look identical? Stop that.
Not for positions. Smurf Racing Team have not had a fun time in this race so far.
Can't lie to you, Carmen. I'm still keeping my eye on Alex Pilbeam in that number 32 Ferrari. 5.5 seconds behind Max Deladen. Yeah. It's all you can really do, but we can't really stay fixed on one car. There are other things going on out there on track. We have just ticked past the 6-minute mark though. So this feels like a reasonable point to just step aside for a few minutes, get topped up on our refreshments, go to the toilet if we need to, and come back to bring you the next 3 hours and 55 minutes of sim racing action live from the 10 hours of Aragon. My name's Taylor Mills. Alongside me at the moment, pushing the buttons and adding to the commentary is Carmen, Sienna, and we'll be back very shortly for our continued coverage of the Platinum Endurance Championship 10 hours of Aragon. Welcome back to ABN's coverage of the Platinum Endurance Championship. 10 hours of Aragon. The rain continues to fall here at the French circuit, and we are following still Alex Pilbeam's march up the field. You'll have just seen him pass Max DeLayden for P4 on the road. He's now 20.5 seconds behind XPD Racing's Alberto Garcia Blasco. And I wasn't joking when I said I think a podium isn't outside of the realm of possibility for Alex Pilbeam, who was 4 seconds a lap faster last time by than Alberto Garcia Blasco. Just to put that one into perspective, if I roll it back and look at the qualifying times, that's might make things a little bit interesting. There's a 48.2 for Alex Pilbeam and a 45.7, I think, for your 46.7 for your pole position time. So close enough to 2 seconds a lap faster in qualifying between Alex Pilbeam and Alberto Garcia Blasco. But as it stands right now, Pilbeam, who started this race down in 11th, now finds himself up in 4th and gaining on the car in front of him by seconds per lap.
Another battle going on in GT3 Pro. It is Juan Martí and Luis Kenyon battling here. No, sorry, not Juan Martí. It is Luis Kenyon and Miguel Gallardo battling once again. A pair of McLarens battling. Both of them having some struggles in the rain. Gallardo having more than Luis Kenyon. Both of them struggling right now to hold on to the top 5 position. Knowing that Juan Martí is already 50 seconds up the road.
Yeah, it's very much a case of some drivers are absolutely thriving in these conditions, whilst others are just suffering. Driving in the wet is one of the most difficult things you can do in sim racing, especially when you have the conditions like we have today, where the rain is so spotty that the track conditions are changing every time you turn a lap. Especially right now when the rain has stopped, all the water is going to be lifted off that track surface, and thankfully the sun's out a little bit, so it's going to help get that water clear of the circuit. Add in the wind that's going to blow all that moisture away. It does mean the track is going to keep drying and keep drying and keep drying as time goes on, and it's going to happen relatively quickly. We have another band of rain making its way towards the circuit that is going to dump a load of rain on us yet again, and then that will reset the track conditions to the really poor track conditions we saw earlier on. I think fortunately it's not as bad as we saw it at Road Atlanta in the Platinum Pilot Series, but again, with how it's chopping and changing, it's all about adaptability in these conditions, Carmen.
Yeah, you have to be able to pivot, and it's kind of been, at least it's a theme that I've been carrying since I've been in the booth. There wasn't a lot of data on these cars and everything, and everyone was sort of under the premise that there wasn't going to be a lot of weather variability in this race. So they didn't set up those cars, for the most part, to be as flexible and as malleable as maybe you would want them to have right now. Being something, so kind of opening it up to sort of how I would approach this race weekend, I always go with the most downforce possible. That's just naturally how I prefer having it. I prefer giving up the top end speed, knowing I can be comfortable in pushing in like sector 1 and sector 2, where you have all the downforce and you can kind of just make it happen. And that would have saved my bacon big time if I was in the car for this and I had that full downforce kit. Some cars, obviously, you look at, you know, the skill level of these teams, you're not running just a general max downforce set. You're fine tuning, you are very much polishing and refining, and you're genuinely in the weeds in the setup, going over every minute detail. That you don't have that general flexibility sometimes, and a lot of people don't have that right now. A lot of cars were not set up for it, and you're seeing that. Obviously, the Ferraris, we know how good they are in GT3. We know that they're going to be good with an all-wheel drive. The Cadillac, not terrible either, especially the 44. Not terrible. That connection loss racing car, Bart Matcha, not, I think, the right driver for these conditions at the moment. but we know that car is good, and it's got the pace so far that lines it up with being okay. I think just having a different driver in the car would be better for this situation with everything changing so much. In GT3, it generally comes. The flexibility is the deciding factor in these cars. Like you have the Ford, you have the Corvette, you have the McLaren, you have the Acura. That's all four. That's four manufacturers in the top four as they sit. This is about a fifth right now. Having the flexibility to be able to still be comfortable in all these conditions. That's where it's saving grace. Now, obviously, these teams, if they knew that there's going to be this much rain beforehand, oh no!
Oh, that contact.
And,
that is significant to say the least, Carmen.
And I think they're going to redress. The right thing to do. They're going to redress and get a spot back to Kenyon.
Wow. But that's going to be damage on the rear end of Lewis Kenyon's car. Very smart of Miguel Gallardo to redress that position. That was a very solid hit.
I don't think it was so much as a solid hit as much as it was just a prolonged hit through the apex.
I certainly hope so.
Let me look. We can go on board here. See if I can pull the nose cam up here. Actually,
just done it again.
Let me get that from Gallardo.
It's just done it again, Dan. It's 10-9.
Yeah. I don't see a lot of damage. Like, I see some paint scrapes, but I don't see a lot of actual bending of the bumper. So I think they got away with that one. I think, obviously, PEC stewards, they'll see that maybe a little bit differently. But I think giving it that position and redressing and going back to the way it was before, I think that's all done.
So, I want to jump back to the point you were making before we saw that crash, because the thing is, I feel like with the amount of dry weather driving we're going to have had in this race, we'll have for the rest of it, you do want a car that is set up for the dry. Now, that doesn't mean the car isn't flexible or malleable as the conditions change. Both of these classes of car have accessibility to a few things that can adapt how the car drives in these conditions. GT3s, you can almost swat there actually. You can mess with the ABS as Gallardo does send it down the inside and gets it done the right way. This time, Lewis Kenyon, I'm sure, won't feel as hard done by with that one, but that brings Miguel Gallardo and Analyst up to P5. A great move there. We'll get a replay of that in a second. But you can mess with the TC and the ABS in the GT3s to try and have a better balanced car in these sorts of conditions. You can play with the brake bias in both classes of car as well to try and make the car a bit more predictable in these conditions. Like move it backwards so that a lockup isn't as likely. That's what's going to make things a lot easier to deal with. But then, of course, in GTP, you've got the anti-roll bar stiffness that you can adjust on the fly. You know, general rules, bringing the front ARB up is going to induce understeer across the front axle. Bringing the rear ARB down is going to induce less oversteer on the rear axle. So, of course, you can play with it like that to try and stabilize the car in these sorts of conditions. Brake bias on that as well, that we did mention. But the GT3s, you actually technically have more adjustability for the conditions. It's a pit stop option, so you can change the rear wing angle, dump on a couple of clicks more rear wing in the wet conditions, and you can change the anti-roll bars in the pit stop. Yes, it does add a little bit of time to the pit stop, but the question is, how much time does it gain you over the course of a stint? If it's way more than the time than you lose in the pit stop, then, which it is, yeah, absolutely, go ahead and do it, because it's going to be well worth it, not only for comfort, but for pace as well. Like, there are things you can do to make the cars drive better in these conditions, and I'm hoping that every single team out there in the field is messing with those options.
I'm one of those people, and I know that this is sort of a crutch, but like I'm one of those people, like I don't like making a whole bunch of adjustments or worrying about all that stuff when I'm in the car. Like, for me, like, my focus has to be on the track and everything around me on the track. I've seen so many times people have tried messing with an adjustment and they just missed their braking zone. Ooh, was there for Gallardo almost running into one of the GTPs.
So Matthias White in your overall race leader at the moment.
Like, I've seen so many. We got pit stops going on, by the way. Is delayed on dry tires?
No, there's no way. Not intentionally, surely. Can we get that suspension cam? No, those are wets. He's fine. He's on wets.
Okay, so it is the overlay that is kind of spazzing out here a little bit. I want to pull the...
Well, you can't say that, Carmen. Oh, that's one of those differences between British and American English, where you can't say that in the UK, but you can in... that's a new one.
Yeah, that's all. Those are wet
definitely...
tires. There's no dry band on this tire.
Yeah, 100% wet tires. Yeah.
I was gonna say, like, there's no way.
You can see the grooves as well, Carmen.
Oh, yeah.
But you were making a point about adjustments.
Yeah.
Because I had a counterpoint that I was waiting for you to finish your point so I can make my counterpoint.
So with me, like, I don't like making a whole bunch of adjustments in the car. Like, once I'm like out and I'm driving and I'm at racing speed, that's sort of just it for me. Like, I'll kind of sit and if we make adjustments in the pit stop, that's fine or whatever. But like, I'm not gonna sit and I'm gonna play with the dials and the wheel too much. Not in these conditions, because you're just not. At least I'm not. Like, I love the rain. I love it to death. I'm not good at it. So like, I'm not gonna sit and spend so much time dialing and playing with buttons. Like, it's not. If it was the IndyCar, yeah, sure, I'd play with the dials.
Oh, jeez.
That was
Paquette.
Paquette almost sent that one into the moon, and they all came down pit lane. Pit stop's underway. But that and that's me. That's my skill level. I'm just not at these guys' level, and I know that they probably are playing with all the dials that are available. They've got like 9 of them.
Oh, I guarantee you that brake biases and ARBs have been adjusted by every car in GTP. Yeah. 100%.
You would imagine, right? But like, for me, it's one of those things. Like, unless I have a cheat sheet of like, I know what I'm going to by default when this happens, I'm not playing.
So there's the fun thing. I know for us we do. I'm not going to tell you anything about it because we're on a broadcast. And I'm not giving away our secrets, but we know exactly what we're setting the ARBs to in these conditions. We know exactly what we're going to do with the brake bias in these conditions. And yeah, I know, right? But that's what practice is for. But genuinely, that's what practice is for. Get out there, play with the settings, play with the brake bias, play with traction control, play with ARBs, whatever it is. Get a wet track and screw around with things and see what makes the car handle better in those conditions. That's how I found the settings that I always encourage the team to go to in these conditions. Like, I just played around with everything until I found something that worked. And I encourage everyone listening, and you as well, Carmen, to just do that. Like, it's what practice is for. It's just, you got practice before the races.
Well,
so
that's
use
not
that
really enough time, though. Like, normally.
Ooh, Paquette has actually had a spin. He's just got a little bit loose on the way into turn 5. See him just there off in the gravel, losing the rear of the car, under braking. I don't know if he touched the white painted line on the outside of the circuit. Not quite. It looks like the car broke loose way before that, but it's another
he was trying to take it easy and just couldn't.
Cold tires moment. Yeah, we've seen so many of so far in this race, and another driver finding themselves in the gravel on the outside of the circuit. Pit cycle, as you said, well underway. Albert Preem moves back to the lead of this race with XPD Racing 7.4 seconds behind, still yet to pit on the 34th lap of their stint. So the option they're taking right now is to extend the stint as much as possible to try and give them some more flexibility later on. DLR SimLab Acura finds itself down in P3 right now. Will cycle out into second place as Old Firm Racing's Julien Harmond comes down pit lane and switches out for Randy Martin Mateos. I believe I am on a replay.
Yes,
onto another set of wet weather tires they go. I'm surprised a lot of these teams are opting to take fresh wets. You think with the tire limit you'd want to double stint at this point when the tire wear is relatively low, but it seems like everyone wants the pace.
Sacrifice anything at this point. Absolutely wild though, watching everyone try to handle this. We've not really had a lot of retirements either. We've had obviously a lot of attrition. We've only had 2 retirements from this race, and that is Miguel Santos, the Inosis Esports E-Mix car, and then the unlucky Luke Racing 96. That's it.
Well, they did get a bit unlucky on that first lap, didn't they, with the way that car snapped?
Yeah. So we still have 34 cars of the 36 that started on track. So, good run.
Yeah, even through these conditions where it's got a little bit tricky, we've seen a couple of drivers slip up. We haven't really seen any massive crashes or massive incidents yet as Alberto Blasco makes his way down pit lane. There is a driver swap as Pablo Alvarez gets on board and is going to have to be a driver that's going to learn these conditions again. It's not something I would recommend as a team manager. You kind of want the person who's driven the conditions to keep driving the conditions, but this is a good thing for Alex Pilbeam, who is hunting down the XPD Racing Acura to try and get that car up into a podium position. It's been a heroic drive from this team so far. One of the 3 Ferraris out there on the circuit, and each and every single one of them absolutely killing it. A 1:59.952 last time by for Alex Pilbeam. He's got another lap that's about to get clicked off here. We'll see what sort of lap time that is and see where he comes out relative to Alberto Garcia Blasco across the start finish line. He comes.
It's going to be Pablo
I think that was 59.3. That's the one, yeah. 1 minute 59.379. So it's a very good lap. In fact, it's an extraordinarily good lap because he has really closed that gap into Pablo Alvarez. He's within 2 seconds of the podium and still gaining time. Alex Pilbeam looking like the most confident driver in these conditions as he tries to swing it around the outside of the BMW. A little bit of light contact in the braking zone. And he's got Alexander Gerber in the TMR Ferrari 499P for company on the way into 7, who just doesn't look as comfortable in these conditions. I doubt he's going to put up much of a fight on the run down to turn 8 at all. Gets boxed in by Alex Pilbeam and chooses to lift out of it. Not his fight at all as that bright blue that bright blue Ferrari loses track position to Alex Pilbeam, and then Pilbeam on the exit of turn 9 just drives off the corner straight past Pablo Alvarez, and just like that, Vulcan Motorsport find themselves in a podium position, a minute and 12 seconds off the overall lead. How about that? That is
still very busy pit lane for the GTP and GT3.
But just to stick with Alex Pilbeam again for now, that is 8 positions gained over the course of this race, finding himself as far down as 11th place at the start of this race. Just couldn't get the laps together in qualifying, but now as the conditions have changed, just finding the pace in this car. 2 1 minute 59s in a row. Of course, he's made an overtake this lap and has had traffic to deal with. I don't expect it to be as fast, but his target lap time is a 2 minute 5.170 as he comes across the start finish line. It's a 2 minute 5.161, so that's still time gain on that P2 car of Jean-Paul Seaman, who's currently on board the DLR SimLab Acura. And I think with the clean air, he is going to be so much faster. 41 seconds is the gap as it stands, and Alex Pilbeam is absolutely flying.
He is on an absolute rocket ship right now.
More rain coming, by the way, Carmen.
Hopefully it still rains for a little bit longer. We got about a half hour until Olivia Hayward comes back in the booth. Hopefully she gets to come in and experience the rain. That'd be nice.
Oh, I know she loves it as much as you. And actually, I think this means she owes me lunch. We didn't talk about it in the main crux of the broadcast, but we did have a little bet before the race. Let me try and find the exact message, because we were arguing about it in the DMs, as friends often do. There it is, 30th of the 4th, 2025. Jump, please, I want to see it. And if wets actually become the preferred tire, I'll buy you lunch.
Yes.
So I'm trying to find it so that I can ping her in it and tell her that I haven't forgotten. There it is. I love costing my friends money. It's my favorite pastime. A bit wide there for Alex Pilbeam. He just makes a slight mistake coming through turn 16. 38 seconds is the gap that he's got between him and DLR SimLab right now. as he comes towards the line. So let's see what sort of lap time it was this time. It's another 159.9.
He is
My
2 seconds
God.
faster than Preem. He is 3 seconds faster than Sienna.
And he doesn't even look like he's breaking a sweat at all. This is the most confident I've ever seen Pilbeam behind the wheel of this Ferrari. And in these conditions, he's just absolutely killing it. And that makes me think that maybe Vulcan Motorsports did set the car up,
They set it up
for these
idea.
conditions very aggressively for these conditions. And it's going to elevate them to the lofty positions of P2 at this rate, but it would explain why they were lacking some pace in the dry.
Yeah, like as I was mentioning before, like you've given yourself that out, that early out. Like if you have an inkling. So this reminds me a lot of the VRR race you all broadcasted at Long Beach. It was because it was expected, like okay, like 15, 16% chance of rain, and it bucketed. It bucketed one of those races.
It did. It really did.
That's sort of, if someone's had experience, like, oh, 14% chance of rain means, like, there's going to be a chance during this race where it's just going to absolutely just bucket rain, then, yeah, we got to set up for it. I think it's worked out for the Vulcan Motorsport team the way it has, because I don't think anyone was ready for how much it was going to rain. We kind of figured it's going to rain a little bit, but it bucketed in different waves, and it's still coming. Like, it's still...
By the way, unrelated to the weather, Carmen, Ryder have just been hit by 2 drive-through penalties in a row.
I figured they were going to get one.
Both of them for reckless driving, and they will find themselves taking a couple of trips through pit lane. Actually,
yeah, the way if I remember correctly, the way
something else happened as well. Hold on. I think I'm seeing some damage on the rear of the one's car. Yes, I am in fact seeing a good amount of damage on the rear of Albert Preem's car, losing the back end in the braking zone for turn 4. I don't know if you got a replay of it, Carmen, but it's just poor car positioning from Albert Preem. It's not even curse worthy. He's just found himself a bit of wet paint on the outside of the entry to turn 5, spun himself backwards and gone.
How long ago was this?
Rear wing first into the barrier. It was this lap.
Oh, was this lap?
Oh, and that rear wing. Yeah, the rear wing is very much shaking now. I think because my sim catching up with the damage. Here comes the replay for you. You can take us through this one, Carmen.
This is going. I think he grabbed the curve there.
100%.
I do believe he grabbed the curve there. You can see him kind of tripped over that yellow and red curving. And yeah, those tire barriers are not friendly under any circumstances, let alone in the one most important piece of bodywork on the car. And Preem is down pit lane pretty urgently too. And so that shifts things pretty dramatically. Jean-Paul Seaman will now take over the lead of the race in the Acura for DLR SimLab. Not the best car. We know that really well and true, that the Acura is not the best car in these conditions. You see the rain falling around the camera through turns 1 and 2. Alex Pilbeam also going to try to make some advancements here while Preem is in pit lane. So there will be a period of time where it's going to be Ferrari versus Ferrari. And Vulcan Motorsport Ferrari is going to be a lot healthier.
Well, it depends on how much damage that #1 car has. We are just waiting to see how quickly they get it repaired. I don't think there's any suspension damage on that car.
If it goes longer than a minute 30, then we know that there is something seriously wrong.
Just waiting for that rear wing to pop its way back into shape. They will have taken fuel on this pit stop. 40 seconds is now the gap between, 36 seconds is now the gap between Vulcan Motorsport and DLR SimLab, yeah. So again, still waiting for the rear wing to get sorted out on the back end of that car. So I'm wondering if there's a bit of suspension damage on that one as well. Come on, if we can bring the replay back up so we can see.
It wasn't flush on the rear of the car, it was angled.
I'm trying to spot if there's a meatball. Oh, there's a meatball.
Yeah. So it's gonna be at least.
That's suspension damage.
Yeah.
At minimum 6.5 minutes of repair.
I figured with
for
how angled
your
it was,
current race leaders.
And I'll play this in slow motion because it was an angled hit.
But it's the champion's curse, Carmen. I think the mistake itself wasn't Champion's Curse, but getting a meatball this late in the race, I think.
Oh, he loses it before he gets to
absolutely
the
heartbreaking. So he touches the white paint.
Yeah.
So this is something we talk about so often when we're racing in the wet weather, is how slippery that paint is. As soon as you get a tire on there, there's just absolutely nothing for the tire itself to grip onto. No, he doesn't. No, he's not. It's gone there. I promise you, Carmen, this is like, with every part of my being, I swear down on anyone's life, it is the fact that he's touched the white paint just before getting to that curb. He's fully under control until he touches the paint.
I don't know. It looks like he pivots a little bit and he's overcorrecting, but he does hit it at an angle. And we know that.
Yeah, definitely. But it's more to do with the reason it looks like he's already lost it is because of the lack of grip across the rear axle in these conditions. When you do start to slow the car down, you can get away with a little bit more slip angle at the rear of the car under braking. So when you're turning the car, that's going to release some of that slip angle, so that rear end is going to come around anyway. And it's why the car went so quickly, because the car itself was leaning right on that right rear tire in the braking zone. Yeah, so that right rear tire is fully loaded up and is slowing the car down, and all the weight of the car is going through that right rear side of the car. All the grip is generated by that right tire. So as soon as it touches the white painted line, all of that grip goes away. All of the rotation at the rear, that right rear tire was stopping happening. It couldn't do it anymore. Rear end whips around and there was just nothing he could do. Sailed into the barrier rearwards, hit it at a dodgy angle, got suspension damage, and finds himself down pit lane for extensive repairs.
Now gives us a two-car fight, Acura versus Ferrari at the front of the field for the overall lead of the race here. The 10 hours of Aragon. Kind of go through and browse throughout the leaders here. It's been pretty comfortable for Abel Sala and the Fashionfair Motorsport GP3. The Spaniard has led quite quintessentially from lights to flag so far for the first 6 hours and 40 minutes. 23 seconds the gap between Salin and Tom Scetto, the RPM Racing Corvette, as Salin has to make way for one of the GTPs going through, which is actually, I think, the race leading GTP going through. That was Jean-Paul Seaman that was making his way around in the hairpin there. Scetto in second. Those are the only two cars right now in GT3 Pro that are on the lap. Everyone else a lap down or more. And it's a very similar situation in GT3 AM. Dorian Kuhner, Orca Performance Racing Blue, leads the way in AM as he has for most of this race, as the team has for most of this race. Sergio Ochoa Esposito for Bonomi Sports GT3 AM sits in second, a minute and 21 behind and struggling in these weather conditions as it sits. But still doing better than IS Corsa Red, a lap down of Eduardo Fava in third place there right now. Richard Sastra for MRS Racing Amethyst in fourth, also a lap down. Local Autosport 222, currently being piloted by Macarius Villius for that Mercedes camp, 2 laps down.
That's a great name.
Again, the biggest conversation point at the moment has been all about Alex Pilbeam and Volker Motorsports chase to try to get to the top of the standings here. Cinderella story of sorts. Right now in the favorite car in these conditions in the Ferrari. But work still to do to claw in on a 36-second deficit to DLR Sunlab Red. Right now with Jean-Paul Seaman behind the wheel, it is the car that will also eventually once again have Matthias Whiteton behind the wheel. Championship winning driver on his own right. Driver change is still coming up here over the next 3 hours and 18 minutes. At least
I will say, Carmen, it does look like Pilbeam's advantage has started to drop off just a little bit, not quite making the same progress towards the back of the DLR SimLab Acura as he perhaps was earlier in the session. Yeah, I think that's the main factor in this,
yes.
But it's almost a little bit sad to see, because I really want this almost fairy tale story of Alex Pilbeam driving up to the back of the race leader and taking the lead,
right
at
now.
least for a little bit.
Because that's the second time in the last 5 laps I've watched them blow the pavement. I think those front tires are beginning to go away a little bit.
Possibly. By the way, reports of an unsafe rejoin for the 132. Hopefully we can get a replay of that and see exactly what happened there, because when I get a message that says unsafe rejoin alert in all capital letters, that means it's going to be at least a little bit interesting. I did just disconnect from the tin, so I can't see anything.
Vulcan Nubera, or Ivan Nubera, was Vulcan Motorsports in Live Gold.
Mm-hmm.
Was it the 132 that suffered it, or were they the perpetrators?
I don't think it matters. I think we'd see it anyway, wouldn't we?
Well, if it's unsafe, so it depends, because like I only have one off track, but I don't think it's the right area.
I'm going to say they did it.
Yeah, because this is Eduardo Fava, the ice course in red. This is the only off track that I have marked. So
Spins off the road to the inside of turn 9, then noses the barrier, sticks it in reverse, and
that's
reverses back. No, that's absolutely fine. Nothing wrong with that. So I'm thinking the 132 was the perpetrator of the unsafe rejoin.
132, Ivan Nubera. Let's see, I'm going to guesstimate.
Flicking through the replays.
Again, I'm having to fly blind. I'm kind of just picking laps out of the hat here. This is Ivan Nubera. This is the 132. So if there's an unsafe rejoin, it's going to be around here.
Gets absolutely
this is it.
carted.
Yeah.
Oh, that. Yeah. Oh my
100%
God.
It was 132. It was Nubera.
Yeah, gets carted off the circuit by the Connection Loss Racing Cadillac, and then just drives straight into the side of the Carbono Esports McLaren like it's not even there. That is one of the doziest rejoins I've ever seen in my entire life. Like, I know you're desperate to rejoin the circuit, Ivan, but you've got to do it a bit safer than that. That is a slam dunk penalty for Vulcan Motorsport.
I think they got helped there by the 44 Connection Loss Racing.
Yeah, that's what I said.
I wasn't paying attention. I was trying to like map out everything else.
Yeah, I mentioned he was carted off the circuit by the Cadillac.
I was too busy focusing on other.
There you go. There's the replay of it. Just the 44 locking it up all the way down the inside, and then just drives into the rear quarter. That's not Carbono Esports car. Gets driven into in the rear quarter panel. Decides to pay it back to the wrong car.
Double it, give it to the next person. Now, by the way, Pilbeam, despite his off tracks, has begun his ascent once again.
Oh my, 10
seconds in one lap. Yes.
That's got to be a mistake from Jean-Paul Siemens, surely.
It is 100% a mistake from Jean-Paul Siemens. I'm just trying to see if I have it on a replay anywhere. I love having this new CPU because I can actually see all the cards.
I'll see if I can actually locate it for you. Oh, goes off at turn 5.
I think I see it. I see a marked off track.
It's the same way that the other car went off. He loses control of it on entry through 4. You'll see it in just a moment here. Starts to lose it when he touches the paint, and then it's just gone. Fortunately, he lost the car a lot later in the corner than Albert Broom, so it doesn't end up backwards in a tire barrier because he's already scrubbed off quite a lot of speed. But that would explain the 9-second time gain that Alex Pilbeam had on the lead car in the last lap. 22 seconds is where the gap currently sits. Well, 25 seconds is where the gap currently sits right now. And I think Pilbeam still has the pace. He just needs to find that confidence again.
He really 100% does. The issue is that the pace is overall just the pace has gone up. It's gotten slower. Obviously, the fastest laps they were running were about 159s in Pilbeam's case. It was 201s for Jean-Paul Siemens. Now we're looking at race pace averaging right now 203s. So pace has slowed down a lot. Obviously, traffic will have a huge factor of that. Mistakes for Jean-Paul Siemens will skew their average right now as it sits. But I am wondering how much they're really abusing these tires now with the track drying up just a little bit in some spots. Beginning to see some of the standing water go away.
Yeah, because the rain stopped. We are done with the rain. It's just left the circuit for what I assume is going to be the final time. We don't have another band of weather looking to make its way to the circuit, so now it's just a case of driving through that crossover.
This is where it's pivotal for Pilbeam and company to try to maximize their ability in that Ferrari while they've got it, while it still lasts. seconds to the lap. Still gaining 2 seconds a lap as things sit at the moment. That'll be a disappearing wedge as this goes along still.
To give you an idea as to where both of these cars are on track, Pilbeam coming down through the hill at turn 9, and Jean-Paul Seaman just making his way through 14 as it stands. Stuck a little bit behind the top tier motorsport McLaren on the exit of 15, which again, it's going to give another chance for Alex Pilbeam to start to close in. And I think it's when that gap gets under 20 seconds, which is when Seaman and co are really going to start to panic, but they know they've got the pace in the dry conditions, so they're really hoping, considering it's still relatively early in the summer's day here in the spring day here at Aragon, it should help clear that circuit of water relatively quickly because the sun's out, it's a clear day, and the wind is still quite strong, so they've got their fingers crossed that even if Pilbeam does manage to close in, does manage to overtake, and does drive off into the distance, they're still going to have the pace to catch him back once they're back on the dry tires.
That's what they're aiming for right now as things sit. We're about 10 minutes away from the 2-hour mark. We're sorry, from the 3-hour mark left in this race. Jonas Weber in pit lane now for Rider Engineering once again. Albert Freem back out on track, the number 1 car in 9th place. That's for 6 minute 54-second pit stop.
Yeah, way down the order compared to where they were before. Of course, taking that suspension damage as Alex Pilbeam finds his way off the road, perhaps getting a little bit too confident in these conditions. We did have a flurry of rain a little bit earlier on, so the track a little bit wetter than it was before. It should have started to dry up just a little bit by now. Jean-Paul Seaman is finding some pace in these conditions, though, as he's improving on his personal best in these sorts of conditions through that second sector. It's hard to tell when the track conditions are a lot wetter than they were at the start of the race, but thanks to me having to rejoin the session, I can actually see when the track conditions are getting better because RaceLab has a completely different fastest lap time stored as the fastest lap time. Other overlays are available. Big aggressive move.
Any other battles going on? We're kind of separated here. The only really close battle right now would be between Radislav Chopin, Ruben Bearing, and Sergio Ochoa Esposito, but they're separated by seconds between the two of them. Between the three of them, really. There's not really a lot of battling going on right now. Things settling in a little bit. Everyone is waiting for the rain to dry up before they can start pushing again.
Yeah, that is, to be fair, that is the phase we're in right now. We are in the no more rain is hitting this circuit, and we are just working on drying it up. So keep an eye on those lap times. 2-minute 0.765 for Jean-Paul Seaman last time by. So I think the track is starting to come back to those rear-wheel drive only cars as the laps continue. Now, they are starting to match the Ferraris at this stage. Pilbeam also on a 2-minute 7 last time by. So again, I think that is the indicator that the DLR Acura is now back to the pace it probably should be relative to the rest of the field. They've been relatively comfy at the front since the orange car got its drive-through earlier on in this race, but then of course finding itself backwards in a barrier 10 or so laps ago has really given the DLR Acura a very comfortable lead. It's one that's diminishing as a Ferrari does start to catch it yet again, but this team have been relatively flawless all race long.
Laps identical that last time between the 18th and 32. Does bode well for the race leader over Alex Pilbeam right now. Jean-Paul Seaman, Dutchman right now leading the way. We know he'll hand it back off to Matthias Weichen one more time. Somewhere here for the next 3 hours. He has done his job and he's done it well.
yeah, these are really difficult conditions to drive in, and his main objective, of course, will have been to keep it on the road as he crosses the line for a 2:00.002. Tantalizingly close to a 1:59. We've still got another 15 seconds or so before Pilbeam does cut the beam. See what sort of pace he's got as the track starts to dry up. He does find himself a GT3 in the final corner, but he's going to cut that beam. And it's a 59.1, so time gained. It's a full second. Very, very good pace from Alex Pilbeam as he continues that hunt to try and get to the front of the field. But Albert Preen, being back on track, is starting to fly himself and show us exactly what he's capable of. Unfortunately, it's not going to amount to much at this stage in the race due to having to take those repairs, but he has found a 1:58.903 in the last couple of laps. So the likes of Preem versus Whiten, sorry, not Whiten, Jean-Paul Seaman are going to be your indicators as to where the pace gap lies between the Acura and the Ferrari, and then that'll be an indicator for Alex Pilbeam, who has actually closed the gap down yet again to within, according to my timing screens, at least 18 seconds.
See within 20, but it's based on scoring loops around the racetrack. Number 7 around here in Aragon. It's a fun fact. There's 77 sectors. I just followed the conventional MotoGP sectors.
I think the circuit itself also tracks. I think the circuit itself tracks 4. Because MotoGP is 4 sectors.
MotoGP itself is 4, but we're running the FIA layout, which is great.
I still think the track would use 4 sectors, though. Question mark.
No.
I see 4 on my tracker anyway.
Well, I see 7.
I know RaceLab always breaks it down into the same number as iRacing does. And actually, let me just bring up the splits, and then I can. Yeah, there's 4 splits. According to iRacing, there's 4 splits at this track. Oh, it's going to say, yeah. I don't know where you find in the mini sectors from, but you've found the mini sectors.
Hey,
57.8, goodness me.
Yeah,
Alex Pilbeam absolutely flying right now. That is 2.3 seconds a lap faster than Jean-Paul Seaman. So that gap is starting to collapse. The pace is coming back in this track, and Pilbeam is taking advantage and making hay whilst the sun shines. Jean-Paul Seaman and DLR Simlab, that Acura car, is going to have the pace in the dry conditions, but we could have that fairy tale at least a lap led by Alex Pilbeam. I'm sure him and the team are just willing each other to keep it on the road, to just do the best they can at this phase in the race, because their priority has to be building a gap to everyone else behind them. But how wonderful would it be for last season's GT3 AM champions taking a huge step up into the top class in not only the Platinum Endurance Championship, but Platinum competition, to then come in and lead a race in their first season in the top class. I can't tell you how much I want that for them.
And they're working for it. They're working really hard at trying to get that situated here. Issues that
right now they're only... Go on, Colin.
I think in the dry they just don't have everything that they need there. And I say that they're only 3 tenths shy of the 18 on dry weather conditions as far as lap pace goes. So it's not like the end of the world. But
yeah. For a moment there, though, just to indicate how close they actually were to each other, they were sharing the straight. They were both on the straight between turns 15 and 16. And Pilbeam is continuing to gain as Albert Preen goes very wide. The hairpin slides off the road. I don't know if he's found himself in a barrier again, but he does have to recover. And I can't actually see him. There he is. I'll wind that back, and we are going to get a replay of it on the screen for you. It doesn't find a barrier, but it was certainly a mistake, to say the least. Slams on the brakes coming into the corner. Cannot get it stopped. Turns it in 416 and just slides off the road wide. Wow.
you have a battle going on right now. This has closed up to within half a second. This is Svetislav Shopov, the Bulgarian, chasing down Ruben Behrings. Benelux driver for DDK Racing Team. It is Ford versus Mercedes, two front-engine behemoths.
Both of these things racing at the Nürburgring this year, by the way. Both can be found at your local Nürburgring Nordschleife. Of course, Ford developing that awesome Ford Mustang GTD as well, not to be confused with the Ford Mustang GT3 that races in GTD in IMSA. This isn't a race car, it's a road car called the Ford Mustang GTD. Again, it isn't a GT3 that races in GTD. It is a road car called the Ford Mustang GTD that I had the absolute pleasure of not only seeing a static model of at Le Mans last year, I actually got to see it going around the Nordschleife when we went there on the Tuesday after the 24-hour race, and oh my goodness gracious me, it makes such a racket, and I can't lie, I think it's actually better than the race car. Especially in terms of looks, it's just so aggressive.
Trying to chase down through the bearings for this 10 spotting class. To the inside of turn 1. Go for it. Thought about it though. No, thought about it.
Yeah, it's just difficult to find a way through. They might get some assistance from Alex Pilbeam, who's going to cut his way through this battle. He'll choose the inside of turn 4. No, he won't. Not showing so much aggression as he gets to the inside of 5 on the Mercedes. So Shopov will have to lose a little bit of time in this battle, but it might get paid back to him depending on if the Mustang has to check up. It's not going to have to. So the gap will open up, and it will just open up. So Shopov is going to have to do a little bit more work to get that Mercedes-AMG GT3 back within, deep within the slipstream of Ruben Behrings in front. But Behrings just placing that car wonderfully right now to not really give the 181 a chance to even have a look to try and squeeze his way by. But it's very difficult to do so in these conditions, especially with the lack of visibility.
And visibility is not going to get easier because as the rain begins to dry up, the sun is beginning to set. So we are going to have some dusk and nighttime conditions to finish this race. But hey, we have most of the race in the daytime, so.
Thank goodness. Yeah, I will say it has been an absolute breath of fresh air to have these races actually ending in daytime. I can't put into words how frustrating it was for every single race last season to end at night. You could barely see the cars, and you could barely tell them apart. Like, it's fine for 1 or 2 races a season if they're long enough races, but there's no reason we can't just start the race sessions a little bit earlier in the day, you know, so that they end in the daylight. Maybe even start it at night. How cool would that be? A Bathurst style thing where the race actually starts in the dark and we get brighter as the DDK racing car going for a bit of a half spin on the exit of the hairpin. Shopov is going to gain any time but can't jump on making a move stick. Over the last lap, by the way, Jean-Paul Seaman has actually pulled a little bit on Alex Pilbeam to 59.7 compared to a 2-minute 0.7. So a second gained as Shopov sends one up the inside of turn 1 on Ruben Behrings, and there's absolutely nothing he can do about it. That is for position in class as well. The Mercedes pulling to the inside of turn 1, getting it stopped on the brakes, forcing Behrings to give him room down the inside and then just sweeping around the outside of 2. Normally we see the cars on the outside of 1 with the advantage into turn 2, but Behrings just gave so much space. There was absolutely nothing he could do to fight that one, finding himself in standing water on the outside of turn 5, and that move is well and truly done. Bravo, Shopov.
Now, let's move forward. I think the pace might be flipping in the favor of the 18 in front of the GTP field. 1:59.7 versus 2 minutes 7. Alex Pilbeam.
Well, there's a lot of traffic that Pilbeam's about to have to deal with there, Carmen. That is a train of 5 GT3s. They're all starting to spread out just a little bit, so it should be a case of 1 at a time. But I think Pilbeam's just gone a little bit deep down at turn, well, across turn 15. So I have to take that slowdown, as well as the time he lost actually cutting the track. So just starting to struggle in these conditions and overestimating perhaps the amount of grip that he has out there on circuit, and it's just handing the advantage back over to Jean-Paul Seaman at the front of the field. The gap currently stood at 18 seconds or so. We'll see what the time gain has been on this lap, if any. I don't suspect there's been any at all.
For Seaman, for Pilbeam, across the line.
0.8,
Yep.
4/10 time lost. And now he's got to cut his way through this traffic as well. And that 18 car only has to deal with a whole bunch of clean air until he gets anywhere near the back stretch. But look at what's in front of Pilbeam right now. He's got to deal with the RPM Racing Corvette that's trying to hunt down their class leader, but not really making any progress with that as it stands. Almost gets into the back of him. Squeezed to the inside of turn 5 with the DDK Racing Ferrari to deal with. Around the outside of that, nice and easy, finds himself on the slightly slippery racing line down into turn 7. The grip will come back to that racing line, by the way, as the track starts to dry off, which it is doing. You can see with the way the pace is coming back as well, we are finding a lot faster lap times. And you see by Rubens Gas setting a 57.7 on the previous lap, but the traffic that the race leaders have been dealing with is what's really been limiting their pace at the moment. Pilbeam has dispatched of all that traffic. Siemens dispatched of all his traffic. So for the rest of the lap, it is a straight race between both of these drivers to see who gains the most on the other.
That is the position we're in right now. And it's sort of like a time attack here. Everyone trying to just trim down on the delta.
You can imagine Pilbeam can see.
I think
but you can,
Seaman has not had a great lap here.
Not at all, but you can imagine that Pilbeam can see his rival 15 seconds or so up the road when he turns onto that straight between 15 and 16, because they are both on that same part of the track, and it must just be willing him on and willing him on. And it must be so difficult to see that car up in the distance, but then so satisfying when you start to see him close in. But Carmen, I can see a bit of a dry line starting to form here at Aragon. You can see it. It's much less reflective now because all the water's starting to be lifted off it.
Very apparent right there. Gap went back the other direction. Pilbeam 1:59.89. Seaman 2:01.
So as we do keep an eye on this battle and how it develops and how those lap times change and move around as the track dries, we are going to take a short break, and when we do return, Olivia Hayward will be back in the booth to bring you to help bring you the last 3 hours of ABN's coverage of the PEC 10 hours of Aragon. We will see you in a few short minutes. Welcome back to ABN's coverage of the Platinum Endurance Championship. 10 hours of Aragon. We're all fed, we're all watered, we've had our caffeine to get us to the end of this race. And whilst you're away, as so often is the case, stuff has happened. Mostly I was informed of it as I was away making coffee when it happened, so the best person to fill you in and probably remind you about what's happened would be my long-suffering co-commentator who's returned to the commentary booth alongside me, Olivia Hayward. Hi, Liv.
Hi. Yeah, it's one of those things where you see something develop over hours and hours and hours and then can come undone in a matter of moments. It was a mistake coming down the hill through 9 and 10 for Alex Pilbeam in the number 32 Vulcan Motorsports orange car. Ended up sort of stricken across the racetrack sideways on the downhill section and tried to get it rolling, maybe with a limited visibility of the cars around. It's rolling forward into the path of Albert Preem in the DLR SimLab orange car. Ends up giving them some damage, both cars some damage. Preem back down on pit lane, that championship curse continuing for the number one, as actually Pilbeam just caught the curb there and had a bit of a four-wheel slide as well, but carrying some rear diffuser damage and potentially gonna also have a heated call down to pit lane once the stewards get their hands on that one. Currently has just made a stop for what looks like a tank of fuel and is a minute and 15 seconds behind the DLR red car in the lead of the race, who have not come in quite a while.
Yeah, of course, the DLR SimLab Acura taking advantage of the wet weather and going for some slightly longer fuel stints to try and get them back on strategy in terms of, you know, getting to the end of the race on dry tires. So I think it's been a really smart choice from them to just drive safe, drive clean, and let everyone else chase them, because that is when the mistakes start to happen. In these conditions, it is so much better to be the one that is being hunted down by the drivers behind you, because they're the ones that are putting all of the effort in. DLR SimLab have been lifting and coasting the entire way and pushing for those 33 lap stints, and we know that these teams have wanted to get as close to that hour as possible and push those stints just 1 or 2 laps further than they otherwise might have been able to. But what that means now is when they get towards the end of the race, it's going to be full push all the way to the end. A couple of options on that one. You can simply take full tanks of fuel every single stop and then just take a short stop at the end of the race. Or you could do a little bit of fuel maths, figure out exactly how much fuel gets you to the end of the race, divide that by the amount of stops you're going to have to do, and then just put in that amount of fuel at every single stop. Your car is going to be lighter for more of the stints, and your tires are going to be in a better condition with that lighter car. And you may find yourself going a little bit faster. You'll gain a lot of time on each of the pit stops you take before the final one. And theoretically, it puts you in a really strong position come that final stint, because your pace is going to be absolutely electric.
Yeah, that's the strategy that I ended up running yesterday when I was out at Virtual Barber Motorsports Park. Keeping those alternate tires alive in the IndyCar is so tricky, and you have to sort of play that strategy to make it work. What I'd say is the downside to that for these drivers is that we still have those tire limits in effect. We're not quite sure how many sets each driver would have, and if you run full tanks and then take a splash and dash to finish out the race, you can take that as fuel only and run sort of a stint and a half on one set of tires as we get into the night, which will keep you alive a little bit longer. If you have the tires available, then splitting it up into, say, for example, thirds, or I mean, by the time the track dries, it's probably going to be just 2 stints to the end at most for these drivers. Track is now looking lightly wet. You're starting to see that racing line get a little bit lighter compared to the sides of the track, but with how much rain fell over the past couple of hours, it's going to be a while, I think, before conditions improve, and it is not a warm day at this point here in Aragon. 19 Celsius is the air temp, and wind speeds approaching 30 kilometers an hour, actually settling down after that storm that blew through. But I'm not expecting the ambient conditions to give these drivers any help in drying out the racing line. It's just about putting that surface in as there's a little bit of contact actually there. Oh my god, contact again with Writer Engineering down at turn 4. A double whammy of door checks there coming through this section, and I'm really not sure what to think about that one.
Well, that was your overall race leader, DLR Simlab Red, making their way through. We are going to get a replay of something that happened a little bit earlier in the lap for you. This is Jonas Weber for Writer Engineering, just getting it a little bit wrong on the brakes into turn 16, going a touch deep, and that allowed the 18 of Jean-Paul Seaman close in a little bit, which set them up for their scuffle down at turn 4 and 5. We'll follow them through the rest of this lap, and well, we can really get a look at what happened. You can see Seaman right under the rear wing of Jonas Weber. It's almost a question of why didn't he just let him through at this point? That's almost blue flags being ignored. Might be worth a report for Seaman there. Not that I'd want to encourage reports, but here comes the incident. Through turn 3 they come. Into turn 4, Weber takes that wide entry. Seaman sticks to the inside, and Seaman that doors Weber, actually. Jonas well on the outside of the corner, tries to get back towards the racing line. It looks like the driver of the NGC by Rubis Gas Acura doesn't expect Weber to turn in as much for that corner as he did, and Jonas finding himself getting door banged by 2 different cars out there on track.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say that first one, it's tricky. I mean, yeah, it's probably maybe should have rolled over a little bit. And if you honestly, I don't think Jean-Paul did much wrong there, was hurrying pretty close to the inside of the racetrack, leaving the room available. So I think a little bit foolish from Jonas Weber. And then ultimately, Pedro Piquet missed the apex a tiny bit there. Actually, was sort of running wide in the corner at turn number 5. But at the same time, Jonas being pushed off track, it's his responsibility to rejoin the track in a safe manner, and cutting across all the way to sort of the middle of the track is not the way to do that. No. Here we have another replay for Jonas Weber here, unless we're just following along with the rest of the lap. I think we were, and I said there was going to be another piece of contact with that GT3.
Could you imagine 3 in 1 lap? Couldn't be me.
I dare say, and I do sort of not like to make an implication like this, but it feels like for some of these teams, and I think Writer might be in that spot right now, it can be very easy to just kind of make a mistake, fall down the order, and lose your head a little bit. We saw, I'd say, something a little bit similar from Neil de Backer a little bit earlier on at the start of this race, where just maybe fighting for positions on the racetrack that aren't really positions in the race, and putting drivers under a little bit more pressure, a little bit more danger for, I mean, just what you have your own confidence recover in the race, I suppose.
Now, Liv, I'm doing my due diligence for a change on these broadcasts. Okay. I've got the Season 7 PEC verdicts Race 4 Aragon spreadsheet open, and a report has come through for Writer and DLR. It's from Writer against DLR for a dive bomb.
Yeah, I don't know what to think about that one. They were fully alongside at what was the first apex of that sort of double apex braking sequence. Yeah. They left a full car width on the outside the whole way down into turn number 5.
They have picked up a penalty, by the way, right? Engineering have been handed a black flag.
Yeah, but that's when it's half an hour ago, which was
a dive bomb,
which was
on connection loss racing.
Under blue flag causing a collision. That's a stop and hold 10, and it does just feel like the championship pressure. Let's not forget, for Writer Engineering, the mistakes that have been made, that strategy call that we saw when the rain first hit, and it just seems to be unraveling for them in the late stages of round number 4, and it's obviously an unfortunate situation, but you've got to be able to keep your head in those positions and gather it back up, take what you can out of the race. Just let's not forget, each penalty that's given by the stewards is additional points deductions in the championship that just makes their job even harder if they want to try and mount a comeback and hope for some issues for Old Firm over at Daytona in a month's time. They have to be a bit more sensible, I think.
Go on.
They've now reported the NGC car for the very same thing.
Yeah, this is what I was kind of getting at. We know that during the race for a cause, if you reported something, you could get the penalty turned around on you. That's something that happened to us that was really hilarious to wake up to, because all I woke up to was a notification from you in the stewards' decisions room atting my team. It's like, oh no, what have we done now? And in fact, it was a decision where you turned the report around on the team who actually made the report and gave them a penalty instead. So I'm wondering if that's a function that the PEC stewards have, where they might end up turning both of these penalties around on writer engineering and sort of pouring salt into the wound on that one.
Yeah, I mean, the way that it tends to go in a situation like this is that, I mean, there's a lot of eyes in the race control room for the Platinum Endurance Championship. They do a great job in keeping an eye on everything across the race. Really have that much vigilance in a 24-hour event where sometimes you've only got one person really watching. So the way it tends to go is that you don't really look at incidents and make a judgment on them until a team sends it in. But once that timestamp is marked on your record as something to look into, you are going to investigate and you're going to look at the incident as a whole, regardless of exactly which team has put their name in which cell on the report form. It's just about, you've been notified to an incident. It is your job to look at the incident and make a judgment as to if a driver is considered at fault, and if so, what punishment should be applied. I think it's very possible that there is a notice handed down to the 36. Not to mention that there is also a procedure for the Platinum Endurance Championship of warning teams for potentially frivolous reports, and if they consider right to be at fault for these incidents, they're not going to look particularly kindly at the fact that they are the ones that have tried to dob someone else in for it.
The intrigue of the Platinum Endurance Championships continues to continue. It's been a bit of an unraveling for writer engineering over the last few hours since the rain came, and it's really unfortunate for them and for spectators as well, as it's just sort of made the intrigue of a championship fight begin to fizzle out as Old Firm just look more and more secure at the top of the championship. It might be worth having a quick calculation to see how the points are as they stand with Old Firm up there in fourth place, to see just how much damage has been done to the intrigue of the championship fight. But we are still watching a battle on the road between Brecht Behrings and Edwin Bierling, who are scrapping for position with an Ivan Ubera just separating them a little bit. That gap currently hovering around 1.2 seconds. But Ubera definitely getting in the way of that one and not allowing Behrings to get up to the rear end of his teammate. In fact, no, I'm wrong. I'm reading the colors as the same team. It's the DLR by SimLab Mustang, because DDK have an almost identical Mustang racing in the pro category. 7.5 hours left. I'm losing my mind.
I mean, you're not the only one, clearly. I mean, it's a tricky track for anyone to deal with on the racetrack, it feels like. And these conditions, unexpected, I think, is, you've got to say.
Yeah.
Teams will have prepared for a little bit of rain, but the probabilities were so low that they won't have committed much time to it. They won't have put much thought into it for their setup plan. And suddenly it's become a massive factor in the middle third of this race. The track's starting to dry out, starting to on the racing line, start to find a little bit more performance, but there's so much time left to go. And in a multi-class scenario, you can't afford to just have the racing line clear, because you've got to try and get around the traffic that's around you. As Alex Pilbeam comes in for what I believe is an incident point penalty.
Oof.
I've seen a few of those pop up now in the race. Those start at 55 points, continue every 10 at 65 and 75, and then once you hit 85x within this 10-hour race, that's your day done. You will not score any points, and you will have to come back at Daytona to try and recover. So with multiple teams picking up at least one of those incident drive-throughs by hour number 8, gotta wonder how many of those teams are, first of all, pushing it if they've not already picked one of these up, and if they have, are they on a collision course with that 85 number that will see them knocked out of this competition?
Well, we always knew this was a possibility in this race with how strict the track limits are, but with the way the track is designed as well, it makes multi-class racing extremely tricky, as it gets very, very sticky and very one-line cornery through two very significant sections of this track. Think the run through 8, 9, 10 and 11. Think that run through the hairpin through 17 and 18. And if you're desperate for a move, it's those parts of the tracks that are going to make it very difficult to try and squeeze by traffic. And we've seen it happen so many times in this race where cars have got checked up behind the GT3s in 18 and then been left very vulnerable to attack from other GTPs coming up behind them. And it means you have to go for those moves where you can, so you're not stuck through 18, because again, it's such a short corner and so on edge for the GT3s. There isn't really a chance to try and sweep around the outside, dive back to the inside, and it just makes it, I don't know, it just encourages those really aggressive moves that the new tire model has really started to discourage. Is your mic muted again?
It is. Sorry, my apologies. I was locked into some information, so I was flicking through some of these GT P-class drivers especially, but I think also down in GT3. I think that some of these teams, DLR SimLab Orange has taken a flyer on the dry weather tires, not unexpected from them. They're, I think, more gathering data for their sister teams while they languish at the bottom of standings here. As there's a spin actually from, that is Anosis Esports, who are still running on the wet weather tires in GT3 Pro. But I think NGC as well have opted for slick tires, so that is going to be really interesting to see if there's any performance they can find in those, and if so, how quickly other teams are going to be incentivized to go and make the move. I just don't think it's viable right now. The lap times for DLR aren't that bad, to be fair.
Not, no.
But
I'm trying to sanity check it.
The danger is so much higher, and if you're one of the lead cars, you would much rather run out the next hour or so on the wet weather tires if you can, so that you can just switch with a couple hours going and run those tires to the end.
I am just looking at
Alcaniz into pit lane. We'll see what their call they made. DLR SimLab just made the call down into the pits, and they opted for wet weather tires once again. So the race leader's not wanting to take a gamble on anything right now.
Don't know why though, Liv, because I'm watching the sector times come in from Davy van der Vacker on board that DLR Ferrari, and he's purple in the first sector. Again, it's not going to be purple relative to the fastest lap in the race, but as my overlays have taken a different fastest lap from the wet weather conditions as the purple session best lap, it is going to be a case of this is the fastest lap that has been set as the conditions start to dry up. I'll keep following it as I can and update you if it is a second sector fastest lap. It doesn't look like it because it would have popped up session best by now, but sector 3 split is coming up, and I think Davy van der Vacker has actually crossed that one as well with no improvement of any kind. 2 minute and 1/10 is the lap he set last time by as he goes and keeps it very shallow into 16, trying to avoid a spun Bart Mattia, driver of course that was leading the Platinum Pilot Series Championship earlier on this season, but just sort of fallen off the pace in the last couple of races. Across the line comes Davy van der Backer, and it's a 1:59.758, so he is finding improvements, and he is faster than anyone else on the circuit right now. So maybe it is time for those dry tires to come out, because it feels like the wets are starting to lose their shine.
I mean, my counter argument to that is that if that is a potential call for your race leaders, then why didn't they get that information from DLR Orange? I think despite what Van der Back is feeling, the confidence in the car must be low enough that they're not eager to roll the dice on their race leading car, their only real remaining car in heavy contention in this race. And they feel that the wet tires are just the safer option, with them having, let's face it, a 51-second lead at the front of the field.
Yeah. Well,
they could afford, if they needed to come down pit lane, switch quickly onto a set of dry weather tires and come out still leading the way. So I think it's the right call for them right now. What I do want to check is that when they were in that pit stop cycle, did they take a fresh set of tires, or they did take a fresh set? Now that is surprising to me. I would have thought that in this situation they would want to extend those wets for as long as possible and maybe double stint them, so they can make sure they have the sets available when they need to switch onto the dries to finish it out. But maybe they know they have an additional 2 left in the pocket, and with 2 hours and 24 minutes left, they're not so concerned about what to do with those, especially if they think they are going to be riding out quite a bit longer on these treaded tires. What I will say is that Alex Pilbeam is really not finding that performance anymore. That damage to the rear end, it seems like, has just completely stalled out. The charge that Pilbeam was putting on is now under pressure from Alberto Garcia Blasco, who has opted to stay on the wet weather tires. But everyone in the top 6, it looks like, has made that call. It's just the drivers further back who are either taking a roll of the dice or data gathering almost. And it's just NGC and DLR on the wet right, on the slicks right now. I do imagine more the GT3s are going to be making those calls, but it's a little bit more difficult to judge that one because they don't quite have the same distinctive tire markings that we have on the GTP cars. But it looks like some of these drivers, if I'm not mistaken, a car like the 181 might have made that call onto the slicks. So different strategies across the board right now. Track is showing as very lightly wet. It's the sort of phase where it's possible, but I don't know if it's very very sensible for these drivers.
It depends how fast you want to go, because Davy van der Backer is setting personal best lap times in these conditions. I keep getting thrown off by the fact that my track map is lighting up purple the entire way, but 57.564 last time around. 57.874 for your overall race leader on, well, the last time they came across the start finish line. But it is a purple first sector for the session best lap time that is stored in my overlay. So that says to me that that number 1 car is very much in the hot seat in terms of absolute fastest lap times. He's dealing with a bit of traffic coming down into the hairpin and having to drive that car on a much wetter line that he's used to. You saw the car take a sudden snap of understeer as he touched the apex at the hairpin, but the speed, I think, is still there. We'll see again what lap time it is when he comes across the start finish line now, because this is going to be important information for everyone else out there on the circuit. 55.751, 2 seconds a lap faster than anyone else out there on the track, even when having to deal with a little bit of traffic. Van der Backer finding his way off the edge of the circuit down at turn 1. He has had to lift off quite significantly to keep that car on the road. But Olivia, Hayward, I think this track is ready for dries.
I think it's ready, but I also think that the wet weather tires are not a disaster right now, because Jan-Paul Siemann has set up consecutive 157s on those treaded tires, and of course now Van der Backer has found that additional performance on the slicks, but has had to see out a few laps that would have been very sketchy indeed, and for a race leader, especially one who might be dealing with some incident point issues, as right to engineering, the latest team to get an incident drive-through awarded by the sim. it's the safest option for sure. Jean-Paul is still finding good pace on the wet weather tyres and has the margin if the track moves a lot faster than expected to hop into the pit lane for a set of slicks and retain the race lead. In fact, Jean-Paul has gone a little bit wide here, so maybe the tyres losing performance. Old Firm Racing.
Random Mateos in it that's gone wide.
Yeah,
or are you watching?
Yeah. It was the same time, simultaneously for the both of them.
Love that.
Although Randy Mateos with a much more significant off, you've got to say. I think Jean-Paul will try and get another 20 minutes out of these tyres if possible, just to get into that phase where there is one more stop required. Actually, he's going into the line on the left-hand side of the backstretch to try and get the tyres cooled off a little bit. So I think maybe you're right that at this point the slicks are finding performance on the racing line. The question is, what is it like off the line, and how much of a gamble do your race leaders want to take when they can take a huge chunk into the championship, put themselves in a position to attack heading into Daytona? They stay out this time. They're not willing to bite just yet. They're not going to follow the lead of their teammates. They're gathering the data, of course. They're hearing from Van der Vacker how the car is feeling. But they actually, despite that off, ran a faster lap than the number one did the last time around the circuit.
And again, I think that's because that Ferrari is dealing with a little bit of traffic and having to go offline onto the wet stuff, and that's making it a little bit more difficult to handle for them. But no, you are right. It's not so much a stress for Jean-Paul Seaman and the DLR SimLab Acura team, because they've done everything they need to do and built themselves a wonderful margin that gives them so much time to deal with, and it gives them so much time to make those decisions. They don't need to rush into it and try something different like Vulcan might need to do, like XPD, Fury Simsport, Old Firm Racing might need to do to try and catapult themselves further up the standings and score some more championship points. And that's where the champions are really made. It's those decisions and it's that time that they build. It's the ability to be consistent and really give themselves a margin to make those decisions over everyone else. Of course, you need to be flexible and be good at making decisions to be a champion. But once you've made those decisions, if you can execute the choice that you've made and again build the margin like the Acura crew have for DLR SimLab, it's what gives you the time to slow down a little bit and really think about the next choices that you're going to make, as we see Randy Mateos going a little bit deep down there at the hairpin. Jean-Paul Seaman actually just there in the background. Do they make the decision to pit this time by? They've only been on these tyres for 5 laps or so. I want to say they're not really pushing the edges of those stints just yet, as Vulcan Motorsport have actually come down pit lane and might make that choice to switch onto the dry weather tyres.
Yeah, it looks like they haven't. I will say, Van der Vacker set up 154 last time, so the track very much coming in. But the word of the day, I think, for DLR SimLab Red is consolidate. They have 1 minute and 10 seconds of advantage right now over cars who are on an equal strategy to them. They can afford to be reactive. They do not need to take the risk first. It's in their best interest to just manage the gap behind them, not do anything too silly, not push too hard, not take a strategy gamble when it's not necessary, when they've got everything to lose and nothing to gain from doing that. Make the cars behind blink first, see if it bites them, and then if you need to, and when the time is right, you can then jump onto the strategy when you're comfortable and leave yourself in a much more advantageous spot going forwards. I will say, if they can make it 15 more minutes and get to that 2-hour mark, or even maybe a little bit before that, the pace of the track is going to be slower, even on the slick tyres, as the wet surface continues to be fully cleared out. So it would be just one stop to the end if you manage to pit at the 2-hour mark. I think that might be the goal for the crew. Maybe that's when they would throw Matthias Whiten back in the car, and Jean-Paul is just here to sail into that window and then hand off for the slick tyres at the end.
Yeah, I think realistically, if you want to make that 1 hour mark, you've got to try and make it, make it to that 1 stop mark. You've got to try and make it to maybe, just looking at it, 8 hours and 5 minutes gone. So 1 hour and 55 minutes to go, just to give you the chance to really push in those final 2 stages. Not that you need to, but I think getting to the hour mark and pitting then makes it a touch more marginal for Jean-Paul Seaman, for DLS and Acura, and makes that fuel save just that little bit harder than it actually needs to be. So try and push past that hour if you've got the fuel for it, and then make the decision then, because even if the track is so much slower, you're going to cut out a stop relative to everyone else. We haven't really taken a second though. We've been talking so much about the GTPs, to have a look down the order and see exactly how the GT3s are lining up. That's Repair Motorsport, a team we haven't really had the chance to talk too much about so far today. The only thing that's really stuck in our minds is the fact they had a terrible race out there at Le Mans last time out and made that mistake early on that put them into the barrier at Tete Rouge and effectively ended their race. But Rodriguez finds himself at the front of the GT3 Pro field very comfortably by 25 seconds over RPM Racing's Tom Cicchetto, who is 1 minute and 22 seconds clear of Go Esports' Joe Marti. So that podium layout pretty much decided, unless there's a late race mistake from any of those 3 drivers, as Raz Harper goes for a big spin, almost takes out, I think that was the XPD racing car of Alberto Garcia Blasco, manages to get it stopped before backing that car into a barrier. But that is a very tricky mistake down at the hairpin that we did get to see live, but hopefully we'll get to see another angle of that one, Liv.
Yeah, Fury Simsport has Max Delayden, who's managed to recover to 3rd place after some early trouble. And I mean, you gotta say life must flash before their eyes on that moment. I think they managed to not actually have any contact, or in fact, no, maybe a bit of netcode damage to the rear end somehow.
Oh, it's another spin.
Bono around 2nd place in GT3, and they've had an eventful race, but I've actually been holding on to the spot fairly well so far. But these conditions continue to cause trouble. Here is that incident for Carbono. They move over to try and defend almost into the braking zone, and then, well, they spend a little bit too much of thin air, it seems like. Spin it on that off-track surface, try to get the power back down. Fortunately, out of the way of everyone coming behind, but falling behind about 5 other GT3 cars there.
Yeah, we are seeing a mistake from Yaroslav Roth, which is what I was about to bring up. Thank you, Carmen, for queuing that one up for us as well. He's lost position to Pedro Paquette, so Connection Loss Racing fall behind NGC by Rubis Gas and are now down in 7th place after that off. So we are at a stage, as we've said, where the slick tires are the faster tire, but the wet tires certainly looking like the safer tire out there on track, as lots of cars who have made that switch starting to find their way off the side of the track, and that certainly isn't going to give them any sort of leeway at all, because those off-track surfaces haven't been ran on by cars on wet weather tires, so they're even slippier than it is even slightly offline on the racing surface.
Yeah, that is absolutely the worst place you can be, is in those runoff areas. First of all, hours of marbles getting thrown down onto there. Now rainfall just sort of gluing that into an awful paste that, if it gets on your tires, will take laps and laps to really dislodge properly. And yeah, being on the racing line is most important, but even if you run wide, you want to try and at least stay within the white lines and run where at least some cars may have been making overtakes around slower traffic to keep the tires a little bit cleaner. As we have, it looks like a spin down at turn 5. That's sort of Electric Alpha. They've been having a torrid day in that McLaren 720. Yeah, still running, still trying to bring a result home for them. You'll see the replay here, just very, very fast into that corner. And all the way out into that gravel trap, it seems like maybe recovering it in the...
Ooh.
And then another spin on the rejoin. Again, that's the painted surfaces, that's that curving, where there just isn't the same, it's not as porous as a typical bit of asphalt, and so the water sits on top a lot more readily, and you will aquaplane if you are trying to ask too much of the tires in those positions. I've got to say, with how things are looking, I think it's a sensible call from the cars that have opted to stay out. But in fact, Jan-Paul Seaman has decided that enough is enough. Cannot quite get as far down as we're going to take that splash and dash to finish out the race, and is now on cold slick tires to cover off a potential charge from Vulcan Motorsports Orange, who are more than a minute back at this point. Fury SimSport showing on my screen at least as on the wet weather tires. So DLR covering off a little bit of thin air almost, but it is optimal performance ultimately if, and it's a big if, they can keep it on the straight and narrow and make it to the end of this race with that, with that gap intact.
This is a vital phase of the race for Jean-Paul Seaman and that DLR Acura, giving themselves that minute and a second margin before they came down pit lane. They now find themselves on what should be a faster tire when they eventually get it up to temperature. Track temperature currently sat at around 17 degrees Celsius, so the surface itself not transferring any heat into the tires at all. This is all going to have to be done by getting those tires scrubbed and getting them bedded into the track surface. But of course, going anywhere offline is extraordinarily dangerous for your overall race leader, and they are having to tiptoe their way around a very slick Motorland Aragon, coming offline to make their way around one of those much slower GT3s, and Yaroslav Roth applying all sorts of pressure down into the hairpin. Both of these cars on slick tires at the wettest part of the track, and Seaman just doing what he can to try and survive. Roth deciding not to go for a move as Seaman touches the curb on the inside of 17, goes for a half spin. Yaroslav Roth is going to slide his way through, as it's now Seaman who finds himself behind the Cadillac on the run down to turn one. Plenty of water down on this part of the track as well, but I'm sure Seaman seeing the race flash before his eyes in that particular situation.
This is true. Whenever you're going to make that pit stop, it is a cold tire that you're putting onto the car on a very cold track still. 18 Celsius down on the surface. It's lower than what the current ambient temperature is, and it just leaves these drivers so vulnerable in the first couple of laps. They're going to warm into it and they're going to start to find performance, but until then it is very sketchy indeed. And ultimately, Kenshin also had those slightly warmer tires and could push a bit more. I think it's moving down towards the hairpin that we're now looking at. You can see the spray that's still being kicked up, and that is spray from a slick tire that does not displace nearly as much moisture as a treaded wet weather tire. So still a significant amount of moisture on the track surface. And here we come through turn 17. It's that off-track surface, that curb, and the standing water just immediately aquaplanes those right side tires, and they are fortunate to not have a bigger incident, as in fact Yaroslav Roth goes wide in 15 with a side-by-side with a Brett Behrens, who is also struggling through that sector. And through once again goes Jean-Paul to try and put his best foot forward. Has 57 seconds over the next car on the slick tires. Fury SimSport maybe opting to try and extend to the hour mark, still running on those wets right now, we think at least. And so it's a manageable margin for the number 18. Just need to make sure to not overextend, to not use the curbs that are still damp. Some of them have been dried completely, like the inside of turn number 1 seems very dry with the running that has been going on there all race long. But certain other ones that are less traveled are going to be absolutely treacherous indeed.
Yes, certainly. As the sun starts to set here at Aragon as well, it's going to make it even more difficult to get any of that water lifted off the racing line surfaces. Think back to the 12 Hours of Le Mans only 4 weeks ago, right? Yeah, 4 weeks ago.
It's 4 weeks cycled.
Where we had I was more thinking, was it the last round? Where we had so many cars finding standing water, finding slippery track surfaces that were more difficult to see in the dark, that they almost forgot that they were there. It's going to make things very tricky once we do get into those nighttime conditions, and we're certainly going to get there as Jean-Paul Seaman finds his way off the road down at turn 10, keeps it out of the barrier, but running over all sorts of wet track surfaces and spins, rejoining the circuit. He goes for a huge spin down into turn 12, saved by the gravel, can and will rejoin at least relatively safely, but still on that off-track surface, going for another half spin in front of two GT3s, fortunately not fighting for position. But Jean-Paul Seaman really starting to struggle as he finds his way off the road yet again. Here's the replay.
Yeah, and this is a point where already I think has tapped the just that white line through 10 and 11. It seems so simple. Typically, we're seeing Alex Gerber do the same thing over there and spins to the inside.
More as well.
And from bad to worse for the TMR 41, and behind DLS in my bread does the exact same thing into the grass, avoids the barrier, but I mean gets basically all the debris you could imagine on the tires through the next section, and that is Max Fischer, the GT3 AM leader, also having trouble at the same corner at the same time. It is treacherous out there, especially through 10, 11, and 12. Back to Jean-Paul, who still has that debris, that grass, that gravel. It's going to go and pick up a little bit more, some marbles for good measure, and is going to take a beach vacation to get back onto the left-hand side of the backstretch. That last lap lost about 10-15 seconds for Jean-Paul. Still has a bit of an advantage, but Alex Pilbeam, who we know is very good in these changeable conditions, is now maybe pressuring for another opportunity to try and charge back through. It's still very slick. It's still chances to be gained here. Oh, this is going to be a very tense final couple hours of the 10 hours of Aragon.
It certainly is. But just to touch a little bit on the human side of this race, you saw Alex Gerber earlier making that mistake on the exit of turn 10, touching a little bit of wet, finding his way off the road, and then there's absolutely nothing to do. It's the same mistake he made last time out at Le Mans, and he's going to be kicking himself for that one a little bit, especially because he's a driver who's typically so good in these wet weather conditions, but maybe not even that, maybe just safe in these wet weather conditions. And 2 races in a row, he's found himself in a barrier due to what he would consider a silly mistake. He's just, as you know, Liv, he's the sort of guy that shakes these things off relatively quickly, but certainly in the moment, he's going to be feeling a lot of pain about what happened.
Yeah, that is so tricky. But in fact, a little bit of respite here, as Alex Pilbeam has been given a black flag by race control for, it seems like, the incident down at turns 10 and 11, the rejoin to the number 1 car, I should say. And so that will reopen the gap to XBD actually will be the next car, I think, behind at that point at 1 minute and 6 seconds. Jean-Paul has a little bit of damage on the front end to deal with in this one, but I think at this point most of the cars on the racetrack have some battle scars from these conditions, and it's just about refocusing, getting back into a groove, feeling out those slick tires now they are nice and warm. And oh my goodness, that is not going to be a very nice way to get back into a rhythm for Jean-Paul. A great job checking the car up and avoiding further damage to that right front suspension. But as we were talking about rejoins down at turn 10, maybe another one to look at here.
Yeah, just as well, an update on a couple of incidents that we saw earlier in the race. Writer Engineering sending in incident reports for dive bombing from your overall race leader and the number 42. The 42 actually picked up a penalty. Not a penalty, sorry, a warning for that one, which is a little bit confusing. I don't think it was, I don't know, entirely on them. It feels a little bit more like a, I don't know. I'm not a steward. I don't make those sort of decisions. I'll leave those ones down to you, Liv. because you actually have experience.
I'm leaving it down to the PC stewards.
Yeah,
because,
definitely.
It's stressful enough when you're responsible. There's no reason for me to get stressed about incidents I have no say in.
But to again give another secondary update on that one, Jean-Paul Simon was of course involved in an incident with Reiter as well. That report has actually been thrown out completely because Reiter provided the wrong timestamp.
But they did say it in the same one, and it seems like that was also given as a warning for the 18. And so, very. I mean, a lot of drivers having incidents and scares. One of the more recent reports on an unsafe rejoin, with the comment from Old Firm Racing, currently in 5th place. Our driver got spooked and they have a weak heart. So everyone out there feeling the stress of these conditions, and I mean, this racetrack bites even at the best of times. So another couple hours left to endure for our 34 remaining teams in contention. 33 actually, as the TMR car has officially retired from the running. And I'm sure they will be pretty thankful once they get to the checkered flag and take a rest until they get to much more familiar territory over at Daytona to round out the season.
Well, on that heartbreaking note that my team finds itself parked in the garage yet again, we are going to take another short break as we set up for the final 2 hours of the 10 hours of Aragon. Olivia Hayward has rejoined me in the booth. My name is Taylor Mills, and Carmen Sienna back behind the buttons. We will see you back here once again very shortly for the rest of the coverage of this dramatic race. Welcome back to ABN's coverage of the Platinum Endurance Championship, 10 hours of Aragon. As I'm sure you saw, chaos descended upon the circuit whilst we were away, and 7 or 8 cars, I think, found themselves either off the road or in the wall. In fact, the second we switched to one of the battles in GT3, the DDK Racing Mustang found itself in the barrier very swiftly, whereas at the top tier motorsport, McLaren also found itself on the road, avoiding that particular incident. So that battle very, very quick. Fortunately, one has decided to develop itself on track right in front of us. Championship leader, Randy Martino Mateos and All Firm Racing, currently trying to hold off Max Deladen and Fury Simsport for 4th place in class. That is a team that has been absolutely rapid all day long, where the Old Firm Racing team had just kind of lacked a little bit of pace. These guys in the 31 looking for a little bit of a recovery drive to get themselves back onto the podium. And it's looking like it's going to be a difficult task. They are a very long way behind XPD Racing. But first of all, they've got to get past Randy Martin and Mateos, and it's looking very likely.
Yeah, and we have some traffic ahead. That is the Valkyrie type green car. A car that really needs to take advantage of this race, but has come into trouble to hurt their championship charge. But also, Danny Jansen in the DLR SimLab white car was being very patient in that traffic, and while I can't really blame them in these conditions, it ended up meaning that these two GTPs in the lead of the class were sort of just bottled up a little bit and had to wait for Danny to get those moves done. And it's going to happen once again, as just a little bit further ahead, just up the road, that is your race leader who went for another excursion through in turn number 14 and 15, had to slow down to bleed, and more and more debris on those tires. These are such tricky conditions. Goes for an overtake on a GT3 through there, and I mean, that's why Danny was being so patient in the second sector, because it is just on a knife edge when you go off the racing line. And doing that into a corner is not good. Max Deladen got the overtake done as the cars cycled around Janssen, but then ran wide in 17. Has to give the spot back up once again, and gotta say, everyone is out there doing their absolute best right now, and even so, we're having a lot of incidents here.
It certainly doesn't feel like they're out there doing their absolute best, Liv. We are seeing a lot of people
try driving in these conditions then.
Yeah, but I feel like they're making silly decisions at silly points of the track and intentionally putting their cars on wet parts of the surface. But I think that that pass and repass between Randy Mateos and Max Deladen was very, very interesting, as Mateos went for that move down the inside of turn 16 on Danny Jansen, but just all of them tripping over each other, finding their way off the road. Very entertaining bit of intra-class racing there as they tried to make their way past black down traffic. Fortunately for Randy Mateos, he has found his way solidly through on Danny Jansen, but Max Deladen being left behind a little bit as he found his way behind some GT3 traffic that he couldn't quite make his way through. So Randy Mateos given the chance to run away a little bit here, and that 4th place looking a little bit more secure.
Yeah, gap is already 2.1 seconds as Mateos starting to find some comfort on those slick tires now after that drama. Is within decent range of XBD, who are just coming out of the hairpin right now. 15 seconds gap between them. Your race leader does separate them right now, so technically 1 lap down for the number 97, but is within pretty close competition with not just XBD, but of course Alec Beam as well, who had to take that additional trip down pit lane for a stop and hold penalty. Currently, the freshest fuel tank and tires, it looks like, are going to be for Fury Simsport and especially NGC by Rubis Gas. They might be able to make it on one more stop. For Fury Simsport, it is going to be very marginal to do so, and for everyone else, scheduled to have 2 more trips down pit lane in GTP to get to the end. And likely a similar story for GT3s. They are going to struggle to go on one more stop for the most part. Fast Pair Motorsport 17 laps halfway through their current stint. RPM Racing a couple of laps in hand on them. and Go Esports another couple of laps as well. So that could be your deciding factor in some of these fights, whether these teams can extend the stint to cut a pit stop. But it's not the longest transit time here, so a slash and dash won't take you more than about 30-35 seconds, and ultimately a lot of the gaps at the front of the field are a little bit more than that right now.
Well, speaking of gaps, there is one that's a little bit close out there on track right now. Michael C. Brown for Top Tier Motorsport in 4th place in GT3 Pro, coming under a little bit of pressure from Ivan Aguado for Analyst Esports in GT3 Pro. It feels nice to talk about some drivers multiple times in a race down in GT3, because we don't really have much chance to talk about them, because often the big focus is on that top class GTP race, GTP championship, as so often is the case in multi-class sports car series. But Ivan Aguado coming under not attack from Marcos de Silva, but that number 42 NGC by Rubiscat Acura squeezing his way through down at turn 7. A very risky maneuver considering how slick the track surface is offline. And Liv, we are coming into a part of the day where some of the photos and screenshots and angles coming out of this race are going to be absolutely stunning. Do you have a particular part of the track where you'd like to get a photo?
Oh, it's turn 12 and 13. It's always going to be turn 12 and 13 here. We cut in to that section, and behind that beautiful dry stone wall that you see in that turn 7 and 8 complex up on the top of the hill, it's where all of the best photos come at Aragon. You can get a great shot there, no matter the conditions, no matter the time of day, and in this golden hour, it's just going to be that much more picturesque. We're maybe about half an hour from official sunset time, and then for the final hour and change, we're going to be starting to fall under the cover of darkness, which it's always tricky in these sorts of races, and especially when there's been rain, because it sort of hides those puddles, those slick surfaces, and very easily forget where you need to be and make a big mistake under the cover of night.
I feel like we might be able to get some really cool angles of cars coming over the hill at the top of that really long back straight, especially if you can get the sun in the background. It'll feel like, do you remember when, it must have been a couple of years ago, 22, 23, final practice, or practice 2 at COTA for the US Grand Prix, that sunset lap for Charles Leclerc with all the flags flying in the background.
Oh yeah,
Top Gun over it. Like, this feels like the perfect conditions to get one of those sunset laps.
I mean, I would go one step further and say 2023 Chicago street race over in NASCAR, where it was a slick track, so you had those reflections as well. The race ending at dusk and shots coming over that bridge between 11 and 12. That are some of the best angles, with the city in the background, of course. And I think there's maybe no better backdrop than a city skyline, other than maybe a beautiful wall and elevation change section like we have here. There's going to be some great opportunities for post-race media for all of these teams. Though maybe they're going to want to have a quick rest and come back for screenshots tomorrow morning, because this will have been exhausting.
Ivan Aguado then continuing to apply the pressure on Michael C. Brown for P4 in that GT3 Pro class. The thing that's going to be really tricky is actually being able to make the move stick for the chasing car down in P5, because we know that those offline surfaces are still very, very slippery. We're well out of the phase of the day when the sun just naturally dries the track off, because there is no or very little direct sunlight on the circuit right now. Of course, you saw that huge reflection when we came down into the hairpin of the sun bouncing off the wet track surface, but it's not really in a spot where it's going to just naturally lift everything off the racing surface itself. So you can imagine the track is going to stay relatively damp for the next hour and 40 minutes as the clock ticks down. This is flying. We've only got one IMSA endurance race at a street circuit left to go, but for Michael Brown, all he needs to do is keep that car on the racing line. Don't touch any of the wet stuff. Don't get caught out on one of the curbs, and just be careful. But that, Liv, is a lot easier said than done.
Yeah, and we've seen mistakes from drivers under very little pressure in these conditions, and Michael Brown feeling all of the pressure from an Analyst car that started down in P12 in class, so he's done a great job making moves and taking advantage of the chaos in this one. The rest of the top 5 started there, with, of course, Narrative Delta starting second, being demoted down to 8th with that incident very early on. They've recovered well from that as well, but Analyst, the big gainer in the GT3 Pro class, and looking to gain another spot here on Michael C. Brown. Duts to the inside as a bit of a feint. Doesn't end up making anything of it, and Michael Brown, not spooked, is going to sit in single file as they come through 17 and 18. And here comes Alex Pilbeam, second place in GTP, looking to try and recover that minute and a half that's now formed as Jean-Paul has really found his footing in these conditions. Interesting that they didn't swap Matthias Weidchen back in, trusting Jean-Paul in these conditions for a little bit longer. I'd imagine if we do see Matthias back in, it will be at the next stop to ride out the final hour and change. But keeping the hot hand in, the warm driver in conditions like this is just like keeping a warm set of tires on. They're just going to be that a little bit more comfortable on those initial laps. And my goodness, that was a little bit of a moment there. And it looks like Michael Brown's still able to defend, but this is very, very tricky. And as they come down the hill here, this is one of the spots where we've seen mistakes happen. If an Eduardo gets onto the curbing, and that can easily send you on a straight line path towards the runoff area. They're going to manage it this time, and there's another GTP that they have to manage. Alberto Blasco going to try and clear them both into turn 12, and he's going to do that beautifully, in fact.
Well, a driver that can tell you all about finding the wet stuff on the outside of turn 10 and heading straight off the circuit at turn 12 is Michael Brown, certainly learning his lesson the hard way when he had to avoid the DDK racing Mustang that made its way back onto the circuit after having exactly the same incident. But I think some credit has got to be given to Michael Brown right now, who's doing a fantastic job to do exactly what he needs to do to keep Ivan Aguado behind, because it's a very tricky job to be the driver that's being hunted down, to have a car sat in your rear view mirror. I'm sure he's being given some solace by the facts. Never mind, that solace is all gone as Aguado goes for a very aggressive link move down into the hairpin. I don't think ready for where Michael Brown braked coming into that corner, but Brown does actually manage to hold on to that, and Aguado still has to settle for that 5th spot. But once again, Michael Brown holding the advantage and doing a fantastic job to deal with the pressure of that bright red metallic McLaren GT3, just filling his mirrors. But I think something a little bit interesting about what we're seeing on track right now is how desperate those prototypes are to get back over to the racing line. On both occasions where we've seen a car come through and lap this exact fight down into turn 1, they've all completely chopped the nose off that lead car. But speaking of lead cars and dealing with some traffic, here is Darius Rakoskis just getting in the way of this fight, and Aguado has jumped on that opportunity to dive down the inside of turn 7, uses the door a little bit on Michael Brown, but can't get the exit off the corner because he's trying to get out of that corner. All the damn stuff, finds a wet patch on the entry to turn 8 and finds his way into the gravel on the outside of the corner. Michael C. Brown, take a bow from in front. You have forced an error.
Yeah, incredible defense on that car. Ends up just holding those outside lines and carrying the speed to force Eduardo back in. The 174 and tries to open up the entry of turn 8, I believe that is, down, and just gets 2 tires onto the curbing, spins, and in doing so actually has now picked up an incident penalty, which is going to completely diffuse that battle, with Michael Brown successfully holding on and giving himself a very nice buffer at this point, maybe about 30 seconds once that penalty is served, in P4, and with only 40 seconds ahead now to the podium, maybe that is where the sights will be set for Michael Brown. I mean, that is a masterclass in how to defend a position from
he's made another mistake. That's a huge one, and he almost nails. And I think that was Randy Martin and Mateo. Slots between him and Max DeLayden on the run down to the hairpin. And if I had a quid for every time DeLayden had almost been wiped out by a GT3 spinning across the hairpin, I'd have 2 quid, which isn't a lot, but it's so weird that it's happened twice.
Yeah, I mean, that car is absolutely destroyed, just limping it back to pit lane here. So that car is going to be completely out of contention, and in fact is still having trouble just getting the car slowed at pit entry. A nightmare lap for the 174 this time was getting back around that.
There was another one of McLaren coming down pit lane as well, Liv, that he almost got well in the way of. We'll see a replay of everything that's happened to Ivan Aguado on this lap, on the curb, no grip, spins around onto the exit of turn 8, and that's just the first incident. Trying to recover, pushing so hard to gain that time back. Joins the circuit relatively safely, gets it all back on the road and gathered up. But then it's everywhere else throughout the rest of this lap where it just goes so wrong. It will follow him all the way through the bus depot section, but that pit lane entry as well, Liv, was absolutely mind-blowing.
Yeah, and in fact, I have had a look back at it. That Smurf Racing Team car, I think maybe made an independent mistake, just kind of push a bit too hard, thinking it's sort of a dry section that they were pushing as they were in the start of the race, and dipping tyres over the white lines and finding absolutely no purchase. This is the run now down towards turn 16. Has that Locals Autosport car on the left-hand side. Going to stick to the right side, not going to find the white line, but there's just a puddle that's forming there on entry as that green surface starts.
That's so silly.
It's a tyre, and very fortunate for those drivers around to not get caught up in what would be, at this stage of the race, absolutely devastating damage. And then this is...
Wait, Carmen, can we see onboard from Max DeLayden? I want to see the roll bar footage of that McLaren 720S GT3 slotting perfectly between him and Randy Mateos. That must have looked absolutely insane at full speed and in slow motion. Liv, take us through it.
What is there to say? Just a heart-in-mouth moment here from Max DeLayden. Turns in for the corner. Doesn't even have a reaction because it happens so quickly. And
oh my god,
at that point you almost think that there's some sort of graphical like netcode glitch and that car wasn't real. But then you look in the mirror, look at the mirror here of Randy Mateos, the car in front, gonna have a very similar situation here in the reverse angle. I mean, that's quite literally a bullet dodged for both of those drivers.
God. That's like something that only happens in Driven. Here's the onboard from Ivan Aguado. He's the one who's in the puddle on the right-hand side of the circuit, stands on the brakes, and there's just absolutely no purchase from that side of the car. Pitches him into a spin and fits genuinely perfectly between those two cars. That's ridiculous.
And then, not to mention that pit entry as well that ended up being trouble. It wasn't actually that aggressive from the 174, but with the car in the state that it was and catching those painted lines that are going to stay slick in pit entry much longer than on the rest of the track surface. It was just too much to handle with those tyres not making the correct contact with the road. You see, spun around, you'll see the Smurf Racing Team car behind make a similar independent mistake here, actually. Just gets onto those white lines on the left-hand side.
Not even, and, just avoiding.
No, I mean, Eduardo's off the surface. I think that is just a push from David Narbonne, who's disconnected, actually. So that's knocked them way down the order with a quick tow taken from the start of pit lane to their box, unfortunately. And with that, finally, it seems like calm will prevail in that final sector for a very dramatic moment here, and we have a fight continuing to form. Old Firm Racing, Fury Simsport, this is still not resolved here for 4th place. You see, this is in turn number 12 here. You've got the GT3 traffic ahead. We've seen mistakes be forced with drivers making moves to the inside in this section. Can Mateos afford to be patient, or will the pressure from Delayden force him to crack? Turn 14 is taken very sensibly indeed to set up for the exit here at turn 15, and then blast around both of these cars. And another lap where Mateos has weathered the storm from Delayden, but that pressure has got to be forcing an error from one of them at some point soon. The question is, who is it going to be first?
Well, Max really flirting with the limits on the right-hand side of the track there and playing with where that puddle is. We've already seen one car go for a huge spin from trying to brake on that wet stuff. Certainly the run down to 16 being the most dangerous section on the track, not only in terms of how wet it is on the racing line, but how wet it is off surface as Delayden moves to the inside of turn 1 onto a very slick racing surface and is going to get it stopped. It's a decisive move from Max Delayden for Fury Simsport that's going to move that car up into 4th place, and there was nothing Randy Mateos could do about it.
Oh, what a fantastic move. That was set up all the way down at the hairpin, almost just having more confidence through 17 and 18 to carry the speed, has the slipstream, just gets the move done, knows that that GT3 isn't going to play enough of a factor on the entry of turn 1, and just going to snake their way through. And Delayden now with the opportunity to run away. I'm going to cycle back now that we've had this battle resolved to a driver just a little ways behind with the NGC by Rubis gas car. That team has now officially been disqualified from the event for hitting the 85 incident limit. It's the first car that we've ran into that threshold. We knew it would be possible in this race with the track limits and the conditions and everything that's happened. And with an hour and a half to go, they will be, I think, the first, but I would be surprised if they were the last.
So we have officially entered sunset. The night map has popped in and the headlights are illuminating the track surface. Jean-Paul Siemens still leads the way for the DLR SimLab Acura crew and is followed behind by 1 minute and 37 seconds by Alex Pilbeam on board the Vulcan Motorsports Ferrari. XPD Racing's Alberto Blasco started to apply the pressure to Pilbeam though, 2.5 seconds back in that fight for P2, but relatively safe over the 4th place driver of Fury Simsports, Max Delayden, who we just saw make a very decisive pass down into turn 1 to shuffle, to shuffle championship leader Randy Mateos down into 5th. In GT3 Pro, Fast Repair Motorsports still lead the way. Rodriguez on board that car from Tom Cicchetto by about 30 seconds for RPM Racing. Go Esports round out the GT3 Pro podium as it stands, and Top Tier Motorsports, Michael Brown holding on to that 4th place brilliantly that we saw earlier on. The only BMW left in the field, Virtual Drivers by Thrustmaster, currently rounding out the top 5 in GT3 Pro, with Nicola Vicent holding on to that position. In GT3 AM, you've got the all dominant so far Orca Performance Racing Blue Team, Maximilian Fischer on board that one, holding on to the top spot, with the ever-present Carbono Esports GT3 of Sergio Exposito in 2nd place. To find 3rd, you have to go past 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars in the standings to find DLR SimLab Green, Edwin Beerling on board that car on the final step of the podium in GT3 AM, with DDK Racing Team S's Brecht Bearings down in 4th in class. The Lithuanian team of Locals Autosport are the final car inside that top 5. They've kept themselves relatively out of trouble, but just haven't really had the pace to make their way further up the field. We are still just under 1.5 hours to go. A track surface that is still damp and still proving problematic for all of the drivers out there on circuit. There's still a lot of factors in play that could change the result of this race in a moment's notice.
Yeah, penalties continue to be found. DLR SimLab White, the latest team to pick up a drive-through penalty, not from the steward's hands, but from the simulator. The stewards are still looking at incidents and and giving penalties out. There's in fact a penalty for NGC Rubus Gas right before they got disqualified. DLR Simlab Orange have a penalty that is not served because they have been also retired from the race. So the stewards giving a lot of penalties that end up being for naught in this one. But still an hour and a half left to go, and still plenty of work left for them to do. A tiring day, as always, in race control, just because that's the way that endurance racing is. So credit to them up in the booth. We've got some pit stops cycling through at the lead of the field. Julian Harmon just got into the race car for Old Firm Racing. Alex Pilbeam had a spin down at turn number 14. I thought it was because they pulled into pit lane on my tires, but no, they got onto the wet surface down there.
Yeah, I saw that one happen live. Liv just got a little bit wide through turn 14 and couldn't get the car back under control. Fed it over to the right-hand side of the circuit, but had to scrub off so much speed to get it under control, and it just let Alberto Blasco slide through into P2 with not much effort put into that one at all. And then getting onto the wetness on the right-hand side of the track, I think just touching one of the painted white lines on the outside of the circuit, sent that Ferrari 499P into a spin, and by then it was all over. You'll see it all unfold in front of you. Jumps on the brakes to get it back under control, then just touches that white painted line, spins in front of the DDK Motorsport Mustang, recovers well, but ultimately that's position and a heck of a lot of time lost.
Yeah, and in fact it is going to be the one common factor between new driver Julian Harmon in the Old Firm Racing car and Alex Pilbeam in the Vulcan Motorsports Orange. They both have pit-up drive-through penalties for incidents, Harmon going wide on those cold tyres in the first sector. So they are either at 55, 65 or 75 incident points in total. They have an hour and 20 minutes to avoid picking up another 10 or so, to avoid either another trip down pit lane or worse, the same fate that has befell the NGC car, who is now retired and who will give Writer Engineering 8th place as they inherit that position.
A little bit of tomfoolery happening up the road in front of Alberto Garcia Blasco. The Smurf Racing Team McLaren having a little bit of a spin between turns 14 and 15. Doesn't really look like he touched the grass at all on entry to that corner. Just sort of losing it under braking, which is so easy to do on these GT3s. You'll see the incident once again unfolding in front of you. Stands on that left brake pedal as if there's another one. Car pitches into a spin halfway through the corner, finds himself sideways across the road, has the wherewithal to slam the throttle down and move that car well off the racing line, then just finds all the wetness on the outside of the circuit, sends it back into a half spin. Fortunately, this time has plenty of time to get that one recovered. David Albon losing another driver losing a hell of a lot of time through 14 and 15.
That is true. What I will say, you said what other brake pedal? Maybe in the McLaren they have something akin to what they had in the 97 F1 car with that additional pedal. It's not likely, but maybe Smurf Racing Team have fitted that additional thing, and maybe it's not paid off for them in that sense.
No, certainly not. I think TLR by SimLab, the Ferrari, because that's what we're calling him now, I think they are going to be another official retirement from this race as well. David van der Vacker parked a little bit sideways in his pit box, and that car hasn't moved for about 45 minutes. So it's a real shame to see those guys end up down pit lane permanently after having such a strong start to this race. But it's certainly all unfolded after that mistake from Albert Primavera one as well, that his teammate actually replicated a few laps later, but lost the car a lot later in the corner with a lot less speed being carried. But still a shame to see that champion's curse continue into this season, especially after they were having such a strong result.
Yeah, just continuing, not having a single Class 5 finish so far this season. Got one more chance over at Daytona to end the season on a high note, and then regroup and try and find some momentum and some lessons to be learned to head into Season 8. But we just passed 9 o'clock local time here at Motorland Aragon, 2100. And with an hour and 20 minutes left to go, the sun finally dipping below the horizon on the west, behind that dry stone wall. So more opportunities for some final screenshots before we fall in the cover of night and we get to the wow, this race is fire phase of the endurance event.
Well, technically we can't say that one yet, but it's certainly on the way. Don't tick that one off the bingo cards because it isn't time. And, you know, I always find that I struggle to remember exactly when, at which side the sun sets on. And the thing that I use to remember it is the fact that America is behind us time-wise, and they are to the west of us, which means the sun has to set in the west so that it still shines on America. See? This is smart.
I mean, you could think of the East being the land of the rising sun, the Orient, so-called, because that's the way that you would often have your map pointing with East at the top, as opposed to what we have now with North at the top, which is a little bit of a change. And yeah, sun setting over in the West, which is in that second sector complex here at Aragon, the hairpin at the final corner over on the east-hand side, the first bit of the track to be plunged into relative darkness.
That's a new one. It's not wrong, but I've never heard east-hand side before.
I don't think I've ever said it either, but we're going to go with it. As there's a spin at that east-hand side, multiple cars off. And it's Vulcan Motorsports Orange, Quinton Verdonk getting on board that car and on the outlap, struggling for performance, and they've hit. They've had an incident with Auto Performance Racing Blue, and it is contact on the rear bumper for the 264. That is your GT3 AM race leader with an incident. This is IS Torsa Red, not third place. They were running third, but for the very tail end of the AM class, just with an incident down at 14 and 15. One of the biggest problem spots we've had on the calendar. But here it is, Quinton Verdonk on cold tyres, coming into the braking point for the hairpin, catches a little bit on that right-hand side, can't quite get it stopped, tips Auto Performance Racing Blue into a spin and giving them a little bit of damage to the rear bumper, hopefully only superficial there. As back to live pictures, they're having trouble because Old Firm Racing went off track ahead of them as well. This is David Narbonne, who has had just the worst time over the past hour or so.
Bye, David. There he is.
Deciding he wants to take the outer course this time, realizes that'll give you a hefty penalty from iRacing, and timidly turns it back around to get into turn number 12. But
we're going to change of position.
Make any contact there. Go on.
We're going to change of position in GTP. We are going to see a quick replay of an incident for Miguel Toledo coming down into the hairpin, and then we'll get back to that change of position in GTP. Just goes a little bit deep into turn 16, still some wetness out there on the circuit, finds it and just gets dragged off the surface, and it is an off track. Here's that change of position though, as your championship leader, Julien Harmon for Old Firm Racing, finds a way through on Quinton Verdonk, who is still struggling not only to get those tires up to temperature, but to get used to those track conditions. Julien Harmon well ready to go in that Acura and moves that car up to P4, a minute and 33 behind Max Delayden, but still in a fantastic spot and scoring points over everyone that he needs to.
And if we could I ask if Carmen has that replay all the way down from turn number 1, because that was a fight half a lap in the making from a move at the start finish straight from Harmon. That was when he got sort of shuffled wide in front of the Auto Performance car and then had to recover once again, but those cold tyres for Verdonk proving to be too costly in sector number 2, and finally the 97 does get it done with those one lap warmer tyres into turn number 12. They're going to get going and hopefully try and break away to leave Vulcan Motorsports behind. And again, with Writer Engineering down in P8 in this event, a great recovery from them, all things considered, but with some penalty points applied as well, it's a great opportunity for the 97 crew to put, say, one hand on the trophy almost, heading into Daytona. There'll be pressure from DLR Red and XPD Racing. They were 45 points behind, but currently running 1-2 in this championship. Purely SimSport were just 30 points back and line up in P3. So the entire field in GTP going to bunch together a little bit the exception of behind curbs and right engineering who will fall back slightly. But it will be a very close fight for second place, and then Old Firm Racing just looking for a clean race over at Daytona to try and finish out the season.
Liv, I'd like you to cast your mind back for a second. We're going back to the season finale last season at Fuji. Do you remember it well?
I do. I remember the conditions were
Dry
quite
to wet
something.
to dry again, yeah. Do you remember how that race ended?
I don't, unfortunately.
I can tell you how it ended. It ended with DLR SimLab being a lap ahead of the rest of the field in an Acura. Side note, after being a lap down on the entire field when they made a really poor choice
of course.
in the wet weather conditions. And it isn't the only time it's happened so far this season. Reiter Engineering, the first to pull that off in season 7 at the Nürburgring when they won the race by a whole lap. But congratulations are in order once again for DLR SimLab. Their Acura crew have managed to put a lap on the entire field with an hour and 45 minutes to go, as actually Jean-Paul Seaman finds a bit of a wet patch and has a big old snap of oversteer through turn 10. The commentator's curse, deciding it wants to have a little bit of a half strike one more time. But yeah, credit to DLR SimLab. Brilliant bit of driving, great call and a strategy, great job to keep that car between the white lines, certainly not touching them at the best of times, and managing to put every single car in the GTP field and the GT3 field an entire lap down. Takes some doing, doesn't it, Liv? But you'd know, you've done it before.
Have I?
Didn't you win a race by a lap in Champ Cars? So we found 2 cars off the road?
No, no. Well, all of those were very close fuel-safe battles. You're thinking of Lilac, who's done that before.
I
This
may
is
be thinking about Lilac.
a car facing the wrong way down on the backstretch. That's DK Racing Team G waiting for an opportunity to get that car flick spun around and back onto the racing surface. Now, how have they ended up there?
Yeah, wait until you see this one. I've just had a peek at the replay. And there's a bit of green Mustang on green Mustang violence, because that's the only sort of Mustang out there on track today, except for the blue one that kind of looks like a TMR car, but that's beside the point. We're following Mauro Dragini, who just went off the road down at turn 12. But here comes the actual incident. I think this is almost a little bit of comedy here, as Tiemann Schlotten finds his way off the road for DLR SimLab Green, finds a wet patch, car gets pitched to the left, and boom!
Oh no!
Picks up the DDK Racing Mustang. So both Mustangs finding their way off the road on the same section of track after hitting each other. There were 36 cars in this race. You had a 3 in 36, 1 in 12 chance of hitting another Mustang. In fact, not even that. It's even smaller odds than that, because you got to take one Mustang out of it. But we'll call it a 1 in 12 chance of hitting another Mustang, and it still ended up happening.
Back to live pictures, our race leader down on pit lane, and they have picked up a hefty penalty on the way in. They are still sat stationary down on the lane here after, well, just completely misjudging the entry, coming in well above the speed limit, and that might even be that second tier of speeding penalty that iRacing can sometimes give you, where it would be a green flag penalty even if you do it under caution. They'll finally get going after a 40-second hold for what should be their final set of tyres in this race, we think. Matthias Whiten gets on board with an hour and 11 minutes to go. He has to get familiar with the surface, but as we saw with an overtake being made into pit lane as a driver left the car the opposite way it can go, is Jean-Paul last action being to cost the team a little bit of time on the way into pit lane. Hit the cones at 104 kilometers an hour above the limit of 60 minor. That is prescribed.
Yeah, minor. What's that for speeding? That's not take your license away speeding, is it?
No, I think that is take your license away speeding, in fact.
Are the margins different in kilometers an hour, or is it still like 40 over is going to be an issue? Would it be something like 50 or 60 over? Because
I mean, it's going to at least be 6 points, probably.
Do they do points in Europe? Europeans, do you have driver's license points? Do you get points on your license like we do in the UK?
Okay, I'd imagine so.
Oh, Matthias Whiten finding his way off the road down at turn 12, as so many drivers have done so in the last 10 minutes or so, getting those tyres back up to the temperature, well, getting those tyres into their operating window. It's a brand new set of Michelin slicks that have gone onto that car. Matthias Whiten finding himself in some very difficult track positions. 1.3 seconds back on him. You can see Alberto Blasco just there lurking in the background. But don't worry, DLR SimLab Acura fans, they are well safe in terms of position because that Acura behind them has to come down pit lane this time by 32 laps in this stint for Alberto Blasco. He cannot go a single lap more. This will be the 33rd completed lap on the stint as he does come down pit lane. Let's hope for his sake he doesn't speed.
I mean, it was definitely a little bit fast, but I think may get away with it with the averaging at the start of pit lane. Hit the cones at, I'd say, about 72 kilometers an hour.
Yeah, he's fine.
But has managed to make the adjustment on the way in. Timing loops.
Oh, Matthias Whiten's off the road. Whiten's off the road. Big spin, finding a wet patch on the way down into what must have been, I'm trying to see it on the circuit, down into turn 4. Pitches the car into a huge spin, walls the car into the barrier, spins, rear end comes off. That is big damage for your race leader. Front left suspension off that car, and it will be big time repairs for Matthias Whiten and DLR SimLab Acura.
And I mean, just quite a baffling move here, coming through turns 3 and 4, runs wide onto that green patch and just seems to keep their foot in it as they go to rejoin the racetrack and crossing over, I think, the painted line on the way back in is when things get very, very sketchy indeed. And that is going to be a massive repair for the number 18. They are going to give up that race lead. That is going to be their championship hopes potentially up in smoke. Wow. SPD Racing on their way out of pit lane now, as they are going to try and avoid the same fate. Fury Simsport still extending and currently have the race lead by a decent margin, but it's going to be between the 31, the 33, and I'd say potentially the 97 now to challenge for the race win, because Vulcan Motorsports continue to find themselves on the run side of the stewards, but they will have another penalty to serve. But it's just Fury Simsport who have one, well, and of course Matthias Whiten limping that back to pit lane with severe rear end damage. They are the cars with a stop left, with 2 stops left to serve, I should say. The rest of the field should be good just one more time through pit lane to the end.
Well, I said it earlier on, Liv, this race can turn on its head at a moment's notice, and that is exactly what's happened for Matthias Whiten and DLR SimLab. They have been the absolute class of the field so far in this race, and it's one error at the start of Matthias Whiten's final stint in the car that brings their hopes of the race win to a very dramatic end. He limps that car back down pit lane, hits the pit lane speed limiter, and that car will stay down pit lane for a very long time, and that car is now out of the hopes of winning this race. They will fall well down the order as the checkered flag for this one has fallen into the lap of William Foyle and Fury Simsport.
They're down on pit lane, and in fact William Foyle is just taking over the car now from Matt's delayed, and so that could be a bit of a pressure spot. Again, it's a new driver in difficult conditions, in bad visibility. That's where the concern to be. Alberto Garcia Blasco does inherit the race lead.
Yeah.
As he is on his second stint, he'll see the car to the end, but he goes wide in turn number 1. So still struggling for performance in these conditions. And the gap is going to be just about 5 seconds between the two of them, as Old Firm sits about 30 seconds back in the hairpin currently. It's going to be a very exciting 2-car fight to the end of the race in the lead, and there's plenty of cars lurking in case similar fates fall upon them.
Well, as we creep towards 60 minutes to go, we are going to step away for one final time in this race. We now have a battle for the overall win between Alberto Blasco and William Foyle. It is the two green Acuras that find themselves at the front of the field, now the prime contenders to take the win here at Aragon. Don't go anywhere. This is going to be a dramatic final hour. They say it changes when the sun goes down, and that is certainly what's happened out there on track here at Motorland Aragon. Biggest story of the last hour, DLR SimLab Red finding a wet patch on the off-track surface on the run through turns 3 and 4. Spinning completely out of control and finding the barrier on the outside of the entry to turn 4, completely ruining their race and any chance of making their way back into the championship. It is now a case of a fight for the overall lead between XPD Racing's Alberto Blasco, who put that car on pole position 9 hours ago, and Fury Sim Sports' William Foyle. And right now, Liv, it looks like Foyle has Blasco's number.
Yeah, gained almost a second last time by, closed in to within about 5 of your current race leader, and with 55 minutes left on the clock and a splash and dash scheduled for most of the teams in GTP, it is all to play for. You've got Julian Harmonder, the Old Firm racing car, in that catbird seat, waiting for any mistakes from the cars ahead. They're within drive-through range, or if the instant limits pick up, or if penalties come down from race control. And Quinton Bedonk on the lead lap as well, with potential, although may have had an incident just a few moments ago. Let's have a look at what's happened to the 284.
We are going to have a look and see exactly what happened to the number 284, finding their way well off the road down at turn 5, slide it into the barrier, very heads-up driving to keep that car still, but not pointing in the right direction, but out of the barrier. I think that was the Vulcan Motorsports car of Quinton Bedonk, just finding a little bit of a wet patch once again, trying to get past traffic. But here's William Foyle, who is in the position of trying to chase down XPD Racing's Alberto Blasco. It's only 5 seconds in the lead of this race. It's not a big close of the gap. It's just kind of moment by moment, getting those tenths of a second here and there. But that's kind of all that's needed in a situation like this.
Yeah, you have about 30 laps left in the running here. So if it is 4.5 seconds, you need a 1/10.5 per lap. Maybe ideally 2 tenths to give yourself a chance to get the move done. But you saw a little bit of oversteer there on the curb, on the exit of 15. Those off-track surfaces still going to provide a massive drop in traction as the standing water skips around. You might not be able to see it, and that has been catching out drivers all throughout the season here, and that pattern continues at Motorland Aragon. But you have to be aware of it nonetheless. William Foyle dealing with that traffic, getting held up a little bit through 17 and 18, and will fall down to about 5.5 seconds back. But that's the ebb and flow of multi-class racing. It's about how efficiently you can manage that traffic on what are going to be tricky alternate lines in these conditions, and whether Alberto Blasco can fend off that charge from William Foyle.
Well, you'd certainly think you'd be able to, being the fastest driver in qualifying and the fastest car around Motorland Aragon at the start of today's session. But I've been quite impressed by Foyle's turn of pace in the last 2 laps. He closed down what was a 9-second gap to within 5 seconds, and it really does look like he's starting to light that fire underneath Alberto Garcia Blasco. So it is those two at the head of the field, as we've kept saying. Julian Harmon still in that catbird seat if anything goes wrong for any of those 2 cars in front. Vulcan Motorsports, Quinton Bedonk down in 4th, Connection Loss Racing up there in 5th, and DLR SimLab White, after having so many incidents so early on, find themselves all the way up in 6th place. But that's a mistake for William Foyle, who finds his way off the road down at turn 12, which I feel like is something we're saying quite often at the moment, Liv, because the track down there seems to be very, very slippery still.
Yeah, it's a very tough braking zone. You're coming through an arcing corner at 10 and 11, so you're not necessarily able to hit the exact piece of tarmac you would like to on the brakes. It can very easily send you around. We've got a few incidents that have come through in just the last minute or so to have a look at. We've got
debris off the track.
Yeah, Top Tier Motorsport, first of all, sliding turn 12. There's typical one, and that is contact with the barrier for them. not getting as fortunate as many of the other teams we've seen going towards that outer layout. They're going to go to that runoff area. But I'm pretty sure some damage to the right front side of that car. We have, in addition, an instant for Volta Motorsports Orange, who now have a penalty to serve. I'm not sure if that was from race control or from an instant. And again, it's turn 12. It's sticking the tyre. And they are going to get a little bit more fortunate and roll it to a stop, but then have to go backwards to get back into the runoff. In fact, going to do a little bit more of a 360 and then finally get going once again. And Go Esports with some trouble as well that we're going to look at down into what looks like the hairpin.
That's the hairpin.
And actually a couple of incidents. It's the same incident.
Bloody water
And
again.
this time it's not so fortunate, catching out one of the Eagle Speed Academy cars. And heavy contact. That's the entire front bumper. You can see it stranded on the side of the racetrack there. Would be a full course yellow for some debris cleanup in any other scenario. But that's not the end of the drama.
That's racing line.
And maybe it's in the final hour, but it's not the end of the drama for Go Esports. Going to continue to find strife over the next minute or so. And this happened just moments ago for the 188 car, Miguel Toledo, carrying that rear end damage. Going to continue to find instance, catching the curbing there at turn 7 and 8, sliding to a stop. And unfortunately, as the car rejoins, we will skip forward just a tiny bit. Careful on that rejoin, just struggling to get control of the car again with those tyres in the state they are. And we'll jump forward just a few moments to find the number 1 car going off wide on the rejoin. And that one, I mean, that one's not their fault, and a big mistake from Albert Preem in the DLR Cinema Orange car, who we thought may have been retired from the race. They actually brought the car back out, but a big mistake from them on the off-track surface of 11. And I'm sure another trip or two down pit lane will indeed be pending for them on that one.
Well, that certainly seems to be the case as we tick towards 47 minutes to go
Another incident. Hang on.
this race. Yeah, show us the incident, Liv, and then I can say my piece. Because I have a piece to say, shockingly.
188 just needs to get down pit lane and get some repairs onto that car. I think it's in a much worse state than maybe they're anticipating. It's been at turn number 1 where they're able to get it rolling once again.
Well, welcome to another episode of Taylor Mills Has Opinions. It seems like right now we're seeing exactly the same thing that we saw last time out at Le Mans. We had that absolute deluge that did dry up just before we got to the nighttime. We're seeing the same sort of thing here where it has mostly gotten dry before we got to the nighttime. But unfortunately, because there's no direct sunlight on the surface, it's left behind a lot of wet surfaces and a lot of standing water. And it just seems like now that the sun has gone down and they can't see the slightly damp surfaces, they can't see the standing waters, it's kind of like everyone has just kind of forgotten that the water's there. The amount of cars that we see keep driving off track expecting to find grip, driving through the puddles on the outside of the circuit, driving offline and losing grip, and it's almost like they're surprised by it. But I think this kind of talks to how fatigue-inducing an endurance race can be, because these folks have been at it not only for the 9 hours and 14 minutes that have actually gone by in this race so far. You've got the 40 minutes of qualifying that came before it, the hour and 20 minutes of practice that came before that, and any bits of practice that any of these guys did before that. And I'm sure a couple of them even would have had a go at the IMSA endurance race at Monza that was on this morning. And as the race wears on, just that processing power in your brain to be aware of things like off-track wet surfaces, standing water, offline dampness, just starts to fade away a little bit, and you start to lean on your muscle memory a little bit more as that Acura finally makes its way down pit lane for repairs. But I think this is where the team aspect really needs to start to come back into it, because it would be so helpful and ideal if someone in each of the years of these drivers just took an extra second to go, still standing water down at 16. Remember, the off-track surfaces are still wet. There's dampness on the circuit down at turn 4. Just keep being careful. Because to me, it just feels like a lot of these very, very good sim racers are just kind of losing the plot on it a little bit.
Yeah, it's the trickiest phase of the race, it feels like, is that finally you start to see the finish line, maybe get a little bit distracted by it and forget that you have maybe the most difficult set of conditions possible to deal with on iRacing, which is where there is a massive delta in track moisture between the racing line and the non-racing lines, and the visibility is not giving you any help here, as William Foy of Fury Simsport is trying to wind back through to make some recovery. It does seem like Go Esports came in just to serve a drive-through penalty they picked up for an incident limit infraction, but they didn't. I think maybe I should come back down pit lane. The fear for them is that they are currently holding on to third place, but they have virtualized by Thrustmaster just 7 seconds behind them, and they do not want to give up anything if they can avoid it. So Miguel Toledo going to try and run this one out to the end of the race, but is having a ton of trouble, as in the past race, as we've been having these tangents. Another slew of moments to speak of here.
Oh no.
That is in fact the two cars we were talking about, Fury Simsport, flying around the back out on track, or Go Esports, but Lotus Autosport in the Mercedes AMG have had an incident down at, I think this is turns 14 and 15. Catch a little bit of the sausage curb there, catch a little bit of the inside curb there on exit. That's a tricky one because that is a very well-traveled part of the racetrack. Just doesn't seem to agree with them there. And we will now look forward at what looks like it could be a teammate incident potentially between the two DDK cars. They will fly off the track at turns 8 and 9, and they'll spin into their teammate, and that is rule 1 of racing, very much not followed, and that is going to bring the 226 to a halt. Let's get the on board from them for this incident as they come through. You can see the car off, but well off. The mirror gets in the way a little bit, they spin, and it just immediately like snaps that right front suspension.
Yeah, it's gone
on contact. And that is a team that was running third place in GT3 AM, so heartbreak for them. And some tough conversations to have, I think, with teammates going out of this one. We've got the 291 Smurf Racing team looking to clock off some laps as well. You see, the steering just isn't working as they had another spin on the way back to pit lane, I think. But as we look forward, this Smurf Racing team coming through that first sector, getting a little bit wide, tried around the outside, having that spin, gonna slide into the gravel, and that is a big shot to the wall. They're gonna have some repairs to take, and maybe some damage to that right front suspension.
It's exactly what I'm saying, Liv. It's exactly what I'm saying.
That wheel's not straight either. It feels a little bit off.
The entire field's sense of object permanence for the wetness on the track has just gone completely out of the window. So many cars just driving onto wet patches as if they just forget it's there. And I'm losing my mind over it, just a small amount, as we see exactly the same thing happening again to that 188 Acura that we've seen in this position so many times, almost collecting the connection lost racing Cadillac on the way there, who also had to find themselves on a wet patch out there on the off-track surfaces. And Liv, help me, please.
I mean, it's do we have some floodlights maybe to deploy to try and give these drivers a little bit more help? I know that certain cars have much more effective headlights. You've got the lights of the Ferrari 296 with their endurance lights. Unfortunately, the only car that has the Ferrari out on track right now is DDKS, who have a black flag to serve after that incident with their teammate.
Yeah, obviously
seems
those
like the
injuries
McLarens have a
that's not
pretty-
helping them spot that sideways Mustang, eh?
I mean, it wasn't sideways until it was, is the problem. I think the McLaren actually also having some pretty good headlight performances. Was that the 122 behind? That number doesn't exist, so clearly not. But a little bit of a slide out of the turn 14 there, managed to get it gathered back up. And, maybe a little bit impatient.
I did see that that DDK Mustang come through pit lane for a drive-through, I think, and that was definitely an iRacing given one. I'm going to take a wild guess and say that's for 75 incident points, because it feels like that Mustang hasn't been out of the wars all race long, but the DDK Ferrari just finding a little bit of oversteer through turn 17, makes their way down pit lane. Don't speed on pit entry, it's wet down there, don't forget about that. Does get it all slowed down for that penalty. As who's this we're looking at? Is that
This
Max
is Fury Sport once
sorry,
again.
William Foyle. Yes, it is. Within 3.7 seconds of your overall race lead, at least according to my timing. And just slowly chipping away at Alberto Garcia Blasco. It will be a slightly shorter stop for the Fury Simsport team, who are currently going one lap longer than Garcia Blasco. He's just finding a little bit of company on the circuit of Roman UTL for Valkyrie Excite Green, a team that coming into this race was leading the GT3 Pro Championship, and after this one will certainly have a much more difficult time holding on to it, especially with the points that Charlie Lynn Nilsson is scoring. It is going to close that gap right the way up. Negative Delta by Simgear will fall down the order a little bit, but I think Valkyrie X-Type should hold on to that championship lead.
Yeah, it is just RPM feel like the model of consistency in the GT3 Pro class and have been for seemingly seasons. They've done a great job in this one. They have just 51 seconds behind the 102, who have been class of the field in the GT machines all day long. Haven't seemed to put much of a foot wrong, and a well-deserved 2-lap lead over the rest of the competition, but RPM Racing keeping them honest here and able to keep that pressure on in case anything is to happen to your race leaders in GT3 Pro. Auto Performance, let's have a quick look, because they obviously had that contact on the rear bumper. It looks like there's still a little bit of lingering damage on that left-hand side, and they have a gap of 24 seconds to defend from Carbono Esports, who have had maybe the most eventful race we've seen from basically any car from flag to flag, but have managed to keep themselves out of too much trouble and sort of skate through some incidents to put themselves into second place, but have a long way to go. And this is remarkable for GT3 AM. Those top two within 30 seconds of each other, and then 4 laps behind to the next group of cars, 5 of them, the rest of the top 7, all within a lap of each other. But they're running completely off the pace of your top 2, so a great performance from them. And the ebb and flow of the AM Championship continues, but it looks like finally after 4 races, Auto Performance might be the team that are starting to take this title by the scruff of the neck.
Don't say it, Liv. Don't say it. We've already commentators cursed the team that's leading by a lot in this race. Let's not do it again if we can help it.
Okay, I ignore that I said anything. Besides the fact that it is my job to say things about the racing,
it's difficult, isn't it?
Trusted.
It's difficult because the commentator's curse, I feel like, has struck so hard today. A couple of laps after we complimented DLR SimLab on lapping the entire field. I remember I was giving NGC by Rubus Gas some credit as well, and they lost the rear end through turn 7 straight away, as that is another DLR SimLab car going for a half spin through turn 16. But only a lap or so ago, I was talking about how William Foyle was within 3.7 seconds of Alberto Garcia Blasco. He's found another second. 2.4 is the gap over the line, as that lead gap just starts to crumble, as it's another huge spin for the numbers, the 188 or the 181.
188 Go Esports, just having a torrid time. Were running third in class, now have fallen down to 6th and could be under threat for 7th and 8th as well as we go. Just
what is going on in that car?
I mean, they're just trying to bring it home. There's 35 minutes left. They know there's damage. They are going to have to come down pit lane, I think.
Is it damage or is it just a drive-through?
No, they're stationary in pit lane now, so they're taking some form of service, and I know there's been a lot of contact to that car, so I'd imagine that they are taking some bodywork repair, but how many spots will that cost them to the field behind? They were running P3, I think, maybe with a pit stop to serve, but now could fall all the way to the fringes of the top 10. And that is a very unfortunate run of form for them. We will flick back to our battle for the race lead, because William Foyle is currently sat in 2nd place, coming down the straight. There's William Foyle there. Just up the road is Alberto Garcia Blasco. They are in the same camera shot now, 2.4 seconds at the entry to the hairpin. And the question is, what can the number 31 do to close in this gap and to start to put the pressure on for a move for the win around Alberto Garcia Blasco? Catching is one thing, passing's another. That must be the rest of your bingo card filled in now.
There we go.
Both drivers expected to take a splash and dash here, as it looks like Old Firm have actually just taken that pit stop, and that's why they've dropped to about a minute behind. But they have very similar length stops, so it's going to probably have to be on the racetrack to get this one done, unless there's some fuel saving going on in one of those two cars.
You know, I often complain about, well, we often complain about these races ending in the dark because it's difficult to see the cars out there on track. But there are a couple of good things about seeing the cars, you know, blast around a track in these sorts of conditions. And I have to say, it's one of my favorite graphical features of iRacing. And it's something that I love so much. I don't know if you know what it is, Liv. Do you want to try and give it a guess?
I'm gonna let you talk about what you want to talk about. As oh my goodness, let's.
Oh, you're having a moment. Yeah, you sort that out. But we'll see it in just a second once the cars do return to this plane of existence, and it's something that's especially prominent with the amount of heavy braking zones that are here at Motorland Aragon. Hopefully we'll be able to see it on this DLR SimLab car as it makes its way down into the hairpin. Look at those front brake discs, because they are going to be absolutely...
Oh my goodness.
There it is. Oh, it's beautiful. It's one of the prettiest things I've ever seen in my entire life. One of, not the... but I'll go to a point about the actual racing rather than how cool it is to see glowy brake discs. I'm kind of scared about this lead fight, because how many times in this race have we hyped up a battle between two cars? If we got to a point where two cars are going to start scrapping it out on track, and then just something completely disastrous has happened out there on circuit. Like, we've had battles decided by penalties, we've had battles decided by spins, we've had battles decided by off tracks, and any sort of thing that could just completely tear a fight apart. And we're seeing Foyle and Blasco get within a few seconds of each other in this phase of the race, and it's setting itself up to be an absolutely grandstand finish in the final few minutes of this race. But with the vibe the rest of this event has had and how the rest of this race has gone, I'm just scared that something's going to take it away from us.
Yeah, and I mean, with the way it has been for these drivers, either of these cars or both of them could be a single off track away from giving up 20 seconds and would completely diffuse this end of race battle in GTP. We don't know, we're not privy to that information. Only series admins are able to see incidents during a race session on iRacing, so the teams know what they're on. If you have a team that streams, then sometimes you can spy on information. I've known of people to do that during special events when they find a car in their race that has someone broadcasting live on Twitch. But for us and for everyone on the racetrack, They don't know what the situation is for their competitors, and they just have to manage their own race and hope that they can force an error out of the car ahead, whether it be in terms of picking up a penalty or just opening up the door for a potential overtake for the win. 30 minutes left in the 10 hours of Aragon, and it is 3 seconds between the 33 and the 31 for your race win.
Yeah, pressure is on for Alberto Blasco at the moment, as William Foyle has just taken another chunk out of his gap. Half a second in favor of the Fury SimSport Acura, as it is Acura versus Acura for the win of this race. But it seems in the last couple of laps, Blasco has just started to turn the wick up a little bit more, as William Foyle's march towards the rear end of that car has just started to slow a little bit. It seems in this middle sector, Foyle does have a little bit of pace over Blasco, but that gap is ebbing and flowing the entire way. Of course, the overlays telling us it stands at about 3.8 seconds. Different overlays telling us different things. It actually seems like Foyle has lost a little bit of time in that first sector this time by, but it's through this really tricky bus depot section. We often see some time gain from the 31, but again, with the way that Blasco has turned the pace up in the last few laps, this may be the point where XPD have decided that it is go time. But the traffic has gotten in the way of Fury SimSport as well and hindered them and pegged them back just a little bit and allowed Alberto Garcia Blasco to make his way further forward. As again, that gap opening up to 4 whole seconds. And maybe it's a case of Blasco going quicker. Maybe it's a case of Foyle losing a little bit of pace. There's no way to really know. We just got to keep tracking those lap times as they get ticked off and the times themselves start to tumble in. Blasco comes over the start-finish line. It's a personal best of that car over 46.937. Foyle needs to answer across the start-finish line. He comes, and it's only good enough for a 47.886. So that gap opening up by a whole 9/10 of a second. So Blasco, it seems, has started to open up the gates a little bit.
Yeah, but now we're going to come into some traffic through this second sector of the track and through the rest of the lap. I think for Blasco, they have some GT3s to try and navigate, and catching them at the wrong time is exactly what William Foyle will need to close in, because doing it all on ultimate pace is difficult, and it seems like Blasco might now have the answer, finding some confidence and finding what is like, it's not just the fastest lap since the rain has fallen, but it is the overall fastest lap for the number 33 car, stretching from the moment we went green. Seem to now have that initiative, and they've actually managed that traffic remarkably well coming into turns 12 and 13. The section with a throwaway joke of a name that I did not expect to make it 9 hours in this broadcast, but here we are. And XBD looking confident, and that is the crucial thing in conditions like these, in a battle like this. If you're confident, then that is going to help you out a lot in terms of staying locked in and not making those silly mistakes that come down into the hairpin, and this could be a little bit of tricky.
Oh, that's going to hold him right the way up. There is no way for Blasco to get by Vladislav Shopov through this final sector, and William Foyle is going to have a very clean run through the extraordinarily fast turns 17 and 18. You see him pop over the brow of the hill in the background, and Blasco is going to be seeing that as well. He gets slowed up through turns 1 and through turn 2, finds himself on a very slippery outside line and off the track on the way into 3. That could compromise his line, as he just keeps it on the road and doesn't go off the track in the same place that DLR SimLab did. That gap coming down to 2 and a bit seconds, but Foyle going to get held up and foiled by 2 of the GT3s. It's not as much of a time loss as Blasco got from both of those cars, and it has let that lead gap drop down to 2.5 seconds. Alberto Garcia Blasco is a driver that has never really shown so much strength in traffic management, and never really had the look either, as Wesley Boca finds their way off the road in the background down at turn 8. Rejoins about alongside with one of the GT3s as Blasco finds himself behind another GT3 coming through a very fast left-hander. Foyle is going to have to deal with that same car coming through this left, right, left section, which is a really good way to lose time. Blasco with a very clean run through this sector will get a great exit through 15, down the hill towards 16. Foyle just holding the rear end of the car in front of him a little bit too much and staying too tucked up under the rear wing of the DDK Racing Ferrari, and that has compromised his run down that back straight a good chunk. The gap opening back up to 3 seconds, but overall on this lap it has been very good time gain and very good entertainment to watch both of these cars try and navigate the traffic that's in front of them. Oscar Gonzalez will be the blocker for William Foyle in the final sector, and this time he will have to lift coming through 17 and 18. The gap's still at 2.5 seconds, about 3 seconds. The gap sort of playing with us a little bit. It's a 49.3 for XBD Racing and a 48.8 for William Foyle. The lap times keep rolling in, they keep getting checked off, but Foyle is running out of time.
Now less than 25 minutes to go. We're expecting again pit stops from both of these drivers before too much longer, and you've got to say there's going to be pressure on some of these to try and time it with traffic. You want to try and run the tank out low, of course, but looking at Alberto Garcia Blasco having a little bit of traffic through this sector, it's going to be very tricky to deal with. If you can time that stop to avoid some GT3s that your opponent has to deal with, then that is going to gain you a couple of seconds, and those are the kind of margins we're talking about in this fight to the checkered flag. They've got about 5-6 laps we expect until they are forced down pit lane due to a lack of fuel. It's just a question of whether they pull the trigger early to try and gain themselves a good spot of clean air on the racetrack. We come through 14 and 15. There's a bunch of GT3s down this backstretch for both cars to clear. SBD going to be in a nice spot here, it looks like, but Fury Simsport might have a dive to make into the hairpin, or in fact might just be bottled up once again in 17 and 18. One thing I do want to mention, I've seen the time in the screen, DLR Simblab White in the number 2 and Vulcan Motorsports in the 132 at the same time, it seems like, have both been disqualified for incident points, and I do wonder whether that might have been a shared incident between the two of them. Let's have a look.
Oh, I certainly hope not, because that would be 2 incidents that we've seen so far this race of teammate on teammate violence. See if we can get that replay up for you relatively quickly. Here it comes.
On the same piece of racetrack.
Where is it, Liv? Where's the replay? Oh no! Oh no!
Let's roll that one back. Let's get onto the.
So yeah, remind us again exactly what we're looking at here.
So this is Vulcan Motorsports Gold in front.
The GT3, yeah.
The GT3 doors, DLR Simlab White doesn't really expect the car to be there.
That's a 4X.
And that 4X contact puts both of them above 85. Knocked them both out of contention in this race. And I'm sure a lot of swear words being thrown in those respective Discord channels in the aftermath of that one. This is an incident for Locals Autosport down at turn number 1. They've been through the wars a little bit. One more spin to take for the road. They will get going once again, very slowly on the rejoin and back up to racing speed. But with 22 minutes left to go, there's still the opportunity for so much drama, like we saw with those 2 successive DQs. And
simultaneous,
most of all,
not successive. That was ridiculous.
Yeah,
this race has lost its mind, Liv.
When I saw them grouped on the session events, I was like, there's no way, surely. There's no way, and unfortunately there was a way.
Yeah, I'm going to call it time of death, 22:48 GM, BST. But this race has genuinely, completely lost its mind with the cars, all the cars that have gone off the road, all the silly bits of contact that we've seen. 2 cars getting simultaneously disqualified in exactly the same moment. A team with a lap lead finding their way off the road and into the barrier. The champion's curse striking yet again. And even after all of that words, we still find ourselves with 20 minutes to go in this race with the overall lead fight within 4 seconds. William Foyle just struggling to get that gap closed as both cars are threading their way through traffic. Blasco having a bit of better look of it at the moment, but I'm sure Foyle and the Fury Simsport crew are crossing their fingers, crossing everything they have, that traffic comes back to pay them back towards the end of the race, because traffic giveth and traffic taketh away. Boom, bingo card full. That's a full house, baby.
Ken, we are 26 laps for XBD, 25 for Fury Simsport on this stint. The question is going to become, what is the timing to go for this? This is XBD catching up to Quinton Verdonk in the Vulcan Motorsports orange car. They've fallen to P5 after some trouble late in the running here. You see the flash of the headlights. They are actually meant to be bouncing on the surface, but they're going to want to get by quickly here. And
GT3 traffic.
If they can't find the move as there is a GT3 ahead, this might be an opportunity for Blasco to dive to the left-hand side and not worry about any of this. Will not budge, will stay through, will catch that first GT3, but is still going to be bottled up behind Quinton Verdonk, who is currently 1 lap down, set to look at going 2 down, but in a bit of a fight with connection lost if there's an incident for the 44 ahead, and as such, not going to be eager to get out of the way, but there's the switch of position done. It's always difficult through this section because there's that one clean, dry line. XBD does get through, but it's held them up by about a second here.
Yeah.
Now there is Fury Simsport. Question now is, how do they manage traffic? Do they have any more look through here? This is where the next time you see some difficult traffic ahead, you've got to pull the trigger and get yourself out of it and see if you can engineer a move that way, because this is what the race is going to hinge on. The ultimate pace matters, but what you can do in the difficult spots is what defines you as an endurance driver.
Foyle slotting his way through that traffic like it's not even there, having a much easier time of it, but goes very wide through turn 12. It's a spot he's found himself in on so many occasions in this race. Will lose about a second to the car in front of him and lose out on the chance to get his Acura into the slipstream of your lead car. Gap currently sat at around 2.7 seconds and extending. Foyle trying to shake the water off the surface of his tires and just scrambling for grip coming out of turn 15. There's going to be a little bit of traffic for Blasco to deal with coming through 17 and 18. Yet again, I don't think he's going to be able to get there on the car in front of him. We'll have to check up through these 2 very fast corners, but Foyle will be able to keep his foot planted to the floor. Blasco will get both of those cars on the exit of turn 18, moves back over to the racing line, and it's now all down to William Foyle and how quickly he can get through Marty and Fairley. 2 cars that are actually fighting for position out there on track. Mustang versus an Acura that has been in the wars in the closing phases of this race. Foyle looks to the inside of 3 to try and get past Fairley, but cannot get there. Parts of the racetrack on this section are very slippery, so Foyle has to slot into line and wait for a later spot to make that move. But what that's done is let Alberto Garcia Blasco just run away at the front of the field a little bit more, and just like that, from being as close as 1.7 seconds a minute and 50 seconds ago, the gap now back up to 4 seconds, and William Foyle has to do all of that work all over again.
Yeah, and oh my goodness, this battle for what is 10th place in GT3 Pro between Go Esports, the snake-bitten team over the past couple hours, and DDKG, who've had that unfortunate incident with their teammate about an hour or so ago. A little bit of contact there between the 126 and the Vulcan Motorsports orange car, who has now gotten out of the way of that fight between the 2 of them, gotten clear of Go Esports. But drama in the late running. Have an incident to look at. It's Eagle Speed S, who are currently running P8 in GT3. We'll see what's happened to them out on the racetrack. This is down towards turn 12, it looks like, and just a little bit deep. Rear end lockup. I don't even know if that was on the wet surface. I think it might have just been a little bit too aggressive on the braking.
Yeah, 100%. That's exactly what that was. I fully expected a car to go straight on into a barrier, as I think they almost teased collecting another car there. But it was all under braking that one. The rear axle just completely given up on him. As I think we're going to get another angle of that one.
This is a different lap, in fact.
Oh, finding some wet stuff on the very outside of the circuit. I think that's the outside of turn 10, I want to say.
It's the same section, just the next time by, and finding a different way to muck it up.
Yeah, keeps it out of the barrier, fortunately. I don't think any more damage on the side of that car, but back at the front of the field, we were just lamented about how the gap opened up to 4 seconds. It's closed in yet again to 2.7 as Blasco just having a tough time of a couple of bits of traffic, but Foyle going to have the same sort of issue as he wants to try and get by David Narbonne into turns 8 and 9, but he isn't going to have the chance to. We'll have to stay behind for now, but it's a much better line through 9 compared to the GT3 in front, and he could just slot his way down the inside of turn 10. Plenty of grip down there now. He doesn't need to have to worry about the back end stepping out. Blasco coming up behind some more GT3 traffic through this very tricky bus depot section, and will have to slow down and get offline a little bit. We know how slippy things can be offline, so for Blasco, he needs to just keep that car between the white lines and keep it on the racing surface. You can see William Foyle lurking in the background of shot there. Alex Mass not happy with the way Blasco got by. There's a flash of the headlights, but Blasco does not care. His entire task right now is to run off into the distance. Despite the fact Mass isn't happy with them, he's going to provide some assistance in this final sector, as Foyle will not be able to find a way by down into turn 16. And as we've seen on so many occasions so far this race, Liv, a GTP is going to have to slow down behind a GT3 through turn 18.
And really goes wide to open up that run out of the corner, gets onto the curbing and very nearly finding trouble off in the final corner. Managed to gather it up, but the gap is 4 seconds. This is lap 31 of Garcia Blasco's stint now. The two drivers have a little pocket of clean air to work with for the next lap or so, but both drivers are going to have to hit very shortly. I think the next time you have a GT3 in your windscreen, that is the time to make that move down to pit lane, take on as little fuel as you can get away with. At this point, you should be able to calculate the exact lap count within the final 13 minutes and 20 seconds. And the strategy engineers on the team need to get that number absolutely perfect to save every 10th of a second they can in the pit stop and hopefully defend and charge in for that race victory.
Well, you can even take the piss a little bit with those fuel calculations.
Whoa.
That's a pound in the sweat jar. That one kind of slipped out a little bit. Sorry, folks. You can take the mick a little bit with the fuel calculations as well, and kind of calculate it for an ever so slight fuel save. If you just underfuel your car a little bit, knowing that you're going to end up in some kind of fight, or you're going to end up slicing your way through traffic, give your driver a fuel number that you know that they can hit while still maintaining pace. That's when you can really try and gain some sort of advantage over other drivers around you, especially one that you're fighting. If you can be on pit lane, sat stationary for a little bit shorter amount of time than the cars around you, it's going to give you a margin to just play around with that fuel number a little bit and try and gain some time that way. The most important thing it's going to be for XPD to do here is try and find a way to get themselves out of sync with Fury Simsport, with William Foyle, and try and just find traffic in different parts of the track. Just be a little bit ahead so that the traffic for you is just a touch easier. And these are the games that are going to be played in these final 12 minutes, because that's it. That's all we've got left. 12 more minutes in this race to decide victory in the 10 hours of Aragon. And the lead gap is 3.9 seconds.
Yeah, and if I were XBD, I would have called Blasco down to pit lane that time. Yeah, there was such a clean pocket on that previous lap, but now having to deal with the traffic. We'll have a look at the lap times for the two. Blasco with a 147.1. William Foyle in clean air 0.4 of a second faster with a 46.7. His best lap of the entire race, and only 0.7 off Julian Harmond, who I feel like goes set a 46.0. Fantastic for Old Firm as they hold on to third place here. But XPD just having a little bit of trouble with the traffic here. Fury Simsport going to have a little bit of interference as well, but they might be able to get away with it. before the hairpin. It'll be a question of whether they can outbrake this GT3. It looks like they'll be able to. XBD also in a similar spot down into 16, so no drama here. But does Blasco have to make the turn onto pit road this time by?
She's pausing. She might have finished that sentence a little bit soon. And yes, he does. Down the pit lane he comes. The water being strewn up yet again. He's got to make sure he hits that pit lane speed limit. And William Foyle is going to follow him in. So no split strategy from either of these two drivers, despite the fact the chance to do so was probably there. Seems like Alberto Blasco on a slight fuel save at the moment. So even if there was going to be a fuel difference between these two, in terms of stationary time coming into the stop, it looks like XPD may be able to put in a little bit less. It is the race of the pit crews now, as no tires being changed on either of those Acuras sat stationary on pit lane. Blasco gets moving a good chunk before William Foyle. He will be the first driver off the pit lane speed limiter by a good amount of time. Keep an eye on that gap. It's going to chop and change and shift as both of these cars get back up to speed, but William Foyle comes out behind a GT3. He's going to have to slow it down a little bit through turns 3 and 4, and that will give Blasco all the impetus he needs to try and open that gap back up, as it currently sits at 3.5 seconds.
Both drivers with exactly 10.1 seconds stationary in the bot, so probably taking the exact same amount of fuel there. As it stands, Fury Simsport not able to make any gains in that cycle, and it will come down once again as we are now 9 minutes left in our action. As to whether Blasco gets tripped up by any of the remaining GT3 traffic, whether there is any drama left to be found in incident limits, in catching the water, in anything that could throw one last spanner in the works for Blasco and co. But right now the gap is still standing at 3.5 seconds. Fury Simsport not able to find anything here. As Taylor, take us through what the run order is in the final moments of the race here.
Yeah, 8.5 minutes to go in this race. Let's have a look at what's being set up for us in these closing moments. Alberto Garcia Blasco leads the way for XPD Racing by 4.3 seconds over second place William Foyle. Julian Harmond in a very comfortable third spot right now, a lap ahead of Connection Loss Racing down in P4. Down to the GT3 Pro class, you've got that Fast Repair Motorsport team that have pretty much led every single lap for that class of car so far this race, with Charlie Nilsson lurking 55 seconds behind for RPM Racing, and Patrick Malavka rolling around in P3. A really strong finish for virtual drivers by Thrustmaster, by the way, up in P3 as it stands, with the Orca Performance Racing Black team rounding out your top 4 in GT3 Pro for the moment. In GT3 AM, Max Fisher been leading the way with Orca Performance Racing Blue. I think the entire distance in this one as well. They're 16 seconds under pressure by Carbono Esports GT3. They've got to be perfect all the way to the end of this one. They want to win this race because that is mistake territory. But down in P3 in class, another 4 cars behind them in terms of GT3 position. Eagle Speed Academy's Alex Baines, final step of the podium by 4.5 seconds over Brecht Bearings for DDK Team Racing S. So there's still a lot to play for up and down the field. Some gaps that are relatively close and single mistakes that could decide the outcome of this race. We've already seen it happen once in GTP. Could happen again to the drivers in GT3 Pro and GT3 Amas. That is Charlie Nielsen catching a wet patch on the inside of turn 13. He's going to lose a huge chunk of time to that Fast Repair Motorsport Ford Mustang and make that margin of error just that little bit bigger. But that's exactly what we're talking about. The fatigue is well and truly set in, and no driver is going to be immune from falling for it.
Yeah, it's going to be very tricky indeed. We look now, this is a battle for position. This is for 8th place in the AM class. IS Corsa Red at the front of this pack. Squadron Veloce Alpha by Eagle RS in the tow, and trying to put the pressure on, pick up those crucial points in the championship fight. As IS Corsa, of course, came into this race in third, looking to defend this as much as they can as we enter the final 6 minutes of competition. We're keeping one eye, of course, on the battle for your race leads that I think might, in fact, be just flying through in a moment's time. There is Alberto Garcia Blasco, in fact, your overall race leader, and he's got to be patient because this is a battle for position. They're not going to be rolling over and past one now. I'm sure Ice Course is looking to use that car as a bit of a blocker for a couple of corners. But Alberto will get through. Now the question is, what can William Foyle do to navigate this pack and to try and put any sort of pressure on Blasco for the final 5.5 minutes of the running here at Aragon.
Yeah, Foyle not seeming to have as good a time through that traffic as Blasco did, just being held up by Justin Elif for, where are they, Top Tier Motorsport, down in 7th place in GT3 Pro. And that has let Alberto Garcia Blasco just walk away a little bit at the front of that field. He has to hit a certain amount of time gain per lap to get back within the window. As soon as he gets in that slipstream, those opportunities are going to start presenting themselves. And with 5 minutes left on the clock, Fury Simsport and William Foyle are praying for a bit of traffic to finally go their way. It's going to be marginal for Blasco in that final sector, and the first sector as to whether Alex Bayens is going to get in the way much. Hopefully we can follow with him to see how that GT3 traffic is going to affect him. He's got about 2 seconds before he gets to the back end of that car. It's a relatively clean run through the final sector, but once again, William Foyle will find himself stuck behind a GT3 coming through turn 18. 47.2, 39.0 even is the lap time for Blasco coming over the start-finish line. Place 48.6 from William Foyle. Time has been gained. The gap stands at 3.7 seconds, and a little bit of traffic, it seems, has fallen Foyle's way.
It's a little bit, but it is still such a margin, as we are at a window of, I think, 3 laps to go here. Now we cross the line with about 4 minutes and change left in this one. So Foyle has to make up 3 seconds in less than 3 laps and not just get to the rear end of XBD, but then somehow, using some of the resources available, engineer an overtake against a driver that has been strong all season long and is going to fight for this one with everything that's left. There's no real pressure from behind. There's no reason to not put all the cards on the table here. And William Foyle is going to need to find something really special to try and get this done. But this is closing in. He's got a really good run through this lap so far. And Blasco starting to fall back into his clutch as we come down the back stretch, coming towards 2 laps left in the 10 hours of Aragon. And the gap at the front of the field is mere seconds between the 2 Acuras.
You can count them on one hand, the amount of seconds there is between Blasco and William Foyle as we come to the very dying stages of this race. They are still going to have a bit of traffic to deal with. I can see some GT3s about 7 seconds up the road from Alberto Garcia Blasco, so he's going to have to deal with them in that first sector, which is a notoriously difficult spot to try and overtake GT3 traffic. 48.3 from Blasco plays 46.7, a personal best for the number 31 Fury Simsport Acura as that gap closes in again and again. It is a relentless assault from William Foyle in this final stint, and XBD Racing's Alberto Blasco will be feeling that pressure. 1 second between him and Vladislav Shopov, a car that he needs to dispatch of very quickly to give himself a clean run through turns 8 and 9. Foyle will have a clean run through both of these corners as Blasco is going to have to slow down for the 2 GT3s in front of him, and now all he can do is hope and pray that they jump out of his way as he makes his way through turn 10, and the gap drops below 2 seconds for only the second time as we watch this fight develop. He's going to squeeze his way through a little bit more traffic as well, but we'll find Charlie Lund-Nielsen in this left-right, right-left section, and that will make it extraordinarily difficult to try and find time on William Foyle, who's been very aggressive with this traffic all the way around the outside of Vladislav Shopov to make sure he gets a clean run through turn 14 to set up 15 and the run down to the hairpin. There won't be an opportunity to overtake Alberto Garcia Blasco on this lap, but Liv, the timer is about to tick past 9 hours and 59 minutes gone.
Yeah, this will be the signal for the final lap of racing for XBD. They're going to be caught up in a bit of traffic. So is Fury Simsport. Oh, there's going to be sort of equal pain for the both of them. But as Blasco flies around off final corner. You see the white flag in the air here at Motorland Aragon. Just a few more kilometers left for Blasto to defend. William Foyle has that little bit of traffic here in turn number 1. He'll cut through fairly efficiently, but the bad news for Foyle is only about maybe one car left for it's the GT3 AM leader of Auto Performance Racing, Blue, who has a 10-second lead and is not going to want to take any risks here. There's one more opportunity, I'd say, for Blasto to get tripped up. How is this one going to go?
It can only take one bit of traffic to decide the outcome of this race. Alberto Garcia Blasco needs to clear your GT3 AM leader of Maximilian Fischer as quickly as possible. He can see the headlights of William Foyle 1.4 seconds behind as they illuminate his cockpit as he makes his way through turns 12 and 13. For one last time, the gap closes to just within a second for only a moment, but Blasco just needs to keep it clean through these final two very tricky corners. He's going to have Tiemann Scholten for company as he makes his way down towards the hairpin for the final time. Gap opening up to 2 seconds yet again. Garcia Blasco can taste the checkered flag. He can taste victory with only one more bit of traffic to deal with. As Scholten moves dutifully out of the way, lets your overall race leader through with absolutely no resistance. It will be a clean run to the checkered flag for Alberto Garcia Blasco, who held off the pressure and to take the win in the 10 hours of Aragon.
The flash of celebration coming in from William Foyle has to give credit for what was a fantastic performance. There's a celebration from Auto Performance Racing Blue, your leaders, your winners in GT3 AM, by just a matter of seconds from Carbono Esports, who will come in second place. And let's not have a look at what comes from that one. There is one more car left come across the line, and it is going to be Fast Repair Motorsports. RPM Racing PEC already trapped behind the checkered flag. There is no pressure on the shoulders of Joan Rodriguez. I'm not entirely sure. But the driver of the 102 Fast Repair Motorsports Ford Mustang streaks down the backstretch one final time. They know they have this nice and secure, do not need to make any aggressive moves here. They've got the 188 keeping them company, willing them home, and it will be through the final chicane. A dominant performance, untouchable, from Fast Repair Motorsports, your GT3 Pro race winners.
I certainly thought it a little bit of a risk for Rodriguez to move towards the inside of the circuit there, which is the part of the track we know is still very, very damp. Finds his way off the road on the exit of turn 1, and I'm hoping we're going to see a couple of overtakes from some of these drivers. But there is your GTP overall race winner, Alberto Garcia Blasco, bringing it home for XPD Racing. And what a fantastically ran race from them. Finding a couple of incidents early on, dropping quite a way down the field, picking up some drive-throughs for a couple of silly mistakes, but made their way through that wet weather, came out in the lead of the race after TLR SimLab Red threw away their one-lap lead. And then it was just a case of dealing with the traffic as well as you can and holding off William Foyle. And you know what? Alberto Blasco, he did that.
Yeah, a grandstand finish that honestly we've become well accustomed to in the Platinum Endurance Championship. The fact that a 10-hour race can be decided by 2.3 seconds when all is said and done is truly remarkable. And it is Blasco, it is XPD Racing able to outlast that late charge from William Foyle and Fury Sim Sport. A well-earned race victory. And for Julian Harmon and Old Firm Racing by Helvet Sim, a third place that is absolutely critical to their championship position, gaining massively on the rest of the field and setting them up for a championship clinching opportunity in 4 weeks' time at the World Centre of Racing.
Yeah, of course, we will move on to the 12 hours of Daytona in 4 weeks' time. But before we get there, let's take a breath, try and relax, and see if we can have a peek at those race results as we try to reflect on what was a very chaotic 10-hour race. Gave it an extra 2 hours there for absolutely no reason. So then XPD Racing will bring it home in P1 by 2.3 seconds over Fury Simsport. It's a very hard-fought race between both of them after DLR SimLab Red drops out of that one. Championship leaders Old Firm Racing, after starting quite the way down the order, managed to recover all the way to P3, and that is certainly a result that they can be happy with. Connection Lost Racing find themselves up in P4, just ahead of Vulcan Motorsports by SimLab Orange, who find themselves in 5th place. DLR SimLab Red are classified down in 6th place, with Writer Engineering only managing a 7th out here today. DLR SimLab White managed to bring their Cadillac home in 8th, with the NGC by Rubis gas car falling foul of a disqualification. DLR SimLab Orange found themselves retired from this race alongside Taylor Mills Racing, Unlucky Luke Racing, and Go Esports. Let's take you through GT3 Pro. I'll hand you over to the wonderful Olivia Hayward.
It will be Fast Repair Motorsports in that Ford Mustang, taking home the checkered flag ahead of RPM Racing PEC in the Chevrolet Corvette, and then Virtual Drives by Thrustmaster, a BMW, a very unique podium lineup in terms of manufacturers for the 10 hours of Aragon. Auto Performance Racing Black and Valkyrie Type Green, the two McLarens, rounding out the top 5, with Native Delta by Simgear, a great recovery drive for P6, but still a blow to their championship hopes as they continue to fall more points behind Valkyrie as we head into the final round of the season. Top Tier Motorsport with a P7 finish. Good result for them. I think the best result of the season for the 130 crew, ahead of Eagle Speed Academy S, Mass Devils Esports, and Go Esports. A strong start to the race, but falling down to 10th when all was said and done. The rest of your running order in the GT3 Pro class, DDK Racing Team will finish as your final classified runner in P11. Behind them, it will be Vulcan Motorsports Gold with that late disqualification, and then Enosis, not a good day at the office for their entries. Sim Ultimate will be P13, and Emix will be down in last place. We look over to our GT3 AM standings and look at those margins for the podium. Auto Performance Racing Blue fend off Carbono by just 8 seconds, or 9 seconds at the checkered flag. And then Eagle Speed Academy G, 4 laps further behind, managed to fend off for the last spot on the podium. DDKS, MRRS Amethyst, and the 291 Smurf Racing Team all in hot pursuit of that 3rd place, with Local Autosport a couple of laps further behind. And then IS Corsa Red, Quadro Veloce Alpha by Eagle, and DLR SimLab Green, your final runners. All 10 of our AM cars taking the checkered flag. Great work from them, but wow, it is going to be Auto Performance taking the supremacy.
I can't lie. I feel like that says a lot about the two pro classes in this field, and how I won't go too deep into it, but I think you know what you're picking up what I'm putting down on that one, Liv. That the AM class did a much better job of getting their cars across the line. But what a race that is to reflect on. It was, I don't know, the racing at the start was absolutely fantastic. The traffic management, pure chaos early on. And then having that wet weather sweep its way through for a couple of hours just completely changed the shape of the race, especially with how spotty it is, convincing the 76 crew to stay out on the slicks and take that risk, not really working out from them. And at that point, that's when their race started to unravel. But then setting up that absolute grandstand finish for the overall win, with DLR SimLab Red falling out of competition after falling off the road, and gave us one of the most dramatic finishes we've seen since the 12 Hours of Le Mans last time out. Like, how do you even unpack that one, Liv? Even though I've just done most of the work for you.
I mean, I think it takes a long time to really process the events if you are one of the teams involved, to work out exactly what you could have done differently. There's going to be plenty of moments where time was lost and mistakes were made, but it's about the aggregate of everything you were able to do. And for XBD, by the narrowest of margins, their performance was just about enough to hold on for this one. I wanted to go and check and to confirm how narrow those margins were for XBD Racing. Do you want to guess how many incidents they finished the race on?
I mean, it's going to be within 4 incident points of a drive-through, I'm sure.
It was 54 exactly.
Oh. That's impressive. So that might be why they were lacking so much pace.
I do wonder how long they were on that knife edge, but an incredible job from Blasco to hold on despite that stress to bring home the checkered flag. Credit to Virtual Drives by Thrustmaster, that third place finisher in GT3 Pro, finished with just 16 incidents over the course of 10 hours. Auto Performance blew your GT3 AM winners on 21, and every other car that finished high up, actually classified in the finish, had more than 35, so very impressive to be within that 20-ish range for both of those teams.
And breathe. It has been 10 hours of very intense back and forth racing with drama, highs, lows, thrills, and spills, and we can't wait to do it all again in 4 weeks' time. That was the penultimate round of Season 7 of the Platinum Endurance Championship, and when you see this series again, it will be the championship finale. It is still all to play for in GTP, GT3 Pro, and GT3 AM. It is going to take some miraculous results to turn around some of these gaps, though, but those are the sorts of results that the Platinum Endurance Championship throws up. Thank you so much for joining us for the 10 Hours of Aragon. We hope you'll join us again for the 12 Hours of Daytona, and let us help bring you PEC's wonderful season finale. My name has been Taylor Mills. Alongside me in the booth, I've had Olivia Hayward and Carmen Sienna, who has also been running the production all night tonight. I think all 3 of us need a drink. We'll see you next time.